transcending into the Pokémon world as a low-income individual? Xia Chi thought that raising a few adorable Pokémon and living a simple, blissful life would not be so bad. But what in the world is this suddenly awakened Hex System? Magical Masquerade Meow. Equipment: Triphase Power 33 Physical Attack, Physical Defense, Special Defense, Speed, Health. Equipment: Ember Crown 70 Casting Speed, 10 additional damage skills inflict burn on targets. Bond: Grass Type 6 increases Physical Attack, Physical Defense, and Health by 1 per second at the start of battle, capping at 200 upon reaching the cap. Summons the Tree of Life. Bond: Dark Type 6 defeating opponents allows the collection of Fear Points. Every 100 Fear Points grants 10 additional damage, unlocking substantial rewards. Years later, Xia Chi. Next, I shall teach everyone the techniques to decisively defeat Meow. Begin by selecting Magical Masquerade Meow, then initiate our 5-8 combo, interspersing normal attacks with basic strikes. If you cannot land a hit, use abilities, employ whichever is available, and remember to use 1,000 changes while we are still alive, utilizing the trait Fluid Transformation to switch attributes without needing to master the profession. Reporter: Champion Do, what are your thoughts on the recent semifinals where you were completely shut out by contestant Xia Chi? Do, that fellow's Pokemon are anything but ordinary. I suggest the league conduct a thorough investigation into their origins. I repeat, that person must not be allowed to call themselves a Pokemon trainer. Chapter 1. The Hex Technology System. Yet Pokemon.in Shanghai, the boundary between late autumn and early winter is rather indistinct. Leaning against the classroom window, Xia Chi twirled his pen, idly gazing at the bleak scenery outside. The towering, ancient tree shed its leaves, leaving only a stark gray-brown nest hanging awkwardly from its branches. A few newly hatched chicks chirped and nestled together, their round bodies eagerly awaiting nourishment from their mother. The blue jay, in the background. The characteristic, monotonous lecture voice of the middle-aged teacher resonated without much emotional fluctuation. Modern historical studies deem the Sinnoh region of the medieval period to hold a significant place in world history. The oldest discovered archaea statue was found at. Xia Chi, would you care to answer? Xia Chi, accustomed to the teacher's special attention, continued to twirl his pen and promptly replied, the ruins of the Shinto temple at the foot of Mt. Crown. Professor Zhao, who taught the course on Pokemon mythology, softened his tone slightly. Very well, then besides Arceus, which other significant legendary Pokemon are mentioned in Sinnoh mythology? Xia Chi answered. In addition to the 3 lake guardians Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, there are also Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Incorrect again. Professor Zhou's voice suddenly escalated. I'm unsure where you've acquired such knowledge, but what is this Giratina you speak of? In our study of history, we must maintain a rigorous attitude, refrain from reading dubious sources, and focus on the lectures. Understood? Xia Chi nodded, refraining from retorting, though internally he felt a surge of emotion. How dare the teacher disparage the #1 rebellious child of Arceus, the renegade Pokemon? That said, having traversed into this world where Pokemon exist for 3 years, the knowledge from another world still clung to him. In his previous life, Xia Chi was an ordinary wage slave whose pastimes included watching Pokemon animations, playing Pokemon games, and engaging in Pokemon card battles, with no other vices to speak of. In other words, Xia Chi was a seasoned Pokemon enthusiast. Thus, when fortune smiled upon him, he quickly adapted to his reincarnation in this world where Pokemon and reality intertwined. In his former life, he had faced 3 consecutive misses with Hydro Pump, self-cursed his own body, and could never encounter a shiny Pokemon. According to the law of luck conservation, all of this was indeed his due. Sadly, one must forfeit certain aspects when gaining others. In this world, Xia Chi was an orphan. His parents had perished in a plane crash prior to his arrival, and the few accompanying Pokemon had likewise met their demise in the ocean. All that remained for Xia Chi was a modest house and a meager sum of savings sufficient to see him through university. Initially, he thought that every loss must yield a gain with a full negative buff. Surely his system would not be lacking, right? However, that was not the case. While this Pokemon world was rich in resources, the disastrous circumstances of his arrival did not seem to support Xia Chi's aspirations of becoming a professional Pokemon trainer. Abandoning his childhood dream of becoming a Pokemon master was somewhat regretful, yet Xia Chi had always been content. Once he accumulated enough funds to purchase a small house with a yard, raise a few beloved Pokemon, and enjoy a leisurely daily life. Wouldn't that be delightful? Thus, with a determined goal in mind, Xia Chi dedicated himself to his studies. After 3 years of hard work, he was finally admitted to the most prestigious university in the Dongwang region, majoring in history. This somewhat obscure field was a carefully considered choice. People in this world held considerable misconceptions about many legendary Pokémon, such as the non-existent renegade Pokémon Jirtana mentioned by Professor Zhao. Leveraging such informational disparities, Xia Chi would inevitably carve out a place for himself in the future world of mythology studies. Having just been reprimanded by Professor Zhao, Xia Chi secretly vowed to fulfill a grand ambition akin to 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, a line of pale blue transparent text appeared before his eyes. Hex System rebooting, detecting the world you are currently in, merging. Hex System? After a moment of astonishment, Xia Chi quickly grasped the situation. My external aid has finally arrived. Isn't it a bit late for you to show up, System? I've been here for 3 years already. Xia Chi lamented internally, half sorrowful, half resentful. What hardships had he endured during these 3 years? While his peers cuddled adorable EVs, Xia Chi buried himself in his studies. While his peers traveled with their starter Pokémon, Xia Chi buried himself in his studies. While his peers sweated it out in battle arenas, Xia Chi buried himself in his studies. Had it not been for the stark contrast of the outside world, he might have believed he had not transcended at all, but merely relived the torment of his first year in high school. Nevertheless, the mundane life over 3 years had tempered Xiai Chi's mindset at this moment. With the system activating, he maintained sufficient composure. Hex System seems to be a setting from a popular game before my transcendence. As a social game akin to certain renowned titles, Xia Chi had played Gold Shovel during his relationship with his girlfriend, achieving a master rank. Though, that master rank bore no real weight compared to the king rank of another social mobile game. As Xia Chi organized his thoughts, the luminous screen continued to flicker. Merge complete, detecting your first hex rune choice as Let It Go, dispensing a prism magic sphere in accordance with world regulations. Wait a moment, when did I choose my first hex rune? Xia Chi could not help but interrupt the system, voicing his confusion internally. 3 years ago, the system's reply was succinct, causing Xia Chi to sink into contemplation. 3 years ago, was that not when he had just arrived in this world? It seemed he had despairedly shouted, "Let it go." After sorting through the memories of this world, wait, can that even be the same thing? Xia Chi, feeling a sense of injustice, was baffled. Was it truly a single moment of venting his frustrations that determined his critical initial hex choice? Is it not a bit hasty? Moreover, you did not remind me. Did you, Brother Tongzi? Brother Tongzi remained silent, enveloped in an air of reticence. Xia Chi could only accept the reality and continued to inquire. So, is it the hex deck of Kai Bai that caused you to reopen after 3 years? Indeed, the effect of Kai Bai is to skip the host's first 3 rounds and, upon conclusion, grant an exceedingly rare prism orb reward. Wait, hold on, I have a question. Xia Chi suddenly discovered blind spot. Does the 3 rounds you skipped also include my parents from this world? If that were the case, would it not render me excessively guilty? The matters pertaining to the host's original family are unrelated to the system. Brother Tongzi's emotionless words bore a convincing weight, and Xia Chi swiftly ceased to dwell on the matter. That I understand now. Please proceed with the reward. The prism orb has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Artifact Forging Tool X1. Chosen Badge X1. Basic Equipment Forging Tool X2. What a tremendous windfall. Gazing at the 3 icons displayed on the transparent screen before him, Xia Chi felt a surge of joy that he understood what the artifact forging tool was upon activation. It would allow him to select one from 3 powerful artifacts. The potency of these artifacts was self-evident, as certain artifacts equipped on specific pieces in the game could induce a complete transformation. The chosen badge was somewhat unfamiliar to Xia Chi, but it sounded related to the chosen mechanism, implying it must hold considerable value. Ding ding ding. The ringing of the class bell interrupted Xia Chi's reverie. All right. That concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Although Teacher Zhao had a rather rigid demeanor and was serious in nature, he never overstayed his allotted time. As soon as the bell chimed, he promptly gathered his lesson plan and exited the classroom. Still savoring the delightful surprise brought by Brother Tongzi, Xia Chi suddenly felt a weight on his right shoulder. Stop dreaming about that pathetic ride. Let's go eat. The newcomer was Chunjinza, Xia Chi's classmate and roommate. Both hailed from the same region in Sunan, and had developed a rapport over the past 2 months of school. Thus, they had cultivated a close friendship, almost akin to wanting to acknowledge one another's roots. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Brother Tongzi, Xia Chi declined. I have something to attend to. I'll head back to the dorm. Could you please bring me some Huangmin chicken and a tree fruit salad? Oh, and make sure it's mixed with moo cream cheese sauce. Detecting the key phrase, bring food. Chunjinza wore a mischievous grin. Of course, I can bring the food. This meal is on you, so what's the price? Facing his friend's blatant hint, Xia Chi shot him a glance and chuckled lightly. I recall you were stuck in a Super Bowl promotion match, right? How about I live stream and help you with your account today? Indeed, in pursuit of a leisurely and carefree life post-examinations, Xia Chi had dived headfirst into the vibrant world of social media. In simpler terms, he created videos and streamed games. The rationale for choosing this path was straightforward: low entry barriers and high potential. In this world, professional trainers were few, and even fewer could ascend to the prestigious path of champions. Thus, virtual battles and games became an avenue for those passionate about Pokémon battles but lacking the requisite skill to expend their energies. The game Pokémon Champion's Path, released by Zhao and Company 2 years ago, had become the hottest game due to its cutting-edge interactive technology. Many professional trainers and even renowned gym leaders occasionally played this game to unwind or strategize. It is well known that the more popular the competition, the more competitive it becomes. Xia Chi, well-versed in the art of live streaming, understood this deeply. Through an unconventional approach and a profound understanding of the game, coupled with an added touch of aesthetic appeal, in less than half a year of streaming, Xia Chi had already garnered a modest reputation as a game streamer. Naturally, the Super Bowl promotion matches were a mere stroll in the park for him. Upon hearing Xia Chi's response, Chunjinza immediately donned a theatrical expression akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act, offering a sycophantic smile. Deal, Brother Chi. I'll definitely bring you that food. Xia Chi stroked his chin thoughtfully. One meal in exchange for a crucial promotion match. Does that sound fair, my child? Chunjinza paused for 2 seconds. Ultimately succumbing to the allure of the promotion match, he reluctantly conceded. Father, I entrust my promotion match to you. Having achieved his objective, Xia Chi waved his hand dismissively. Just a trivial matter. Chapter 2 Streamer, your alternative guarding poison strategy is indeed formidable. Skillfully avoiding the throngs heading to the cafeteria, Xia Chi returned to his dormitory. In this world, enriched by the presence of fairies, productivity had advanced far beyond that of his previous life. Consequently, the fundamentals of living, food, clothing, housing, and transportation had elevated to a significantly higher standard. The dormitory at Hushang University, where Xia Chi resided, was of an apartment style, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room. The luxurious accommodation made his former university dormitory seem like a mere hovel. Reclining in the comfort of his serene bedroom, Xia Chi summoned the system once more. On the translucent blue screen, several lines of text stood out conspicuously. Fairy, bond, item. Was this the essence of the system's primary functions? Xia Chi attempted to click on the first 2 buttons, only to find them unresponsive. This did not surprise him. He had yet to capture any fairies, so their absence from display was entirely reasonable. However, as an experienced player, he could surmise the potential functions of these buttons. The bond feature was the crux of the game Chips of Gold. When characters sharing similar traits appeared together, they could provide significant combat or economic benefits. In the context of the Pokémon world, it likely meant that fairies of the same type or attribute could form some kind of bond. As for the specific effects of the bond, he would have to investigate further after capturing his initial fairy. The item interface displayed the 3 items previously obtained from the Prism Orb. Artifact Forge, upon use, allows selection of one from 3 powerful artifacts, can only be equipped on captured fairies. Chosen Badge, upon use, can designate a fairy as a chosen fairy, which possesses additional bond layers and special effects, can only be used on captured fairies. Basic Equipment Forge, upon use, allows selection of one from 3 basic equipment items, 2 of which can be combined to form a complete set. Indeed, it was not far from what I had anticipated. Essentially a modified Pokémon system resembling Chips of Gold. Xia Chi mused. However, to discern the specific effects, I shall await the capture of my first fairy. After dinner, Xia Chi powered on his computer and commenced his work for the day. Can you hear me? The live stream has just started, and many viewers are already pouring in. Wonderful. It's a cure for my loss of appetite. Streamer, your alternative guarding poison strategy is impressive, yet it is quite reliant on skill. Do you have recommendations for a simpler yet powerful team? Is Teacher Shui not turning on the camera today? What about my flight? Please update the Pokémon Mythos series videos. Without this electronic delicacy, my meals lack flavor. Here comes the trending topic. Who is Shui Yi? Xia Chi, known as Shui Yi in the streaming world, a name derived from the dissection of his surname, had garnered a considerable following as a burgeoning video content creator and game streamer. Especially after the recent clash with the immensely popular gym leader, Qishu, in the Padilla region, and the torment he inflicted using the substitute toxic strategy. He has garnered a significant influx of popularity. Naturally, the fanbase of an idol streamer inevitably includes some who are less than rational. Aside from the playful banter, the livestream atmosphere is not devoid of a few glaring comments. Employing such sinister tactics, can your Onyx even manage to shake more than one person with Earthquake at your place? Are you too ashamed to turn on the camera because your looks are more grotesque than your strategies? You are not fit to be a streamer. I will unfollow you. Hurry and apologize to Qishu, or our rallying team possesses ample strength and means. Wait, where did this barrage come from? Mari's reputation is at stake because of you. After starting the stream, Xia Chi, accustomed to glancing at the comments, found himself somewhat speechless and swiftly banned a few accounts spamming derogatory remarks. It was not that he was offended. Xia Chi had never been concerned about such negative feedback. His household registration indeed contains only a single page. This kind of attack is akin to engaging in close combat with a ghost-type Pokémon. It inflicts no damage whatsoever. The primary concern is maintaining a harmonious and joyful atmosphere in his livestream, ensuring that such toxicity does not mar the viewing experience for others. While I may not be a professional Pokémon trainer, no one understands live streaming better than I do. After a brief handling of the situation, Xia Chi initiated Pokémon, the road to champions. Strictly speaking, this game encompasses not only team building and battles, but also a rich array of elements related to collecting and nurturing Pokémon. Developing a top-tier account requires a substantial investment of either money or effort. Today, Xia Chi logged into his roommate Chunjin's account. His financial situation is considerably better than Xia Chi's, though still limited. Thus, the Pokémon on this account, in terms of both quantity and quality, can hardly be classified as high-end. One could say it is merely passable, usable, yet unable to form some mainstream constructs. However, Xia Chi has made a name for himself through various unconventional strategies, and he can certainly make this account work too. Streamer, your substitute toxic strategy is indeed formidable, but it relies heavily on execution. Do you have any simpler yet potent team compositions to recommend? Repeating the earlier comment, Xia Chi replied, Indeed, my friend. There are indeed 9 more teams as strong as this one. The mention of 9 was, of course, a hyperbole, as there are many underhanded strategies similar to the substitute toxic approach. Presenting a dozen or so would be no challenge for Xia Chi. Today's tutorial focuses on extreme output, the Antlion. As soon as the name Antlion was uttered, the live stream filled with an atmosphere of delight. Here it comes. The segment dedicated to my favorite little team. If my memory serves me right, Antlion should be the initial stage of the Sand Dancer, right? Hilarious. What can Antlion accomplish? It should evolve first before returning. Is this a challenge to suppress laughter? I admit it poses a bit of difficulty. Faced with a flood of mocking comments, Xia Chi remained silent, solely focused on constructing his team. The tactical system of this world bears a striking resemblance to the worldview depicted in animation. To articulate it with high emotional intelligence, one might say it embodies passionate physical clashes, with techniques colliding fiercely. Conversely, from a low emotional intelligence perspective, one might lament that upon awakening, the global understanding of Pokémon battles has plummeted by a staggering 10,000-fold. This is, in truth, quite comprehensible, as the disparity between games and reality is insurmountable. In games, turn-based battles are constrained by factors such as species values, skill combinations, cooperative defense, and predictive elements. In stark contrast, real battles hinge on the meticulous cultivation of Pokémon and the trainer's ability to command on the spot. It would be a disservice to claim that the locals possess no understanding of tactical systems or team composition. The reality is that life is not a turn-based game. The aforementioned elements seem less significant in the face of a pronounced power disparity. However, it must be acknowledged that Pokémon Champion's Path is fundamentally a game constructed upon data. Those often overlooked tactics have, indeed, found a brilliant platform to shine. My friends, our lineup has been meticulously crafted. Without keeping the viewers waiting too long, Xia Chi swiftly assembled a team centered around the formidable Antlion, Brimstone, Mimikyu, Antlion, Coalossal, Dusknoir, and Shuckle. In an environment dominated by popular Pokémon such as Charizard, Venusaur, and Lucario, this team stands out as a refreshing anomaly. With unwavering determination, Xia Chi proclaimed, Next, I will secure victory and ascend into the higher tiers. He then pressed the matchmaking button. Chapter 3. Antlion can do nothing. Currently, this account is stuck in the promotion matches for the Super Ball tier, representing a mid to high level of competitive play. It took mere seconds for the players at this tier to find a rival of equal caliber. As the preparation phase commenced, Xia Chi began to analyze his opponent's lineup. Charizard, Venusaur, Ninetales, Infernape, and the rather unexpected Flareon. It seems I shall be gentle in my approach against this team, Xia Chi remarked. This battle features a common Sunny team, which is entirely within our striking range. Upon seeing our lineup, my opponent will surely be momentarily stunned, yet perplexed. What to do in such a scenario? They can only dispatch their most trusted trio, Charizard, Venusaur, and Ninetales. In Pokémon Champion's Path, The singles format also involves a selection of 3 Pokémon from a pool of 6. As Xia Chi spoke, he decisively selected his 3 Pokémon, Brimstone, Mimikyu, and the Team S Core, Antlion. The battle commenced. As anticipated, the player known as Torture You as Breathing led with 9 tails, while Xia Chi opted to start with Mimikyu. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted in heated debate. This lineup is perplexing. 6 completely unrelated Pokémon with no synergy. What purpose do they serve? Even veteran fans of the Water Prison Master expressed their confusion over this assembly, yet they placed their faith in it. Why not utilize the powerful Mega Sableye that could counter Charizard? Wait and see as my formidable Blaze Master goes on to triumph. Due to its extraordinary beauty and remarkable combat prowess, the Charizard of this world continues to attract a multitude of admirers, affectionately referred to as Master Charizard. Xia Chi remained silent, casually altering the live stream title to Guaranteed Victory with Aegis Ant. Lose once and showcase your eloquence. Subsequently, he nonchalantly returned to the game, commencing his tactical maneuvers. As the opponent's newly deployed Ninetales entered the fray, its ability Drought predictably transformed the weather to sunny. Ninetales, possessing superior speed over Mismagius, unleashed a scorching gust the moment Xia Chi issued the command to utilize Trick Room. One must acknowledge that the global popularity of this game is well-deserved. Characterized by its stunning visuals and exceptional battle mechanics, the screen displayed a fervent whirlwind, causing Mismagius's head to tilt. Mismagius's ability, Illusion, activated, negating any incoming damage. Subsequently, Trick Room was initiated. It is worth noting that Mismagius, being somewhat unconventional in this realm, was the sole Pokémon with the Illusion ability, which the opponent was evidently unaware of. Withstanding the searing gust without any damage prompted the opponent to type in the public chat, "Is it activated?" Xia Chi chuckled softly. "Is it not activated? Then how will you respond when I deploy Light Screen next?" Under Trick Room, the speed shifted, allowing Mismagius, previously at a disadvantage, to strike first. The light screen was erected, generating a transparent barrier that halved the damage from the opponent's special moves, significantly diminishing the impact of Ninetales' second scorching gust. Despite the enhancement from the sunny weather, it failed to inflict substantial damage on Mismagius. As this manipulation unfolded, the opponent's mindset began to subtly shift. Logically, with the protection of light screen, a special attacker like Ninetales should have found it challenging to exert its prowess. Nevertheless, the opponent stubbornly chose to keep Ninetales on the field, adopting a resolute stance. Xia Chi, unfazed, capitalized on the advantages of speed and light screen, opting for a Shadow Ball hit-and-run strategy. It is worth mentioning that the combat mode in Pokémon Champion's Path is not entirely turn-based. Under the player's vocal commands, Pokémon can move autonomously within the arena. Although their intelligence is limited, they completely obey the trainer's directives. This real-time command system offers players a more engaging experience and greater operational freedom, closely mirroring the realities of Pokémon battles. Under an overwhelming tactical advantage, the opponent's Sunny team was unable to showcase its strengths. By the conclusion of Trick Room, Ninetales, along with the audience's high hopes for Master Charizard, had already succumbed. The final Pokémon, Venusaur, initially believed it had the opportunity to shine and make a triumphant comeback. However, the second Trick Room from Boomil Wind shattered Venusaur's dreams of dominance, as its ability Chlorophyll, which doubled its speed in sunny weather, was abruptly hindered, rendering its movement sluggish. Before the true powerhouse, the Great Jaw Ant, made its entrance, its opponent, Red Worm, opted for surrender. Victory. Stretching lazily after effortlessly clinching the first round, Xia Chi cast a glance at the barrage of comments. "Oh my, so this is how Trick Room is played. I've got it. I'm off to challenge the Evergreen Gym." It must be said, this strategy seems remarkably effective against various swift Pokémon. Like many tactics, Trick Room has not received the recognition it deserves in this realm, primarily due to the scarcity of trainers specializing in psychic types. Most psychic Pokémon favor teleportation, a more flexible and convenient move that grants them a speed advantage. This trend extends to the gaming community, where players have not extensively explored the potential of Trick Room. Amidst laughter and cheer, Xia Chi found himself in the Advanced Tiers promotion matches, a segment that, while still distant from the pinnacle, represents a ceiling for ordinary players. With a stroke of luck, he might even encounter renowned trainers. Evidently, fortune smiled upon him today. After this match, the streamer would log off, eager to see who the final fortunate contender would be. Just as he pondered this, the username of his forthcoming opponent took him by surprise. Strange Tree, Strange Story. Another Strange Tree? Is it the real deal? This game does not prohibit duplicate names, and it is quite normal for fans to adopt the moniker of such a prominent streamer. At that moment, the comments section chimed in. "It's the real one. I'm in Strange Tree's live stream. Come on, brothers, support this streamer. Lockwater, Strange Tree has thrown down the gauntlet. She says she is going to make you cry." Xia Chi stroked his chin, a bright smile adorning his face. "Make me cry? Now that's intriguing." Meanwhile, in the Paldea region, In the city of brewing light, within a posh apartment, a cute girl with pink-blue twin ponytails was pouting at her computer screen, biting on a sharp-toothed prop. The oversized headpiece resembling a small magneton blinked, reflecting her current frustration. It's that guy again. After confirming the situation in Xia Chi's livestream, Strange Tree returned to the game, ready to make a bold statement. Just watch. I've devised a strategy to counter his underhanded tactics. This time, I will reclaim my honor. As she spoke, she glanced at her opponent's selection of 6 Pokémon, her eyes widening in surprise. Wait, he is into using those Pokémon. The last time she faced Xia Chi, his underhanded poison strategy had utterly humiliated her, marking him as her #1 internet adversary. To her astonishment, upon their reunion, Xia Chi seemed to have turned over a new leaf. Could it be a moment of conscience? But what on earth is that great jaw ant? Upon seeing the large, brown ant in the preparation area, Strange Tree's magneton headpiece was filled with question marks. However, she quickly dismissed it with a wave of her hand, unconcerned. Whatever. What can the great jaw ant even do? It's utterly useless. As she spoke, she swiftly focused on the electric seagull, the Rhyhorn, and the dream demon. Chapter 4. Qishu. I'm not playing anymore. The battle commenced. The initial Pokémon deployed by both sides were the electric seagull and the Mimikyu. Oh, is that the distinctive Pokémon from the Alola region, Mimikyu? After all, Qishu is the gym leader of Liangguang City, possessing an exceptional familiarity with Pokémon. This particular Pokémon has a formidable ability that can completely negate one of our attacks, so we shall refrain from engaging it directly. Electric Seagull, use Tailwind. With a gentle wave of her petite hand concealed beneath her oversized punk-style sleeves, she flashed a sweet smile at the camera. Qishu's Electric Seagull's ability, Surge Surfer, allows it to enter a charged state after using Tailwind. The delicate beauty of her smile undoubtedly generated a significant response from her multitude of fans in the livestream. Even the viewers from Xia Chi's livestream were flooding the comments with excitement. Following Electric Seagull's Tailwind, Mimikyu's Trick Room swiftly followed. Oh, Trick Room? Qishu raised her eyebrows in surprise. This move was rather uncommon and somewhat countered our Tailwind strategy. However, as battles in Pokémon, Champion's Path are conducted in real time. There was little time for Qishu to ponder. Never mind, we will continue our standard strategy. Qishu commanded, Electric Seagull, use Air Slash. We must be cautious of Mimikyu's disguise ability, so let's first use Air Slash to break through its disguise. Due to the presence of Trick Room, the speed dynamics were reversed. Just as Electric Seagull approached with its wings shimmering with a white light, a dark energy sphere was suddenly unleashed. Shadow Ball. Qishu chuckled to herself. At last, this opponent resorted to some conventional moves. The Shadow Ball struck the screen, causing Electric Seagull to lose a small portion of its health. Qishu dismissed it entirely. This level of damage was manageable for Electric Seagull to endure for a while longer. Air Slash successfully dispelled Mimikyu's disguise. What followed was Qishu's true offensive. Electric Seagull, Thunderbolt. The screen erupted with dazzling electric sparks. Although Electric Seagull's speed had significantly diminished, its charged state was brewing a formidable thunderstrike. Water, take this Thunderbolt. With Qishu's spirited shout, the electric light on the screen flashed to its zenith before exploding forth. Humph. My Electric Seagull is fully invested in special attack. That little Mimikyu won't stand a chance. Qishu's triumphant smile faded along with the dispersing electric light, shifting to the center of the screen where a stout brown ant was standing resolutely. What is this, a Drapion? Qishu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Did that opponent truly send out this first-stage Pokémon into battle? She had noticed the Pokémon in Xia Chi's preparation area, but at the time, Qishu assumed that Drapion was merely there to fill a slot. After all, who would genuinely consider Drapion as a main battle Pokémon? She completely overlooked the fact that the ground-type Big Jaw Ant could withstand the onslaught of a 100,000-volt electric attack enhanced by charge. At this moment, the barrage of comments in Qishu's livestream reached a crescendo. I'm dying of laughter. I knew that Lao Zui would never let me down. I am quite fond of a particular remark by Qishu. What use is a Big Jaw Ant? Go on, you antennaless ant. Qishu composed herself, stating, it's all right. Even if it endures this 100,000-volt strike, a Big Jaw Ant is still just a Big Jaw Ant, a creature that pales in comparison to even a little Charmeleon, posing no threat to our electric swallow. In her flustered state, Qishu failed to realize that the Big Jaw Ant, slower than a coal turtle, could unleash terrifying power within the Trick Room. Meanwhile, within a dormitory at Shanghai University, Rock Spike attack. With the setup complete, Xia Chi launched an aggressive offensive. A massive, sharp rock abruptly erupted from the ground, directly targeting the electric swallow in midair. As previously mentioned, Pokémon Champion's Road is far from a simple turn-based game. It simulates the reality of Pokémon battles. Whether it be commanding movements or executing evasive maneuvers, players are afforded ample opportunity for tactical play. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the dual advantages of the Trick Room and Tailwind completely reversed the speed dynamics of the two Pokémon. The audience beheld a brown Big Jaw Ant darting across the field, skillfully evading the air blades. The electric swallow, which should have been remarkably agile, hung in the air like a target, mercilessly pierced by the rock spike attack. With each rise of the sharp rocks, Qishu, seated before her computer, grew increasingly anxious. She did not wish to switch out the electric swallow. However, neither the backline Pokémon, Mismagius nor Lurantis, could evade the deadly confines of the Trick Room. All Qishu could do now was to prolong the opponent's Trick Room and her own Tailwind. That adversary would undoubtedly attempt to launch another attack once the Trick Room concluded. And the moment I could switch out the Big Jaw, it would be my best opportunity. Gritting her teeth, Qishu thought bitterly. Just wait until I deal with that Mismagius. I'll make it pay. However, mere bravado could not alter the course of the battle. The electric swallow's endurance was already quite low, and it was repeatedly struck by the double damage rock spike attack, no matter how well Qishu had trained it. The electric swallow could not withstand the duration of the Trick Room. With the anguished cries of the Big Jaw and echoing, it reluctantly fell from the sky. Helpless, Qishu was forced to send out her second Pokémon, Lurantis. Muttering to herself, she reassured, "Don't worry, there's still a chance. Our Lurantis has the Intimidate ability, which will reduce that Big Jaw ant's attack." No sooner had she spoken than an earthquake struck on the screen. Qishu's vision darkened. An earthquake? Was this opponent not concerned that I might switch in Mismagius? Mismagius's ability is Levitate, which grants complete immunity to ground-type moves. Regardless of whether Xia Chi was merely guessing or had anticipated the move, the preemptive earthquake left the newly introduced Luantian cat in a precarious situation. The unfortunate news was that the Great Jaw ant possessed the trait of immunity to the debilitating grip of its own powerful pincers. And this double effective earthquake almost eliminated Luantian cat in a single blow. The silver lining, however, was that the Trick Room had concluded just in time following the tremor. "Counterattack begins now," cried the astute Qishu, seizing the opportunity. Luantian cat charged forward with Ice Fang. Without the support of the Trick Room, the output-heavy Great Jaw ant was rendered as defenseless as a target. An Ice Fang was sufficient to obliterate the fragile Great Jaw ant in an instant. Yet, in a flash of light, the Great Jaw ant vanished from the screen, replaced by a slender blue-pink figure, Brimstone. Had Xia Chi switched to another Pokémon capable of utilizing Trick Room? The sudden Pokémon exchange did not astonish Qishu. She had already discerned the tactical essence of Xia Chi's lineup, leveraging Trick Room to create an advantageous output environment for slower Pokémon. "If I eliminate you before you can activate Trick Room, wouldn't that be disastrous for you?" Qishu chuckled. Luantian cat, Volt Switch. In a dazzling flash, Luantian cat darted to the forefront of Brimstone. The previous Ice Fang had inflicted some damage on Brimstone, and as long as this Volt Switch connected, the subsequent insertion of Dream Demon with its double effective Shadow Ball would surely bring Brimstone down before it could unleash Trick Room. Yet once again, the light of Pokémon exchange flickered. The brownish Great Jaw ant reappeared on the battlefield. Thus, within the live stream hosted by the so-called Electric Live Broadcaster, a shrill cry akin to a monstrous roar echoed. "I'm done playing. Chapter 5. Oh no, Teacher Big Spray has won." Did they really? As the victorious subtitles illuminated the screen, Xia Chi stretched languidly, feeling unfulfilled. Frankly speaking, the quality and intensity of this battle surpassed the previous ones by a significant margin. The reason a gym leader holds their title is not solely due to the strength of their Pokémon. Their profound understanding of Pokémon battles indeed surpasses that of an average trainer. Had Xia Chi not anticipated Qishu's intent to eliminate Brimstone with Volt Switch and Shadow Ball, winning would not have been as straightforward. Following Xia Chi's second capture of the renowned streamer and gym leader Qishu, the popularity of his live stream soared to unprecedented heights. A multitude of passers-by, including some jesters from Qishu's channel, congregated, creating a chaotic flurry of comments. "Breaking news, Qishu has been knocked offline again. Absolutely hilarious. Defeated by a Great Jaw ant. Forget Qishu. Even a normal person wouldn't sleep well at night after that. My apologies, Great Jaw ant, for failing to let you enjoy yourself." Wait, could that situation have allowed the Great Jaw ant to switch in? That is absurd. I hereby declare that I shall no longer partake in the live broadcasts of Qishu, but instead, I shall join the more authoritative stream hosted by Xiai. The enchanting female streamer encountered the formidable Lao Hui in a ranked match. Employing spatial tactics as powerful as a beast, yet despite her utmost efforts, she could not emerge victorious. Not entirely with all her strength. Not an actual beast. Not a mere beauty. Alongside the torrent of comments flooding in, there were also numerous followers and a considerable amount of generous donations. After all, to triumph over the immensely popular streamer Qishu in such a spectacular manner is bound to create a sensation. I am grateful to the generous boss who gifted me 10 luxurious balls today. What a magnanimous gesture. While expressing gratitude for the gifts, Xia Chi responded to numerous inquiries from the audience. How does one perceive the renowned gym leader Qishu being once again captivated by the unknown small streamer Xiai after a week's hiatus? My response is that the detractors should refrain from meddling. As you all know, Qishu has always been a trainer I hold in the highest esteem. Some memes are best left unplayed by the parties involved, a principle Xia Chi comprehends well. Furthermore, His success in streaming owes much to these two encounters with the tree bloodman too. For Qishu, Xia Chi harbors nothing but respect. He selected a frequently asked comment, addressing whether the final switch to the Heracross was mere luck. In truth, it was not. Xia Chi earnestly replied. At that moment, the situation was perilous for Qishu. She could only hope to eliminate Brillium with a combination of Volt Switch and Shadow Ball to have a chance. Even if I had mispredicted, the advantage would still remain with me. In a luxurious apartment within the city of Liangguang in the Paldea region, Qishu lay on her bed, eyes vacant, still haunted by the image of that colossal Heracross racing across the battlefield. It was not that she could not accept her defeat at the hands of a Heracross. What is there to be troubled about in a mere ranked game? Yet, this tactic seemed rather impressive. Rolling over in bed, Qishu shed her slightly oversized punk attire, her fair, smooth feet playfully dangling over the edge. She perused her phone, murmuring, Xiai has been found. Observing the glaringly popular keywords beside the live stream, Qishu scoffed. Is this fellow already among the top 20 in terms of popularity? Humph. Although she recognized that a significant portion of this popularity stemmed from her own influence, she bore no resentment. Streaming had always been a pursuit of passion for her, and she was more than willing to mentor a talented junior like Xia Chi. If it weren't for those two direct confrontations, she would have been even more inclined to do so. Thus, her visit after the stream was not to seek vengeance or settle scores, but rather a genuine desire to learn this new tactic. With this thought in mind, Qishu eagerly entered Shuai's livestream. How can there still be people claiming that Mimikyu is useless? Just because it doesn't deal damage means it is of no value? Why are you so fixated on output? It can transform the contributions of Pokémon. Do you understand the concepts of alienation and specification? Observing the continued dismissal of Mimikyu in the comments, Xia Chi wore an expression of helplessness. Allow me to draw an analogy for you. Consider the sunny day team that you all adore, comprising 6 Pokémon, including the weather-controlling Coalossal and the damage-dealer Charizard. In this scenario, Charizard relentlessly unleashes its scorching winds and formidable fire blasts, while Coalossal merely sets up a sunny day and perhaps yawns or lays down some stealth rocks, contributing not to the offense. Upon concluding the battle, one might glance at the damage report and exclaim, lo and behold, my esteemed Charizard has vanquished 3 Pokémon. What an accomplishment! Meanwhile, Coalossal, having dealt no damage, is merely a beneficiary of a lucky win. Can this truly be deemed fair? Xia Chi's apt metaphor and his captivating voice managed to bring a smile to the otherwise somber Qishu, prompting him to bestow upon the stream the most extravagant gift of all, a Master Ball. The splendid effects of the gift instantly filled the screen. Xia Chi, momentarily taken aback, read aloud, gratitude to Qishu for the Master Ball? Wait, is this truly the illustrious Qishu himself? The barrage of comments in the chat erupted in fervor. Over 10 million fans? It indeed is the genuine Qishu. He, refusing to let his water Pokémon go unhealed, even graced us with a gift? Surely, he must have gained some attributes from this. Even after being defeated, he still came to present a gift? Ah, Qishu, you clever fellow. It seems you are here to glean the skills of the streamer. Perhaps a name change to Qishu, Master Water, is in order. Observing the chat's shift in tone, Xia Chi quickly cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Let us not speak nonsense. This is the most respectful live stream for Teacher Qishu on the entire internet. Let us impose a 365-day ban on those stirring trouble. However, the truth remains that this live stream currently lacks moderators. Qishu, unfazed by the banter in the comments, candidly remarked, that strategy is indeed quite intriguing. Logically, Xia Chi should not have been able to pinpoint Qishu's comments amidst the overwhelming flood of messages. Yet, due to the multitude of chatters, the screen was inundated. Recognizing the Master Ball as a form of tuition, Xia Chi earnestly explained, I refer to that strategy as the Trick Room team, which exhibits both pronounced strengths and weaknesses. I need not elaborate on the advantages, Teacher Qishu. You must be aware of them. Qishu, seated before her screen, thought to herself, must you always speak so freely? Xia Chi continued, of course. This tactic is not without its vulnerabilities. The most quintessential counters include moves like Taunt or Roar, or any abilities that prevent the opponent from setting up Trick Room. Far away in the Paldea region, Qishu responded with a thoughtful "oh," acknowledging that Taunt indeed renders the opponent incapable of utilizing status moves, including Trick Room. This countermeasure is not particularly difficult to conceive, even if Xia Chi had remained silent. Once the metagame shifted to favor Trick Room teams, others would inevitably arrive at the same conclusion. Xia Chi then deftly transitioned. Naturally, there are methods to counter the counters, such as substituting the Pokémon responsible for initiating Trick Room with a prankster Pokémon, but that leads us into a deeper level of strategy. In summary, due to the 4 techniques and various other limitations, this game diverges from the Pokémon battles we experience in reality. Strategies such as Trick Room will have a significant stage. In the future, I will also present more tactical teachings. Alright, that concludes today's live stream. See you tomorrow. Chapter 6, Sprigatito. The abrupt end of Xia Chi's broadcast caught the attention of several thousand viewers in the chat room. who all simultaneously expressed their confusion. Within the darkened stream, the discussion remained fervent. Was that truly the last match? Ending the stream at lightning speed after a brief advertisement seemed rather disrespectful to Qishu. The Master Ball doesn't even add time. Lao Shui, you truly are something. They were hoping to witness 2 more matches to learn this strategy, yet he disappeared? Perhaps Lao Shui has been indulging in too many underworld tactics and was summoned for an offline battle. There's no need to worry too much. Of course, Xia Chi hadn't been interrupted. The conclusion of the broadcast was simply due to the time. Although the popularity of the stream surged thanks to Qishu, and extending the session could yield considerable revenue, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon opening the window beside his computer desk, Xia Chi was unsurprised to see a light green little cat sitting gracefully on the windowsill. It was none other than one of the starters from the Paldea region, Sprigatito. Hockey Meow, you're quite punctual, Xia Chi remarked with a smile, extending his hand to pet the cat, only for Sprigatito to agilely crouch and evade the gesture. Meow. Sprigatito pouted, its vibrant crimson eyes gazing at Xia Chi with an expression of mild reproach, as if to convey its dissatisfaction. Understood, I won't call you that anymore. Good evening, Sprigatito. Xia Chi sincerely apologized for his earlier nickname, and then retrieved the fruit salad prepared by Chinjinza. Today's offering was a delightful blend of orange and apricot berries, dressed in your favorite moo cream cheese sauce. Seeing Xia Chi's earnest apology, Sprigatito finally leaped into the room from the window, nibbling delicately at its dinner. Due to its stray cat status, Sprigatito appeared somewhat emaciated. Its coat, which ought to have been clean and soft, bore unsightly stains, and the deep green pattern resembling overlapping leaves on its face was marred by several blood streaks. Xia Chi furrowed his brow as he gently touched Sprigatito's wounds. The little cat instinctively tried to flinch away, but relaxed upon realizing it was Xia Chi's hand. Have you been in another scuffle with those monkeys? He inquired, well acquainted with Sprigatito's antics. The focused little feline did not lift its gaze, merely responding with a terse Meow. Xia Chi retrieved a healing spray from his drawer and said, wait a moment, let me treat you before you eat. Sprigatito feigned strength, shaking its head. Meow. It's just a minor injury, no need to fuss. Xia Chi firmly pressed his hand down on its stubborn little head, insisting, no, you must have the spray, otherwise I won't feed you tomorrow. Based on his understanding of the little cat, threatening to withhold food would elicit nothing more than an indifferent expression. However, the true threat lay within itself, compelling it to submit. With a wicked grin, Xia Chi remarked, Xinya Meow. Surely you wouldn't want to witness me enduring a day of hunger tomorrow? Faced with Xia Chi's cunning scheme, Xinya Meow momentarily froze, before rolling its eyes and softly muttering, Meow, which could be translated into human language as something akin to childish. Nevertheless, it ultimately acquiesced. After meticulously tending to Xinya Meow's wounds, Xia Chi finally released its fluffy little head. Xinya Meow, evading eye contact, awkwardly emitted a couple of meows in gratitude before resuming its meal. Observing the little cat's earnestness as it devoured its food, a smile unconsciously graced Xia Chi's lips. Their first encounter had occurred over 2 months ago on the afternoon of the freshman orientation. Xia Chi had been wandering aimlessly around the school, acclimating to the new environment. As one of the premier Pokémon universities in the Dongwang region, Hushan University's expanse was comparable to that of a small town. With such vast grounds, the number of wild Pokémon surpassed that of the human population. Having immersed himself in his studies for 3 years in high school, Xia Chi found this abundance of wild, yet safe Pokémon to be a novel experience. Thus, he found himself lost. To be fair, this was not merely an excuse. Xia Chi had always struggled with directions, possessing a rather poor sense of orientation. In his previous life, a faulty map would have sufficed to guide him. Regrettably, the technological advancements in this world had not ventured in that direction, leading Xia Chi to meander around the school's back mountain for quite some time without finding his way back. To make matters worse, his phone had inexplicably run out of battery and shut off. The early September sun in Hushan was unbearable. It felt akin to a scorching inferno. Overheated, parched, and fatigued, Xia Chi momentarily contemplated bidding farewell to this world and returning to Earth to resume his life as a corporate drone. It was then that he encountered Xinya Meow. The cat, which now shared a cordial relationship with Xia Chi, had initially exuded an air of aloofness. Had it not been for Xia Chi's pitiable state, Xinya Meow might have turned to leave. Yet, the benevolent little feline ultimately guided Xia Chi back to the main campus. And they parted ways thereafter. What other choice did they have? Xinya Meow had no phone, and Xia Chi could not leave any contact information. To truly befriend it would require more than a mere acquaintance, and Xinya Meow might not have been amenable to such a notion. Moreover, at that time, Xia Chi's streaming career had yet to take off, making it challenging to even support himself, let alone care for another Pokémon. However, fate had more in store for them. Merely a few days later, they crossed paths once again. This time, Xinya Meow found itself in distress, prompting Xia Chi to enact a heroic rescue. The circumstances were not overly complicated. The school teemed with wild Pokémon, and where there are Pokémon, there exists a social hierarchy. Where there is a hierarchy, factions inevitably form. Yet, Xia Meow was a maverick among its peers. Unlike the other EVs that had been nurtured into hefty creatures by the affections of female university students. Unlike the Meowth or the Longtail monster, which band together for warmth and engage in fierce rivalry, the Leaf Meow drifts along the periphery of the school and the hills behind it. When fruit is in season, it indulges in the harvest. When not, it relies on photosynthesis to absorb energy. As a grass-type Pokémon, it is quite difficult for it to starve. Nevertheless, despite its serene existence, the Leaf Meow found itself at odds with several super monkey monsters. One day, while meandering, Xia Chi stumbled upon their conflict, more accurately, the one-sided bullying perpetrated by the monkeys. Naturally, as the savior of the Leaf Meow, Xia Chi could not remain indifferent. With a slight intervention, he summoned the school security team to put an end to the monkeys' harassment. Subsequently, he took the Leaf Meow to the Pokémon Center for treatment and cared for it in his dormitory for several days. Thus began the deepening bond between the boy and the cat. Later, through some intentional inquiries, Xia Chi discovered that the Leaf Meow had once had a trainer, a student from the Pokémon Academy of Shanghai University. However, after experiencing a defeat in an internal competition, it was abandoned by its trainer under the pretext of incompetence. Its plight was reminiscent of the monkey brother who was cast aside by Shinji in the anime, only to later accompany Ash to victory in the Lily of the Valley Conference. Yet, the Leaf Meow situation was more tragic, for it had not encountered a savior like Ash. Few would seek to capture a Pokémon discarded for its perceived ineptitude. Even if someone did, it was uncertain whether the Leaf Meow would be willing to accept. Thus began its prolonged journey of wandering that lasted over 6 months, until today. Chapter 7. Capturing the Leaf Meow, the bonding system activated. Returning to the present, Xia Chi observed the Leaf Meow, who had just finished its meal and still seemed unsated. Suddenly, he declared, "Leaf Meow, become my Pokémon." This was not a whim born from the awakening of the system. Even without the unexpected appearance of the system brother today, Xia Chi had intended to extend an invitation to the Leaf Meow. Unlike when they first met, after several months of engaging in videos and live streams, he had managed to accumulate a modest savings, more than sufficient to care for a Leaf Meow. Moreover, Xia Chi, now accompanied by a system, had the means to support such a companion. However, these were secondary considerations. The most important factor was his genuine affection for the Leaf Meow. Its personality and appearance resonated deeply with Xia Chi, a devoted admirer of feline charm. As for its past of being abandoned by a trainer and the label of incompetence, Xia Chi had never been particularly concerned, as he had no aspirations of becoming a Pokémon master. Now, was this something a mere novice like him ought to ponder? Hence, he made his heartfelt invitation. The directness of Xia Chi's long-planned proposal left the Leaf Meow momentarily stunned, its tongue, still smeared with a creamy cheese sauce, frozen mid-lick, evoking a mischievous urge to tug it away. It took a while for the Leaf Meow to regain its composure. Its eyes widened in surprise as it verified. "Meow Meow Fei?" Xia Chi nodded, smiling as he clarified, "To put it differently, how about I become your trainer?" Upon regaining its senses, the new Leaf Meow instinctively wished to shake its head in refusal. Yet, upon gazing into Xia Chi's earnest expression, it hesitated. Xia Chi, however, was not surprised by the new Leaf Meow's reaction. Their time together had allowed him to discern the temperament of this little feline. Its experience of abandonment, coupled with a naturally proud demeanor, had fostered an avoidant attachment style. In other words, new Leaf Meow found it challenging to accept the kindness of others. Even the nightly ritual of feeding, which had become a tacit understanding between them, was only established after Xia Chi had invested considerable effort. Nevertheless, new Leaf Meow's hesitation did not signify outright rejection, but rather fear. Fear of re-establishing an intimate bond with humans, and an underlying anxiety of potential abandonment once more. Thus, Xia Chi needed to present a compelling reason to new Leaf Meow. "Do you remember our first meeting, new Leaf Meow?" "Meowth?" New Leaf Meow paused, the image of Xia Chi's almost exhausted visage surfacing in its mind. "You are the first friend I've made here, and my most cherished companion. You saved me that time. And now I wish to help you change." Xia Chi's voice suddenly grew resolute, his gaze fixed intently on new Leaf Meow. "You surely do not wish to leave that stage behind, do you?" Just as Xia Chi had previously stated, he understood this cat, whose heart was encased in thorns. The experience of being abandoned had not shattered its dignity or will. Rather, it had only strengthened its resolve. Its solitary lifestyle and unyielding spirit in the face of bullying from the monkey monsters attested to this fact. Deep within, it still harbored a desire to become even stronger. Perhaps more so than before. Xia Chi's succinct words struck at the very core of new Leaf Meow's heart. Am I reminiscing about that stage? This question lingered in new Leaf Meow's mind for less than half a second before dissipating. The answer, of course, was affirmative. New Leaf Meow relished the thrill of battle, where adrenaline surged. In fact, the innate nature of most Pokémon is combative. If given the chance to return to the battlefield, it would undoubtedly accept. As for whether Xia Chi would be an exceptional trainer, that was not even a question worth pondering. One evening spent with Xia Chi was infinitely more joyous than all the time spent with its previous trainer combined. Had New Leaf Meow been able to speak, this sentiment would have been the most direct expression. Xia Chi's character was 1,000 times more admirable than that of the one who merely regarded Pokémon as tools for battle. So, what was there left to hesitate about? With this thought in mind, New Leaf Meow resolutely nodded at Xia Chi Meow. Xia Chi did not comprehend the language of Pokémon, but he understood body language. With a smile, he extended his hand towards New Leaf Meow, saying, "Then, I look forward to your companionship, New Leaf Meow." Once a decision was made, New Leaf Meow never wavered. It placed its light green paw upon Xia Chi's outstretched hand, a rare smile gracing its adorable face. "Meow, from this moment onward, you shall be my trainer." A chilling voice shattered the previously warm and delightful atmosphere. Of course, it only disrupted Xia Chi's tranquility, as the newly captured New Leaf Meow could not perceive the sound emanating from the system. While gently scratching the fluffy head of his newly acquired feline companion, Xia Chi delved into the newly activated bond system within his mind. Current Pokémon count, 16 New Leaf Meow. Current activated bonds, 0. Pending activation, Grass attribute, 12. After combat begins, the bond Pokémon's physical attack, physical defense, and health will increase by 1 per second, with a maximum limit of 100. Upon gathering 6 grass bonds, the limit will rise to 200. Upon reaching the limit, a tree of life will be summoned to the battlefield. Pending activation, Dark attribute, 12. Defeating opponents allows the collection of fear points. Every 100 fear points will grant an additional 5 damage and a fear point treasure chest. Opening the fear point treasure chest will yield rewards. Upon gathering 6 dark bonds, the fear points collected after each victory will double. Pending activation, Speed attack type, 12. The skill power and energy consumption of bond Pokémon will decrease by 30, and the skill release speed will increase by 50. Upon gathering 6 speed bonds, skill power will decrease by 20, and release speed will increase by 100. Chosen Pokémon can be activated with the chosen badge. All attributes of the chosen Pokémon will increase by 20, gaining exclusive skill enhancement, plus an additional bond. Xia Chi fell into deep contemplation. Was this not reminiscent of the Eternal Forest and Iron Blood Conqueror bonds from Teamfight Tactics? Does the esteemed Tongzi fear the second legal department of the Eastern Hemisphere will send him a lawyer's letter for such blatant imitation? Surely, he does not regard Nanshan Pizza Hut as mere decoration. Oh, but wait, this is the Pokémon world. The red-scarfed penguin has no relevance here. After silently critiquing, Xia Chi earnestly analyzed the 3 bonds associated with New Leaf Meow. First and foremost was the Grass attribute bond, a straightforward enhancement of various attributes. This would undoubtedly benefit Grass-type Pokémon like Nut Dumbbell or Cradle Lily. Naturally, the boosts to physical attack, physical defense, and health would also be advantageous for New Leaf Meow. The emergence of the Dark attribute bond was somewhat perplexing. Prior to its 3rd evolution, New Leaf Meow was purely a Grass-type Pokémon. This could only be interpreted as Tongzi's bond assessment standard being based on a Pokémon's final form. Nevertheless, a growth-oriented bond of the Dark attribute would be more fitting for the currently nascent New Leaf Meow, provided, of course, that Xia Chi and New Leaf Meow could execute a series of consecutive victories. As for the final Speed attack type bond, its compatibility with New Leaf Meow was undeniably exquisite. Although it sacrifices a degree of move potency, the unparalleled enhancement in release speed is invaluable. After all, the principle that speed reigns supreme in martial arts holds true even in the realm of Pokémon. In the Prism Sphere, the chosen badge must be promptly assigned to my future companion, the venerable Meow. The primary advantage of the chosen badge lies in its ability to provide an additional bond. Otherwise, activating such a bond would necessitate the capture of a second Pokémon, which could take an eternity. With this thought, Xia Chi mentally declared, "Apply the chosen badge to Meow." The chosen badge is a one-time item, once used. It cannot be retracted. Do you confirm its usage? Without hesitation, Xia Chi responded, "Confirm. Please select the additional bond for Meow." Xia Chi stroked his chin, pondering whether the additional bond could be chosen freely or if it was determined at random, as in many games. Logically, if faced with a choice among 3, a growth-based Dark attribute bond would undoubtedly be the most essential at this moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he possibly select all 3? The response from the system was resolute and impassive. Only one can be selected. Xia Chi shrugged. Very well, he would choose the Dark attribute. Usage successful. Your Meow has now ascended to a chosen Pokémon. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Meow collapsed to the ground with a thud, followed by the sound of steady breathing. Xia Chi inquired, "What has happened to Meow?" The system calmly replied, "Ascension to chosen status is a normal occurrence. The host need not be overly concerned." Xia Chi was at a loss. So this was akin to a system update? However, he placed his trust in the system. After carrying Meow to his bed, he returned to his desk. Just as he was about to shut down his computer and conclude the day's work, he noticed that the back end of his streaming account was incessantly flashing. Xia Chi muttered in surprise. Oh, so many private messages? Concerned about harassment from trolls. He had set it so that only those with a level 10 badge could message him. Generally, even regular viewers would need to check in for half a year to gain such privilege. Given that Xia Chi had only been streaming for 2 to 3 months, those who could message him were evidently generous patrons. Even so, each day brought a fair share of young girls, enticed by Xia Chi's charm, sending him private messages. Naturally, there was another possibility. They were not all girls. Such instances often required one to cleanse their eyes. Yet today, the flood of private messages indeed came from a girl. A strikingly beautiful one at that, none other than the enchanting Qishu, who had twice encountered Xia Chi and caused him to end his stream in a fluster. Xia Chi had barely stepped away from his computer for half an hour, and she had already sent over a dozen messages. Was she serious? Had he really just signed off? That spatial combat technique was intriguing. Should he engage in another spar? Which dojo in the Eastern Huang region was she an apprentice of? Would she care to visit the Liangwang dojo for some collaborative learning? Rest assured, it was not about meeting the real you offline. Press 1 to send a master ball. Aside from the last message sent 10 minutes prior, the vast majority were devoid of substance. Beneath the guise of a lively, adorable girl, was she merely a chatterbox? In private, teacher Qishu would not indulge in ice cream or fries, would he? Contemplating with a hint of mischief, Xia Chi casually replied with a 1. Qishu responded almost instantaneously. I will grant you a master ball tomorrow. I'm online now. I just assembled a team and would like to challenge your spatial team. Was she truly waiting at the screen for his reply? Xia Chi felt momentarily speechless, then retorted, let us call it a day. Teacher Qishu. I have an early class at 8 tomorrow. Early class? What does that mean? Qishu inquired. Xia Chi explained, the early class starts at 8 o'clock. So I cannot stay up too late. This was a fabrication. Whether or not there was an early class, Xia Chi would not retire early, as this was merely an excuse to refrain from further engagement. The game Pokémon Champions Road involves real-time command battles, which can be quite exhausting after prolonged play. Qishu, taking this at face value, expressed surprise. I've never heard of that. Students from Dongwang certainly have it tough. Xia Chi sighed in resignation. There's no helping it. Our Dongda has its own national conditions. Qishu quickly responded with a confused. Sensing the conversation veering off course, Xia Chi shifted the topic. In gratitude for your support with the Master Ball, I can customize a team for your account to help you rank up during the next live stream. Do you have a favorite Pokémon, Teacher Qishu? Customize a team to help me rank up? You believe I need your assistance? Qishu thought Xia Chi somewhat presumptuous and was about to decline when a bold idea struck him. Any Pokémon will do? He asked. Xia Chi replied, absolutely. A mischievous grin crept across Qishu's face as his fingers danced across the keyboard. Then I wished to see Pachirisu. Having been captivated by Xia Chi, Qishu now harbored a twisted desire to witness his humiliation during a live stream, prompting such a demanding request. Although Xia Chi had used a Heracross during his live stream today, from a statistical perspective, Heracross's base stats were significantly lower than those of Pachirisu. However, Heracross exhibited remarkable characteristics with its high attack and low speed, making it well suited for a spatial team. In contrast, Pachirisu was far less impressive, with mediocre speed, negligible attack power, and only a barely adequate defense. How could Xia Chi possibly excel in the top-ranking battles with such an unremarkable Pokémon? Had it not seemed too deliberate to choose Magikarp or Phoeba, Qishu might have suggested that he form a team with Magikarp. Fearing that the request might be too demanding and that Xia Chi might hesitate, Qishu encouraged him. For every match where Pachirisu makes an appearance, if you win, I will grant you a Master Ball. Win a match, and you'll grant a Master Ball? Xia Chi on the other end of the screen merely expressed his desire to howl. Are you implying that a Pokémon, once crowned champion of the Pokémon World Tournament, cannot traverse the top ranks in this tactical backward world? Xia Chi replied, all right, your generosity is appreciated. Thank you for your support. Qishu thought to himself, this isn't quite how I envisioned the script to unfold. The tone of assuredness in this piece evokes a faint echo of lament from a wallet. Thanks to the assistance of the illustrious Xia Chi, the new leaf Meow has, after a long hiatus, rediscovered the blissful quality of infantile slumber. It was not until the following morning, when Xia Chi returned from the early class, that it reluctantly roused from its dreams. Meowfie. As new leaf Meow opened its still drowsy eyes, a period of confusion enveloped its mind until it finally recognized its awakening in an unfamiliar setting. Where am I? Turning to see Xia Chi at the computer desk, new leaf Meow gradually recollected the events of the previous night. Ah, yes, I have acquired a new trainer. Basking in the warmth of the soft bedding and the omnipresent scent of Xia Chi, a faint blush crept across new leaf Meow's cheeks, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill in its heart. The sensation of once again being a human Pokémon seemed rather delightful. Chapter 9. The first round of battle is engaged. Hey, new leaf Meow, you're awake. Xia Chi, observing the situation, turned in his chair with a mischievous grin, stating, the procedure was highly successful. You are no longer a girl. New leaf Meow's expression froze, instinctively raising a leg to confirm that no peculiar appendage had manifested. embarrassed and indignant. It meowed at Xia Chi. Meowfi. Return my emotions at once. Clearing his throat to divert the topic, Xia Chi jested, but truly, new leaf Meow. Do you not feel any changes in your body? One would expect the influence of a chosen Pokémon to be substantial. The updated new leaf Meow should have some awareness. Noticing Xia Chi's earnest demeanor, new leaf Meow attempted a few playful jabs while bouncing on the bed. To its delight, it indeed found, as Xia Chi had indicated, a significant enhancement in both strength and speed. New leaf Meow was acutely aware that such transformations do not occur without cause. It turned its head in curiosity towards Xia Chi. Meowfi. What exactly have you administered to me that has altered my body so? Remaining calm, Xia Chi replied. This is merely a welcoming gift. Rest assured, associating with me will only bring you benefits. Rolling its eyes, new leaf Meow retorted, Meowfi. It is you who shall reap the rewards. Yet, despite the retort, a warm sensation continued to blossom within new leaf Meow. The previous trainer was indeed strict. Yet in terms of nurturing, new leaf Meow received more than most trainers could offer. Thus, it had become a rather worldly little cat. It understood that such a remarkable enhancement in a short period was unattainable through ordinary means. Xia Chi had undoubtedly invested considerable thought, and perhaps even sacrifice, into this transformation. New leaf Meow even speculated that Xia Chi had prepared these rare items long before successfully capturing it. This fellow masks his frivolous words to conceal such efforts, perhaps to alleviate his own guilt. Xia Chi observed as new leaf Meow's cheeks flushed deeper, his lips twitching in response. What on earth are you thinking, little cat? The Tsundere phase has long since passed. The following morning, at Shanghai University, within the Pokémon Center, the receptionist gracefully handed Xia Chi his trainer license, her smile radiant. From this moment forth, you and your Pokémon are recognized as legitimate partners. Upon receiving the freshly minted trainer license, Xia Chi opened it to reveal a striking photograph, featuring the adorable visage of his newly acquired leaf Meow. A wave of sentiment washed over him. After 3 years in the Pokémon world, he finally felt entitled to declare his ambition of becoming a Pokémon master. In the words of traditional Eastern parents, he had long since lost the race from the very beginning. However, one must also consider that he had no parents to speak of. With this thought, Xia Chi waved to his new family member at his feet, saying, well then, I look forward to our journey together. Leaf Meow responded with a proud meow. Reality, however, was not a game. There was no immediate rival emerging to challenge him right after he obtained his starter Pokémon. In fact, as he and his Leaf Meow made their way to the classroom, few took notice of them. The classic combination of trainer and starter Pokémon was a common sight at Shanghai University's esteemed Pokémon campus. Yet, upon entering the classroom, someone expressed surprise. Xia Chi, you actually caught that Leaf Meow? Queried Chunjinza, the son Xia Chi had recently taken under his wing. Teasingly, he added, well, I've seen the two of you exchanging glances, and you really made it official. Xia Chi chuckled, reminding Chunjinza to maintain a respectful tone when speaking to his father. Just as Chunjinza was about to retort, he recalled the shiny high-level Pokeball rank Xia Chi had helped him secure the previous night, which momentarily deflated his confidence. Alright. But are you certain you want to keep it? He glanced at Leaf Meow, who was intently watching him, and whispered to Xia Chi. Did I ever tell you about its past? Xia Chi glanced at Leaf Meow, who feigned interest in the surroundings while subtly perking up its ears, and nodded. Are you referring to the fact that it was abandoned by a ruthless trainer who viewed Pokémon merely as tools for battle? Chunjinza, in a fluster, scratched his head. No, that's not it. Lin Lango may have a cold personality, but she is quite formidable. She's the top contender for this year's Shanghai Cup. Ding, battle round 21 triggered. Shanghai Cup, the host may choose whether to participate. Xia Chi replied, wait, is that right? So my brother is merely here to trigger a round? He found this notion rather disrespectful. The sudden voice of the system echoed in his mind, leaving him bemused. He was fully aware of what a round entailed. It referred to the competitive mechanics of the game Gold Shovel. In this context, it translated to Pokémon battles in the real world, including, but not limited to, battle competitions. The system's voice clarified promptly. Xia Chi raised an eyebrow. Including but not limited to, huh? What other matters might be encompassed within the confines of the system's rounds? Achi, what occupies your thoughts? Chunjinza observed Xia Chi's sudden reverie, waving his hand before his eyes. It's nothing, just pondering a few things, Xia Chi replied, temporarily setting aside his dialogue with the system and steering the conversation back on track. As for Lin Lango, her strength or lack thereof does not contradict my earlier description. Unlike many Pokémon enthusiasts who favor trainers like Shinji with their cold, rational demeanor, it simply boils down to the excellence of the animation and plot in Diamond and Pearl, not to mention the quality of the script. He coughed, realizing he had digressed. Moreover, the character of Shinji indeed possesses a reflective and developmental arc. Otherwise, Xia Chi believed he could hardly be deemed superior to his successor, a certain Dog Hao. Ultimately, Xia Chi found himself more appreciative of those who cherished the bonds shared with their Pokémon. Thus, he harbored no fondness for Lin Lango, who had discarded her new Leaf Meow. Xia Chi waved his hand dismissively, saying, Alright, just let it be, old Chun. I have already registered with Leaf Meow. With his best friend having spoken, Chunjinza conceded. At Xia Chi's feet, Leaf Meow had unknowingly broken into a gentle smile. Once seated, Xia Chi finally found a moment to peruse the latest announcement from the system master. Without a doubt, he intended to participate in the first round to ascertain the nature of the event. Xia Chi silently chanted, "Commence the round." The ever-responsive system master replied instantaneously. Round 21. The Hubao Cup has commenced. The system will provide corresponding rewards based on the host's performance after the round concludes. Xia Chi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What rewards await? Will they include the Prism Ball? The initial distribution of the Hex Deck Prism Ball was indeed impressive. If I could acquire another Prism Ball, I would willingly capture Rayquaza and marry Cynthia. However, the system's subsequent response swiftly shattered Xia Chi's unrealistic fantasies. This event is a minor round, with the highest reward being a golden tier ball. Chapter 10. Artifact Forging, the power of the three phases. The system master is rather stingy. Oh well. May the system master live long. Xia Chi inwardly grumbled, yet he felt no significant disappointment. After all, it was reasonable to expect that a standard regional competition would not yield rewards as extravagant as a Prism Ball. Nonetheless, even a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. The items produced by the system are, without a doubt, exceedingly rare or non-existent in the real world. Thus, it is imperative to seize every opportunity presented by each round. With this in mind, Xia Chi took out his phone to search for information regarding the Hubao Cup. As the name suggests, the Hubao Cup is an annual Pokémon competition held among novice trainers in the Shanghai region, taking place in mid-December. Any trainer under the age of 18 is eligible to participate. However, despite being labeled as a novice competition, for many, 18 years old signifies already possessing a year or two, or even 2.5 years of training experience. Coupled with the unique attributes of the Shanghai region, the Hubao Cup proves to be quite the formidable challenge. Xia Chi rested his chin on his hand, murmuring softly, "Is it true, Brother Chi? Do you really wish to compete in the Hubao Cup?" Chunjinza, having caught wind of the keywords, immediately approached with a look of curiosity. Xia Chi was startled. "What, do you have dog ears?" Chunjinza chuckled. "Never mind that for now. Are you truly going to participate in the Hubao Cup?" Xia Chi nodded earnestly. "Yes. I believe the champion will earn a significant amount of comprehensive assessment points. It could help with my credits." Chunjinza was momentarily speechless. To enter the Hubao Cup not for the prizes worth hundreds of thousands, but rather for academic credits? What a puzzling rationale. Chunjinza remarked incredulously, "Brother Chi, do you even realize how generous the rewards for the Hubao Cup are? High-level training machines, nurturing items. And the top 3 can even visit the nurturing base in Shanghai to select a Pokémon of exceptional lineage." Xia Chi's expression brightened. "Can it be a Haxorus?" "Impossible." Chunjinza clarified, "Quasi-legendary Pokémon are always highly sought after. How could a mere baby cup offer such a reward?" Xia Chi's enthusiasm waned instantly. To be honest, these rewards were indeed substantial for novice trainers. However, compared to the illustrious prizes from the Teen Z brother, the Hubao Cup's offerings appeared somewhat lackluster. Chunjinza, observing Xia Chi's indifferent demeanor, sighed. "Brother Chi, why do you make it seem like the championship is already in your grasp? I acknowledge your exceptional gaming skills, but this is serious Pokémon battling, not just a game." Xia Chi smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. "You doubt my strength, do you?" Chunjinza, growing anxious at Xia Chi's apathy, insisted, "You can't possibly dismiss it. Your new Leaf Meow's original trainer, Lin Lango, has a primary Pokémon that has already evolved once into a vine snake. Surely, you understand the vast difference between first and second stage starters?" Xia Chi mused to himself. Not necessarily. After all, Zhi's Fire Meow had once turned the tables and defeated its final evolution, the imposing tiger. Although the writers found it somewhat far-fetched, they still had the Meow evolve into a fiery Meow during battle to achieve such a feat. Moreover, the battling elite trained their Pokémon rigorously. Each one is a ferocious beast. In essence, how different are they from those who roam the outside world? The ringing of the class bell interrupted Chunjinza's chatter. Xia Chi seized the moment to strategize his ambitions for the Hubao Cup. Although he now possessed a system typical of transmigrators, he was merely at the beginning of his journey. Every great endeavor has a challenging start. As for the difficulty of the middle and end phases, that was another matter entirely. Relying solely on Teen Z Brothers' novice gift pack to sweep the Hubao Cup was nothing short of delusional. Thus, he pondered what resources he could still leverage. Not many, but certainly not none. The system's bond mechanism, along with the artifact forge and 2 basic equipment forges that had emerged from the Prism Ball, were at his disposal. Although I currently rely solely on the chosen emblem to barely establish a malevolent attribute of a secondary bond, there remains approximately a month until the Shanghai Treasure Cup, ample time to capture a new Pokémon. At that point, forming a secondary bond of either grass or speed attack would significantly enhance the prowess of new Leaf Meow. As for the artifact forging device and the basic equipment forging device, Xia Chi summoned the system in his mind and opted to utilize the artifact forging device. Upon usage, the host will select one from 3 artifacts. Do you confirm the use? Confirmed. Forging successful. Please choose. Ascension Amulet. 10 health, 33 physical and special attack. After 200 seconds of battle, gain 100 maximum health and 100 damage. Triune Power. 33 physical attack, special attack, physical defense, special defense, speed, health, and skill release speed. Embrace of Netherfire. 30 special attack. Upon a successful special skill hit, burn the opponent, dealing 30 of maximum health as true damage over 5 seconds. Xia Chi gazed at the 3 blue light screens before him, a look of indecision upon his face. All of them seemed so desirable. The Ascension Amulet, though time-restricted, undoubtedly boasts remarkable effects once activated. Triune Power requires no elaboration. Its sheer numerical beauty is undeniable. Figures never deceive. Although the Embrace of Netherfire may not synergize well with New Leaf Meow, it remains the ultimate artifact for any special attack-oriented Pokémon. Is it possible to seize all 3 in one swift motion? The answer is evident. No. Xia Chi pouted. Very well, he would choose Triune Power. This decision does not imply that Triune Power is inherently superior to the other 2 artifacts, but it is undoubtedly more suited to the current Xia Chi and New Leaf Meow. The Embrace of Netherfire is ill-fitting due to its apparent lack of compatibility with New Leaf Meow. As for the Ascension Amulet, please. Would a novice-level battle truly extend beyond 3 minutes? By that point, victory or defeat would likely have been determined, and the opportunity would have long since passed. Artifact Triune Power forged successfully. Xia Chi continued, equip Triune Power on New Leaf Meow. With a flash of light, Triune Power vanished from the equipment slot on the blue screen. Equipment successful. With the artifact now equipped, he decided to simultaneously activate the remaining 2 basic equipment forging devices as a matter of convenience. Xia Chi silently thought, activate the basic equipment forging device. Forging successful. Please select the first basic equipment. Tempest Greatsword, 10 physical attack. Recurve Bow, 10 skill release speed. Giant's Belt, 10 health. As he surveyed the 3 equipment icons on the screen, Xia Chi fell into contemplation. Firstly, he would certainly eliminate the Giant's Belt, which merely bolsters health. Both the Recurve Bow and Tempest Greatsword would prove beneficial for New Leaf Meow. However, the synthesis path of the Tempest Greatsword is notably superior. After all, both the Endless and the Killing Knife, essential for a physical core, require the Greatsword for their synthesis. After analyzing the pros and cons, Xia Chi declared, I choose the Tempest Greatsword. The emblem of the Storm Greatsword gleamed, and the system's voice resonated once more. Storm Greatsword forged successfully. Please select the second foundational equipment. Critical Strike Gauntlets, 10 chance to hit vital points. Recurve Bow, 10 speed of skill release. Negative Cloak, 10 special defense. Chapter 11, The Development Path of New Leaf Meow. The Endless Blade, Giant Slayer, Bloodthirsty Sword. The Seasoned Rider, Xia Chi, contemplated these 3 foundational items and the synthesis path of the Storm Greatsword within a mere second. It appeared that the Endless Blade might be the optimal choice. This crafted item would likely enhance the probability and damage of critical hits, yielding the most ferocious output. However, does New Leaf Meow lack in damage output? Yes, but not excessively so. Every sprite is in need of output. The more, the merrier. Yet, Xia Chi's vision for New Leaf Meow transcended the mere role of a brutal assassin. Leveraging the characteristic of fluid transformation, New Leaf Meow could adeptly fulfill defensive tasks through attribute alteration. Furthermore, it possessed the Grass-type bond and the formidable 3-phase power, providing substantial resilience. It was indeed the epitome of an all-round warrior. Thus, the final piece of the puzzle that New Leaf Meow required was evident: sustainability. Realizing this, Xia Chi decisively declared, I choose the Negative Cloak and will synthesize the Bloodthirsty Sword. Negative Cloak forged successfully. Successfully synthesized Bloodthirsty Sword. 10 physical attack, 10 special defense. Unique passive. Physical attack moves will gain Life Leech, dealing 20 damage. The values have been somewhat diminished, and the Life Shield effect seems to have vanished. Could it be that the visa has not been approved? Xia Chi chuckled lightly at this thought before equipping the Bloodthirsty Sword onto New Leaf Meow. The lifesteal effect sufficed, the rest were secondary. Having completed the equipment, Xia Chi promptly directed his thoughts to the sprite interface, where New Leaf Meow's profile stood solitary. New Leaf Meow, attribute, grass, characteristic, fluid transformation, gender, female, level, 13th stats, 38, 22, physical attack, 24, 18, defense, 20, 12, special attack, 22, 13, special defense, 20, 15, speed, 28, 17. Moves, Petal Dance, Bite, Shadow Claw, Magical Leaf, Scratch, Acrobatics, Protect, Grass Whistle. Equipment, 3-phase power, 33 physical attack, special attack, Physical defense, special defense. Speed, health, skill release speed. Equipment, bloodthirsty sword, 10 physical attack, 10 special defense. Physical attack moves will gain life leech, dealing 20 damage. Bonds, dark attribute. 2. Defeating opponents allows collection of fear value. Every 100 layers of fear value grants 5 additional damage, along with a fear chest, which rewards upon opening. The fear chest will evolve with layers. Current fear value, 0. Additional damage bonus, 0. Bond, grass type, inactive. Bond, speed attack type, inactive. Special, chosen Pokémon, all attributes 20, dark attribute bond 1. Exclusive skill enhancement, pending activation. Oh. There is also an ancient Pokémon essential for the protagonist, a mystical eye of information. However, this function appears to be a truncated version, allowing only the viewing of one's own Pokémon information, limited to basic 6 dimensions and moves. Despite this critique, Xia Chi harbors a fondness for this feature. While numerical values do not encapsulate everything, they serve as a palpable representation of strength. Moreover, this data unveils a crucial insight. The algorithms for equipment and bond attribute enhancements seem to be exponentially exaggerated. The combined power of the Triune Force and the chosen Pokémon's all-attribute enhancement is not merely a straightforward addition of 20 and 33, but rather a multiplication of 120 by 133, yielding a coefficient of 16. This implies that any subsequent equipment or bond enhancements will continue to multiply upon this current coefficient of 16, as long as I accumulate sufficient bonds. I could even vanquish Arceus. Just as Xia Chi was about to proclaim his grand ambitions, he recalled that this world was crafted by that formidable being. Thus, he kept his irreverent thoughts to himself. Regardless, the current prowess of his new Leaf Meow has already surpassed many Pokémon of the same level. At the very least, he feels somewhat emboldened to participate in the modestly prestigious Hubao Cup. Yet, this does not imply that Xia Chi can rest on his laurels. No matter how powerful the system's equipment and bonds may be, they ultimately serve as mere embellishments. Only when the Pokémon's inherent strength is sufficiently formidable can the true potential of the Son of the Emperor be maximized. Accompanied by the rhythmic cadence of Teacher Zhou's lecture, Xia Chi found an online course featuring Rika, the grass-type gym leader from the Kanto region. Having never contemplated the path of a serious trainer before, he possessed scant knowledge regarding the cultivation of Leaf Meow or any other Pokémon. It must be said, Miss Rika's insights into the universal cultivation of grass-type Pokémon were remarkably enlightening, akin to a ray of light piercing through clouds for Xia Chi, who had not systematically studied Pokémon cultivation before. He concealed his phone within his textbook, donned his headphones, and feverishly took notes, all while feigning intense concentration. Occasionally glancing up to nod in understanding at Teacher Zhou. This delighted Teacher Zhou, who thought to himself that this exceptionally gifted yet wayward student had finally turned over a new leaf. After tirelessly attending the online course for the entire morning, when the class bell rang, Xia Chi could hardly contain his eagerness to rush to the Silver Pokémon department store to procure the items he had learned about that morning. As he approached with brisk steps, Teacher Zhou, observing Xia Chi's enthusiasm, felt a surge of satisfaction and deliberately slowed his pace in gathering his materials. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Xia Chi, about that Giratina you mentioned in class last time." Teacher Zhou initially intended to express his relief that you had finally abandoned the myth of the non-existent Pokémon, Giratina. He hoped that you would refrain from indulging in such dubious historical accounts in the future. However, Xia Chi, eager to shop at Silver, glanced at Teacher Zhou and said, "Teacher, would you like to hear the legend of Giratina's banishment? I'll tell you next time, but I have matters to attend to right now." With that, he deftly navigated around Teacher Zhou and strode towards the exit. Teacher Zhou's hand, which had just been raised, hung suspended in the air, his expression frozen with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. "If I ever believe this fellow can turn over a new leaf, I shall be a Maitana." On a class-free afternoon, Xia Chi indulged himself at Silver Department Store. Although it belonged to Team Rocket, every penny spent today could potentially fund their nefarious schemes. But I digress. The quality of items at Silver is indeed commendable, albeit quite expensive. Xia Chi had poured most of his earnings from live streaming over the past 2 months into his purchases, yet it still fell short. To acquire everything on his list, he would have to resort to that one trick. "Come, hand me your phone, and I shall assist you in upgrading." Xia Chi was not in a hurry. After securing the necessary nurturing items for his new Leaf Meow for the month, he decided to return to his dormitory. "Leaf Meow, don't you think this place feels a tad cramped?" he remarked thoughtfully as he placed the items down and surveyed his surroundings. Having captured his initial Pokémon, he began to scrutinize the dormitory he had once found satisfactory just a couple of days prior. "There isn't even a space for your daily training." Leaf Meow, however, adorably shook its head and chirped, "Meow Fei." During its time wandering the wilds, it had lacked a permanent residence, and now, having a place to shield it from the elements was a considerable comfort. Xia Chi believed that one should not let hardships befall children or skimp on education. However, given his current financial constraints, The thought of renting a place was merely a dream he had to set aside for the time being. Chapter 12. The universe's most adorable hatchling and Kapu Koko. By the way, Leaf Meow, where would you like to sleep tonight? Xia Chi inquired, holding a cat bed shaped like a Blastoise shell and assessing the empty spaces in the room. Leaf Meow had already chosen its spot, leaping onto the wardrobe towering over 2 meters high, exclaiming excitedly, "Meow Fei, I want to stay here." Observing Leaf Meow surveying its territory like a young lion, Xia Chi chuckled with resignation. "All right then, you can take it up yourself." 2 vines extended gracefully from above, and the Blastoise shell cat bed appeared atop the wardrobe in an instant. Leaf Meow fiddled with the vines for a while before nodding in satisfaction. "Meow Fei, mission accomplished." Thus, the pair busied themselves arranging the room for the remainder of the afternoon. It was only when darkness enveloped the outside world that they finally organized the items bought earlier. After preparing a high-nutrition meal for Leaf Meow, learned from Miss Li Jia, Xia Chi glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until the broadcast was set to commence. As the prospect of dining out seemed increasingly impractical, Xia Chi leisurely ordered a takeout meal. While still benefiting from the privileges of his role as a foster son, he enlisted Chunjin's assistance to fetch a meal from the cafeteria. Subsequently, Xia Chi turned on his computer and commenced today's livestream. "Can you hear me?" Following his customary multilingual greeting, the chat room erupted with activity. "Teacher Shui is so punctual today, love it. Aren't you going to turn on the camera? Surely Teacher Shui hasn't he become a recluse after yesterday's offline broadcast? Who is the one who twice treated Teacher Shui as a mere roadside obstacle? Outrageous. Enough already. Teacher Shui, the ladder is now filled with spatial teams, and it's all you're doing." The advantage of starting the stream on time was evident. As soon as he began, numerous loyal fans were already engaging with Xia Chi as he opened the login screen for Pokémon Champion's Path. He selectively responded to the comments. "Why isn't the streamer turning on the camera?" "Well, primarily because I don't want to put too much pressure on my looks." "Can't defeat the spatial team?" "It seems this student didn't attend class properly yesterday. Just a mischievous little rascal." "Next. Streamer. Is it your doing that Qishu hasn't streamed today? Be careful with your words, or I might just unleash a fist as large as a non right behind your back." However, just as Xia Chi finished his sentence, a sharp-eyed viewer spotted that he had logged in under the name Qishu. The chat instantly erupted. "Try saying once more that Qishu hasn't streamed today, and see what happens. I'll send a firecracker your way. Quick, hand over Qishu. Hand over Qishu. Hand over Qishu." In the face of the fervent chat mob, Xia Chi remained unfazed. "Since you've all noticed, let me clarify. Today, I'll be assisting a certain boss in climbing ranks with a customized team, featuring the limited Pokémon Pachirisu." Without needing further elaboration, the audience quickly deduced that the boss in question was indeed Qishu. It was evident that Qishu intended for Xia Chi to face some embarrassment during the livestream using Pachirisu. The sentiment in the chat shifted dramatically, transforming from a barrage of confused emojis to laughter. Xia Chi gazed at the throng of spectators reveling in the unfolding spectacle, chuckling silently to himself. You all, indeed. The teammates Xia Chi had chosen for Pachirisu were devoid of any frivolous tactics. They included the formidable Ball Mushroom, the fierce Garchomp, the enchanting Sylveon, the fiery Incineroar, and the resounding Conkeldurr. Each of these Pokémon was a titan in the previous realm of competitive Pokémon battles. This marked Xia Chi's first time assembling such a remarkably potent team, not merely due to Qishu's elevated rank, but also because winning a single match would yield a Master Ball, an irresistible temptation for anyone. However, the popularity of these Pokémon within the game world was not as pronounced, especially in comparison to the likes of Teacher Depin. Thus, this somewhat unfamiliar lineup has indeed sparked considerable discussion in the comments. Having meticulously arranged the moves and individual distributions, Xia Chi pressed the button for Double Battle's ranked match. The significance attributed to Pokémon double battles in this world is akin to the sentiments of certain individuals, rather niche. However, this aspect has seen considerable improvement in Pokémon Champion's Path. Strategically speaking, the complexity of double battles far exceeds that of singles. Consequently, it did not take long for Xia Chi to enter the first match of the day's livestream. Odd tree, odd story, a nameless trainer. Xia Chi was unfamiliar with this moniker and, upon glancing at the comments, discerned no vital information. Presumably, this was merely an ordinary high-level player. He would demonstrate how to secure a resounding victory today. After delivering a bold statement, Xia Chi surveyed the opponent's lineup, raising an eyebrow slightly. Blimbim, the long-haired troll, Mimikyu, the artisan, and the Mega Executor? Why did this lineup seem so familiar? Xia Chi's feigned contemplation ignited another wave of discussion in the comments. Isn't it obvious? This is just a replica of Water Teacher's lineup from yesterday. Haha, I told you today's ladder would be all about space teams. This is hilarious. Mimikyu is now facing Pikachu. They even replaced the Mega Ant with the Mega Executor? How disgraceful to trade away a soul Pokémon for a mere stat boost. Delightful. The prison water is about to be overwhelmed by the ghostly strategy one devised. Xia Chi smiled mischievously. Overwhelmed by a space team? Did they consult my opinion as the universe's foremost expert on the Shell Smash and Tapu Lele? Swiftly selecting Toxicroak, Incineroar, Conkeldurr, and Pachirisu, he executed a tactical rearward maneuver. Was there any need to seek out the livestream effect? It practically presented itself. As the visuals transitioned on the computer screen, the match commenced in earnest. Xia Chi's two initial Pokémon were the dual starters of the 8th and 9th generations, Incineroar and Conkeldurr. The opponent's lead Pokémon were Blimbim and the long-haired troll. As the battle began, the remarkably lifelike game graphics displayed a verdant field. Conkeldurr's ability activated, creating a grassy terrain. Upon entering the field, it established an environment that enhances the power of grass-type moves and gradually restores the health of all Pokémon. Immediately following was the terrifying pressure emanating from Incineroar, inducing Intimidate. The physical attack capabilities of the opponent's two Pokémon decreased by one stage. Observing the slightly disheartened expressions of the opposing Pokémon under the intimidation, Xia Chi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Leading with two space setters, I see. The advantages of a dual space setter are self-evident, providing greater leeway for executing Trick Room. If the opponent does not possess a Pokémon equipped with Taunt, the mischievous long-haired troll can freely set up the Trick Room, while Blimbim serves as the offensive force. However, should the opponent have a Pokémon capable of using Taunt, such as in this instance, thus, it necessitates a strategic contest between both parties to determine which sprite shall summon the realm of trickery. Chapter 13. Is it so? The revealed ball mushroom still lingers? The preceding analysis is predicated upon ordinary circumstances, yet this match, this game of wits? Xia Chi chuckled softly. Are my initial trio of starters, the Twin Stars, herbivores? The raucous silverback gorilla and the blazing roaring tiger unleashed the clapping surprise upon them. On the screen, a gorilla cloaked in deep green foliage burst forth, wielding its drumsticks, striking preemptively before the long-haired giant troll could react. Following closely was the ferocious crimson bulky tiger, bellowing as it charged toward Brimstone with yet another clap. The crisp sounds of successive claps left both sprites in a state of trepidation, unable to execute their moves. This straightforward yet effective clapping surprise outright denied the contest. Spectators who had never witnessed such a tactic were elated, their laughter echoing in a wave of comments. Yet, some raised eyebrows in skepticism. The damage inflicted by the clapping surprise was minimal, and it could only be employed once. Apart from stalling for time, what purpose did it serve? Xia Chi remained silent, solely focused on directing. Target Brimstone, raucous silverback gorilla, grassy slide, blazing roaring tiger, swiftly retreat. The duration of the clapping surprise's intimidating effect was fleeting. The long-haired giant troll soon regained its composure, utilizing its prankster ability to initiate the Trick Room. Simultaneously, the raucous silverback gorilla executed a slide maneuver beneath Brimstone's skirt. As the ability that crowned the raucous silverback gorilla as the pinnacle of the 8th generation starters, the grassy slide was fearsome indeed, once rivaling the damage of Flamethrower. Its precedence on grassy terrain showcased the allure of its stats. In this game, the damage from grassy slide was undeniably enhanced, augmented by both the grass-type boost and the terrain advantage. The raucous silverback gorilla's robust sweeping leg inflicted substantial damage upon the physically frail Brimstone, reducing its health by nearly half. Subsequently, the Trick Room was successfully activated. The sprites on the field experienced a tumultuous shift in speed, with the sluggish Brimstone managing to strike first before the blazing roaring tiger. A radiant burst of magic erupted, visibly diminishing the health of the tiger, which was weak to its attributes. Fortunately, it swiftly utilized its rapid retreat to escape the fray, narrowly evading disaster. Had it not been for Brimstone's fairy type mitigating the resistance, even pure psychic sprites might have struggled to withstand such a swift counter. Replacing the blazing roaring tiger on the field was, astonishingly, the revealed ball mushroom. With a momentary lull, Xia Chi imparted wisdom. The second counter to spatial strategies is to deploy a low-speed sprite. As long as my speed is sufficiently slow, your exchange speed will equally diminish. The rule of Trick Room inversely sorts the speed of all sprites within the arena. Upon the revealed ball mushroom's entry, the speed of the opposing long-haired giant troll visibly slowed. In stark contrast, the revealed ball mushroom transformed instantly into a nimble mushroom. Xia Chi swiftly commanded, hammering King Kong. Wooden mallet, target Brimwin, revealed ball mushroom, deploy mushroom spores against the long-haired troll. Without a doubt, the revealed ball mushroom became the swiftest participant on the field. Its mushroom cap quivered, and a cloud of deep green powder was sprayed onto the long-haired troll's face. The effect of the mushroom spores was immediate. As the long-haired troll collapsed, succumbing to an infant-like slumber, Brimwin's mental assault soon followed, aimed directly at the hammering King Kong, whose health had been diminished by magical glimmers. Unfortunately, this unrestrained psychic attack failed to subdue the remarkably resilient Kapu gorilla. Instead, the latter retaliated with an extraordinarily damaging mallet strike, sending Brimwin away with a pained cry. 666. Truly, the Watermaster played a nauseating game. How could two formidable and fierce spirits be manipulated so shamelessly by Water Teacher? Is there still anyone questioning the efficacy of the double slap ambush? Just replicate the Water God's maneuvers, and you shall succeed. Could someone please silence that so-called Water God, the Water Filial Son? His antics are utterly sickening. Xia Chi disregarded the barbs in the comments and remained focused on the match. Pokémon Champion's Path emphasizes real-time command even more than the turn-based battles of previous lives. Moreover, the Pokémon within the game lack autonomous consciousness and do not act on their own as they do in real-world battles. Without player direction, the Rayquaza could indeed be overwhelmed by a Caterpie. Quickly recalling the nearly defeated hammering King Kong, Xia Chi summoned the last Pokémon from the reserve. The true protagonist of this team, Pachirisu. What a joke. Winning a battle with it would net a Master Ball. If it didn't take the field now. What if the opponent forfeited? The entrance of this dainty little electric squirrel not only sent the comments into a frenzy, but also left the opponent momentarily stunned. After a while, they finally withdrew the fallen Brimwin and replaced it with the building Old Craftsman. Xia Chi pondered, the building Old Craftsman, huh? It seems the opponent's final Pokémon must be the Ultra Armored Rhydon. The Ultra Armored Rhydon, being 4 times weak to grass, would certainly hesitate to expose itself to the firepower of 2 grass-type Pokémon. However, whether it was the Ultra Armored Rhydon or the building Old Craftsman mattered little now. Revealed Ball Mushroom. Unleash mushroom spores upon the building Old Craftsman. Both adversaries were swifter than the revealed Ball Mushroom, yet under the still active trick space, they became slower than the mushroom. Once again, the deep green mushroom spores erupted, this time targeting the building Old Craftsman's wrinkled visage. The latter's arm, which had been raised to brandish a concrete pillar, abruptly fell, and its body staggered before collapsing onto the ground. With this, both of the opponent's Pokémon fell into a state of infantile slumber. This implied that the only action left for the opponent was to await the awakening of one of their slumbering Pokémon. What? Substitute in the Ultra Armored Rhydon. Is it that there are too few sleeping fairies on the battlefield? Alas, fortune did not favor the opponent. Even as Pachirisu's furious incisors and the mud bomb from the slumbering Shroomish bombarded the 2 Pokémon, they remained in a deep slumber. Observing this scene, the opponent, after a few moments of silence, ultimately chose to concede in frustration. The grand word victory filled the entire screen as Xia Chi stretched lazily and spontaneously recited a haiku. Shroomish is truly formidable, sleeping through trolls and craftsmen alike. Even the Dan Emperor is at a loss. Most grotesque, most despairing, most repulsive, most unexpected, the opponent exclaimed. How could such a detestable Pokémon as Shroomish exist? Wouldn't it be better to summon the Super Armor Rampardos? Surely, the opponent couldn't be a fan of Teacher Qishu? What good would the Super Armor Rampardos do when it cannot outpace Shroomish? And what more humiliation could be inflicted by the water trap? Ultimately, it still boiled down to the absence of my Ant God. Had I replaced the Craftsman with the slower jaw Ant, I could have used Earthquake to finish them off long ago. Truly, Ant God endures. Ant Gate. Ant Gate. Chapter 14. Encountering a formidable foe, Cabana. Giving it our all, Xia Chi had little interest in the tumultuous barrage of comments. He did not hastily engage in the next match. Instead, he cleared his throat and inquired, Cough, is Teacher Qishu present? That boss, have you settled the payment? In the high-stakes match, Pachirisu made its appearance, achieving victory. Logically, under the stringent conditions where a maximum of only 2 of 3 could be satisfied, Xia Chi managed to complete a grand slam. Even Teacher Qishu, who was secretly observing behind the screen, had to concede that Xia Chi's peculiar tactics held merit. After dispatching a Master Ball, Qishu typed defiantly, Consider it a gift for Cardadog, let's proceed. This was not merely bravado. After just one match, Qishu subtly sensed the remarkable strength of these Pokémon. It was not the traditional, overwhelming output, but rather a kind of potent strength that elicited frustration. She yearned to discover the limits of Xia Chi's lineup. As Qishu, still submerged, emerged, a flurry of comments instantly replicated her remark, making it impossible for Xia Chi to overlook. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, not out of glee from the insults, but because he clearly understood. New Leaf Meow, we are about to strike it rich. Embracing the new Leaf Meow, which was warming itself atop the computer case, Xia Chi inhaled deeply and chuckled, with Teacher Qishu's generous tips as motivation. I am more invigorated than ever to dive into the matches. The strength of the team was indeed formidable. With the dual strikes of the blazing roaring tiger and the bombarding King Kong gorilla rotating in a surprise assault, Shroomish's furious spores and mushroom spores maintained a commanding presence. The ferocious output from the sharp-toothed land shark and the fairy-type EV was nothing short of violent, complemented by Pachirisu's cheers of encouragement. In summary, over the course of half an evening, Xia Chi, using Qishu's account, achieved a remarkable 6 consecutive victories, propelling her rank from Advanced Ball Tier 4 nearly into the Master Ball Tier. Among the formidable opponents encountered, there were indeed gym leaders such as Matsuba from the Kanto region and Furo from the Unova region. During this period, The audience in the livestream became aware of the peculiar wager between Xia Chi and Qishu. Each time, Xia Chi sent out Pachirisu to secure a victory. The barrage of comments became increasingly dense. Teacher Shui, how can you deceive Qishu with that master ball? Does your conscience not ache? Garchomp. Pachirisu wins effortlessly. Enough already. Soon, Teacher Shui will whitewash Pachirisu again. Oh dear, why are you so fixated on this output? Such comments flooded the screen. Qishu not only generously distributed master balls, but also contributed to the entertainment. Truly a benevolent person, Xia Chi mused. Unbeknownst to them, time had flown by amidst a series of consecutive victories, nearing 10 o'clock. All right, this truly is the last match of the day. If I win this, I'll reach the Master Ball tier and conclude the stream. Xia Chi pressed the ranking button while rubbing his temples. It must be said, the game champion's path truly demands mental acuity. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembles a game requiring control over two heroes. It necessitates both reflexes and immediate actions, as well as instant judgment and a comprehensive perspective. Yet precisely because of this complexity, it is rich and captivating, attracting numerous top trainers to play. For instance, in the final match of Xia Chi's livestream tonight, the title Dragon Storm emerged. Dragon Storm? That nickname sounds somewhat familiar. Xia Chi pondered, glancing at the surge of comments. Is that Cabana? Oh, I'm up against my husband. With a Master Ball rank of 13, it indeed seemed to be Cabana. It's Cabana. He just started streaming and matched up with Teacher Shui right away. Huh? Cabana had certainly improved. Managing to battle Teacher Shui. Was he not the gym leader of the punching arena in the Galar region, reputed to possess the strength of a champion from other regions? Huh. Just Galarian self-promotion. Let him face Do, or Adek and see. Are you referring to the Dodrio that was nearly overwhelmed by Dandy's 3 Pokémon? Don't make me laugh. How can you say that? Wasn't it your Galar region that resorted to underhanded tactics to secure Dragonite's visa? Come try in the Kanto region. Observing the chaotic barrage of comments, Xia Chi felt a wave of exasperation. It appeared that no matter the world, regional biases existed. Although the comments had veered off course, Xia Chi was certain that the opponent he was about to face was undoubtedly the formidable rival of Dandy, the gym leader of the punching arena. The strongest gym leader, the current mightiest of Galar, the master of dragon types, Dragon Storm, Cabana. While the multitude of titles might suggest there was insufficient space for so many accolades, Cabana's strength was undeniably formidable. Without a doubt, ranking in the top 3 among all gym leaders should pose no challenge. In the realm of competitive Pokémon battles, the formidable lineup of trainers is led by the illustrious Summer, who is renowned for capturing the legendary Mewtwo. Following closely are the esteemed trainers Sakaki and Natsum, with Chibana poised to make his entrance. The grandeur of his preparation is evident, as he boasts an impressive team comprising Steel Dragon, Desert Dragonfly, Tyranitar, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Salamence. Among these 6 Pokémon, 5 are considered demigods, presenting a seemingly magnificent array of stats, albeit concealing a strategic synergy for a Sandstorm team. In essence, this represents the most formidable adversary Summer has encountered thus far. As the selection phase commenced, Summer glanced at the barrage of comments flooding the screen, only to be taken aback by the sudden onslaught of messages. In this match, if you win, we'll shower you with 10 Master Balls. It was evident that this was a cue from some affluent supporter. A wave of curiosity swept over Summer. Did Chiku and Chibana harbor a rivalry? While he had no recollection of any interactions between these two characters spanning 2 generations within the game and its animated counterpart, he could not definitively ascertain whether any real-world connections existed between them. However, this was hardly the time for speculation. Summer resolutely declared his commitment. No problem, Teacher Chiku. I shall secure this victory. He then decisively selected his team, which included Incineroar, Sylveon, Garchomp, and Pachirisu. The choice of Pachirisu elicited a flurry of question marks in the chat, with many speculating that Summer had opted for this mascot purely for entertainment value. But was that truly the case? Indeed it was. In the end, it was merely an ordinary ranked match. A loss would incur no significant loss, while a victory would yield substantial rewards. The deeper rationale stemmed from the fact that neither Conkeldurr nor Breloom were particularly suited for this battle. The opposing team was entirely comprised of dragon types, rendering the grassy moves of Tapu Bulu ineffective. Moreover, while Breloom's abilities were somewhat underhanded, it was highly likely that the opposing Salamence possessed the ability Levitate, rendering it immune to Spore's fungi spores. Thus, Pachirisu might prove to be more advantageous. As the discussions in the chat intensified, both teams finalized their selections, and the match officially commenced. Chapter 15. Chibana. Pachirisu can do nothing. Summer's lead Pokémon were Incineroar and Garchomp, while Chibana opted for Tyranitar and Steel Dragon as his starters. Tyranitar initiated a Sandstorm, with Steel Dragon serving as a counter to the potential threat of Sylveon. A solid opening indeed. However, Summer was astute. Sylveon would not reveal itself so readily. He understood that the intimidation factor of having Sylveon in reserve far outweighed its immediate impact as a starter. As the battle commenced, the lights flickered, heralding the entrance of the Tiger God. The aura of intimidation permeated the arena, causing immediate trepidation in the newly arrived Tyranitar and Steel Dragon. Steel Dragon, however, remained relatively unfazed, as it primarily relied on special attack moves for its effectiveness. The impact on Banjira's is significant. One could say its attacking power has diminished considerably. Simultaneously, Banjira's unleashes a sandstorm, engulfing the arena in a whirlwind of dust. Although Chibana's lineup appears disordered, it is, in essence, composed of Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, Desert Dragonfly, and even the dust-proof Tail Scale Dragon, all of which can withstand the storm's effects. The Blazing Roar Tiger executes a surprise slap attack on Banjira's, while the returning Fierce Bite Landshark is summoned. Following the commencement of the match, Xia Chi promptly issues an astonishing command that leaves the spectators bewildered. To withdraw the Fierce Bite Landshark so early? What an audacious move. The unfolding situation on the battlefield soon clarifies Xia Chi's strategy. The Tiger God strikes fiercely, landing a blow on Banjira's just as it was about to initiate a rock slide. Meanwhile, the purple energy emanating from Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon signifies its impending use of Meteor Shower. Regrettably, Xia Chi had foreseen this entire sequence. The outmatched Fierce Bite Land Shark exits the stage, replaced by the Fairy-type Immune Shinbu, which withstands the devastating attack that would have severely crippled the Fierce Bite Land Shark. Xia Chi, somewhat apprehensive, remarks, "TSK, you truly predicted my move with that earthquake. Hakina, you cunning strategist." At the same time, within a villa in Punchuan City of the Galar region, a dark-skinned athletic student lounging on the sofa watches the game unfold on the television screen, clicking his tongue. Has Qishu not only altered his team composition, but also his mindset? The geographical proximity between the Galar and Paldea regions facilitates frequent exchanges of personnel. Moreover, both Qishu and Chibana are gym leaders and internet celebrities, maintaining a close relationship. Such innocuous banter is not taken too seriously. The mood in his livestream chat echoes this sentiment. Most viewers jest about Qishu, while a few remind others that he is, in fact, the anti-fish streamer that Qishu has taken down. In a certain light, one could say he has indeed changed his approach. Yet, despite the multitude of comments, no one could foresee that in mere minutes, Chibana would no longer embody the carefree spirit of the moment. In a student dormitory at Hu University in the Dongwang region, a player engaged in account boosting quickly elucidates, the crux of this battle lies in the fact that if Chibana were to initiate with the first tier, he would have Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon attempt to use Meteor Shower, a high-powered counter move to suppress the Fierce Bite Landshark, coupled with Banjira's Rock Slide. It could feasibly leave my main offensive Pokémon, the Fierce Bite Landshark, severely damaged right from the start. My counter strategy is straightforward. I would simply swap in Shinbu. However, if Chibana anticipates this and employs a countering Cannon Beam, the freshly entered Shinbu would be met with devastating repercussions. Yet, should I predict that Chibana has foreseen my strategy, I would allow the Fierce Bite Landshark to execute Earthquake, absorbing a non-threatening Cannon Beam, and then take down two of his weaker Pokémon with Earthquake, yielding a tremendous advantage. But what if Chibana reads yet another layer indeed? There is no need for excessive circumlocution. It is simply that Chibana finds herself unable to withstand the seismic assault from the Garchomp. She chooses to allow the Steel Dragon to endure the significant reduction in special attack after utilizing Meteor Shower, prioritizing the expulsion of Garchomp from the field to prevent its earthquake. Of course, if Summerpond were to remain unchanged, it would be all the more advantageous for Chibana. Alas, my skill surpasses hers. Summerpond chuckled, commanding, "Incineroar, unleash a parting shot on Tyranitar." Sylveon, Hyper Voice. Although Steel Dragon and Tyranitar are not particularly renowned for their speed, they still surpass the relatively incapacitated Incineroar and Sylveon before Summerpond could release her attack. Steel Dragon's Cannon Beam and Tyranitar's Rock Slide had already descended, targeting the Sylveon, which poses a significant threat to Chibana's entire team. Logically, Sylveon, with its mediocre physical defense, would struggle to withstand the combined onslaught of two powerful Pokémon, even considering that all creatures in the Game Champions Road possess considerably more health than in previous iterations. Yet, under the intimidation from Incineroar and the self-deprecation of Steel Dragon after Meteor Shower, Sylveon remarkably endured the assault. Subsequently, it retaliated with a resounding Hyper Voice. The Sylveon that Summerpond commands possesses the ability Pixelate, which not only transforms Hyper Voice into a Fairy-type move, but also amplifies its power by 20%. Regrettably, the durability of these two colossal beasts is formidable, and Steel Dragon's Steel-type resistance further complicates matters. Consequently, under the impact of Hyper Voice, both restrained Pokémon only suffered a slight reduction in health. Chibana shook her head in disappointment. Such is the allure of numerical values. Simultaneously, Incineroar commenced its actions. A few battles prior, Summerpond had replaced its quick attack with a more sinister parting shot, which indeed yielded remarkable results. After a torrent of colorful expletives, the feline deity bestowed a parting gift of reduced offensive capabilities upon Tyranitar before returning smoothly to its Pokeball. Replacing it on the field was none other than the last Pokémon in Summer Pond's reserve, Pachirisu, in Galar, in the city of Circhester. Upon seeing Pachirisu emerge from the Pokeball on the television screen, Shabana was so astonished that she sprayed her freshly sipped cola. She truly summoned Pachirisu? Does she hold me in such low regard? The volume of her exclamation startled the Steel Dragon and the Dragonfly Pokémon, who were resting in the yard, causing them to exchange bewildered glances. Having followed Shabana for over a decade, they had never witnessed her react to a game with such fervor. However, Shabana quickly regained her composure in the living room. With a fierce determination not to be humiliated after such a disgraceful first match in the live broadcast, her competitive spirit ignited. She resolved to secure victory in this encounter. In a position of disadvantage, Summer Pond's arrogance could very well present an opportunity for a comeback. Shabana stroked her chin and mused, what can Pachirisu even accomplish? It is utterly ineffectual. He decided to momentarily disregard the enigmatic Pachirisu and focus on the severely weakened Sylveon. Targeting Sylveon, Steel Bridge Dragon, Cannon Beam, Tyranitar, Rock Slide. Chapter 16, Pachirisu. Allow me to demonstrate my utility. Under the training of the Tiger God, the offensive capabilities of both Pokémon had significantly diminished, compelling Shabana to act decisively, commanding Steel Bridge Dragon and Tyranitar to concentrate their fire on Sylveon. However, the overlooked white squirrel was the first to strike. Shabana was taken aback. Was this creature truly so swift? He waved his hand dismissively, muttering, regardless. What does speed matter if it lacks power? Soon enough, Pachirisu revealed its purpose. A gentle nuzzle. In a flash of electricity, Steel Bridge Dragon was struck by Pachirisu's nuzzle. The damage was negligible, yet Shabana frowned as Steel Bridge Dragon was afflicted with a speed reduction and a paralysis status, causing its massive steel frame to become sluggish and cumbersome. Meanwhile, Sylveon cleverly employed Protect, rendering both Rock Slide and Cannon Beam ineffective. Not entirely, however, as Rock Slide is an area attack, and Pachirisu was grazed in the process. Yet, it was evident that the once mighty Tyranitar, with its significantly reduced attack power, was no longer the desert tyrant it once was, its strikes now disappointingly feeble. Shabana clenched his teeth in frustration. Just moments ago, they had engaged in a fierce exchange, and now Tyranitar was retreating like a turtle. Let us try again. I refuse to believe it can protect itself yet again. Once more, Pachirisu was the first to act. Its second move upon entering the fray was equally unexpected. It clapped its tiny hands twice, causing a golden aura to envelop Sylveon. Assistance? What purpose could this obscure move serve? It seemed to significantly enhance the damage of its ally's skills. Shabana felt an ominous pang, but it was too late. In its paralyzed state, Steel Bridge Dragon was now slower than Sylveon. Before Cannon Beam could strike Sylveon, the latter unleashed its powerful Hyper Voice. With Pachirisu's aid, the already substantial damage of Hyper Voice escalated to terrifying levels. The health bars of the two formidable beasts plummeted rapidly, while they did not vanish entirely. They were perilously close, particularly for Steel Bridge Dragon, which, being physically defensive rather than specially defensive, endured 2 full blasts of Hyper Voice and was left as a mere flickering candle in the wind. Conversely, Tyranitar, being a fairy type's natural counter, fared somewhat better. With higher special defense and a more substantial health pool, the sandstorm weather even granted it a 15-fold boost to its special defense, leaving its health at a relatively stable level. A silver lining for Shabana was that the troublesome Sylveon finally succumbed to the delayed onslaught of Rock Slide and Cannon Beam. Should the aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon fail to unleash the Cannon Blast due to its paralysis, Shabana would undoubtedly be compelled to call the authorities. There was no need to preserve the aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon any longer. Rather, it was Banquila's that required cover. With an unwavering focus on the battle, Shabana swiftly assessed the situation. He spoke into the microphone attached to his controller, commanding, Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, use Heat Wave. Return, Banquila's, Vileplume, prepare to take the stage. On the opposing side of the battlefield, Xia Chi predictably summoned the blazing Roar Tiger to replace the fallen Sylveon. The deity of tigers re-emerged, instilling fear throughout the arena. The newly arrived Vileplume had scarcely made its presence felt before it was met with an unsolicited roar, causing Shabana's already pale visage to darken further. He had never encountered such an irritating match. Shouldn't Pokémon battles be characterized by the thrill of direct confrontation and the exhilarating clash of energy beams? What strategy was being employed by the opponent today? Intimidation, surprise attacks, taunts, and cheeky gestures. Was there no limit to their audacity? Unperturbed by these antics, Xia Chi instructed Pachirisu to unleash an angry fawn upon the freshly summoned Vileplume. As for the heat wave from the aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, it turned out to be merely a gentle breeze. The force was so diminished that it felt more like a light gust, due to the variance in health points. The damage inflicted by Angry Fong in this game was not half of the total fixed health, but rather a mere quarter. Nevertheless, that was sufficient to leave Vileplume reeling. Meanwhile, the blazing Roar Tiger paid no heed to the ongoing chaos. Vileplume, have you eaten? No. Then savor this clap attack. With a resounding smack, Vileplume was left dazed once more. Shyvana observed the aluminum steel bridge dragon being disregarded entirely, clearly indicating that the opponent had no intention of treating the already incapacitated creature with any respect. It was even being allowed to occupy a position on the field. There was no choice but to fight for survival. Vileplume, use Earthquake. Aluminum steel bridge dragon, heat wave. As the saying goes, in times of crisis, one must remain indifferent to kin. Though there was no assistance from the move help, the Earthquake clearly regarded the aluminum steel bridge dragon as a sacrificial pawn. However, despite Shyvana's well-intentioned strategy, Xia Chi would not allow it to unfold so easily. With a flash of light from a Pokeball, Qishu vanished from the field, replaced by the mighty Garchomp, whose fierce roar echoed throughout the arena. With only a quarter of its health remaining, Garchomp bravely withstood the earthquake. Meanwhile, the blazing roar tiger and the aluminum steel bridge dragon suffered grievously. The former's health plummeted to a mere third, while the latter collapsed in a resounding crash. Reacting swiftly, Shyvana sent out Banquilas to take its place. His final Pokémon was a desert dragonfly. As a youthful counterpart to Garchomp, it lacked the older sibling's sheer power and durability. In comparison, it seemed far more reliable to send forth the desert tyrant into battle. As Shyvana gazed at the audacious land shark on the screen, he fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, following the fall of the fairy EV, the offensive capabilities relied solely on the fierce biting land shark. Should the meteor swarm and crunch strike him down, it would be improbable, given that cunning lad's nature. It was undoubtedly a trap. The fierce biting land shark was certainly preparing to use guard and await his move. The meteor swarm was a pivotal skill that could directly determine the course of the entire match and should not be squandered. First, he needed to eliminate the fiery roaring tiger that was bouncing about the arena. With this in mind, Shyvana commanded, Tyranitar, use Earthquake. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw. Target the roaring tiger. Thanks to Dragonite's flying type, Tyranitar could unleash Earthquake without concern for harming its allies. These two formidable moves represented Shyvana's determination. He was resolute in bringing the roaring tiger to its knees. His decisiveness bore fruit. The fierce assault from two quasi-deities proved too overwhelming even for the tiger god to withstand. With its health already in a precarious state, it ultimately succumbed beneath Dragonite's Dragon Claw. In its final moments, it expended its last flicker of flame, charging at Dragonite with a valiant blaze, a tragic finale. Beside its fallen form, the fierce biting land shark gleamed with golden light. Shyvana felt a wave of darkness wash over him. You dare to enhance with Swords Dance. Chapter 17, a masterpiece of the world, the White Demon. Meanwhile, in the Dongwang region, within a dormitory at Shanghai University, alas, had there been a fifth skill slot. If the tiger god could have held its ground during that wave, it would have been a decisive victory. Observing the tragic silhouette of the tiger god falling on the screen, Xia Chi teased the curious new leaf Meow, who was intently watching the computer screen, lamenting in disappointment. The barrage of comments vehemently condemned the Versailles rhetoric of the one who benefited, yet feigned humility. This is hilarious. Shyvana's face must be as dark as a storm cloud. How dare you enhance with Swords Dance? Aren't you afraid of being obliterated by Meteor Swarm? The gamble had to be taken. The disparity in the quality of the Pokémon was too vast. Although the Roaring Tiger and Qishu had indeed troubled Shyvana considerably, their attack power still fell short. If the number of moves was insufficient, he could only hope that Swords Dance would carry the day. The analysis from upstairs was astute. One might inquire, what is your rank? Merely a humble 2-star in the Pokeball. With little time to engage with the barrage, Xia Chi swiftly recalled the fallen Roaring Tiger, replacing it with his last Pokémon, Qishu. The situation was exceedingly critical, not only because this was the crux of the match, but more importantly, the positions of the fierce biting land shark, Qishu, Dragonite, and Tyranitar bore an uncanny resemblance to the world-renowned masterpiece that immortalized Qishu's legendary battle. Could it be that I am about to replicate it in this otherworldly realm? Gazing at Qishu's relatively healthy health bar, an impulse stirred within Xia Chi. Forget those distractions. Let us get to the task at hand. Regaining his composure, Xia Chi called out in a deep voice, Qishu, look at me. Garchomp rock slide. As the foremost trainer beneath the Dan Emperor, Shyvana possessed remarkable mental fortitude. He swiftly adjusted after a fleeting moment of anger. Although the Swords Dance augmented Garchomp was indeed fearsome, it was crucial not to overlook the fact that Tyranitar's 2 earthquakes had already inflicted nearly half of its health. This indicated that Dragonite's meteor shower still harbored the potential to be decisive. Given that Garchomp had utilized Swords Dance, it likely lacked any defensive maneuvers, and Dragonite's speed surpassed that of Garchomp. After a brief self-analysis, Shyvana, as if immersed in a real battle, shouted, target Garchomp, Dragonite, Meteor Shower. Tyranitar, Earthquake. The game champion's path endowed high-power moves like Meteor Shower and Leaf Storm with particularly striking effects. A purple dragon breath coalesced before Dragonite, heralding the approach of a formidable tempest. Just as Shyvana had anticipated, Garchomp refrained from employing any protective moves, perhaps out of misplaced confidence, or perhaps due to their absence. Yet, None of that mattered anymore, for the meteor shower had already been summoned. Shabana reclined back onto the sofa, a smirk gracing his lips. I admit, you little substitute have some skill, but alas, I remain the superior one. He watched with satisfaction as the magnificent meteor shower fell across the screen, only to descend towards Garchomp. Suddenly, Shabana jolted upright, eyes wide in disbelief, as the meteors that were meant for Garchomp inexplicably landed atop Pachirisu instead. On the television screen, Dragonite, Tyranitar, and Garchomp all appeared as mere backdrops to the white electric squirrel, collectively astonished as it effortlessly withstood what should have been a crushing assault. Pachirisu had activated Look at Me, drawing Dragonite's meteor shower attack. The battle log at the bottom of the screen, though small, blared painfully bright in Shabana's eyes. What nonsense is this? Look at me. What sort of absurd move is that? Is this what one can conjure for a combo? Defeated, Shabana slumped back onto the sofa, watching as Garchomp, shielded by Pachirisu, easily dispatched both Dragonite and Tyranitar with Rock Slide. Was there any doubt left? With Swords Dance and a double-type advantage, the already weakened Dragonite and Tyranitar could not withstand the onslaught. As for the Desert Dragonfly still trapped within its Pokeball, it was merely Pachirisu's backup. Should it tire of the game, it would simply toss it to Garchomp as one would a stray creature to be casually dispatched. Let it all end. Let destruction reign, the Galarian Sunshine Boy lamented, defeated, as he chose to surrender, turning off the television and swiftly exiting the broadcast. The number of viewers continues to surge, and the discussions in the livestream chat are fervently animated. Ha ha ha, what a disgraceful end. Cabana, your day has come. My dear. What's wrong? Please say something. I can't stop laughing. Tonight, when Cabana lifts the blanket, it's all Pachirisu underneath. At 2300 hours, it's of no consequence. It's merely a game, yet I lost to a Pachirisu at 3 o'clock? I suggest trainers aspiring to participate in the Alliance Conference swiftly challenge the Punch Gym. Cabana's mindset must be shattered right now. In truth, Cabana is quite furious. One might wonder upon whom he will unleash his wrath. To be fair, Qishu's prowess is indeed impressive. It seems the title of the strongest gym leader may not be entirely deserved by Cabana. Surely, no one genuinely believes it was Laozhu who fought, right? Surely not. Teacher Xiai is extraordinarily formidable. Follow Xiai Meow. Thank you, Meow. Gratitude to Teacher Qishu for gifting 10 Master Balls. What a magnanimous boss. May the boss enjoy good health. While the sun rises in the east and rain falls in the west, Cabana faces disgraceful defeat, while Xia Chi begins to joyfully reap the rewards. The most precious Master Ball gifts shimmer continuously in the live stream, as Xia Chi, having just finished an intense battle, tirelessly expresses gratitude for the gifts. It appears this match truly delighted Qishu, who generously bestowed 10 Master Balls, each worth 10,000. What a family. Oh, the renowned gym leader and the greatest internet celebrity of Paldea, then it's all good. Simultaneously, the number of viewers in Xia Chi's live stream steadily climbs. Not merely due to the allure of the 10 Master Balls, they have savored the exhilarating spectacle provided by both Qishu and Cabana, with one being driven off due to a crushing defeat and the other currently thriving in Xia Chi's stream. This moment feels akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang grasping an electric wire, leaving Xia Chi in sheer ecstasy. The atmosphere in the live stream is one of tranquility. Whether fans, detractors, or casual onlookers, all are effusively praising Xia Chi's final performance. After all, from an outsider's perspective, Xia Chi triumphed over the formidable Cabana using an entertaining team composition. Such a dramatically colorful conclusion cannot be deemed anything less than splendid. It is likely that by tomorrow, the recording of this match will be wildly circulated across the internet. However, while the layman revels in the spectacle, the connoisseurs delve into the intricacies. Many skilled combatants are now examining Xia Chi's seemingly peculiar team configuration, emphasizing systematization, support, rotation, and joint defense tactics. This style begins to subtly permeate the battle environment, which has traditionally celebrated passionate exchanges and intense physical confrontations. It is not merely the game champion's path. There may be even more profound real-world implications. Chapter 18, Qishu, Calm Mom. Of course, all of this is temporarily unrelated to the current Xia Chi. After nearly 3 hours of high-intensity streaming and achieving 7 consecutive victories, he is genuinely feeling somewhat exhausted. Although one could easily attract an audience by switching to a more casual game or, more directly, by watching videos with viewers, Xia Chi felt that such a method of engaging both sides of the audience was beyond the capabilities of a serious Pokémon battle streamer like himself. I will update the specific configuration of this doubles team shortly, so feel free to take it at your leisure, he informed the viewers in his steadily growing livestream. That concludes today's stream. If you enjoy the content, please consider following. I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow at 7. With that, he ended the stream at lightning speed. One could easily imagine the chat filled with question marks at that moment. Unfazed, Xia Chi shut down his computer and scooped up the little companion that had been by his side the entire time, taking a deep breath. The Pokédex indicated that after basking in the sun, a new leaf Meow emits a delightful, refreshing fragrance, And indeed, it was true. A rather peculiar smile of satisfaction spread across Xia Chi's face. The new leaf Meow, still unaccustomed to such intimacy with its new trainer, instinctively extended its soft, pink paw to rest against Xia Chi's face. He paid no mind, setting it down with an apology. Sorry for the wait, new leaf Meow. The creature shook its head and meowed softly. While Xia Chi was streaming, it had been attentively watching the gameplay on the screen, finding it quite engaging. Perhaps this novel approach to battles could be something I practice in the future? Gradually, it seemed as if the doors to a new world were slowly opening before the new leaf Meow. After freshening up and preparing for bed, Xia Chi cuddled the sweet, soft new leaf Meow, ready to scroll through short videos before a restful sleep. Suddenly, a cute icon of a chubby electric frog began flashing on his messaging app. Just getting off work? It chimed. Not even 10 Master Balls could persuade you to work overtime? Though the sender had just lavished him with a generous gift of over 100,000, Xia Chi boldly replied. ISNT at you who promised 10 Master Balls if I won this match. Teacher Qishu? Overtime is a different price. Qishu. Alright. Start your stream now, and I'll shower you with gifts. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Chi jested, you didn't say? Given our relationship, had you mentioned it, I would have played a few more matches. Qishu responded almost instantly. How dare you say that? I hadn't even had the chance to send my message before you ended the stream. Well, thankfully, I ended it right away, Xia Chi thought to himself, yet replied. Next time, definitely. Qishu, no more next times. Get online and let us spar, using the team you showcased today. Xia Chi realized that Qishu had chosen to become a streamer not for financial gain, but purely out of passion. In the face of such determination, one could not simply promise for the next time. Xia Chi, after several hours of live streaming, I think I shall continue tomorrow. The intensity of our games has been too taxing. I am utterly exhausted and cannot continue today. The overt reason is fatigue, but subtly. I wish to commend Qishu for her high gaming prowess. The social dynamics are intricate. During work, I must cater to the audience, and after hours, I have to placate the top-ranking affluent viewer, providing her with emotional value. I suppose I deserve this remuneration. Xia Chi reflects inwardly with a sigh. Qishu, alright. Then I shall arrange for you tomorrow. The shift from cloudy to sunny in her tone suggests she has been pleased. Just as Xia Chi is about to close the chat box and prepare for slumber, a message arrives that instantly revitalizes him. By the way, do you wish for the cultivation materials for the new leaf Meow? Wow, this feels akin to someone offering a pillow right as one dozes off. Although supported by Tongzi Go, if the new leaf Meow possesses sufficient strength, the system's bonds and enhancements will undoubtedly yield greater benefits. Thus, an exceptional cultivation guide tailored for individual Pokémon is of paramount importance. Xia Chi had already contemplated inquiring whether Qishu possessed such materials. She is the most esteemed trainer among all those he currently knows, and her home region of Paldea is the birthplace of the new leaf Meow. As the representative of the trio of starter Pokémon, even if Qishu, as the electric-type gym leader, has not cultivated one herself, it is highly probable she has the connections to acquire high-quality cultivation materials for the new leaf Meow. However, he feels their relationship is merely that of streamer and viewer, and he has not yet reached a level where he could impose such a request. Cultivation materials are inherently difficult to categorize. While they may seem expensive, it would not be unusual for someone with the right connections to gift a copy. Yet, if deemed inexpensive, acquiring them from the market is a daunting task. The readily available options are often rather mediocre. Thus, Qishu's inquiry still surprises Xia Chi. Could fortune truly be falling into his lap? Skeptical of such serendipity, he cautiously asks, but, Qishu, how did you know I captured a new leaf Meow? Qishu, did you not post about it on your Pokémon circle? Xia Chi recalls that indeed he did. This morning, after obtaining his certification, he spontaneously shared a post to commemorate the occasion, not realizing Qishu had seen it. Qishu, so do you want it? Unable to resist the allure, Xia Chi replies, yes. Qishu responds without hesitation. Then, what will be the cost? Observing Qishu's demeanor, akin to that of a seasoned angler who has finally caught her prey, Xia Chi feels a mix of exasperation and amusement. Truly, one should never believe in the existence of free lunches. Nevertheless, the temptation of the new leaf Meow cultivation materials is too great. He lowers his stance and replies, you may state your terms, and I shall be willing to comply with anything for the new leaf Meow training materials. Qishu, firstly, you must address me with respect. Xia Chi, shall I call you Teacher Qishu? Qishu, that is too commonplace. Everyone calls me that. Xia Chi, then what about Miss Qishu? Qishu, a bit too formal. Let us make it more endearing. Xia Chi was left speechless and typed, surely, you cannot expect me to call you mother? Xia Chi, to think you would stoop so low as to make me utter such a term in retaliation, Haji-tree, you rascal. Qishu, what are you talking about? Who asked you to call me mother? Xia Chi, don't be angry, I never said I wouldn't. Xia Chi, 1 point deducted for calling you mother. The chat box indicated that the other party was typing for several seconds, ultimately sending only a string of ellipses. Qishu. Seeing that Qishu remained silent, Xia Chi gently patted the head of the newly sprouted leaf Meow and sighed. Ah, leaf Meow. I have truly sacrificed so much for this family. Glancing at the text on his phone, leaf Meow looked at Xia Chi with disdain. Is this truly for this family? I can hardly bring myself to say it. Chapter 19. Xia Chi and Qishu's private transaction. After a brief debate, the topic finally concluded with Qishu's remark. Forget it, just call me Qishu. The two then seriously discussed the nurturing information regarding leaf Meow. Qishu, by the way. Both Qishu and sister Xiai have cultivated the magical masquerade Meow. Which one do you prefer? Xia Chi's heart leaped with joy. Could there be such a fortunate opportunity? Qishu, the grass-type gym leader of the Padia region, undoubtedly possessed profound knowledge of grass-type Pokémon like leaf Meow. Sister Xiai, the esteemed champion of the Padia League, was equally formidable. However, she had never been seen using the magical masquerade Meow in the game, leaving Xia Chi uncertain if it featured in her lineup. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, the insights from a champion's cultivation experience were invaluable. Yet, which one to choose? Qishu excelled in grass types, while Xiai boasted superior strength. Both had their merits. Recently, Xia Chi had found himself ensnared in a dilemma, struggling with the decision. Wait a moment, Qishu was not a rigid system. Why couldn't he entertain the notion of acquiring both? With this thought in mind, Xia Chi replied, how about this? Please compile the nurturing information for both leaf Meows, and prepare a few high-quality miracle seeds for me to package and send over. Zheng Guer once said, if you wish to open a window, you must first express the desire to open a door. Yet, Xia Chi's request surpassed mere door opening. It was akin to aspiring for the heavens. He initially expected a swift response of a question mark. However, to his astonishment, Qishu's reply was, sure. Xia Chi nearly fell back in disbelief. Wait, you're actually accepting such an absurd request? He inwardly mused. Qishu, you can't be adopting some McDonald's attributes, can you? As he silently grumbled. Xia Chi soon noticed the next message appearing on the screen, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Xia Chi was not surprised. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He desired the nurturing information for leaf Meow, and it was only natural for Qishu to seek 2 conditions in return. Xia Chi had no intention of refusing. After all, interpersonal relationships are inherently reciprocal. The relationships between individuals grow increasingly intimate through such exchanges. It is implausible that one could continuously benefit at the expense of others without consequence. Who would choose to engage with you thereafter? Moreover, who could possibly resist the camaraderie of a beautiful dojo master and married streamer? Summerpool certainly could not. Though he thought thus, he replied, let us not be excessive. 2 conditions are too many. 1 at most. I can forego the miracle seed if need be. And I'll trade 2 cultivation resources for 1 condition. In the second session of the Interpersonal Relations Workshop, aptly titled Dark Psychology, it is imperative to ensure that others cannot easily ascertain your thoughts. The initial phase of relationship building often determines the framework for the entire connection. Although Summerpool's fame as a streamer and prowess as a trainer pale in comparison to Qishu's, he still aspired to cultivate a more equitable and healthy relationship. After all, he was not accustomed to being subordinate. Qishu responded, rest assured, the conditions will not be excessive, there are only 2. Moreover, I can send you a miracle seed produced in the evergreen forest. In the game, the miracle seed is an item that enhances the power of grass-type Pokémon moves. In reality, it serves as the ideal cultivation tool for grass-type Pokémon. Miracle seeds typically thrive in remote wilderness areas. Although the Eastern Huang people, who have the knowledge ingrained in their bones, have developed techniques for artificially cultivating miracle seeds, the results fall short of their wild counterparts. Among them, those from the evergreen forest are of the highest quality, often fetching tens of thousands in the market. Is Qishu truly so generous? In truth, if the price is right, serving as Qishu's Arcanine might not be a bad prospect. Nearly succumbing to the allure of monetary gain, Summerpool gritted his teeth and replied, you first state your conditions. I will consider them. Qishu said, first, you must dedicate 1 day each month to play games with me. Ah, so it is merely companionship in gaming. I had assumed otherwise. This request is indeed reasonable, akin to a part-time role as a gaming companion for Summerpool, even if it were once a month. It would amount to just 12 days a year, a handsome daily wage. As for how long this arrangement would last, Summerpool hadn't pondered that. In his view, Qishu was likely seeking novelty for the time being. Perhaps in a few months, she would tire of it and no longer wish to play with him. If he were to inquire about the duration, it might come off as overly sentimental. Thus, Summerpool replied, all right, that is acceptable. What is the second condition? Qishu responded, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll keep it in reserve. Summerpool countered, that 1 do. How is this different from stating you want 200 conditions? Qishu reassured him, do not worry. I assure you it 1 be a burdensome condition. If you feel it is unequal, we can negotiate later, or you can simply refuse. With such an assurance from Qishu, Summerpool felt that to decline would be somewhat ungrateful. Thus, he replied, then let us proceed as such. Qishu, it's a promise. I will request the breeding materials for you tomorrow, and the miracle seed will be sent to you via Dragon Express shortly. This Dragon Express is not merely a catchy title. It is a reputable service operated by the Dragon family in the Kanto region, ensuring genuine and swift delivery using Dragon-type Pokémon. Xia Chi had only heard of it before, but had never utilized it. The cost of such a service is indeed exorbitant, with high-grade energy cubes valued in the thousands consumed over 100 kilometers. Who can afford that? Their clientele primarily consists of affluent users like Qishu. After providing the address to Qishu, the two bid farewell atop the Bugia Pokémon. Xia Chi then proceeded to freshen up and retire for the night. Having captured a beloved starter Pokémon, and with her streaming career flourishing, Qishu also gifted her something special. After a fulfilling day, Xia Chi enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber that night. The following morning, she was awakened by a gentle tapping on her window. Initially still in a daze, the realization that she was on the 4th floor jolted her awake. Oh no, something is amiss. Just as she contemplated summoning her new leaf Meow to prepare for any adversaries, she rose to find an adorable, plump orange face staring back at her. The delivery dragon. It was a dragon. Goodness, that was fast. Xia Chi was astonished. Within just a few hours, it had delivered a package all the way from Paldea to Dongwon. This clearly demonstrated that, while the dragon's speed may not be as exaggerated as the Pokédex claim of circling the globe in 16 hours, it was still remarkably swift. Naturally, the price for Dragon Express was also steep. However, the sheer delight of receiving a package from such a charming dragon, flapping its disproportionately small wings, was worth every penny. One can only surmise that the dragon family's astute understanding of the psychology of affluent clients like Qishu is guided by expert insight. Chapter 20, New Leaf Meow, Idle Growth Version. After rewarding the dragon with a few energy cubes, it happily flapped its little wings and took off. Xia Chi then opened the securely packaged parcel to reveal the mysterious seed, resplendent in its vibrant green hue. As soon as the box was opened, the rich, natural aroma of the miracle seed immediately captivated New Leaf Meow. It inhaled the unique scent in the air, its eyes reflecting an unadulterated desire for the mysterious seed. Grass-type Pokémon cannot resist the allure of such a seed. From another perspective, it is indeed remarkable that a wild, mysterious seed could be found before a grass-type Pokémon could. Xia Chi gently patted the fluffy little cat's head and smiled. This is for you, New Leaf Meow. Today, we have a special treat. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. The top-tier mysterious seed is best consumed raw, as any form of processing would be superfluous and result in nutrient loss. With Xia Chi's approval, New Leaf Meow no longer hesitated and, in one swift motion, devoured the mysterious seed whole. No dazzling brilliance or immediate transformations such as bone cleansing and marrow washing occurred. A diminutive miracle seed, for a sprite like New Leaf Meow at this stage, requires at least half a month to fully absorb its energy. During this period, a normal diet and nurturing are all that is needed. Watching New Leaf Meow munching away, Xia Chi felt a peculiar sentiment welling up within him. Such a hefty sum of money had been consumed in mere bites. After finishing breakfast, Xia Chi prepared to head to class. Before leaving, he inquired of New Leaf Meow, "Will you accompany me to class today?" Yesterday, he had taken it along to the classroom while registering at the Pokémon Center, and today he wished to consult it. Respecting the sprite's autonomy, this was a promise Xia Chi had made before capturing New Leaf Meow, to grant it ample space and freedom. After pondering for a moment, New Leaf Meow shook its head and meowed softly. It did not wish to be apart from Xia Chi, but it had learned of his intention to participate in the Hubao Cup. This was a competition it had longed to enter, but at that time, Xia Chi was not yet its trainer. Whether to assist Xia Chi in securing victory or to prove its own worth, New Leaf Meow aspired to achieve remarkable results in the competition. Thus, the time from now until the event was invaluable, and it sought to make the most of it. Moreover, with Xia Chi now occupied with live streaming for income and his studies, it would be too taxing to request him to carve out time for training. What to do then? Suddenly, New Leaf Meow recalled the despicable monkeys that had recently banded together to bully it. They might serve as excellent training targets. Xia Chi, unaware of New Leaf Meow's true intentions, merely assumed the little one did not wish to attend school. With textbooks in hand, and after ensuring electrical safety in the dormitory, Xia Chi set off for class. New Leaf Meow perched by the window, watching Xia Chi's receding figure, then pushed open the window and hopped onto the ledge. It deftly closed the window with a gentle paw and skillfully leapt down to the ground. It was not following Xia Chi to class. Rather, it sprinted in the opposite direction, toward the place it had wandered after being abandoned. Joyful occasions uplift the spirit. Today, even the monotonous lecture on Pokémon mythology piqued Xia Chi's interest. He had intended to capitalize on his good mood to perform well in class and earn some impression points. However, to his dismay, teacher Zhao offered him no favor, leaving him puzzled. Beside him, Chunjinza remained as exuberant as ever, recounting what had transpired in the live stream after Xia Chi ended his broadcast the previous night. He mentioned witnessing a Dragonite delivering packages at school that morning, curious about which affluent individual had ordered such a service. Meanwhile, the modestly accomplished Xia Chi listened with quiet satisfaction. At this moment, he began to comprehend the exhilarating thrill of the protagonist's masquerade as a fool in a light novel. Just as Xia Chi was listening to Chunjinza elucidate that Quaidlong Express only had a handful of employees yet achieved remarkable revenue annually, a perplexing voice echoed in his mind. Detected that your Pokémon, New Leaf Meow, 13, has defeated Monkey Monster, 15, gaining fear value 02. What? What on earth is happening? A question mark slowly unfurled in Xia Chi's mind. Shouldn't New Leaf Meow be resting in the dormitory? Could it be that a monkey monster has invaded the dorm? Xia Chi had not installed any cameras in the dorm, leaving him in the dark about the situation there. Should he skip class to check? He raised his eyes to glance at his teacher, who was occasionally stealing glances at him from the podium. He knew that if he did so, his usual grades would likely drift far from his reach. Just as he hesitated, the system's voice resonated once more. Your Pokémon, New Leaf Meow, 13, has defeated Monkey Monster, 16, gaining fear value 03. Another monkey monster has intruded into the dorm? Upon careful contemplation, Xia Chi deemed this possibility quite unlikely. Not to mention, there were administrators patrolling the dorm vicinity with their vigilant Pidgeots. The crux of the matter was, what could a monkey monster possibly gain by laboriously climbing the stairs to invade his dorm? Although this Pokémon was notoriously irritable and dim-witted, it hardly exhibited kleptomaniac tendencies. Was it merely to engage in battle with New Leaf Meow? It seemed more plausible that New Leaf Meow had ventured out rather than the monkey monsters breaching in. So, when New Leaf Meow declined his invitation to accompany him to class, it had likely gone off to train and level up. No wonder it had worn such a peculiar expression when he had asked it to join him. Having deduced the most probable scenario, Xia Chi's expression turned strange. Goodness. Had he inadvertently captured an autonomous, idle training initial Pokémon? Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the university campus, New Leaf Meow stood triumphantly over two unconscious monkey monsters, surveying its surroundings with a regal air. Not far off, the remaining members of this small troop of monkey monsters screeched in anger. Yet, the apprehensive expressions on their faces revealed their cowardly essence. Further away, a few Caterpies and Oddish gathered to witness the spectacle of New Leaf Meow's triumphant return, utterly astounded. Facing the formidable monkey monster clan, a dominant force in this resource-scarce area, and managing to defeat two opponents at once was indeed a feat just days prior. New Leaf Meow had been treated like a stray cat to be kicked aside, and now it had emerged victorious? At the heart of it all, New Leaf Meow felt little of the exhilaration of vengeance. Rather, it was engulfed by profound confusion. It had previously encountered these monkey monsters, which took pleasure in bullying other Pokémon. Yet, under their unprincipled onslaught, it had barely managed to hold its ground for a mere minute before retreating. Yet, only a few days had passed, and it had completely reversed the tide. Not only had it swiftly dispatched the two closest monkey monsters, but it also seemed to have expended little energy or resources in the process. Xia Meow harbored a sensation that she could effortlessly dispatch the remaining 3 monkey monsters in one fell swoop. Was I truly this formidable? Chapter 21, the beginning of consecutive victories. Xia Meow sensed that after being tamed by Xia Chi, her body had undergone quite a remarkable transformation over the past 2 days. Yet, upon engaging in actual combat, she realized that this was not merely a transformation, but rather a mutation. Without access to the system's specific information, Xia Meow remained unaware that this occurred even with several significant bonds yet to be activated. Through the mere influence of the chosen emblem, the tri-elemental power, and the bloodthirsty sword, she had achieved this state. The chosen emblem and tri-elemental power provided Xia Meow with an impressive over 50 boost to all attributes, while the bloodthirsty sword offered crucial sustainability. Merely these 3 enhancements transformed Xia Meow's combat prowess dramatically, allowing her to easily handle the monkey monsters of the novice village. Despite her ignorance of the full truth, Xia Meow understood that it was undoubtedly tied to Xia Chi. He had offered her meticulous care and warmth, restored her dignity as a combat sprite, and significantly enhanced her strength. At this moment, Xia Chi's image in Xia Meow's heart ascended to an unparalleled height. A soldier dies for a confidant. Although she had never heard this idiom, Xia Meow comprehended its essence. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with determination, and she vowed to accompany Xia Chi to reach an unparalleled pinnacle. Meanwhile, Xia Chi, who had passively transformed into a strategist, deduced the most likely scenarios but was in no rush to return and check on things. Primarily, there was no means of communication, and returning now would not lead him to Xia Meow. He need not worry excessively about safety. She had thrived in the wild for over half a year at school. Even if isolated, she had managed quite well, especially now with the enhancements from the bond equipment with Tongzi Go. Let the child play, after all. The fear value required by the dark attribute bond accumulates through defeating sprites. It would be wiser for him to focus on his studies while allowing Xia Meow to gather fear value in the wild. Moreover, modern sprite breeding studies indicate that a group of similarly capable sprites cultivated in the same manner, without pushing their physical limits, tends to experience slightly faster growth when engaged in more frequent battles. Thus, while reality does not mirror games. Where one can drastically increase experience points through combat to elevate levels, there exists a comparable diminishing effect. In other words, Xia Meow was indeed in the process of leveling up through monster hunting. However, it must be noted that defeating a single sprite, particularly through a level-up victory, only yields a fraction of fear value. To accumulate 100 layers would take several months, and 100 layers merely represent the starting point of fear value. According to the mechanics of the game, such treasure chests require the accumulation of several hundred layers of fear value to yield valuable rewards. In a short span of time, it is impossible to graduate, at least not within 2 to 3 years. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Xia Chi's plan to achieve consecutive victories has finally embarked on a crucial first step. Thus, in the grand narrative of Pokémon mythology, he spent the class enthralled by the voice announcement of his new leaf cat, triumphing over a monkey creature. It was reminiscent of the joy derived from idle gold farming in games. Yet, Xia Chi was acutely aware that this joy was founded upon the diligence and sweat of his new leaf cat. From this perspective, capturing unwanted Pokémon is not inherently a negative endeavor. Such creatures tend to be more perceptive than those untrained, often training themselves. The final tally for the new leaf cat after a morning's efforts was 5 monkey creatures, accumulating a fear value of 11. In the arena, this record of 1 against 5 is indeed formidable. Even with assistance, achieving such a feat at a lower level against a higher one is no small accomplishment. So, who could claim that this new leaf cat is inadequate? It is truly remarkable. As for whether the new leaf cat returned home safely, Xia Chi felt little concern. Firstly, he believed that if the system reported victories, it would similarly notify him of defeats. Secondly, he knew that the new leaf cat possessed a keen sense of discretion. Having known it for a few months, he had observed that, regardless of how disheveled it appeared, it always managed to return to his dormitory around 9 in the evening, dragging its relatively healthy body to eat. Its fighting prowess might currently be modest, but its ability to escape was undoubtedly commendable. Indeed, when Xia Chi finished his morning classes and returned to his dormitory with a nutritious lunch and healing supplies, the new leaf cat was already there, seemingly unperturbed. Although it feigned calmness, having groomed itself before his arrival, its somewhat unsteady gait and a few conspicuous fresh wounds betrayed it. Did it choose to train in battle without informing me, just to spare me worry? Xia Chi gently patted the new leaf cat's head as it welcomed him home, then retrieved the healing supplies he had purchased on the way back. While administering treatment, he frowned and said, "I have told you before, whatever you wish to do, I will support you. So, do not keep such matters from me in the future. Do not make me worry." The new leaf cat, momentarily neglecting its disdain for the nickname Xia Chi used, lowered its head, half ashamed and half touched, obediently accepting his admonition. However, it soon recalled something, and a look of surprise crossed its face as it raised its head, gazing at Xia Chi with suspicion. "Meow Fei? Wait, you even brought back supplies. How did you know I went out to battle this morning?" Understanding the glimmer of realization in the new leaf cat's eyes, Xia Chi felt a twinge of guilt and glanced around, wearing an awkward half-smile. It was akin to knowing the other was lying but being unable to expose them. For the truth of how he knew was also a secret. The first-year curriculum was relatively less intensive, and Xia Chi had no classes that afternoon. Originally intending to utilize his free time for video editing, he took a moment to accompany his beloved new leaf Meow to Silver Department Store, where he purchased a portable Pokémon locator. This sophisticated device, cleverly concealed within a collar tag, not only displays new leaf Meow's precise location on Xia Chi's mobile device, but also monitors its various vital statistics and overall condition. In case of necessity, it allows for a direct communication link between Xia Chi and new leaf Meow. This remarkable piece of technology is indispensable for Pokémon like new leaf Meow, who have a penchant for adventurous escapades. Although the price was as beautiful as its functionality, Xia Chi resolutely made the purchase. By equipping new leaf Meow with this device, he felt a greater sense of security when it ventured out for training. Subsequently, Xia Chi and new leaf Meow established a set of guidelines for the latter's independent training. The rules stipulated that it must avoid provoking Pokémon of significantly greater strength, disengage from battles before exhausting its stamina or condition, emit 3 meows every half hour to confirm safety, and return home promptly before nightfall. As for why there were 4 rules instead of 3, it is well known that the Elite Four each possess 5 members. Thus, having 4 guidelines is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 22. Reconstructing the Glory of Sinnoh. We shall not hesitate. After Xia Chi helped new leaf Meow imprint its paw on the agreement, fully recovered from its injuries and fatigue, new leaf Meow gazed longingly out the window, its desire for progress unmistakable. Xia Chi smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, but remember to return before dinner." With a cheerful Meow Fei, new leaf Meow leapt gracefully from the windowsill, vanishing from Xia Chi's sight. Why choose the window when there's a door? He silently mused. Before turning his attention to editing videos on his computer, he was not working on the previous night's livestream recording. To be frank, if he were to edit clips from that stream now, he'd be far behind the current wave of excitement. The match against Cabana from last night was already trending across the internet, with countless videos circulating in popular feeds. The commentary from marketing accounts was exceptionally exaggerated. The internet was in an uproar. The top contender succumbs to a passerby in a simulated Pokémon battle. Let us delve into the shocking events of last night's match. The people of Galar awoke to find their strongest gym leader, Cabana, unexpectedly defeated by an obscure streamer using an unevolved Pokémon. Coupled with the monotonous background music, voiceovers, and grandiose headlines reminiscent of news for the elderly. It was absurdly over the top. Xia Chi felt they ought to compensate viewers for their mental anguish. But I digress, returning to the main point, as previously mentioned. Before Xia Chi's rise in the world of live streaming, he was merely a small proprietor in the Pokémon history community. At that time, the pursuit of this niche avenue was primarily to drive traffic to his live streaming platform. Moreover, during the period when the system had not yet registered, Xia Chi's aspiration was to become the Cynthia of Pokémon mythology. Yet, it seems Cynthia remains Cynthia even in the realm of Pokémon mythology. In any case, he aimed to carve out a niche for himself in this field, and creating related videos during his student years served as a perfect starting point. This world's Pokémon mythology harbors numerous gaps. 3 years after Xia Chi's arrival in this universe, he identified this as the most cost-effective means to establish a presence, specifically, a lifelong venture in the game of life. Xia Chi's initial idea was quite straightforward: to draw inspiration from the content creation style of a top-tier historical figure in his original world. He intended to narrate regional historical anecdotes and legendary tales, infused with humor and exaggeration, blending fact with fiction. He aspired to become the Khan of Tunkin in the Pokémon realm. Although the Pokémon game is designed for audiences of all ages, its mythological framework is replete with religious allegories and tragic epics, embodying a darker, more profound essence. Choosing any single aspect from a region could yield an extensive narrative. For instance, the fate entangled between the last king of the ancient Kalos kingdom and Flab B, the ultimate weapon, and the eternal flower, or the cataclysmic legend of Yveltal. The creation myth of the Unova region involving Kurum, along with the collapse resulting from the conflict between ideals and reality, are just a few examples. Some of these tales are already known to the inhabitants of this world, while others are concealed secrets of history. Xia Chi selectively adorned these stories with artistic embellishments, presenting them to his audience in a narrative style akin to that of a novel. These legends of mythical creatures, blurring the lines between truth and fiction, unsurprisingly captured the attention of many. Some regarded it as mere entertainment, while others, embodying a spirit of rigorous scholarship, criticized it for inaccuracies. Xia Chi remained unfazed. Conflict breeds traffic, after all. He cleverly employed a disclaimer that any resemblance to actual events was purely coincidental, ensuring all was well. As for the proportion of historical fact versus artistic adaptation, only Xia Chi himself was privy to that. As of now, the first installment of this series, titled The Secrets of the Burnt Tower in the Zhao region, the truth behind the mysterious fire and the resurrection of the legendary beasts, has garnered over 3 million views, a remarkable feat on the platform. Given that the event occurred merely 2 centuries ago, the tale of the Burnt Tower is a well-known legend in this world. Fortunately, the lack of substantial documentation regarding the mysterious fire provided Xia Chi with ample creative latitude. Thus, he opted to weave a narrative around the most conspiracy-laden possibilities of an alleged nefarious organization's plan to create legendary Pokémon. His adaptations were not mere fabrications. This matter was also documented in a certain Pokémon spin-off series. Subsequently, Xia Chi produced videos on Lugia and the legendary birds, among others. With a consistent monthly release schedule, he still finds a devoted fanbase eagerly urging him for more content in his livestream. Xia Chi has no intention of abandoning this series of videos. The original career plan was quite promising, under circumstances where time and energy were abundant. There was no necessity to become a eunuch. Moreover, Xia Chi was not the type to forget his roots immediately upon receiving the system. After a busy couple of days dealing with the system reboot and taming the new leaf Meow, he began to prepare for this month's updates, marking the inception of a new series, The Creation Myths of the Sinnoh region. Although, from the perspectives of philosophical thought and real-world reflection, the mythological backdrop of this generation pales in comparison to that of Unova, Kalos, and even Galar. The grand epic narrative surrounding Arceus's creation is a legacy of its own. While the real world undoubtedly possesses related mythological tales, they lack a cohesive structure and have not been preserved in literary documents. This has led the academic community to predominantly regard Arceus as akin to the totemic legends of dragons from Xia Chi's previous life, rather than as a genuinely existent creator deity. The reason is straightforward. Since the advent of photographic technology, no one has captured a true image of Arceus. Xia Chi, as a transcendent being possessing a godlike perspective from another world, is well aware of Arceus's authenticity. Yet, the inhabitants of this world perceive it merely as an idol fabricated by ancient humanity for worship. Xia Chi does not intend to apply much artistic embellishment to this video. as the legend itself is sufficiently awe-inspiring. The narrative speaks of the creation of matter by the three gods of the infinite cosmos, the control of time and space by the three gods of antimatter, the dissemination of wisdom, emotions, and will to sentient beings by the three gods of consciousness, and the bestowal of diversity upon the world through the creation of 16 elemental tablets. Subsequently, the conflict between the dual gods of time and space nearly shattered the Sinnoh region, prompting Arceus to descend with the Pillar of Heaven to quell the war, subsequently banishing the tyrannical Giratina to a shattered world. In the course of this conflict, it also inadvertently created the god of lava, Heatran, while the remnants of the Pillar of Heaven formed the most magnificent mountain range in the world, akin to a biblical epic. It is foreseeable that once this video is released, it will become a sensational hit on Xia Chi's account. Furthermore, from a broader perspective, when the creation history of Arceus is eventually validated, the significance of this video will be elevated to unparalleled heights. As its author, Xia Chi will ascend to the status of a prophetic figure shrouded in the mystique of legendary tales. Therefore, to restore the grandeur of the Sinnoh region is our undeniable duty. Chapter 23. Insights on cultivating Leaf Meow from the chief champion of Paldea. Xia Chi himself was overwhelmed by the grand vision he had conjured. Throughout the remainder of the afternoon, he poured his fervor into crafting a grandiloquent and majestic epic narrative concerning the creation of Arceus. Meanwhile, the news of Leaf Meow triumphing over the monkey monster echoed in his mind, serving as a reminder that Leaf Meow was diligently striving in another realm. Behind this endeavor, many monkey monsters were likely paying the price for their past misdeeds. Upon the locator displaying that Leaf Meow had officially embarked on its return journey, Xia Chi took a moment to tally Leaf Meow's final achievements for the day. 7 monkey monsters, 4 long-tailed freak hands, and a fear value of 24 attributed to malevolent properties. On the surface, it appears that in just over 40 days, one could reach a fear value of 100, thereby enhancing new Leaf Meow's damage by 10 and unlocking the first reward. However, the reality is far from ideal. The number of malevolent spirits wreaking havoc within the school is scant, and those that new Leaf Meow can currently contend with are even fewer. It is needless to say that those too weak to be of any challenge provide little to no fear value upon defeat. Thus, the upcoming Hu Bao Cup presents itself as a splendid opportunity for amassing fear values. Indeed, yet another compelling reason arises for new Leaf Meow to participate in the Hu Bao Cup. New Leaf Meow returned home accompanied by the waning light of the setting sun, visibly more fatigued in both spirit and body than during the morning hours. Clearly, the midday respite had proven insufficient to sustain the relentless battles of the afternoon. Consequently, a concerned Xia Chi insisted that new Leaf Meow must rest in the dormitory that evening, forbidding any outings. He aptly justified this as an opportunity to observe live broadcasts and enhance tactical acumen in his company. Naturally, new Leaf Meow could not protest, resigning to enjoy a tranquil and delightful interlude. Meanwhile, following a full day and night of fervent discussion, the duel between Xia Chi and Qi Ba Na from the previous evening had taken the online realm by storm. The buzz surrounding it eclipsed even the recent double capture of Qishu by Xia Chi. While both are gym leaders, the disparity in strength among them is evident. The pinnacle is represented by the leader of the world's largest dark organization, Team Rocket, the underground emperor of the Kanto region, Giovanni. At the other end of the spectrum, there are the Hua Lan Triad sisters, whose prowess is inversely proportional to their appearance. Rumored to be on the verge of losing their gym qualifications, sustained only by their water performances. As for the reason behind the persistent rumors without action, perhaps it is simply because the league evaluators enjoy watching. Returning to the topic at hand, while the strength gap between Qishu and Qi Ba Na may not be as exaggerated, the latter boasts the title of the strongest gym leader. Although this accolade bears a resemblance to the misleading Forbes wealth rankings, it nevertheless commands attention and prestige. Thus, when the broadcast commenced today, the atmosphere in Xia Chi's streaming room was unprecedentedly vibrant. Passers-by, defiant of Qi Ba Na's exalted status, rallied alongside the fervent fans of Qi Ba Na who had come in droves. The audience present, already tense, was further buoyed by the influx of Qishu fans from the past few days. By activating paid fan interactions, Xia Chi reaped considerable rewards from the traffic surge. In summary, there were no extravagant gimmicks, no notable trainers queued, nor any payments from Qishu. Xia Chi merely assembled a spatial team using the account of the second-ranked player and participated in high-tier ball rankings, marking yet another profitable day. In the days that followed, Xia Chi immersed himself in a fulfilling routine of attending classes, editing videos, live streaming, and conducting cloud training sessions with new Leaf Meow. Occasionally, he would reach out to his top-ranked sister to strengthen their bond and discuss the feasibility of implementing a surprise tactic involving the dual clap attack, replacing the traditional bombardment of the mighty King Kong. Accompany her in venting about the vexing gym challengers and fervent fans encountered daily, employing a deft and subtly sardonic method to provide her with ample emotional value. It is evident that over the course of a few days, Qishu's chats with Xia Chi have become increasingly frequent. The progress on the new Leaf Meow front has also been quite remarkable. Not only has the fear value accumulated to 20, but the system now indicates a level surpassing 14. If the system's levels are indeed synchronized with the Pokémon games of the past, this suggests that only 2 more levels stand between new Leaf Meow and its evolution into Tilly Meow. Perhaps the little cat may stand tall before the arrival of the Hubao Cup. The system, however, does not display the precise progression bar for Pokémon levels, leaving Xia Chi uncertain. Meanwhile, the long-awaited breeding material for new Leaf Meow finally arrived on the last day of November. It remains the adorable avatar of the electric toad frog, which has been the most frequently contacted by Xia Chi in recent days, flashing vibrantly. Sorry for the wait. The breeding information needed to be organized, which caused the delay. Electric toad frog reclines. Attachment: New Leaf Meow breeding insights. Attachment: Qishu's new Leaf Meow breeding insights. Having just finished editing a video and reclining in his chair, Xia Chi sprang to action like a Magikarp, swiftly clicking on the files. Xia Chi, file successfully received. Xia Chi, thank you for your hard work. Please, have a seat while I fetch you a cup of tea. Smiling with a teapot in hand. Xia Chi, by the way, did those 2 esteemed individuals assist in organizing this? Or, Qishu, they're so busy, it's already a favor that they help me find it. There's no time for organizing. Sighs. Xia Chi, I have drifted aimlessly for half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise master. If you do not reject me, I would be honored to call you my adoptive father. Squirtle in tears. Qishu, electric toad frog in shock. Xia Chi, no, I meant adoptive mother. Qishu, that's not what I was referring to. Xia Chi, in any case, teacher Qishu, you have been an immense help. Qishu, it's all right, after all. It was my promise to assist you, so there's no need for such formality. Qishu, I must prepare for the gym challenge shortly, so I'll be busy. Xia Chi, wishing you great success. I shall delve into the insights as well. After closing the chat with Qishu, Xia Chi rubbed his hands together in excitement, then proceeded to unzip the 2 compressed file packages. It is often said that a top-notch trainer must also be an exceptional breeder. Qishu certainly belongs to this esteemed category. The breeding material she organized for new Leaf Meow is remarkably coherent. The entire breeding guide is divided into 3 stages: New Leaf Meow, Tilly Meow, and Magical Masquerade Meow. Each major stage is further categorized into 6 aspects, including diet, training, and moves, among others. Each section is comprehensive, covering daily nutritional requirements, optimal berry ratios, and meal energy distribution, among various other facets. It can be regarded as a caregiver-level breeding guide. As Qishu articulated, neither Xiai nor Qishu harbored the intention to assist Xia Chi in such meticulous detail. The identity of the true benefactor behind this effort is all too evident. Although these 2 sets of cultivation materials are part of an unfinished transaction, Qishu could have easily treated it with indifference, yet chose to invest genuine care. Xia Chi silently reflected on this, realizing he now owed a significant favor to Qishu. Chapter 24. A distant gaze from the divine and a certain fan upon receiving the cultivation materials for the new Leaf Meow. Xia Chi found himself devoid of motivation for attending classes, editing videos, or even streaming. He simply posted an update declaring that he would not be broadcasting today. Consequently, he spent the entire afternoon and evening engrossed in the study of these 2 cultivation insights. It is undeniable that Xiai, the top champion of Pardya, and Qishu, a beginner-friendly gym leader, possessed their respective merits. The quality of the 2 sets of cultivation materials varied greatly, with Xiai's ingenuity and ideas standing out remarkably. Qishu positioned the Magical Masquerade Meow as a swift-striking assassin, while Xiai perceived its exceedingly rare adaptability as a potential for developing into a versatile warrior capable of both offense and defense. The approaches are not necessarily superior or inferior to one another. The former is based on leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses, and the latter emphasizes unique traits. Both perspectives hold validity. However, Xia Chi leaned towards Xi's cultivation philosophy. The rationale is straightforward. With advantages, one can afford to be bold. Currently, still in the nascent stages, the bonds and equipment available to the new Leaf Meow provide an astonishing array of attribute support, which will only enhance its strength in the future. Moreover, the grass-type bonds can grant sustained combat capabilities, making it a pity not to cultivate it into a multifaceted warrior. In fact, Xia Chi's previous choices in equipment had already steered the new Leaf Meow towards this path of versatility. Nevertheless, as a gym leader proficient in grass types, Qishu's cultivation materials also held their own merits. Ultimately, Xia Chi resolved to use Xi's materials as the foundation, supplementing them with Qishu's insights, while adapting them to suit his unique new Leaf Meow cultivation journey. Having already purchased the necessary cultivation items for the new Leaf Meow, Xia Chi refrained from extensive shopping after organizing the materials. Admittedly, this was primarily due to his modest financial situation. Xiai, being a top-tier trainer, utilized only the finest resources, which Xia Chi found difficult to afford at present. Fortunately, next month should bring improvements. After all, this month, the fans led by the prominent Qishu have been quite generous in their spending during live broadcasts. Remarkably, in less than half a year of creating videos and streaming, Xia Chi's account on the Bogaman platform is on the verge of reaching 500,000 followers, a miraculous achievement. Among these, fewer than 100,000 may have followed him due to his historical videos on legendary beasts and regional myths, with the majority being fans of his live streams. Particularly after his recent encounter with Qishu and Qibana, Xia Chi's follower count has doubled, marking a significant milestone in his burgeoning online presence. Moreover, due to his initial foray into live streaming, where he actively leveraged his prestigious identity as a student from a renowned university alongside his striking appearance to attract admirers, Xia Chi's popularity within the school has similarly surged. Not to mention the curious glances from passersby, he has always garnered significant attention because of his looks. A notable change is that in recent days, several alumni fans have approached Xia Chi for casual conversations and photographs. Given that he spends most of his time holed up in his dormitory editing videos or streaming, the frequency of such encounters might have been even higher otherwise. In any case, upon completing the cultivation materials for the new Yao, Xia Chi suddenly realized that it was past midnight. On the 1st of December, in the 224th year of the Eastern Huang Time Alliance, it was the day for his monthly update of the Legend of Mythical Beasts series. With the notion that staying up late is detrimental to one's health, he decided to pull an all-nighter instead. He resolved to make a few final touches on the video titled Arceus Genesis, Part 1: The Origin of the Universe and the Three Dragon Gods. What began as a simple task unexpectedly evolved into an extensive endeavor. By the time dawn broke and the first light illuminated the horizon, Xia Chi finally felt satisfied enough to hit the publish button. After preparing breakfast and a fruit platter for Yao, he then slipped into the warmth of his cozy bed, stifling a yawn. Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region, in the town of Shenhe, as the sun began its ascent in the eastern Huang region, the stillness of the night persisted thousands of miles away. Being the closest large town to the majestic Tian Crown Mountain, one can truly appreciate the grandeur and awe of this towering range. At this moment, within a modestly lit room not far from the Shenhe Historical Research Institute, a graceful blonde beauty sat at her desk engrossed in reading. Behind her, a Blissey transformed into a hairdryer diligently blew warm air to dry her damp golden locks. Outside the window, a robust creature, resembling a hybrid of a shark and a dragon, loomed in the shadows. In Shenhe town, with Blissey and Garchomp present, the woman was none other than Cynthia. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed beside her bedside. Cynthia set her book aside, stretching languidly. The elegant curves beneath her simple black nightgown subtly revealed. "Roseraid, please hand me my phone." The gentlemanly Roseraid nodded slightly. "Right away, Cynthia." A vibrant rose bush extended a vine, delivering the phone from the bedside table to her. No one had reached out to her, save for a singular notification. "The account you follow, Xiai, has just uploaded a new video." Cynthia raised an eyebrow, surprised that this procrastinating individual had updated so early in the month. As an ardent enthusiast of mythological history, she had followed Xiai since the popularity of his first video, making her a longtime fan. She occasionally watched his live streams, though due to time zone differences, not very often. However, she never missed any of his historical videos. The content is captivating and the ideas are innovative, although certain aspects lack verifiable sources and may well be mere fabrications. However, considering that this is not a serious historical documentary, this does not constitute a flaw. At the conclusion of the previous video, Xiai engaged with the audience, inquiring which region they would prefer to explore next. A comment posted by Sharona under a pseudonym, asking whether the host could delve into the myths of the Sinnoh region, unexpectedly garnered significant support, landing it at the top. Thus, this episode centers on Sinnoh mythology. Intrigued, Sharona clicked on the video and was greeted by the title, The Genesis of Arceus, Part 1: The Origin of the Universe and the Three Dragon Deities. What audacity! Sharona's initial reaction was one of skepticism. Compared to the previous episodes featuring the Scorched Towers Ho-Oh and the resurrected legendary beasts, as well as the Guardian of the Sea and the three legendary birds, this topic elevates the discourse to an entirely different tier. Creation? The origin of the universe? Is this the dawn of a new school of thought? Based on the murals, statues, and other artifacts that have been unearthed, along with verifiable historical documents, it is confirmed that Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia were indeed revered legendary Pokémon worshipped by the ancient Sinnoh people. Yet, from where does the notion of creation arise? How can the origin of the universe be substantiated? Filled with questions, Sharona involuntarily straightened her posture and clicked on the video. Chapter 25. Sharona watches the genesis of Arceus. This video is purely hypothetical and currently lacks sufficient evidence for support. As usual, the video commenced with a defensive stance. Yet Sharona sensed a subtle distinction in Shuai's phrasing compared to previous videos. In the past, the opening line uniformly stated that the video underwent artistic adaptation, and any similarities were purely coincidental. This time, However, the phrase lacks sufficient evidence for support suggests that future discoveries may provide relevant evidence. Could it be that Xiai genuinely believes this theory has the potential to be valid? Following the opening remarks, the screen plunged into darkness. In the 172nd year of the Alliance, a mere 20 years old, Professor Oak made a groundbreaking proposal in the Yuhong Journal regarding the concept of types and advocated for classifying Pokémon accordingly. This remarkable discovery, now widely recognized, is deemed the genesis of modern Pokémon studies. However, have we ever contemplated the origin of these types? Or, delving deeper, the origin of all things? The male voice in the video was refreshing and gentle, and Sharona soon found herself engrossed in his inquiries. Frankly speaking, this question was not unfamiliar. It is akin to the ultimate question posed by humanity upon recognizing the vastness of the night sky. What is the meaning of the universe? Clearly, no one can provide a definitive answer. Yet perhaps the existence of this legendary Pokémon can offer some enlightenment. A flash of light pierced the darkness, revealing a statue of a Pokémon that resembled neither sheep nor horse, yet possessed a divine and majestic aura. Arceus, a legendary Pokémon revered by the Sinnoh people since ancient times as the great creator, remains shrouded in mystery. I prefer to refer to it as the architect of all things. Thus unfolds a grand epic of creation. The earth plate rises to form the planetary spine. The thunder plate fractures, unleashing primordial lightning. The jade plate vibrates, revealing the code of life. The celestial armlet shatters into 16 elemental plates, with the energy contained within nurturing every facet of this universe, including the extraordinary Pokémon, divided into 16 distinct types. Subsequently, Arceus created Dialga and Palkia, who govern time and space respectively. To balance the instability that arose with the emergence of all things, the deity Giratina, master of antimatter, made its appearance. One unfamiliar concept after another unfolded in the video. When Giratina manifested, Cynthia was overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. At that moment, she could not care less whether this was mere fabrication or not. She was entirely immersed in the epic tale of creation that unfolded before her. Soon after, a fierce battle erupted between Dialga and Palkia. The energy generated from their conflict gave rise to the creation of Giratina. With a temperament as tumultuous as a storm, Giratina began to rebel. Arceus descended with the spear pillar to quell the war, and the era of creation entered a tumultuous phase marked by the birth and interactions of powerful legendary Pokémon. The excitement only intensified. However, just as Cynthia anticipated an even more thrilling continuation, the video abruptly ceased, transitioning directly into a final advertisement segment. Recently, I captured a new Pokémon and equipped it with the latest 7th generation Hoenn luxury ball developed by the Divine Group. One of my old Pokeballs. I listed one on the Magikarp platform and was surprised to find that an ordinary red and white ball could sell for over 100. The Magikarp platform has professionals who specialize in collecting Pokémon with extraordinary attributes and trading secondhand Pokémon items. It's the right place to go. Cynthia exclaimed, water type. Could you be any more vague? At least tell us what happened to the time and space deities before you conclude. For the first time in her life, Cynthia felt an impulse to have her Garchomp unleash a couple of meteor showers on the person on the other end of the line. Aren't you going to sleep, Xiai? A familiar, aged voice suddenly resonated behind her. Startled, Cynthia turned around and, half complaining and half pouting, said, Grandma, why did you come in without knocking? The only person who could bypass the numerous champion Pokémon guarding Cynthia was her grandmother, Dr. Mustard, the current director of the Sinnoh Historical Research Institute, and her guide on the path of mythology. This historian, known for her aloof demeanor yet softening only for her granddaughter, feigned reproach, saying, I knocked for 3 minutes. You simply didn't hear it. Just ask your Glacian. As Ice Eevee entered alongside Mustard Greens, her demeanor was aloof, merely nodding without showing favoritism towards her trainer. Even during vacation, one should not stay up so late, Mustard Greens jested, setting down her milk. What's the matter? Has the champion of Sinnoh's duties piled up to the point where they cannot be completed by nightfall? Cynthia shook her head and, in a manner reminiscent of a promotional pitch, presented her phone to the elderly lady, saying, No, Grandma, take a look at this. Dr. Mustard Greens, with slightly impaired vision, squinted at the subtitles on the screen and remarked, The creation of Arceus is quite intriguing. Cynthia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, Have you heard of this hypothesis before? Dr. Mustard Greens is an undisputed authority in Sinnoh's historical realm. Truly, no one comprehends Sinnoh mythology better than she does. Instead of directly answering the question, Mustard Greens began to watch the video, and of course, Cynthia accompanied her, ready to rewatch it. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed. The pair emerged from their engrossed state, exchanging silent glances. After a considerable pause, Dr. Mustard Greens finally spoke, an engaging video, indeed, with a thought-provoking hypothesis. Cynthia felt a jolt of surprise. For her grandmother, who seldom offered compliments, this was a significant endorsement. She asked, Do you believe this could be a historical fact? Dr. Mustard Greens shook her head. Although the logic appears self-consistent, I cannot render a judgment. The flying spaghetti monster theory can also be self-consistent, but is that a fact? Even academic hypotheses, which are proposed first and substantiated later, are not easily established, let alone the more rigorous historical theories. After a brief pause, she continued, her mind drifting. Of course, we cannot dismiss it outright. Yet some elements remind me of a story my grandmother frequently recounted during my childhood. Cynthia, intrigued, inquired, what story? Doctor. Mustard Greens murmured, from ancient to present is called you, and the four directions above and below are referred to as Zhao. She then shook her head, resigned, and added, in my old age. The rest escapes me. I only remember it involved a rift in time and space and Arceus. My grandmother said she read it in the Waterway Library when she was a child. Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. This must date back 2 centuries to her grandmother's grandmother, which explains why it is so difficult to pass down. However, the Waterway Library? Cynthia pondered slightly. With a month still left in vacation, perhaps it is time to find something to occupy her mind. Chapter 26. Considerations of the second Pokémon. As December approached, the bleak autumn winds grew increasingly fierce. Perhaps this world was untouched by global warming, as the early winter in Shanghai felt colder than in the past lives of Xia Chi. Autumn. Just waking. Xia Chi tucked the slightly insufficient blanket closer, wrapping herself like a green caterpillar. Glancing out the window, she saw the sky shrouded in twilight. Yesterday's all-nighter had successfully adjusted Xia Chi to the unified schedule. Fortunately, today was a class-free weekend. Otherwise, she would have had to rack her brain for excuses to present to teacher Zhao. Xia Chi has always believed that those who can rise immediately upon waking are truly extraordinary individuals. Lacking such formidable self-discipline, he comfortably reached for his phone at the bedside, aimlessly engaging with it. The time was just past 4 in the afternoon. As expected, Xia and Meow was outside battling and leveling up, and her displayed condition was commendable, warranting no concern. Qishu had sent updates regarding Xia and Meow's nurturing information, along with inquiries about Xia Chi's whereabouts. Xia Chi snapped a photo of his current state as a pupa and sent it along with a humorous meme of a Snorlax soundly asleep. Miss Lalina, whom he followed, had updated her portfolio with a new series of swimsuit runway photographs, as delightful as ever. Then, he noticed that the video he had posted before bed that morning had astonishingly garnered 50,000 views. Xia Chi abruptly sat up, startled. At first glance, this number seemed quite unremarkable, even less than the view count of his inaugural video featuring the Phoenix King. Yet, it had only been released for 10 hours, making it incomparable. Upon further exploration of the comments, Xia Chi discerned the underlying reasons. Firstly, the influx of traffic from his recent live streams had been considerable, as enthusiasts of Pokémon battles generally enjoy such legendary creature content. The intermingling of history buffs and livestream aficionados had fostered this phenomenon. However, the most significant factor was undoubtedly the explosive content of this particular video. The myth of Arceus, the creator deity, regardless of its authenticity, provoked a thrilling experience for viewers. The overwhelmingly positive feedback from the audience confirmed this, as evidenced by the dense barrage of comments and the nearly equivalent number of likes and tips. Of course, there were those who criticized Xia Chi for his lack of rigor, fabricating tales and recounting historical anecdotes, but amidst the majority of positive remarks, such dissent hardly stirred any significant waves. Meow. The call of Xia and Meow jolted Xia Chi from his reverie in the comments section. I'm back. Xia and Meow skillfully pushed open the window and leaped to Xia Chi's side, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with remarkable effect. Welcome back, Xia and Meow. Xia Chi gently lifted the little cat for a cursory examination. All seemed well, with no apparent injuries. Over the past few days, as Xia and Meow adjusted to her enhanced abilities, her frequency of injuries had noticeably diminished. Perhaps this was also related to a shift in her confidence. After applying a healing spray on Xia and Meow, Xia Chi suddenly realized that it was nearing 6 o'clock. The comments section is a trap, he resolved. From today onward, I shall abstain from the comments. Reflecting on this revelation, Xia Chi rose to prepare dinner for Xia and Meow. Today marked the first meal following the establishment of the nurturing plan, and he approached the cooking with utmost seriousness. Alas, he possessed little culinary talent. And despite following the recipe, the final dish bore little resemblance to the picture, more akin to a comparison between Tesla edamame and a trash bin. Fortunately, the flavor was reasonably satisfactory. The little cat, Xia and Meow, showed no signs of distress as it diligently consumed its meal. Xia Chi observed the eating kitten, lost in thought, stroking his chin. Given his culinary skills, even preparing a simple no-cook salad was a struggle. Thus, crafting more intricate dishes would undoubtedly prove disastrous. Should he aim to capture a second sprite that possessed hands and could cook? Oh, but that might not be necessary. Once Xia and Meow evolves into Tilly Meow, it would be able to stand. The question remains, however, what of its culinary aptitude? Could it shoulder the culinary responsibilities of the household? Then again, perhaps it was time to prioritize the capture of a second sprite. Xia Chi mused to himself. While acquiring another sprite would mean an additional financial burden, Xia Chi's income had recently improved. As long as he refrained from pursuing the cultivation of only the finest resources, he could manage the expenses. So, whom should he capture? Xia Chi fell into contemplation. His first choice would certainly be a grass-type sprite or one that could be evaluated by the system as an agile attacker. This way, Xia and Meow could engage in battles at the upcoming Hubao Cup with a second bond. However, he dismissed the notion of capturing a swift grass-type sprite. Firstly, such species were scarce. The only ones he could think of were Wood Gecko, Leaf Eevee, and the Cunning Tengu. Perhaps the sky form of Shaman and Bailijin could also belong to this category, but these two were legendary sprites. Xia Chi felt that even if he were to stumble upon good fortune and traverse back into the real world, capturing them would be exceedingly unlikely. Moreover, cultivating a sprite of the same type and attribute would not significantly aid in the future construction of his team. Perhaps in the distant future. Once Xia Chi had captured a full roster of 6 sprites, he might reconsider, but certainly not at present. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he smiled wryly. No, I should first contemplate how to capture the second sprite. Firstly, he ruled out purchasing from a breeding house or a breeding base. For the reason was quite simple. Xia Chi was truly out of funds. While his live streaming income was indeed substantial, it primarily served as the cultivation fund for Xia and Meow and the future sprite. To spend several $100,000 on acquiring a sprite would necessitate resorting to sprite loans, which Xia Chi would certainly not consider. What was the point of purchasing sprites worth thousands or tens of thousands? It would be far more prudent to capture wild sprites. After thorough analysis, Xia Chi resolved to venture into the wilderness in a few days, hoping for good fortune. Shanghai was one of the leading cities in the Dongguan region, with scarcely any vast stretches of uninhabited wilderness like those found in the West Frontier, Northern Desert, or Southern Yunnan. While this signified that encountering rare sprites in the frequently trafficked wilds was challenging, it equally implied that the likelihood of encountering dangerous sprites was low. After all, Xia Chi currently had only one weak yet adorable and voracious companion, Xia and Meow. How wonderful it would be if he could summon sprites from the game. He could simply sweep through the uninhabited regions of the northern desert. Xia Chi pondered, momentarily engulfed by nostalgia. Indeed, Uncle Long did not deceive me. No matter how powerful you are in the game, it is all but a facade. After dinner, Xia Chi perused strategies on the little blue book. Surrounding Shanghai, there are several renowned novice villages, favored by beginner trainers due to the abundance of adorable Pokémon with amiable dispositions. After some contemplation, Xia Chi ultimately settled on Mingchong Island, which boasts the largest area and the most diverse array of Pokémon. Given its vast expanse, Mingchong Island features a remarkably complex terrain. Within its mountains, wetlands, beaches, and plains dwell a multitude of Pokémon. Xia Chi even stumbled upon a post in the little blue book where someone had encountered a rather rare ink seahorse, though regrettably, they failed to capture it. With a destination chosen for the coming days, the clock approached 7. Xia Chi sighed. It was time to go live. Chapter 27. Do you take me for Team Rocket? Can you hear me? The classic 4-word opening instantly invigorated the audience that had been eagerly waiting in the live stream. Wonderful. It's Teacher Shui. Today's flight is finally ready to take off. Ah, Ji Shui, you're so bold. Classic battle cry to start. If I were to pull out a golden copper whisker, would you not explode? Tell me, what did you do yesterday while you were off? Update, update, update. Can't you release the second half of Arceus Genesis more quickly? Viewers who had never before watched such videos expressed their delight, granting permission for another day off to produce the next episode. A day off? Half a day off. I want to see an update as soon as I wake up. After the rhythm of Qishu and Qi Ban Na calmed down, the lively atmosphere of the livestream room returned to its former joy. Though the earnings were certainly not as plentiful as before, Xia Chi found himself preferring the current state of the broadcasts. Yesterday off? Of course. I was at Sister Mi-chun's club having fun, or else I was editing videos. You want to see an update as soon as you wake up? No problem. I'll find a dream eater to put you under for a month. You'll definitely see an update upon waking. As he bantered with the comments, Xia Chi launched into Pokémon Champions Road. Today's agenda was still focused on helping the admirals rank up. The recent surge in popularity had successfully converted some casual viewers into fans, adding 2 more admirals to Xia Chi's roster. Unless something unusual occurred, the livestream content primarily revolved around assisting them in gaining ranks. Generally, fans who were willing to support admirals were not short on funds, and their accounts were of high quality. However, one particular admiral, named Kanto's First Affection, possessed an astonishingly high-quality account. Aside from the legendary Pokémon not included in the game's Pokédex, it had every Pokémon and the highest individual values and efforts, truly a graduate-level account. Clearly, a significant investment had been made. Naturally, Kanto's First Affection was also no slouch in terms of rank, being a high-scoring player in the advanced ball tier. However, Xia Chi was unperturbed, even in the top-scoring matches. Just as he was about to assemble his team and commence the Dragon Dance, the account owner sent a paid message worth 1,000. Teacher Shui, may I designate a particular Pokémon? Xia Chi responded with enthusiasm, of course. Feel free to request anything. It is quite natural for a trainer to have a preferred Pokémon or to wish to learn the strategies of a certain creature. Such reasonable demands from fans are something Xia Chi, as a devoted streamer, would never decline. At that moment, a heartfelt paid message appeared on the screen. Really, streamer? I want to see Psyduck. Xia Chi remarked. Come on, my friend. You're in a high-tier ranking just below Master Balls. Are you really willing to throw that away? Psyduck is here, huh? I thought you were a loyal fan, but it turns out you just want to stir up chaos. Xia Chi, with a face full of exasperation, quipped. Are you trying to turn me into Team Rocket? However, there was no choice but to comply with the initial promise. Amidst the chuckles of the viewers reveling in the mischief, he pondered over team composition. Psyduck, though an adorable Pokémon, was rather ineffective. While Misty S. Psyduck could unleash terrifying psychic powers when afflicted with headaches, that was merely an anomaly and could not be compared within the game context. Moreover, unlike the naturally slow yet high-attack Mega Scizor or the support-laden Pachirisu, Psyduck appeared quite mediocre in terms of stats and move pool. Forming a strong team seemed impossible. So he had to seek alternative strategies, perhaps employing some underhanded tactics. Speaking of underhanded, Xia Chi immediately became invigorated, and his mind raced as he quickly devised a theoretically viable strategy. During the selection of Pokémon and moves, the screen was still filled with puzzled question marks. A handful of passers-by, either unfamiliar with Xia Chi or eager to incite discord, continued to express their doubts in the comments. Xia Chi remained silent, concentrating on constructing his six-man team of 3. The lineup consisted of Garchomp, Landorus, Blaziken, Whimsicott, Mega Gardevoir, and that silly, yellow-feathered Psyduck cradling its head. Any Pokémon battle enthusiast from his previous life would instantly recognize this as a Blaziken acceleration Baton Pass team. Whimsicott or Mega Gardevoir would set up screens, allowing Blaziken to significantly enhance its speed and attack through its ability, Speed Boost, and the move Swords Dance, before passing on those enhancements to Garchomp through Baton Pass. However, the inclusion of Landorus and Psyduck was somewhat perplexing. To the majority of viewers in this world, this appeared to be an oddball composition, seemingly unrelated, with the exception of Garchomp and Blaziken, as the rest were rather obscure Pokémon. Oh, but no. After Xia Chi successfully stirred up the competitive environment, an increasing number of players began to appreciate support-style moves. The presence of Whimsicott and Mega Gardevoir, both possessing the prankster ability, had become quite common. In any case, Xia Chi paid no heed to the audience's reactions. Once he finalized his lineup, he pressed the button to begin matchmaking. The queue during the prime time remains remarkably swift. In the next instant, the screen illuminated with the message of a successful match. The first emotional woman from Guandu would only impede my speed in throwing Pokeballs. Indeed, the overwhelming aura of a Sigma male is palpable. Even before the battle commences, I feel as though half of my charm as a devoted online idol has already dissipated. Naturally, such disparaging thoughts about the host, Summer Pool, would only be silently mulled over in his mind. Glancing at the opposing lineup, Coal Turtle, Venusaur, Charizard, Chandelure, Manectric, and Incineroar, it is evident that this is a quintessential and popular Sun team, recently enhanced by the much-acclaimed Incineroar under Summerpool's guidance. Without hesitation, he selected the trio of Mamoswine, Blaziken, and Garchomp. Although the absence of Psyduck may have disappointed some eager spectators, Summerpool's baton-passing strategy soon captivated their attention. Mamoswine initiated with dual screens before succumbing to the inevitable. The confidence of Coal Turtle surged as it launched a fierce assault against the subsequently summoned Blaziken. What was anticipated to be an exhilarating exchange quickly turned into a display of capitulation from Blaziken. After a Swords Dance, it inexplicably resorted to Protect, merely stalling for time. The opponent, unperturbed, allowed Coal Turtle to unleash a blazing inferno under the sun's embrace. Despite being a fellow fire type and shielded by Light Screen, Blaziken faltered under the relentless onslaught, its health plummeting dramatically. Just when the opponent believed victory was assured, a miraculous turn of events unfolded. After 3 Swords Dances, the acceleration of Blaziken endured for at least half a minute. Just before its last vestige of health was extinguished, it transferred all its enhancements to Garchomp. The tides of battle had shifted. Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Rock Slide. Without the influence of trickery or external disruptions, Garchomp, inheriting Blaziken's formidable boosts, transformed into a bulldozer, dispatching opponents with ease. Coal Turtle, Charizard, and even the remarkably durable Venusaur could not withstand a single blow. The first match concluded successfully. Chapter 28. My Psyduck only competes in high-level matches. 66666. Blaziken is magnificent. Is it not my Garchomp leading the charge? The zero output from Blaziken and Mamoswine merely lying down suffices. No need for barking. Why are you so concerned about your output? It will only distort the contributions of the Pokémon. Solving problems with formulas is indeed swift. Wow, this tactical setup is incredibly powerful. The Light Screen and Reflect safeguard Blaziken's enhancements before transitioning to Garchomp for the sweep. Truly invincible. It is apparent that one has not been watching the live stream closely enough. When encountering a player of such caliber as in this match, how would you respond to a provocation? Today's battle intensity is relatively low, allowing Summerpool to engage in the lively discussion within the chat. Miss Qishu's Manectric is clearly a diligent student, well-versed in the excellent skills frequently mentioned in our live broadcasts. As Xia Chi deftly commanded the sprites within the game, he remarked, "The baton passing team is vastly inferior in versatility compared to the spatial team. Let alone provoke. If we attempt it again, shadow mist, clear the haze." And there are countless methods to counter the baton pass. This is precisely the reason the baton passing strategy has not gained popularity in this realm. In real battles, there are no constraints of force skills. A mere provocation could lead to catastrophic failure. Due to this ingrained mindset, players tend to overlook the myriad of strategies available in the game, resorting instead to a simplistic and aggressive approach. However, it is still enjoyable to showcase it occasionally. Xia Chi continued, "The environment is cyclical. Once the latter environment accommodates more users of provocation and blowing away tactics, the baton pass will find little room for execution." Amidst his musings, he swiftly brought down a sandstorm team. Without pause, he engaged with the audience, boasting while continuing his ranking matches. Initially, the viewers were attentively observing and learning to enhance the baton passing strategy. Yet, after a series of victories without Psyduck making an appearance, other voices began to emerge in the barrage of comments. Is Psyduck merely a good luck charm? What a scam. Geneva, refund the Admiral. The half-joking flood of comments undoubtedly urged Xia Chi to deploy Psyduck, anticipating a mishap under the guidance of the Duck God. Naturally, Xia Chi could not ignore this matter, and he eloquently declared, "The current rank is too low for Psyduck to take action. My Duck God only engages in high-tier matches." Eventually, the audience did not have to wait long. After a streak of 4 consecutive victories, the high-tier match arrived. The first arena of Kanto, the heartfelt Water Master Lurina. Xia Chi felt a twinge of nostalgia. He had matched against the gym leader once more. It was not merely coincidence. The player base of this game is astonishing, with most trainers and enthusiasts indulging in it during their leisure time. Given that this was a high-ranking account, it was a rare occurrence for Xia Chi to encounter other gym leaders only a week after matching with Chibana. In any case, facing a popular trainer, regardless of victory or defeat, Xia Chi was determined to approach the most renowned strategies with utmost seriousness. As the match commenced, Lurina's lineup consisted entirely of water-type Pokémon, Blastoise, Pelipper, Sharpedo, Gyarados, Wishiwashi, and Milotic, constituting a standard rain team. Xia Chi, without hesitation, swiftly selected his 3 Pokémon, Whimsicott, Garchomp, and the long-awaited Psyduck. In an instant, the screen was filled with jubilant cheers from the audience. After waiting all night, they finally witnessed the Duck God's debut. With both sides having selected their Pokémon, the battle officially commenced. As anticipated, Lurina opened with Pelipper, the weather setter, while Xia Chi sent forth his adorable Whimsicott. The ability to summon rain activated. Torrential downpours commenced, ushering in the rainy weather. At the very onset of the battle, Xia Chi quickly commanded, "Whimsicott, provoke." The dark energy sphere was instantly launched. Just as the swift-tailed Pelipper was about to unleash its favorable winds, it was unexpectedly struck, futilely flapping its wings in an attempt to summon the breeze. "Such is the confidence bestowed upon me by the heart of mischief." Xia Chi continued to direct the battle. "Next, we shall erect the reflective barrier." Although Pelipper is a special attack-oriented Pokémon, there was no immediate need to activate the light screen. Its primary role was to serve as a weather setter, incapable of dealing significant damage. The true threats lay in the backline, namely the Swords Dance-equipped Gyarados and the ferocious Torterra. However, before the reflective barrier could be established, the aforementioned Pelipper was engulfed in a flash of crimson light and exited the battlefield. In its stead appeared the very Pokémon Xia Chi had feared, the Swords Dance Gyarados. Such decisive action, Xia Chi's gaze sharpened, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Lurina did not hesitate over whether to initiate favorable winds. Instead, she seamlessly switched to Gyarados, a clear indication of her intent to accelerate the tempo of the battle. With its ability to double speed under rainy conditions, Gyarados was more than equipped for the task at hand. As the reflective barrier stood newly erected before the fairy type, Gyarados promptly executed its first move upon entry, Swords Dance. This was a blatant invitation for the fairy type to act, as it posed no threat to Gyarados, aiming to bolster its offensive rhythm. Reluctantly, Xia Chi abandoned the notion of triggering favorable winds and commanded, "Fairy type, use Taunt." If Gyarados were to be freed from the constraints of Swords Dance, it could easily replicate the stunning performance of the previous Sharpedo in no time. Without a doubt, Gyarados, with its stats overwhelmingly focused on attack and speed, possessed terrifying offensive prowess. Uncertain whether it was satisfied with the boost from Swords Dance or had predicted the fairy type's taunt, Gyarados opted not for a second Swords Dance, but struck with an Ice Fang instead. Upon witnessing this Ice Fang, Xia Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there weren't many in this world who preferred to set up barriers. Lorena had not brought along any barrier-breaking moves like Spirit Shackle or Brick Break, but had instead chosen the more versatile Ice Fang. Otherwise, the pressure on Xia Chi's subsequent Pokémon would have been overwhelming. The terrifying capabilities of Gyarados post-Swords Dance were no less than that of a top-tier attacker like Sharpedo. The Ice Fang dealt a devastating blow, reducing the Fairy-type's health to below half. Had Xia Chi not activated the reflective barrier beforehand, the double-weak Ice Fang could have easily eliminated the Cotton Pokémon. Fairy-type. Favorable winds. With the assistance of Mischievous Heart, the Fairy-type finally managed to summon favorable winds before Gyarados could unleash its second Ice Fang. Accept this, for it shall be my final ripple. As the icy fangs clashed, a cry of distress echoed, and the Fairy-type succumbed to its first fainting. Xia Chi promptly sent forth his second Pokémon, Excadrill. Lorena appeared momentarily startled by the emergence of Excadrill. Excadrill? What manner of creature is this? Is it even listed in the Pokédex? Of course, this was a jest. As a gym leader, Lorena could not possibly be unaware of all Pokémon. However, it was indeed a rather obscure Pokémon. Due to a lack of timely command, the Fako suddenly launched an attack after a noticeable moment of hesitation. Faced with the ordinary attributes of the ground dragon, which bore no type disadvantage, there was little to deliberate. The straightforward approach was to unleash the Water Flow Break with its own type. Receive my Water Flow Break. In Chapter 29, with the use of the coiling hypnosis technique, I unleash a triad of quality strikes. In the rain, the Fako, endowed with exceptional agility, moved with astonishing speed. Even under favorable wind conditions, the ground dragon had no chance of evading this Water Flow Break. Of course, Xia Chi had never intended to dodge. The purpose of the favorable wind was merely to enable the slower ground dragon to execute its crucial move more swiftly. Ground dragon, use coiling. Coiling, once executed, enhances the Pokémon's attack, defense, and accuracy. It bolsters the support team. No, rather, it serves as a specialized power bank for Psyduck. Activate. The Water Flow Break struck first. With a 15-fold boost from the rain and a 15-fold increase from the water type, combined with a 100-point attack boost from Swords Dance, it was a devastating combination. In the absence of type disadvantages, a more fragile Pokémon might have been knocked out in one hit. Only the remarkably robust ground dragon could withstand it. And even then, it seemed to manage comfortably. Observing that the ground dragon still had just over half its health remaining, Xia Chi furrowed his brow once more. Can it endure this ambiguous health line? However, there was no choice. At this moment, whether through direct switching or feather rest, victory was unattainable. The only option was to continue gambling. Ground dragon, continue coiling. Before the second coiling, as anticipated, the Water Flow Break struck again, nearly dislodging the ground dragon's tiny wings. Fortunately, after the first coiling, the ground dragon's physical defense had improved significantly, resulting in noticeably reduced damage, leaving its health just below a third. Finally, after maintaining a tense demeanor since the Fako's appearance, Xia let out a sigh of relief. The most critical wave had been endured. The next steps would be much simpler. Ground dragon, feather rest. The third Water Flow Break arrived as expected, yet the ground dragon seemed to have activated a hidden ability. Surviving despite its health bar being fully depleted, recovering to a third of its health. Due to the overall increase in health, the feather rest move, which in previous games could restore half, now only restored a third in this one. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient. From here on, Xia Chi's strategy would be merely formulaic. When health was low, he would use feather rest. When it recovered, coiling would be employed. The ground dragon was effectively performing sit-ups in its coffin. Each time it seemed the Fako was on the verge of delivering a fatal blow. Yet the ground dragon refused to fall. As the ground dragon's defensive capabilities increased with each layer of coiling, the health of this tenacious yellow serpent appeared to grow, paradoxically. With each strike, the explosive scene of this program undoubtedly ignited joyous discussions among viewers. Stack the thickest armor, endure the most vicious blows. A tribute to the legendary tank. Torterra. It's hilarious. What damage are we racking up with that Gyarados? When the battle concludes, one might ponder, oh dear, I dealt so much damage. And yet, the value of sacrifice theory continues to rise. What uses Torterra without a single offensive skill? Does Gyarados even acknowledge you? I await the end of the taunt status. What are you waiting for? In the Galar region, at Water's Edge Town, within the Water's Edge arena, just as a viewer remarked, Lorena remains remarkably composed. The situation before her hardly qualifies as dire. She feels that she has maintained firm control throughout. As the taunt on Gyarados concluded, Lorena commanded it to cease its assault and instead utilize Swords Dance to enhance its prowess. Her strategy was straightforward. When both sides' offensive and defensive capabilities reached their zenith, she would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Gyarados, being swifter and more agile, could also potentially inflict a negative status that lowers defenses with its move, Waterfall. Should that effect trigger even once, Torterra would no longer be an insurmountable foe. Regardless of the opponent's last Pokémon, it would be powerless against Gyarados, whose attack would soar to 16,000 points. Torterra would require 6 turns to max out its physical attack and defense. while Gyarados could achieve the same with merely 3 applications of Swords Dance, excluding the initial one, meaning only 2 were truly necessary. During those 2 turns of Swords Dance, darkness enveloped the dawn. Lurina gazed intently at the screen, aware that the rain's duration had yet to expire. She trusted her ability to adeptly command Gyarados in a state of fluidity, evading any attacks from her opponent. Yet, the anticipated onslaught did not materialize. Quite the opposite. A flash of red light illuminated the battlefield, and Torterra inexplicably vanished. Withdrawn, Lurina was momentarily taken aback. All those previous enhancements, relinquished so easily? No, it was a switch. Although this maneuver is so obscure that it scarcely appears in actual battles, Lurina, an experienced trainer, recalled its existence. To whom would she transfer the 4 layers of coiled strength? To Garchomp? Lurina remained unperturbed. In the rainy conditions, Gyarados enjoyed an indisputable speed advantage, and she had equipped it with Ice Fang. It is well known that apart from fairy types, ice types are the greatest nemesis of dragon types, particularly those bearing ground or flying attributes, which are quadruple weak. A dragon type? Should it dare to challenge, it would return without respite. With Gyarados having completed its second Swords Dance, Lurina thought resolutely. However, the Pokémon that emerged to take the place of Torterra was not the anticipated Garchomp, but rather, a Psyduck. As she gazed at the yellow-feathered Psyduck, awkwardly clutching its head with its little stubby arms, Lurina found herself momentarily entranced. Psyduck? What purpose does a Psyduck serve? Perhaps it would be better to evolve further before making an appearance. Initially, Lurina was concerned about whether the Garchomp could withstand the Ice Fang and subsequently retaliate with a Dragon Rush to achieve a remarkable sweep, but upon seeing Psyduck, her tense nerves instantly relaxed. With Psyduck's meager offensive and defensive capabilities, it was hardly a threat. Even a 4-layer defense would suffice to save it. Setting aside such unrealistic scenarios, Lurina commanded, Dragon Rush, engage it in close combat. However, she failed to notice that, at that very moment, a peculiar psychic glow emanated from Psyduck's vacant, fish-like eyes. Hypnosis. Successful. Lurina was immediately rendered dazed. Students, here lies a point of knowledge. On a rainy day, a Pokémon with the ability Swift Swim, like the Dragonite, boasts a speed approximately double that of Psyduck. But what if Psyduck were in a favorable wind state? After successfully executing the hypnosis, Xia Chi chuckled. But what if I claim that my coiling is not merely to enhance physical attack and defense, but rather to boost the success rate of hypnosis, which typically hovers around 50%, to a staggering 100%? This is sheer nonsense. Without enhancing physical attack, could one really rely solely on hypnosis to incapacitate an opponent? Yet, in moments of bravado, reason often eludes us, and if not now, then when? Xia Chi beamed with a radiant smile of brilliance. Time to reel it in. Psyduck, use confusion. Chapter 30. Psyduck, I have no idea. I thought it was a speed bump. When a Psyduck, boasting the highest speed on the field, and with both its attack and accuracy elevated by 200%, graced the arena, let us observe the delightful chaos that ensues. First, it used confusion to deliver a fatal blow to the frail Dragonite, which was barely distinguishable from a state of incapacitation. Subsequently, the incoming Swampert, despite also possessing the Swift Swim ability, was utterly outpaced by the wind-boosted Psyduck. The moment it entered the fray, it was struck by hypnosis, instantly plunging into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Yet, instead of employing its own sizable head for the assault, Psyduck swung its short, stubby tail. Given that Swampert is a water-rock dual type, it is not resistant to water-type moves, and Xia Chi naturally opted for the water tail, which enjoyed a damage boost in the ring. One must concede that Swampert's physical defense and stamina were indeed superior to that of the fragile Dragonite. However, its advantages were limited, merely a difference of 2 heads versus 3 tails. Of course, during this interval, Swampert was fortunate enough to awaken. But let us not forget that coiling enhances not only physical attack and accuracy, but also provides a 4-layer boost to physical defense, sufficient to plunge the purely offensive Swampert into despair. When the second offensive Pokémon, Swampert, fell victim to Psyduck's tail strikes, this battle had effectively reached its conclusion. The final Pokémon, Pelipper, merely emerged to provide Psyduck with additional data. It remains uncertain whether it was Lalina's benevolence that granted Duck God the opportunity to shine, or simply a stubborn refusal to concede. She resolutely abstained from voting. The game only concluded when the last vestige of life flickered away from the slumbering Pelipper. In a state of bewilderment, Psyduck, cradling its head, emerged as the solitary victor on the screen, akin to a lone wolf amidst a tempest, amplifying the show's dramatic flair. It is needless to say that the barrage of comments was already in a frenzy. Congratulations to Lalina on her induction into the Lao Shui Underworld Tactical Victims Club. One can hardly blame Lalina. Encountering such a situation would infuriate anyone. From the moment the Sandshrew made its debut, every subsequent second was a torment. Who could fathom the sense of redemption when the sleeping Pelipper was metaphorically bludgeoned to death by Psyduck's telepathic prowess? The ingenuity to employ a coiled plate to enhance accuracy, thereby bestowing Psyduck with an infallible hypnosis tactic, speaks volumes of Lao Shui's exceptional acumen. Truly, even the wise must seek the counsel of the wise. Years down the line, when Kyogre stood before the water-type deity, it was told, "You are now the mightiest of water-type Pokémon." Kyogre inquired, "What of Psyduck?" The water deity smiled gently and replied, "Psyduck? It has been quite some time since anyone referred to me as such." Psyduck remarked, "I had no idea. I thought I would just cruise past like a speed bump." Duck God, Duck God, Duck God. Families, swiftly equip yourselves with fog-clearing tactics or gusts of wind. I can already envision a wave of baton-passing teams surging forth in the latter matches. A wave of baton-passing teams. Where are these teams? In light of Lalina's sweeping victory, Xia Chi was graced with another wave of gifts. Initially, he presumed that the elusive Qishu had emerged to present a Master Ball as a congratulatory gesture. Xia Chi felt a tinge of peculiarity the last time he encountered Cabana. The fellow had been overly enthusiastic, yet now he found himself inexplicably gifted a Master Ball by Lalina. Did she harbor a grudge against him? Seizing the brief intermission before the next match, Xia Chi discreetly messaged Qishu, "Are you at odds with Lalina?" Qishu replied, "Not at all." Xia Chi scratched his head, realizing perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Qishu continued, "I simply have grievances with those gym leaders from Galar." Xia Chi was taken aback. "Wow, are you being blunt?" Fortunately, their conversation was private on the messaging app. Had it been in the live stream, the following day would surely have been rife with gossip. Qishu, meanwhile, continued her tirade. "Don't you find them all to be pretentious? Dan D has yet to secure a championship title, yet he incessantly markets himself as the world's top champion. Has he consulted Cynthia? Or even Lady CG? Cabana, too, was a schemer. While claiming that many gym leaders surpassed him, he surreptitiously liked comments on social media proclaiming, 'Cabana is the champion in other regions.' Lalina was hardly any better, perpetually promoting her persona as the beautiful gym leader. Who isn't guilty of that? Last year, she lost to Misty in the water-type gym leader ranking. Her fans even spread rumors claiming Misty had been at the bottom for years. Questioning how she had suddenly become stronger this year, Xia Chi was left speechless. The fierce rivalry among elite trainers is indeed a brutal affair. I had once presumed that they were all amicable companions. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. In a world largely characterized by peace, the significance of Pokémon battles surpasses that of any sport from my previous life, be it football, basketball, baseball, or badminton combined. It is noteworthy that those football hooligans, when provoked, are scarcely distinguishable from organized crime. In this realm, audiences from diverse regions merely vent their frustrations online, which is a rather mild reaction. Xia Chi undoubtedly stands by her friends, asserting that even my Psyduck could triumph over her. It appears that Lurina lacks formidable prowess. Qishu, who was quite amused, seemed to have conveniently forgotten that merely a week prior, she had been humiliated by Xia Chi's powerful ants. As Xia Chi engaged in conversation with Qishu, her gameplay continued unabated. Tonight, the remaining opponents in the live stream were, frankly, far less challenging than Lurina. However, one individual, likely suffering from the consequences of employing dubious strategies, sent out 3 Pokémon equipped with the move Provocation. After being restricted from enhancing her tactics, Xia Chi ultimately faced a disheartening defeat. Ironically, the incident garnered even more attention than her victory over Lurina, indicating that Xia Chi has now ascended to a status where she no longer requires the support of other prominent trainers, establishing herself as a modest yet notable gaming streamer. Before concluding the broadcast, Xia Chi announced that she might take a hiatus from streaming in the coming days due to an excursion outdoors. Unsurprisingly, this prompted a vehement response from the chat. All right. Today you dare to take a day off. Tomorrow you'll dare to snub your fans. Did we authorize this? Just do an outdoor stream. We would love to watch." There were also remarks about the long absence of the real-life Shueli, with viewers expressing a lack of enthusiasm recently. Is Teacher Shuei a trainer too? What Pokémon has she cultivated? The answer is self-evident. Teacher Shuei is indeed a trainer, starting at least at a professional level. And it is not impossible for her to be at the gym leader tier. Otherwise, how could she compete against Qibana and Lurina? Xia Chi felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that she was perceived as such a powerful trainer in their eyes. If they were to discover that she was merely a novice trainer, would that not be a significant letdown? Nevertheless, the proposal for outdoor streaming was indeed worth considering. It would serve to dispel any misconceptions about her being an exceptionally strong trainer, preventing any drastic disillusionment among her fans. Additionally, Xia Chi was in dire need of financial support. Taking a break would severely impact her burgeoning streaming career. Moreover, should any mishaps occur during an outdoor stream, the viewers could assist in alerting the authorities, providing multiple benefits. With this in mind, Xia Chi resolved to proceed with outdoor streaming. Chapter 31. The Ghost-type Pokémon of Mingchong Mountain. In contrast to game streaming, which requires merely a computer with internet access, outdoor streaming necessitates a far more extensive array of preparations. Simple tents, sleeping bags, high-energy food, lighting lamps, water purifiers, outdoor streaming tools, insect repellent spray, healing spray, and most importantly, a leave note. The next day during the break, Xia Chi exerted considerable effort to obtain a 3-day leave note from teacher Zhao. With the weekend nearly transforming into a mini-holiday, capturing a Pokémon in the surrounding area seemed more than feasible. The other items on the supply list were procured from the silver department store. After packing, Xia Chi exchanged greetings with his roommate Chunjinza and set off for Mingqiong Island with his new companion, Leaf Meow. Mingqiong Island is a vast land nestled between the banks of the East Huang River's estuary, boasting a relatively intact primitive ecological preservation. The island is home to a small town with a population of approximately 100,000. Besides the indigenous residents, it also caters to travelers or trainers with aspirations akin to Xia Chi's. After squeezing into the crowded subway during peak hours in Shanghai and transferring to a swaying bus, Xia Chi finally arrived at the only Pokémon Center in Mingqiong Town. After checking in, he returned to his room in the hotel attached to the Pokémon Center, where he could finally lie comfortably on the soft bed after a long day. He resolved to capture a flying-type Pokémon in the future, for traveling would be exceedingly inconvenient otherwise. With the torturous experience of transportation lingering in his mind, Xia Chi mused that in this world where Pokémon exist, infrastructure is not as developed as in his previous life. Many places remain devoid of smooth asphalt roads. However, where automobiles cannot reach, flying-type Pokémon surely can. Hence, he pondered whether to capture a Dragonite or a Salamence as his mount. Dragonite exudes an endearing charm, while Salamence radiates an aura of power. Such a difficult choice. Xia Chi was once again lost in delightful fantasies about whether to attend Huking or Shanghai University. Having spent an afternoon in the luxurious Pokeball, Leaf Meow was not particularly moved. It lay by the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the tranquil sea under the night sky. Before being abandoned by its previous trainer, it had mostly lived and trained indoors, with scant opportunities to venture into the wild, let alone witness the ocean. After being cast aside, it was left to roam the confines of the Shanghai University campus, having never encountered such magnificent scenery. Years later, when the enchanting masked Meow lifted the championship trophy at the World Championship, it would invariably recall that serene night when its trainer took it to see the sea. Startled by a soft voice that echoed in its ears, Leaf Meow turned to find Xia Chi had approached without notice. The whimsical trainer affectionately ruffled Leaf Meow's head and smiled. The sea in Shanghai isn't particularly impressive. In the future, we shall visit Alola or your hometown of Paldea, where the vistas are far more splendid. Leaf Meow's eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly enamored by this enticing prospect. As they were to venture into the wild the following day, Xia Chi and Leaf Meow did not linger in Mingqiong Town. After enjoying dinner at the Pokémon Center, they retired early to their room to rest. The following morning, before the alarm could rouse Xia Chi, the lively new Leaf Meow had already shaken him awake. Meow Fei. The exuberance of new Leaf Meow, embarking on its first adventure into the wild, was palpable as it tugged at the strap, dragging the backpack to the side of the bed. Xia Chi, blinking through the haze of sleep, gazed out at the dimly lit sky. He longed to articulate his thoughts, but they coalesced into a mere sigh. Well, it was a choice he had made. What else could he do but endure? Was it possible to part ways? After freshening up and having breakfast, he double-checked to ensure he had everything, and the clock showed merely 7 o'clock. As he boarded the first bus from the town to the foot of Mingqiong Mountain, Xia Chi noticed he was the sole passenger besides the driver, though the driver from Shanghai lacked the conversational flair of those from Beijing or Tianjin. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, he initiated a dialogue with Xia Chi. They meandered through gossip about the town, discussing the subtle rivalries across various regions. Before returning to the topic of the Pokémon on Mingqiong Island, Xia Chi adeptly engaged in the conversation, exclaiming, "You make a valid point." "Oh, really? Is that so? Do tell. Does that even make sense?" "Alas, your nephew should have heeded your advice." The driver, buoyed by Xia Chi's responses, seemed to relish the banter, and just before reaching the destination, he leaned in with an air of mystery, saying, "You and I seem to share a connection. Let me share a secret." He gestured for Xia Chi to lean closer. Intrigued, Xia Chi obliged. The driver whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, you're here to capture Pokémon, right? There's a small lake to the south of the mountain that has a rather eerie reputation. It's said to be haunted, if you catch my drift." Xia Chi's expression brightened. It is well known that all hauntings in this world are tied to ghost-type Pokémon. Renowned haunted houses are typically congregations for these elusive creatures. Once word spreads, trainers flock to capture them. After all, ghost types rank among the rarest attributes, second only to dragon types, boasting formidable strength and striking appearances. Initially intending to capture a grass-type Pokémon, Xia Chi felt a stir of desire. If he couldn't find a suitable grass type, perhaps he could try his luck there? With renewed confidence in his quest, Xia Chi felt assured that the driver had pointed him toward a promising path. In gratitude, he decided to share a long-held secret website with the driver. However, the driver, with a righteous demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. Just as Xia Chi thought the driver was someone who could resist unsavory temptations, The man cheekily offered Xia Chi a few higher-quality alternatives. With a mischievous grin, he added, "Their essay section for Pokémon, featuring Shinado and the magical masquerade Meow. If you have a taste for the unusual, there are also Machoke and the alluring Mimikyu." The gesture was not a refusal, but rather an indication that Xia Chi need not elaborate further. Before the driver could finish, Xia Chi had already covered New Leaf Meow's ears and made a hasty retreat, leaving behind the driver's hearty laughter. Mingchong Mountain, though not particularly lofty, is situated in the southeastern region of Dongwang, which, strictly speaking, lacks any high peaks. In Xia Chi's recollection of a past life, this area was devoid of any mountains whatsoever. Perhaps the inexplicably rising Mingchong Mountain is tied to the activities of a certain legendary sprite that cannot take flight? In the late autumn, the scenery of Mingchong Mountain is indeed enchanting, with a delightful laying of trees displaying a kaleidoscope of colors on the slopes, evoking a stunning tapestry of vibrant hues. Such splendid vistas are perfect for a live broadcast. Xia Chi retrieved the stabilizer he had prepared, affixed his phone, and commenced his very first outdoor livestream. Although the timing was rather inconvenient for most viewers in Dongwang, who found it quite dreary, he still had a considerable number of fans from other regions. Consequently, shortly after he began broadcasting, the chat room buzzed with excitement. Am I hallucinating? Or is that a live stream I see this early in the morning? Hooray, I'll be able to catch Water Teacher's stream as soon as I get home. By the way, where is this? It's so beautiful. Xia Chi switched the camera back to himself, cheerfully introducing, "Good morning, my dear friends. I am currently on Mingchong Island in Dongwang, and today marks a special outdoor live streaming session." Chapter 32, The Classic Villain of the Wilderness. It must be said, Xia Chi's looks are quite striking. His long-awaited appearance sent the barrage of comments soaring to new heights. Water Teacher finally shows his face after a month. Ah, husband, streamer, can you guess where I place my phone? Share something we don't know. Waterfruit is certainly a trainer. His prowess must be formidable. May I see your trophies? Xia Chi, with a hint of exasperation, replied to the comments. I'm just a novice trainer with no real strength, and let us focus on my new Leaf Meow, shall we, everyone? With that, he pointed the camera towards the playful Leaf Meow frolicking nearby. The early morning sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns of golden light that painted the autumnal scenery. The little creature joyfully leaped upon the carpet of fallen leaves, instantly captivating the entire audience of the livestream. How adorable. It's too cute to handle. Quick, take away its battery. Such comments flooded the chat. Xia Chi quickly regained focus and announced, "All right, back to the main topic. Over the next 2 days, my Leaf Meow and I will embark on a 48-hour wilderness training challenge around the periphery of Mingchong Mountain, while also seeking to capture a beloved sprite." As he ventured deeper into the mountain with Leaf Meow, he continued to engage with his audience. Does a Leaf Meow dare to brave the wilderness? Yes, indeed. This area poses little danger from wild sprites. Don't underestimate the intelligence of your streamer. This was the truth. Xia Chi remained cautious and had thoroughly prepared when selecting the location. The open area of Mingchong Mountain had not witnessed any significant trainer casualties for several years. It is undoubtedly an ideal haven for novice trainers to hone their skills in the wild. Moreover, being a trainer inherently involves coexisting with danger. If one is unwilling to take even this slight risk, it would be wiser to return home and comfortably pursue a career as a game streamer. Perhaps, millions of years ago, humanity was indeed a kind of Pokémon. Xia Chi felt that his current physical prowess surpassed that of his previous life by several notches. Engaging in lively banter with his audience in the streaming room, he walked for over an hour without feeling fatigued. However, he could distinctly sense that the path beneath his feet was becoming increasingly treacherous, with a growing number of wild Pokémon surrounding him. Most of them were common and feeble creatures, such as Oddish, Caterpie, and Pidgey. Xia Chi harbored no desire to capture them, nor did he find it amusing to let his partner, New Leaf Meow, bully them. Thus, he hurried past them, under their curious gazes. Xia Chi's first destination was a dense forest on the southern slope of Mount Mingchong. Prior to his journey, he had perused some guides on a small blue book, where he learned that traces of forest lizard and Bulbasaur had been found in that area. Both of these Pokémon fell within Xia Chi's considerations for grass-type companions, so he naturally felt inclined to try his luck there. However, the distance was considerable. Without a riding Pokémon, it would take him at least 3 to 4 hours to arrive. This undoubtedly constituted a lengthy journey, particularly while live streaming. Although Xia Chi's eloquence and New Leaf Meow's charm provided a semblance of entertainment, a stream devoid of battles or events could become rather mundane. As time passed, some viewers began to leave the stream. Yet, a turning point soon presented itself. Upon reaching the halfway mark of his journey, Xia Chi and New Leaf Meow encountered their first event. When it comes to the most common antagonistic Pokémon in the mountainous regions of Dongwang and Kanto, one cannot overlook the fiercely territorial and aggressive Beedrill. Alternatively, Spearow, which has previously harassed Ash and Pikachu, belongs to a similar category of Pokémon. Neither humans nor other Pokémon are safe from their poisonous stingers. They are notorious bullies of the mountains and ruffians of the woods. At that moment, not far away, a swarm of Beedrill was sharpening their glinting stingers, encircling a Pachirisu at their center. The Pachirisu, with a defiant gaze, stood its ground against the Beedrill, clutching several oran berries and citrus berries tightly. Clearly, this was a commonplace resource dispute in the wild. It's the White Devil. Streamer, don't turn a blind eye to this. It was easy to say, but how could Xia Chi, with only an unevolved new leaf Meow, possibly intervene against 10 Beedrill, all of whom had undergone 2 stages of evolution? Support the streamer, but prioritize safety. Let us make a run for it while the Beedrill are distracted. I became a fan of the streamer during that game of Pachirisu versus Chinchou, yet I did not feel compelled to intervene for that reason. Although the audience typically joked around, when faced with a real situation, most comments leaned towards prioritizing Xia Chi as safety in this instance. In the wild, this was indeed the most sensible course of action. However, Xia Chi remained motionless, contemplating his next move. He was neither paralyzed with fear nor prepared to utter a word about a Master Ball. Rather, he contemplated the feasibility of defeating this swarm of Beedrills. Level 110. And in its initial 3rd stage evolution, it appeared to be an insurmountable task, yet this was far from the truth. Bug-type Pokémon are notoriously swift in their development. In the game, a Caterpie evolves into a Metapod at level 7, and at level 10, it can transform into a Beedrill. The reality is not much different. Even in the wild, without human intervention, a Caterpie can evolve into a Metapod and subsequently into a Beedrill in a mere month or 2, or perhaps even less. Thus, despite the imposing appearance of this swarm of Beedrills at their 3rd evolution stage, their individual strength likely paled in comparison to the newly evolved Leaf Meow. Though the disparity in numbers was indeed significant, Xia Chi glanced down at Leaf Meow, whose eyes burned with a fierce desire for battle, awaiting the trainer's command. With that in mind, it was time to strike. Xia Chi whispered, "Hold on, Leaf Meow, first sharpen your claws." Sharpening one's claws could prove advantageous against the multitude of foes. If they could eliminate one swiftly through enhanced measures, the subsequent skirmish would be notably more manageable. However, the Beedrill swarm was not oblivious. Upon sensing the pervasive dark energy, their scouts detected Xia Chi and Leaf Meow concealed within the thicket. At that moment, Leaf Meow had just completed its first claw sharpening, which was akin to a mere half of a sword's dance. Seizing the initiative, Xia Chi commanded, "Leaf Meow, target the nearest one, acrobatics." Prepared for battle, Leaf Meow sprang into action. Its slender yet powerful limbs anchored firmly to the ground as it leaped, dashing towards the scouting Beedrill. Simultaneously, aerial energy began to coalesce beneath its claws. The ability to transform seamlessly allowed Leaf Meow to adopt the same flying type as its move, rendering its form more graceful and agile. The fierce energy of the flying type surged at the tips of Leaf Meow's claws, emitting a sharp, piercing crackle. Then, with a sudden descent of its claws, bang! Before the scout Beedrill could react, its head tilted, plummeting to the ground like a ripe fruit. A swift defeat. Not only the other Beedrills, but also the audience in the live stream were astounded by this unexpected turn of events. A baby-level Pokémon, never having evolved, had taken down a formidable Beedrill in a single blow? Indeed, the strength of the Beedrill could hardly be deemed formidable. Yet, to be dispatched as though it were a mere insect underfoot was somewhat excessive, was it not? Chapter 33. Total annihilation of the Beedrill swarm at level 110. Was it excessive? Not at all. Xia Chi's heart remained unperturbed. The flying type move had a double advantage against bug types, and the attack boost from the claw sharpening was significant. If Leaf Meow could not dispatch the fragile Beedrill with a single kick, it would be a disservice to the system's bonds and the equipment support. As Summer Pond was contemplating the system, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! Your Pokémon, new Leaf Meow, level 14, has defeated Beedrill, level 15, and gained fear value 02. Could it be that a mere level 15 Beedrill could yield a fear value of 02? Summer pondered, recalling that just days prior, new Leaf Meow had vanquished a level 15 Rockruff at school, only earning a fear value of 01. Perhaps the Beedrill was simply stronger than the Rockruff despite their equal levels? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. She returned her gaze to the battlefield. The first Beedrill's fall did not deter the others. Instead, it ignited their fury. Unable to win in a one-on-one battle, then they would swarm. The remaining Beedrills, numbering over a dozen, assumed aggressive stances and surrounded them, the buzzing of their wings reverberating through the dense forest. The lead Beedrill, notably larger than the rest, sharpened its stinger while fixating its gaze on new Leaf Meow, exuding an air of arrogance. In the world of combat, one must establish dominance and background. Who does this little creature think it is to challenge the authority of our Beedrill gang? Where does it find such audacity? Courage, perhaps? Children, attack. At the leader's signal, the swarm of Beedrills, brimming with menace, spread their insect wings and charged towards new Leaf Meow, creating a foreboding atmosphere reminiscent of dark clouds looming over a city. Summer, remaining composed, directed, New Leaf Meow. Use quick attack to retreat behind me. Then execute acrobatics. As the Beedrills surged forward, they were taken aback to find that, in the blink of an eye, their target had vanished. Where did it go? The lead Beedrill pondered in confusion. Look behind you. New Leaf Meow emerged from behind the swarm, executing a swift and precise acrobatics move. With a swift claw strike, another Beedrill fell. Ding! Your Pokémon. New Leaf Meow, level 14, has defeated Beedrill, level 16, and gained fear value 021. Another swift victory. Yet, despite eliminating 2 Beedrills, numerous adversaries still loomed before New Leaf Meow. Under the leadership of the remaining Beedrill, they redirected their assault towards New Leaf Meow. Summer's brow furrowed. If this continued, even if they emerged victorious, New Leaf Meow would sustain considerable injuries. In the wild, such a development was far from ideal. She turned her attention to Pachirisu, who had already distanced itself from danger, and called out, Pachirisu, can you use electric net? Pachirisu, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded upon realizing Summer was addressing it. Without hesitation, Summer commanded, use electric net to try and divide the Beedrill swarm in 2. Understanding that this duo had come to assist it, Pachirisu placed a berry on the ground, channeling its energy into a massive electric net that shot forth. Fortune favored them, as the timing of the net's release was impeccable, effectively severing the flight paths of several Beedrills behind. To confront the formidable Beedrill, one must either take a lengthy detour or penetrate directly through their ranks. Regardless of the choice made by these Beedrill, Xia Chi had successfully achieved his objective. Now, the New Leaf Meow was left to face merely 4 or 5 of these formidable foes. For a creature equipped with the blood-sucking sword's endurance, this was a mere routine. It could effortlessly execute its moves with finesse. Not only could it inflict tremendous damage on the bug-type Beedrill, but with its agile transformations, it could also switch to a flying type to resist bug attacks. The wild Beedrill, oblivious to the intricacies of type advantages, charged recklessly, flailing their stingers. The New Leaf Meow boldly declared, I shall accept all challenges. As more Beedrill fell to the ground, their leader's initial disdain morphed into abject terror. Who is this powerhouse wreaking havoc upon us? If they can defeat Beedrill, are they even human? The leader commanded, children, retreat. Once the signal was given, the remaining few Beedrill, lacking the will to fight, fled without hesitation. Our fate is sealed. Why continue this perilous endeavor? However, it was too late to escape. Xia Chi scoffed. Oh, you wish to flee? Let all your fear be mine. Understanding the cue, the New Leaf Meow leaped forward, relentlessly pursuing them, while Pachirisu dealt a final blow, ensnaring their escape route with an electric net. In mere seconds, the last few Beedrill plummeted from the sky. Thus, the Beedrill gang that had lingered on the southern slopes of Mingchong Mountain was entirely vanquished. Xia Chi paid little heed to the fate of the Beedrill. He hurried over to the New Leaf Meow, expressing concern. Are you all right, New Leaf Meow? Meow fi, it replied, tilting its head with a proud smile. Injured? Do they even deserve to inflict harm upon me? The Beedrill, bewildered, pondered. Are you inquiring if New Leaf Meow isn't scathed? Hey, can someone check on me? The battle was decisively won, 1 against 10, complete annihilation. How had Water Teacher cultivated such a remarkable New Leaf Meow? It wasn't merely a one-sided affair. Pachirisu had contributed with some support, hadn't it? Wasn't even an I assist considered assistance? I had initially thought Water Teacher's gameplay skills were impressive, but his cultivation prowess surpasses that. Is this New Leaf Meow truly a novice account of a Grandmaster? Which beginner starter Pokémon is this formidable? Water, you claim you struggle with battles. Having concluded the encounter, Xia Chi finally had the opportunity to glance at the barrage of comments. Unsurprisingly, this brief yet overwhelming display of dominance not only retained the existing viewers, but also attracted a wave of new spectators. While the combat skill level may not have been exceptionally high, witnessing an unevolved New Leaf Meow effortlessly dispatch a horde of Beedrill was a spectacle that even the majority of professional trainers could scarcely rival. Yet, I had intended to solidify my identity as a novice trainer through this outdoor training. And how had it turned counterproductive? Regardless of these thoughts, having defeated the Beedrill, Xia Chi naturally claimed their hive as his reward. This is indeed a delightful treasure. The honey that Little Bear cherishes is a blend of nectar collected by the Beedrill, infused with fruits. Rich in nutrients and exquisite in flavor, it is perfect for mixing into a salad for the New Leaf Meow. However, Xia Chi has not been overly greedy, leaving a small portion of the beehive for the Beedrill. Otherwise, when they awaken to find their home entirely pilfered, they might follow the trail in a frenzy to reclaim what is theirs. Pachirisu, rescued by Xia Chi, is a grateful little creature. As he turns to depart, Pachirisu clings to the hem of Xia Chi's pants, unwilling to let him go. Meow Fei, New Leaf Meow, stands angrily by Xia Chi's feet, vociferously reprimanding the somewhat intrusive Pachirisu, leaving one to wonder whether it is out of protectiveness or jealousy. Xia Chi chuckles. It's all right. New Leaf Meow, Pachirisu means no harm. We're about to have lunch anyway, so I might as well treat you. He carefully places the beehive into a jar, stashing it into his oversized backpack. and follows the turning back Pachirisu deeper into the woods. Chapter 34, Pachirisu and the Walking Grass. Pachirisu's dwelling is not far from the Beedrill colony, and it does not take long for Xia Chi to arrive in its wake. In contrast to the bountiful territory of the Beedrill, this place is rather desolate. A few low-lying berry bushes and a couple of towering trees that bear inedible fruits render the supplies quite meager. Pachirisu, cradling several orange berries it has scavenged, stands excitedly in a clearing, calling out. Xia Chi, curious about whom it is addressing, observes as blades of grass spring forth around him. Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are indeed clusters of walking grass. However, these walking grass appear rather wilted, their leaves drooping as if they have been spun in a microwave. Soon, a rustling can be heard from the bushes, and several undernourished Budu emerge, looking equally unwell. Goodness, this family seems to be frail and ailing. No wonder Pachirisu has taken on the role of forager, being the strongest among them, it seems. Xia Chi quietly shares his thoughts with the livestream audience, striving to preserve the dignity of these little beings. Pachirisu places the orange berries on the ground, beckoning its companions to partake. Initially, the walking grass and Budu are somewhat apprehensive of the unfamiliar Xia Chi and new leaf Meow, but perhaps Pachirisu has reassured them, for they soon disregard the strangers and gather around to feast. The sight of the walking grass, resembling large blueberries as they munch on fruit comparable in size to themselves, is utterly adorable, evoking a sense of endearing inadequacy. All the while, Pachirisu observes them eat. Whenever a walking grass or Budu pushes fruit towards it, Pachirisu smiles and waves its paws to indicate it does not require any. This heartwarming scene is faithfully chronicled by Xia Chi in his livestream. It is amusing. Pachirisu, so young, resembles a doting mother, saying, "Children, you eat. I'm not hungry." Alas, it is not a white devil. Rather, it is truly a white angel. Am I the only one intrigued by how an electric squirrel could mingle with a group of grass-type Pokémon? It is quite common for Pokémon of differing types to cohabitate in the wild. It seems that their leader has either vanished or been captured by humans, for otherwise, their plight would not be so dire. Teacher Xiai, please examine those walking grasses. They appear to be in poor condition and may be injured. Xia Chi engaged in some interaction with the bullet screen, and then, embodying the role of a barefoot doctor, he began to tend to the walking grasses. The knowledge gleaned from the Pokémon breeding course he chose in university finally came to fruition in this moment. Upon diagnosis by Dr. Xia Chi, it was confirmed that these walking grasses had indeed sustained injuries, though they were not severe. Most were merely afflicted by burns or fright, while some simply exhibited signs of lethargy. This was rather peculiar, as grass-type Pokémon are known for their robust healing abilities, provided they have water and light. Basking in the sun for a few days should suffice for recovery. However, the walking grasses are somewhat unique, also known as mysterious grass or moonlight grass. They shy away from intense sunlight, thriving instead under the gentle embrace of moonlight for restoration and growth. Then why can't you rest properly at night? Xia Chi inquired, curious after healing their wounds. This question provoked an enthusiastic chorus of nodding and lamentation from the walking grasses. Demi. The cacophony grew loud, causing Xia Chi a headache. Prompting him to interject, please, designate a representative to speak with me. After a brief internal consultation, they presented their tallest member. Demi. This walking grass, with its pea-sized eyes, began to narrate vividly. Xia Chi focused intently on its expressive face, formulating a hypothesis. Are you saying that at night, when you bathe in the moonlight, you witness frightful sights? Demi. The walking grass nodded fervently, with others echoing their grievances. Clearly tormented by this issue for quite some time, Xia Chi suddenly recalled what the seasoned driver had mentioned earlier that morning, the tales of hauntings near the small lake south of Mingchong Mountain. These two locations were not far apart. Could it be the work of the same ghostly Pokémon? With a contemplative expression, Xia Chi remarked, I understand now. Tonight, my companion Xia Meow and I will remain here to uncover the truth of this matter, whether in pursuit of the potentially existing ghost-type Pokémon or simply to see this good deed through. Xia Chi resolved to forego his original plan of camping by the small lake and instead stay near the habitat of Pachirisu. The walking grasses were overjoyed, surrounding Xia Chi and affectionately nudging him with their leafy tops. This provoked Xia Meow's jealousy, leading her to shoo the walking grasses away and then settle on Xia Chi's lap, exuding a fragrant presence as if to cleanse the air of their scent. Xia Chi was left both amused and bewildered. He had previously read in the Pokédex that the new leaf Meow would exhibit jealousy due to interactions between trainers and other Pokémon. However, having spent this period confined at home, Xia Chi had little opportunity to engage with other Pokémon. Today, upon stepping outside, he couldn't help but notice the overwhelming possessiveness emanating from his own companion. Yet, to be fair, the fragrant aura exuding from the leaf Meow was far more delightful than that of the future evolution, the stinky flower, represented by the walking grass. After enjoying lunch and allowing the leaf Meow some additional rest, Xia Chi set forth once again towards his intended destination. Venturing deeper into the Mingchong Mountain, he encountered wild Pokémon that were far more formidable than the harmless green caterpillars surrounding the periphery. Numerous aggressive Spearows, Nidorans, and the temperamental Primeape sprang forth, attempting to drive Xia Chi and the leaf Meow away. Thus, a battle became inevitable. Typically, trainers exploring the wild would avoid confrontation to minimize unnecessary skirmishes. Yet, Xia Chi disregarded such considerations. Why should he shy away from their ferocity? Who would compensate for the fear value he lacked? He reveled in the thrill of battle, with the blood-sucking sword sustaining him. For the leaf Meow, entering the Mingchong Mountain was akin to a fish returning to water, or a warrior of the motorcycle tribe re-entering the energy city. By the time Xia Chi reached his predetermined destination, the fear value tied to his malevolent attributes had surged dramatically from 273 prior to entering the mountain to an astonishing 386. However, such a rapid increase was unsustainable. For one, Xia Chi could not procure that many false passes. It was impossible for him to linger in the Mingchong Mountain daily. More critically, the accumulation of such a high fear value indicated the intense battle experience the leaf Meow had undergone that afternoon. As the leaf Meow was in its growth phase, its initial physical condition did not permit the continuation of such high-intensity battles. Otherwise, it would be akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Xia Chi, of course, would not indulge in such short-sighted behavior. Thus, after failing to locate the forest lizard and the Mew grass, he opted against further grinding around, instead retracing his steps back to the gathering place of Qishu and the walking grass. After healing his wounds, enjoying dinner, and setting up a rudimentary camp, Xia Chi cradled the leaf Meow and gazed at the sunset on the horizon, quietly awaiting the arrival of night. Chapter 35. This ghost-type Pokémon is a bit afraid of ghosts. Xia Chi's phone lacked night vision capabilities, so as darkness enveloped the surroundings, he shut off the live stream to focus on resolving the supernatural occurrences in Mingchong Mountain. The walking grass seemed to have been affected by that mysterious ghost-type Pokémon. As night fell, they immediately burrowed into the earth like ostriches, leaving only a few blades of grass swaying gently in the breeze. The Budu fared no better, embedding themselves into the ground with drooping leaves, similarly merging with their environment. Only Xia Chi and the leaf Meow remained by the campfire, along with Qishu, who had mustered the courage not to flee. The night breeze rustled through the silent forest, rendering the atmosphere particularly vivid. In the profound darkness, reminiscent of a monstrous, devouring beast, eerie red glimmers flickered intermittently. Listening intently, one could almost perceive a faint sound akin to the weeping of fairies. Qishu trembled, yearning to lean against Xia Chi for courage, yet was forcibly shoved aside by shiny leaf Meow. Xia Chi reassured, "Do not worry, it is likely just other passing fairies." Though he uttered these words, a quiet murmur of unease echoed in his heart. Strangely, there was an air of the uncanny about it. It felt reminiscent of watching a horror film, where one knows it is merely a fabrication, yet when the specter on the screen crawls towards you, or when the little boy emerges from beneath the covers, an uncontrollable wave of fear washes over you. Just as at this moment, despite knowing it was a ghostly Pokémon causing the mischief, trepidation still lingered. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but Xia Chi felt an unsettling chill emanating from the moonlight tonight. A gust of mountain wind swept through, the flickering flames of the forest transforming into a visage resembling a ghastly face, lunging towards Xia Chi and shiny leaf Meow. Qishu had curled into a tight ball, softly whimpering. "Pachi, I think I saw my great-grandmother." Shiny leaf Meow fared slightly better, yet Xia Chi could still sense its trembling form beside him. The desire to protect its trainer barely sustained shiny leaf Meow's courage and resolve. At that moment, Xia Chi found himself unafraid. If he were to succumb to the same fear that afflicted shiny leaf Meow, it would be a true calamity. He understood that the ghostly Pokémon was crafting an atmosphere of terror, attempting to gradually undermine his will. Rather than yielding to its rhythm and allowing fear to permeate, he opted to take the initiative. Since remaining idle was dull, he declared, "How about I share a story? By the end, you shall surely find your fears dissipated." Qishu eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Pachi." At such a time, who could care for anything else? Someone speaking to divert attention was certainly preferable to being slowly consumed by fear. Clearing his throat, Xia Chi began. In the depths of the night within the city, a Qishu taxi driver prepared to pick up his last passenger before heading home. Suddenly, a wild oddish appeared by the roadside, its face pale and its gaze unfocused as it stared ahead. Although the Qishu driver felt a twinge of fear, he summoned his courage to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, do you need a ride?" The oddish did not respond verbally, but merely nodded, using its wilted leaves to open the back door. Upon hearing the sound of the car door closing, Qishu set off on the road. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and in an attempt to alleviate his trepidation, Qishu endeavored to engage in conversation with his passenger, the walking grass. However, the back seat remained silent, save for the incessant tapping sounds emanating from outside the vehicle. "Dear guest, where might you be headed?" Qishu's inquiry went unanswered. Cautiously, he glanced into the rearview mirror, only to discover that the walking grass, who should have been seated in the back, had vanished. All that remained was the signature leaf atop its head, swaying incessantly. Pachirisu. Meowth. At this, Pachirisu and the newly introduced Meowth huddled together in fear. Xia Chi could faintly hear a weak meow, drifting from the nearby thicket. Meanwhile, the flickering red light in the darkness grew increasingly frequent. Xia Chi pressed his lips together, stifling a chuckle. I thought you were some sort of expert. It turns out you were merely a novice. He continued, as the frightened Pachirisu slammed down on the accelerator, but the tapping from outside grew louder and more frantic. Finally, unable to contain himself, he stomped on the brakes, bracing for a confrontation with this peculiar passenger. Upon exiting the vehicle to investigate, he discovered that the inebriated walking grass had inadvertently trapped its body outside the car while its leaves were caught inside. The tapping sound had actually been its body colliding with the fast-moving vehicle. Pachirisu. Meowth. This sudden twist transformed the narrative from one of horror into humor, as the emotions of the two Pokémon mirrored a roller coaster ride, shifting from sheer terror to relief. In the dense forest that Xia Chi had been observing, faint giggles began to resonate. The once frantic flickering of the red light gradually subsided. So, you are afraid of ghosts as well. Having discerned the weaknesses of the mysterious ghostly Pokémon, Xia Chi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Well, are you no longer afraid now? He asked the now calm Meowth and Pachirisu. Shall I regale you with another tale? The first-time listener Pachirisu nodded enthusiastically. Pachir. Xia Chi cleared his throat and began his narration. At the southern foothills of Mingchong Mountain lies an ordinary cave, which, even in the height of summer, is permeated by a damp, decaying odor. Nearby, Pachirisu would suddenly become agitated upon passing, as if something were squeezing its throat. No one knows that, over a decade ago, a Nidoking living there cruelly slashed open the belly of his wife, Nidoking. When the first witness, a walking grass, arrived, it found Nidoking's limbs contorted at impossible angles, as if twisted by an invisible hand, and their child, a mere 6-month-old Nidoran, was nowhere to be found. Since that day, every Pokémon resident who moved to the vicinity met a horrific demise on a fateful night. Indeed, Xia Chi was recounting the infamous tale of the cursed spirit, Kaiko, reimagined in the realm of Pokémon. As the narrative deepened, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, with Xia Meow, Pachirisu, and the breath of the sprite hidden within the thicket growing heavy with anxiety. At last, after nearly half an hour of storytelling, the plot reached its climax. Fearfully, Pachirisu sought refuge within the bushes to evade the pursuers behind it, but in that moment, it was horrified to discover a heavy breathing sound emanating from the underbrush. Slowly, Pachirisu parted the branches, only to find the cursed doll's dark, hollow eyes mere inches from its nose. Found you. The cursed doll's violet-black gums twisted into an unsettling grin, emitting a gurgling sound mixed with frothy blood from its throat. No sooner had the words left its lips than a shadow leapt from the bushes, accompanied by a terrified cry. Meow. Chapter 36. Meow, become my sprite. The sudden call shattered the stillness of the environment, causing Pachirisu, already frightened by the terrifying tale spun by Xia Chi, to jump in alarm. It collided headlong with the shadow that had just emerged from the underbrush. Pachi. A ghost. Meow. A ghost. Both sprites regarded each other as apparitions, and after colliding, they swiftly separated like repelling magnets, seeking shelter. Naturally, Pachirisu hurried to Xia Chi's side. The shadow intended to retreat back into the thicket, but, recalling the earlier story, froze in place, ultimately drawn inexplicably to Xia Chi, where it nestled closely. Xia Meow, who had also been gripped by fear, found its jealousy overpowering its terror upon observing one sprite snuggling next to its trainer, stretching out 2 tendrils from its neck. It seized both of them. Illuminated by the glow of the campfire, Xia Chi could finally discern the true form of the shadow, with a ghostly, ethereal body of deep grayish-purple and purple mane that flickered like ghostly flames atop its head. It bore a string of red spirit beads that sparkled with an unusual luminescence around its neck. Its enormous yellow eyes were tightly shut, trembling with fear. It was a Meow. Though aware that the mischief maker was a ghost-type sprite, Xia Chi still felt a degree of astonishment. If ghost types were among the rarest of all sprites, then Meow was indeed an exceptionally rare species within that category. This little creature delighted in pranks, lurking in shadows during the day to gather strength, only to emerge at night to frighten others. Not only was it a source of amusement, but it also derived energy by absorbing the fear produced by its victims. The red spirit beads it wore around its neck served as vessels for storing that fear. Yet, are you truly a Meow that revels in the terror of others, rather than a timid creature cloaked in Mew's guise? Xia Chi regarded the quivering, tightly curled up sprite with closed eyes, and felt a sense of bemusement. He poked the Meow bound by Xia Meow's tendrils and inquired, Hey, is it you who frightens the grass-type sprites every night? Though it may be somewhat cunning to interrogate a suspect in a state of fear, Xia Chi felt no guilt. You can scare the grass types, but I can't give you a fright in return. Now, you find yourself utterly terrified, a consequence of your own naivety and foolishness. The dream demon is aware that Xia Chi stands on the opposite side of the walking grass. With a clever flick of its eye, it directs a psychic force at the tendril that binds it to the new leaf Meow. This application of psychic energy is remarkably astute, as the focal point is not the new leaf Meow itself, but rather the end of the vine. Under the impact of the psychic energy, the new leaf Meow instantaneously loses control over the tendril. Once the tendril loosens, the dream demon nimbly slips through the gap, successfully escaping its confinement. Just before fleeing, it turns around, revealing its tiny sharp teeth in a playful grimace at Xia Chi, before darting into the thicket. Meow Fei, how dare you ambush me? The indignant new leaf Meow is about to pursue, but Xia Chi halts it. No need to chase, new leaf Meow. Xia Chi raises a finger, a mysterious smile gracing his face. 5, 4, 3. Before he can finish counting, the dream demon swiftly emerges from the bushes. Its previously mischievous grin replaced by sheer terror. Xia Chi can no longer contain his laughter. He knew this timid creature would not dare to venture back into the thicket. Sometimes, psychological wounds can weigh far heavier than physical ones. Meow Yao, how can you still be laughing? The dream demon glares at the instigator, its little teeth grinding in frustration. All right, since you're not leaving, come over and share some food. Xia Chi strikes a date against a stick, beckoning the dream demon to join him for a late-night snack. Over the campfire, a pot of rich, creamy mushroom soup simmers enticingly, filling the air with its delicious aroma. This dish, learned in his elective course on Pokémon nurturing, is perfect for most ghost-type Pokémon who have a penchant for sweetness. While Xia Chi lacks culinary skills himself, he has the essence of a hearty soup. Fortunately, food safety in this world is exceptional, ensuring that the soup is genuinely clean and hygienic. The dream demon, drawn by the aroma, unconsciously swallows, yet its pride makes it hesitate, reluctant to accept what seems like a handout. Casting a glance into the shadowy depths of the forest, it appears conflicted. Xia Chi does not pressure it. Instead, he softly remarks, "You wouldn't want to encounter a cursed doll on your way back, would you?" The dream demon's expression stiffens, completely breaking down its defenses, and it obediently approaches the campfire. It turns out that when the dream demon refrains from mischief, the initially eerie atmosphere transforms into one of serene tranquility. In truth, the dream demon does not possess the ability to alter the environment. Rather, it is the psychological state of Xia Chi and the Pokémon that shifts. With the situation resolved, the walking grasses emerge from the soil, sitting in rows beneath their beloved moonlight. Xia Chi does not compel the dream demon to apologize to the walking grasses. Just as the competition for survival resources is crucial, so too is the fear that the dream demon requires. The dream demon's act of instilling fear in the walking grasses is a natural part of the wilderness Pokémon ecosystem. Just as the Beedrill previously bullied the Pachirisu. Without strength, everything is deemed wrong. Engaging in discourse with formidable spirits? The outcome is likely to be a mere apology. I thought it was just a green caterpillar, and I stepped on it. Go home and tell your mother. We are all striving to survive. Xia Chi's intervention bears no fundamental distinction from their actions, save for the fact that he has aligned himself with Pachirisu and its companions. Naturally, capturing the dream demon has not entirely resolved the plight of Pachirisu and the walking grass. There remains one final step. Dream demon, become my Pokémon. Xia Chi's sudden invitation rendered the serene atmosphere of the midnight feast somewhat discordant. Pachirisu gazed at Xia Chi with a hint of grievance, as if to convey, "I was here first." New Leaf Meow averted its gaze, suppressing its jealousy. It understood that Xia Chi's purpose for coming was to capture a new Pokémon. Yet, why did this statement sound so familiar? Could you not phrase it differently? The dream demon, cradling a bowl of delicious mushroom soup with its psychic powers, stared vacantly at Xia Chi. Meow. Xia Chi earnestly presented his reasons. First, after joining me, you will hear such terrifying tales. The dream demon was the playful and somewhat inexperienced type of spirit. Although frightened, the thrill from listening to the stories was genuine. Meow. The dream demon's crimson eyes rolled. Appearing slightly tempted, Xia Chi continued. Second, you will have the pleasure of savoring this delightful mushroom soup. Meow. The dream demon swallowed hard, its desire intensifying. Third, I will nurture you into a formidable entity, much like my new leaf Meow. Not only trainers yearn for strength, but wild spirits existing in a survival of the fittest environment do as well. The dream demon cast a sidelong glance at New Leaf Meow and murmured, "Meow. That one, not that impressive." New Leaf Meow immediately bristled, exclaiming, "Meow Fei, you little rascal, I've been tolerating you for far too long." Witnessing this exchange, Xia Chi recognized that without preventing them from clashing, none would be satisfied. He decisively declared, "Then let us battle. If you lose, Dream Demon, you shall become my Pokémon." The Dream Demon, filled with confidence, replied, "Meow." New Leaf Meow retorted with a cold smirk, "Meow Fei." Chapter 37. The Unique Bond of the Dream Demon, Lord of the Netherworld. On the summit of Mingchong Mountain in the deep of night, a circle was formed by a group of walking grass and Budo. Within the circle, New Leaf Meow and the Dream Demon stood in a tense standoff, their gazes charged with intensity. Undoubtedly, a capturing battle was about to commence. As a trainer, Xia Chi joined the fray to command. In his view, directing a capturing battle was a mark of respect for the cherished spirit. It was essential not only to demonstrate his nurturing capabilities, but also his commanding prowess. New Leaf Meow, sharpen your claws. Although Xia Chi had seized the initiative, he opted to use the move to enhance physical attack, transforming its type to resist ghost moves, while simultaneously assessing the Dream Demon's attacking strength. A multifaceted strategy. Observing this, the Dream Demon unreservedly charged up for its most adept move. The crimson pupils narrowed, and the ethereal energy within concentrated before her into a dark sphere of purplish-black hue. Ah, the Shadow Ball. Xia Chi's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be that the Dream Demon possessed this technique? As one of the more formidable moves within the Ghost-type arsenal, the Shadow Ball undeniably serves as a benchmark for assessing the innate talent of a ghostly Pokémon. Factors such as the timing of its acquisition and the size of the Shadow Ball are crucial indicators. The Shadow Ball conjured by the Dream Demon was notably small. Do not misunderstand. This is indeed impressive. The ability to condense an immense amount of energy into a diminutive sphere is a true testament of skill, rather than merely inflating the size of the ball. As she observed the rapidly approaching Shadow Ball, Xia Chi's gaze sharpened. New Leaf Meow, charge in and bite. Without a moment's hesitation, New Leaf Meow sprang into action, its hind legs propelling it forward with great force. A swirling mass of dark energy enveloped its slightly parted jaws, forming a shadowy set of fangs, which it directed straight towards the Shadow Ball. With a resounding bang, the explosion echoed as New Leaf Meow's fangs tore through the Shadow Ball, scattering the purplish-black energy particles like raindrops, swirling through the air. With newfound momentum, New Leaf Meow lunged toward the Dream Demon, its fangs striking the latter's head with tremendous force before the energy could fully dissipate. Faced with the close-quarters assault of New Leaf Meow, a Pokémon more adept at long-range bombardments, the Dream Demon found itself caught off guard. Instinctively, it attempted to conjure another Shadow Ball to repel its opponent. Yet, with New Leaf Meow now within its comfortable range, the Dream Demon was denied this opportunity, as another bite descended upon it. Then came the flicker of lightning. The Dream Demon, under pressure, released its Shadow Ball, only to have New Leaf Meow, now transformed into a normal type through the move Quick Attack, effortlessly evade it. Staring in shock at the Shadow Ball that spun past New Leaf Meow and detonated on the ground, the Dream Demon was bewildered. Was it not a Grass-type Pokémon? How could this be? New Leaf Meow possessed the ability Transformative Shift, allowing it to change its type based on the moves it employed. From a distance, Xia Chi called out to the Dream Demon, "Do you wish to continue?" The Dream Demon glared defiantly at New Leaf Meow, which was regarding it with a provoking gaze, and nodded without hesitation. Meow? In truth, it had already begun to accept the notion of being captured by Xia Chi, but to concede now would mean forever being overshadowed by that insufferable cat in its new home. For the sake of dignity, the Dream Demon would never yield. Xia Chi raised an eyebrow in surprise, timid yet not averse to battle. Intriguing. Yet, the disparity in combat prowess between the two sides was palpable. No matter how hard the Dream Demon tried, it could no longer inflict any significant damage upon New Leaf Meow. Frankly, had New Leaf Meow not entertained itself with the cat-and-mouse antics, the Dream Demon would have fared even worse. Ultimately, after yet another psychic attack was rendered ineffective by New Leaf Meow's switch to Dark-type immunity, the exhausted Dream Demon collapsed, unable to rise again. This was not due to physical exhaustion leading it to the brink of death, but rather a complete depletion of energy under New Leaf Meow's playful torment. Nonetheless, the outcome remained the same, the loss of combat capability. Xia Chi knelt before the fallen Dream Demon, a Pokeball firmly grasped in hand, and earnestly proclaimed, "Sometimes, choosing the right path is far more crucial than exerting 1,000 efforts. Come with me, and you shall become as formidable as the New Leaf Meow." The motivational words had an immediate effect. The Dream Demon nodded resolutely and reached out to press the button on the Pokeball. A flash of crimson light enveloped it, and the Dream Demon was drawn inside. The sphere quivered momentarily before falling silent. As the dust settled, a smile graced Xia Chi's lips. The second Pokémon, the Dream Demon, was captured. After healing the newly battled Leaf Meow and Dream Demon, Xia Chi could no longer suppress his curiosity and summoned the system. A blue interface materialized before him at lightning speed. Eagerly, he navigated to the Pokémon section, and as expected, beneath the icon of Leaf Meow, a charming new icon of the Dream Demon emerged. Clicking to enter, he beheld Dream Demon. Type, Ghost. Gender, Female. Ability, Levitate. Level, 19. Stats, 50 HP, 25 attack, 25 defense, 40 special attack, 36 special defense, 40 speed. Moves, Shadow Ball, Dazzling Gleam, Trick, Phantom Force, Dark Pulse, Misfortune, Will-O-Wisp. Equipment, none. Bond, Ghost type. Inactive when this Pokémon is hit by any attack. It has a 10 chance to perfectly evade. Upon achieving a perfect evade, your next move will surely land a critical hit. With 6 ghost bonds activated, the perfect evade rate increases to 25, and each successful evade enhances your critical hit damage by 10. Bond, Speedster. 2. The damage and energy cost of this Pokémon's moves are reduced by 30, but the move release speed is increased by 50. With 6 speed bonds, damage is reduced by 20, and release speed is amplified by 100. Bond, Lord of the Nether. 11. The Dream Demon feeds on the terror of devouring other beings. After each minute of survival and battle, it gains a layer of Nethermark, up to 20 layers. Each layer provides 5 attack, special attack, adaptive, 5 speed, and 5 lifesteal. Gazing at the Dream Demon's stats, Xia Chi felt a surge of joy. The good news was the emergence of 2 high-capacity new bonds. Even better, the Dream Demon shared a common speedster bond with Leaf Meow. This synergy significantly increased Leaf Meow's odds of triumph in the Hu Bao Cup by 2 or 3-fold. Yet, the surprises brought forth by the Dream Demon did not end there. The independently triggered Lord of the Nether bond appeared overwhelmingly powerful. However, accumulating the full 20 layers of nether marks required an idealistic 20 minutes of battlefield presence. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that when a fully charged Dream Demon graced the battlefield, it would truly reign as the sovereign of the Nether. The subject that Xia Chi must explore is how to navigate through the vacuum period of overlapping imprint layers. Perhaps cultivating a hybrid of a Dream Demon, half physical and half output type, may be a possibility. The new attribute bond, Ghost Attribute, similarly requires a high-level connection to reveal its true potential. Surprisingly, the lowest tier of perfect evasion probability is merely 10. Frankly, this bears little distinction from mere chance, and thus can be temporarily disregarded in tactical considerations. The expectation value, in fact, may be higher. If triggered, it would indeed be a delightful surprise, potentially turning the tide of battle. If not, one might as well consider it non-existent. Chapter 38. Prohibition on administering stimulants to cattle and horses. The information provided by the system extends beyond mere bonds. Among the 6 fundamental attributes, the most crucial stats for the Dream Demon are its special attack and speed, both soaring to 40, while its special defense stands at 38. A meticulous analysis of these figures can reveal much. It is known that the system's assessment of a Pokémon's abilities aligns with that of past games, where the Dream Demon's special attack, special defense, and speed each hold a base value of 85. In the absence of intentional training, these 3 attributes should theoretically be identical. However, in reality, there exists a subtle discrepancy among them, indicating that individual values are indeed a factor in the real world. Although not displayed by the system, Xia Chi can infer and estimate that the individual value of this newly captured Dream Demon is likely a rare 2. This can undoubtedly be hailed as an extraordinary talent. Do not underestimate 2, as it may seem significantly distant from the pinnacle of 6. Reality differs from games. Trainers can capture hundreds of Pokémon to select the most gifted, even employing breeding techniques to refine their choices. If one wishes to pursue such methods in reality, it is indeed feasible. By investing money, one can select the most elite lineage from a large breeding facility, acquiring those Pokémon that are priced highest. The probability of obtaining a Pokémon with high individual values would certainly increase. However, few breeding facilities operate on a large scale for ghost-type Pokémon. Thus, capturing a Dream Demon with an individual value of 2 in the wild, particularly one excelling in special attack and speed, is already quite remarkable. Upon exiting the system, Xia Chi returned to reality. The Dream Demon, having healed from its injuries, was now fast asleep due to the exhaustion from the recent battle. Even while slumbering, the tufts atop its head, resembling sideburns, continued to sway like phosphorescent flames in the air. Xia Chi found this amusing and gently pinched the slightly reddened tips of the mane. The sensation was intriguingly different from what he had envisioned. It was not gaseous, but rather a malleable substance that could be easily shaped. If one were to describe it, it might be likened to a gel-like fluid. The Dream Demon, seemingly aware of Xia Chi's touch even in its dreams, slightly twitched, and the tufts instinctively retreated from his palm. Xia Chi intended to explore further, but upon reflection, he deemed it too frivolous and ultimately refrained. After a long night of activity, the most immediate consequence was that he awoke around 9 o'clock the next morning. Alas, it was already past the breakfast hour. Glancing at the time, Xia Chi hurriedly extricated himself from his sleeping bag. A month ago, he would have remained unperturbed by the prospect of missing breakfast. After all, what was the matter with skipping a meal? How many college students managed to rise on time for breakfast? However, circumstances had changed. Now, there were not 1, but 2 eager mouths at home waiting to be fed. The children were in a crucial growth phase, and missing a meal would surely cause him distress. As a young father of 2, Xia Chi hastily emerged from the tent, only to discover that new Leaf Meow and Dream Demon were already engaged in culinary endeavors outside. To be precise, they were in the midst of cooking. In the cookware that had not been stowed away the previous night, a hearty soup was bubbling away, while Dream Demon, using its elongated mane, deftly manipulated the spoon to stir the pot. The honey collected from the giant hornets was gradually being whisked into the soup under its telekinetic control. With each addition, Dream Demon would lift the spoon to its delicate tongue, sampling the flavor with expressions ranging from mild dissatisfaction to deep contemplation. Occasionally, it would even squeeze a bit of fruit juice into the mixture, experimenting with new flavors. Xia Chi stood there, mesmerized. What should have been a simple, instant meal was being transformed by Dream Demon into a Michelin star-worthy dish. New leaf Meow and the walking grasses were equally industrious. Some were adding firewood to the blaze, while others were concocting a salad using the fruits and sauces Xia Chi had brought. It felt somewhat as if he were an observer in his past life, watching his family bustle about during the New Year festivities, with just a television and a bag of sunflower seeds awaiting the meal. Meow. Dream Demon called out upon seeing Xia Chi, beckoning him to come and sample its culinary creation. As he approached, he was enveloped by an aroma that was richer and more comforting than the previous evening's fare. Before him was a pot of appetizing, enhanced creamy mushroom soup, and a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Firstly, this was his inaugural experience tasting a dish prepared by an elf, and he felt a twinge of apprehension about the unfamiliar. Secondly, he had heard that ghostly elves were known for their grudges. Would Dream Demon harbor resentment over his ghost stories from the previous night and add a sinister twist to the soup? Yet, gazing into Dream Demon's expectant eyes, Xia Chi deemed it unwise to assume the worst of his now familiar companion. Accepting the spoon offered by Dream Demon, he took a tentative sip, and his senses were immediately awakened. The anticipated culinary disaster did not materialize. Instead, the soup revealed a velvety texture and a refined flavor profile. The original sweetness and richness of the creamy mushroom soup were beautifully complemented by the floral notes of the giant hornet honey. The final addition of orange juice was a masterstroke, its refreshing acidity perfectly balancing the dish's inherent richness. These subtle modifications elevated the overall flavor complexity far beyond what he had managed to achieve the day before. While it may not have reached the pinnacle of culinary ecstasy, Xia Chi had no reservations in expressing his admiration. It is absolutely delicious. You truly are a genius, culinary Dream Demon. Your culinary prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. The Dream Demon, flattered by Xia Chi's praise, squinted joyfully and spun around in the air. Seizing the moment, Xia Chi naturally declared, from today onward, the daily meals of our household shall be entrusted to you. The Dream Demon paused, sensing that this arrangement might not be as delightful as it sounded. Observing the Dream Demon's hesitation, Xia Chi continued, you see, they all relish the dishes you prepare. I believe that with your exquisite culinary skills, both I and the new leaf Meow shall receive optimal nutritional care and development. The Dream Demon, intrigued by the notion of being needed by Xia Chi and leaf Meow, found herself swayed. After a moment's contemplation, she cheerfully nodded in agreement. I shall indeed strive to cook well. While the idea of administering stimulants to livestock was somewhat unscrupulous, Xia Chi couldn't deny its effectiveness. Although initially intending to remain at Mingchong Mountain for 2 to 3 days, Xia Chi decided to return to school early. Having successfully captured the new Pokémon, he needed to complete the necessary paperwork for the Dream Demon, procure essential nurturing supplies, and devise a cultivation plan. An array of tasks awaited him. Before departing, he captured a photograph with Pachirisu and the walking grass, commemorating this significant second capture. On his way back, he did not encounter the resourceful driver again, much to Xia Chi's chagrin, as he had intended to express his gratitude. Not that it was for the resources. Xia Chi was a principled individual who firmly rejected any dubious temptations, but rather for the information regarding the ghost-type Pokémon residing in the southern mountains. In a sense, the driver's guidance had played a part in his successful capture of the second Pokémon. Nevertheless, not encountering him was inconsequential. Upon returning, Xia Chi resolved to thoroughly study the shared learning materials as a tribute to the esteemed driver of Mingchong Mountain. Chapter 39. You all made the call, didn't you? Having skipped the daytime wilderness training livestream, it naturally piqued the curiosity and concern of his loyal fan, Qishu. Xia Chi did not conceal the truth and eagerly shared the delightful news of capturing the Dream Demon with her first. Qishu responded, you actually captured a Dream Demon. Impressive. Xia Chi felt a twinge of confusion. After all, his capture was not her achievement. Was her sense of immersion truly that strong? He suddenly recalled that Qishu had also raised a Dream Demon. It all made sense now. People often feel fondness for those who share their interests. Inadvertently, he had raised Qishu's favorability toward him. However, Xia Chi no longer pondered such matters intentionally and replied, I initially aimed to capture a grass-type Pokémon, but I didn't find a suitable one. Unexpectedly, I encountered the Dream Demon, which I certainly could not pass up. Qishu remarked, that was indeed fortunate. But are you considering capturing another grass-type Pokémon? Are you aiming to specialize in grass types? In truth, it was merely to forge a bond, Xia Chi mused. Unlike the majority of trainers in this world, Xia Chi did not subscribe to the belief that specializing in a single type was the pinnacle of training. While this approach certainly simplified many aspects of nurturing, from a tactical standpoint, such teams were inherently vulnerable, easily countered by opponents wielding advantageous types. The desire to capture a grass-type Pokémon stemmed largely from the fact that the new Leaf Meow was not a purely grass type, endowed with the ability to adapt. It was unconfined by the limitations of a single type. However, failing to capture a grass type as the second Pokémon was of little consequence. For the Dream Demon actually aligned quite well with Xia Chi's team composition needs. When faced with a foe like Boss Ghidorah, who boasted formidable physical defense yet lacked special defense, the stage would be set for the Dream Demon to shine. After a brief conversation with Qishu, Xia Chi endured the trials of public transport to return to school. The next Pokémon to be captured must be a flying type, one suitable for riding. Finally, reclining on the soft bed in the dormitory, Xia Chi contemplated. After recharging for a while, he released both Pokémon from their Pokeballs. The Dream Demon, having rested within its sphere, was far from the lethargy that gripped Xia Chi. It excitedly darted around the room, marveling at the novelty of its surroundings. For a creature that had lived in the wild and had never encountered human civilization, everything in the room was fascinating. Dream Demon, this will be your home from now on, Xia Chi remarked, observing the now somewhat cramped quarters after welcoming another Pokémon. Well, at least for the time being. This was still manageable given the small sizes of both Leaf Meow and Dream Demon. Had he captured a Snorlax or a Rampardos, the dormitory would likely burst at the seams. Xia Chi stroked his chin in contemplation. It seemed that the immediate priority was not to capture a flying type, but to find a new residence. After the Hubao Cup, he would seek a suitable place to live off campus. Indeed, compared to the expense of caring for these two gluttonous beasts, renting in Shanghai seemed a minor concern. The addition of the Dream Demon left Xia Chi feeling as though he were a spinning top, caught in a whirlwind of activity. He rushed from the hospital to the Pokémon Center, and then made his way to the Silver Mall. He could not afford to skip live streaming in order to earn some extra income for his Pokémon. By the time he assisted a high-ranking commander in reaching the Great Ball tier, it was nearly 11 o'clock. What else could he do? After a taxing day, Master Xia Chi could only reflect on his life after washing up and retiring to bed, drifting into slumber. However, while Xia Chi sank into sleep, the Dream Demon, a creature of nocturnal tendencies, remained wide awake. It floated quietly by the window, its gaze fixed upon the nocturnal landscape outside. Though Hu University was not located in the bustling heart of Shanghai, the towering buildings around were still adorned with dazzling, dreamlike neon lights. The young creature, just emerged from the mountains, had never witnessed such sights, its amber eyes reflecting the enchanting play of light with a sense of wonder. Meow Fei? Do you wish to explore outside? Suddenly, the unexpected arrival of the new Leaf Cat startled the Dream Demon. It cast a suspicious glance at this adversary, instinctively sensing that the new Leaf Cat harbored ill intentions. Meow Demon. I just remembered, exclaimed the Dream Demon. Meow Demon. You wish to harm me. Xia Chi explicitly warned against venturing out after dark. The new Leaf Cat calmly replied, Meow Fei, you are mistaken. That restriction was directed at me. Upon further reflection, the Dream Demon realized that there was indeed truth in this assertion. When Xia Chi made that statement, he had been addressing the new Leaf Cat, disregarding its own whereabouts. Meow Fei, you are the Dream Demon, naturally inclined to roam at night. How could Xia Chi possibly forbid you from stepping outside? The new Leaf Cat spoke softly, akin to a serpent tempting Eve to taste the forbidden fruit. That makes sense, the Dream Demon mused, feeling increasingly restless. Xia Chi was such a reasonable person. Surely he would not prevent her from going out at night. Meow Fei, I know of a place inhabited by some rather mischievous sprites, no matter how you torment them. Xia Chi will not be angered. The devil's whispers continued to entice. Unable to resist any longer, the Dream Demon inquired, Meow Demon? So can I truly go? No. She must not laugh. She had to suppress it. The new Leaf Cat strained to maintain a serious expression, nodding in affirmation, Meow Fei. Rest assured. You may go without worry. Joyfully, the Dream Demon twirled around, Meow Demon. Then I shall leave. Just before flying out the window, she glanced back at the amiable smile of the new Leaf Cat, pondering, perhaps this creature isn't so terrible after all. Shortly after the Dream Demon departed the room, the new Leaf Cat followed suit, alighting on the windowsill. To protect the impetuous Dream Demon, she felt compelled to trail behind. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? After the Dream Demon's mischief had incited the ire of the fiery monkeys and monkey monsters, she had no choice but to intervene and deliver a thorough beating to them. Also quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? The new Leaf Cat thought to herself as she softly leapt out the window, deftly closing it behind her, and then bounded into the enigmatic night. Xia Chi dreamt of a terrifying surge in fear linked to dark attributes, as the system intermittently chimed, ding, your Pokémon, new Leaf Cat, has been defeated. How peculiar it was that he should dream such a thing. Had he somehow transformed into the form of the great commander? Awakening, Xia Chi rubbed his disheveled hair, perplexed. Perhaps it was merely a case of daydreams manifesting in slumber. Shaking off the thought, he rose and approached the cozy nook of his two Pokémon, inquiring, Good morning, new Leaf Cat, Dream Demon. How did you sleep last night? Meow Fee. Meow Demon. The two Pokémon exchanged furtive glances, then, in silent accord, nodded together. How strangely they behaved. Perplexed, Xia Chi made his way to the bathroom. Beginning his day in the usual manner. Opening the campus forum on his phone, he intended to catch up on the happenings at school during his brief absence. Then, the pinned highlight post caused his expression to change dramatically. Breaking. The infamous Fire Monkey Rampage team was annihilated overnight. Who is truly behind this? Summer Pond recalled the strange dream he had last night and the peculiar behavior of the two little ones just now. He opened the system to check the battle log. Your Pokémon, New Leaf Meow, 14, and Dream Demon, 19, defeated Fire Monkey, 28, and gained 47 fear points. Summer Pond's face darkened. So, you went out to battle last night, did you? Chapter 40. Miss Strange Tree, you are so warm and gentle. How many times must I reiterate not to engage in actions that cause me concern without my knowledge? Summer Pond sat solemnly in his chair, while New Leaf Meow and Dream Demon stood with bowed heads, seemingly accepting their reprimand earnestly. To challenge Fire Monkey? You truly are audacious. Summer Pond was genuinely upset. Their actions were exceedingly reckless. The level indicated in the system message revealed the terror of that Fire Monkey, level 29. A formidable wild Pokémon in the Hu University freshman campus area. Not to mention it had a gang of little monkey minions. It wasn't that Summer Pond forbade them from challenging it, but at the very least, he should have been present, right? That way, even if they didn't succeed, New Leaf Meow and Dream Demon could retreat safely using their Pokeballs, although the cost might have been him receiving a good thrashing from Fire Monkey as a trainer. Fortunately, they had the sense to work as a team and ultimately defeated the powerful Fire Monkey. Well, at least the outcome was favorable. Observing New Leaf Meow and Dream Demon humbly accepting their mistakes, Summer Pond's anger dissipated considerably. With a stern tone, he said, "Now, tell me what happened." As soon as he noticed Summer Pond's anger had subsided, New Leaf Meow perked up, raising its paw to point at Dream Demon, starting to snitch. Meow Fei, Meow Fei. Summer Pond remained expressionless. Are you implying that Dream Demon went out first? New Leaf Meow nodded without a hint of guilt. Dream Demon, on the side, hung its head, too timid to retort, for New Leaf Meow was not lying. It indeed went out first last night. Summer Pond, observing the expressions of the two little ones, began to piece together the sequence of events. He looked at New Leaf Meow and continued. So, you went out to protect Dream Demon? New Leaf Meow, under Summer Pond's serious gaze, suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension, and the nodding motion that should have been straightforward became increasingly difficult. Was it truly to protect Dream Demon? The reality was that it had sneaked out to practice at night, cleverly convincing Dream Demon to assist it in challenging the formidable Fire Monkey, thereby putting Dream Demon in a bind. Would it continue to be obstinate? After a moment of hesitation, New Leaf Meow shook its head, raising its paw to admit fault. Meow Fei, I'm sorry, this matter was led by me. It had anticipated receiving a look of disappointment or reproach from Summer Pond. However, contrary to New Leaf Meow's expectations, the storm it had envisioned did not materialize. I am pleased that you can acknowledge this, New Leaf Cat. Xia Chi gently stroked the little cat's raised head and softly said, I do not wish to delve into assigning blame. I merely hope you understand that we can rely on each other as partners, rather than as entities to cast accusations upon. Fortunately, New Leaf Cat is still somewhat naive, precisely at the age to absorb such wisdom. The grass-green kitten scrunched its nose and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Meow Fee. Xia Chi realized that mere verbal instruction would not suffice to forge a genuine bond between the two spirits. However, there was no need to rush at this stage. A gentle nudge would suffice. He ruffled the little cat's head and said, All right, go apologize to Dream Demon. Though New Leaf Cat had a touch of pride, it would not take the matter of sincere apology lightly. It turned to Dream Demon and said, Meow Fee. I'm sorry, I deceived you yesterday. Dream Demon, who had been utterly bewildered throughout, responded with a look of confusion. Me Demon? Deceived me? What did you deceive me about? Xia Chi facepalmed, realizing that he had previously doubted but now understood that Ming Chongshan was indeed a novice village. Such a foolish Dream Demon had somehow managed to survive until now. Having resolved the conflict between New Leaf Cat and Dream Demon, Xia Chi began to reflect on his own educational methods. Was it not rather foolish to prevent the two spirits from venturing out while he slumbered? The answer, without a doubt, was affirmative. This was akin to the absurd regulations in student dormitories that prohibit all electrical appliances, disallow overnight absences, and mandate that no trash be present in bins, nor any individuals on beds during inspections. Such an indiscriminate, lazy governance merely serves to simplify management while disregarding the genuine needs of those being managed. Upon reflection, Xia Chi recognized that his management style had also become somewhat institutionalized. To prohibit the nocturnal spirit, Dream Demon, from engaging in activities at night was utterly nonsensical. Moreover, the two spirits had survived in the wild for so long without incident. Confining them to the school after their capture seemed paradoxically more perilous. This reasoning was fundamentally flawed. Ultimately, Xia Chi resolved to grant New Leaf Cat and Dream Demon ample freedom and space. Of course, the paramount condition was that they must prioritize their safety above all else. They were not to engage in provocations against spirits far more powerful than themselves, as they had done the previous night. Naturally, New Leaf Cat and Dream Demon readily agreed. Thus began their new way of life, alternating between rest during the day in the dormitory or snuggling with Xia Chi, and transforming into valiant allies at night, roaming the school to punish the nefarious spirits that perpetrated misdeeds. Xia Chi observed that, under these circumstances, the fear value related to malevolent attributes surged rapidly. He finally grasped the mechanism of the system. Although it lacked malevolent attribute bonds, Dream Demon could still contribute to the team's fear value through combat, now that it was part of the squad. Consequently, within a mere 10 days, the system's bond fear value skyrocketed from 43 to 62, demonstrating an efficiency that had doubled compared to before. Perhaps it is due to the fact that the two little sprites have been fighting side by side each night that the relationship between Meow and Meow has significantly improved. Although they still occasionally bicker and frolic in their daily lives, it is evident that their bond is evolving towards a delightful rivalry. A personification analogy would be a proud, aloof, long-haired, naturally Navi blonde. Why does this evoke such a peculiar sense of DJVU? During this time, not only has the bond of fear transformed, but Meow has also ascended a level in the system, now reaching level 15. Approximately 10 days have passed since the last upgrade. A simple mathematical equation. If one level is gained every 10 days, ascending from level 1 to 100 would take 1,000 days, just over 3 years. Of course, this is merely a daydream of Xia Chi. The leveling pace of sprites in the early and later stages cannot be generalized, yet this progression is still notably swift. In addition to consistently battling monsters for experience, Xia Chi believes that the supreme miracle seed gifted by the peculiar tree has played a significant role as well. Speaking of the peculiar tree, the wealthy sister from the leaderboard sent another set of sprite cultivation insights on the third day after Xia Chi returned to school. This time, it was about her own raised Meow. However, she did not even mention any conditions, simply offering it freely. This left Xia Chi, whose demeanor could rival the indomitable shield of a Sherelden, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, the peculiar tree had her reasons. The cultivation materials for Meow were also a result of efforts from Xiai and Qishu, and of course, Xia Chi felt compelled to treat them to a meal or something for the sprites. Therefore, in exchange, she insisted that they must accompany her in playing games. As for Meow, since Xia Chi has already cultivated one herself, she could directly provide it to her. Given their relationship, what more would be needed in terms of compensation? Miss Peculiar Tree, you are so generous. What else is there to say? In the future, anyone who dares to offend the Peculiar Tree would be opposing me, Xia Chi. Chapter 41. The Hu Bao Cup commences. On December 15th, 224 of the Alliance era, in Dongwang Alliance, Hushi City, at the Hongqiao Arena. As the largest and most professional sprite battling arena in Hushi City, Hongqiao Arena has previously hosted various high-profile competitions, including the Dongwang Conference and the World Sprite Battle Championship Finals. However, during the final days of each year, it is always crowded with numerous novice trainers and their sprites. Greetings to all our viewers. This is the annual preliminary round of the Hu Bao Cup, and I am your frontline reporter, Zhao. Amidst the throngs of people, dense as a school of weak fish, a finely made-up lady flashed a professional smile at the camera being held by her colleague. Today marks the first day of the Hu Bao Cup, and we can observe an astonishing number of trainers participating in the competition. Official statistics indicate 11, for 151 participants, marking a historic milestone by surpassing 10,000 for the first time. However, amidst such a multitude, only a mere 32 will advance to the main competition stage, making the difficulty of progression exceedingly arduous. Now, shall we randomly select a hopeful contestant filled with dreams for an interview? The young reporter glanced around, and her gaze brightened as it fell upon a handsome youth seated on the roadside steps, engrossed in his phone. How striking. It was decided, he would be the one. In a society rife with materialism and superficiality, it is well known that aesthetically pleasing individuals, regardless of gender or even species, invariably attract greater attention and engagement. Thus, it was not mere infatuation with beauty, but rather the keen instinct of an exceptional journalist at play. As she rationalized her choice, the reporter approached the beautiful youth with purpose. She presented a genuinely sweet smile and inquired, "Excuse me, may I take a moment of your time for a brief interview?" The handsome youth looked up, bewildered, and asked, "An interview? Me?" It was astonishing to find someone whose frontal visage surpassed even their profile. The reporter, her heart aflutter, nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, we are from the television station Pokémon Battle Channel in Shanghai. Might I trouble you for a few minutes?" Just as the youth was about to respond, a hostile meow emanated from beside him. The reporter, momentarily blinded by beauty, then noticed the presence of a new leaf Meow, whose fierce gaze seemed to guard its territory. While the reporter felt an inexplicable unease under the watchful glare of the new leaf Meow, the handsome youth gently restrained it, saying, "Calm down, little jealous cat." Once he had pacified the feisty feline, he turned back to the reporter with a smile, asking, "What would you like to know?" The reporter inquired, "May I ask your name?" "Xia Chi," he replied. "And your phone number and home address?" This was, of course, a thought that remained unvoiced, for such questions would surely lead to an on-air blunder, jeopardizing her career. "Xia Chi, may I ask what your goal is in participating in the competition with your new leaf Meow?" Xia Chi looked surprised. "Did I say I was here to compete?" The reporter was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "I'm sorry, I just assumed." Xia Chi's expression shifted. "You have a keen eye? I am indeed here to compete." "No, I meant to ask." The reporter exhaled in relief, forcing a smile as she pressed on. "So, what is your goal in this competition?" Xia Chi replied candidly, "I don't know. I saw the school promoting the competition, and the champion gets a substantial reward. So I decided to participate." The reporter was taken aback. "Do you hear yourself? Competing for a reward? Could your goal be any more absurd?" "Just kidding," Xia Chi said, sincerely apologizing. "I thought I'd lighten the mood a bit since it seems you just started your broadcast." The reporter discreetly glanced at her phone screen. Indeed, the number of viewers in the live stream had increased significantly, although some comments left her perplexed. "I can't believe it. Water prison. Weapon boxes. If Teacher Water dares to use such underhanded tactics again, he might really need some offline training." Amusingly, he remains quite adept at live streaming. The water Pokémon also made its appearance, activating the trait, Live Effect Creator. "Young lady, do not engage in a battle of wits with him. Even Shabana cannot outsmart him." "Ah, it seems this charming young man is also a social media influencer?" Observing the rapidly increasing viewer count in the live stream, the reporter felt a surge of excitement. She continued to inquire, "Can I infer that your goal in participating in this competition is to secure the championship?" Xia Chi humbly replied, "Primarily, it is to enhance my own skills and to accumulate battle experience for my companion, New Leaf Meow." This sudden display of normalcy from him was a bit disconcerting for the reporter. As she quietly pondered, Xia Chi added, "Of course, if the atmosphere permits, I would not mind seizing the championship trophy as well." The atmosphere indeed felt charged. The reporter found herself somewhat irked. This individual was more cunning than the spines of 1,000 needlefish. "I should not judge a book by its cover," she stated stiffly. "Thank you for participating in our interview, and I wish you success in the competition. Should I interview you again, I shall be Katie Dog." The reporter silently vowed, then stormed off with the cameraman in tow. Xia Chi shrugged, contemplating why the live streaming effect he had worked for was being dismissed. "Please summon contestant 9527, Xia Chi, and contestant 3862, Xiao Hanyuan, to venue 23. The match will commence in 5 minutes." The announcement prompted Xia Chi to pat the head of the little cat beside him and rise, saying, "Let us go, New Leaf Meow, it is time to set off." Due to the large number of participants, the preliminary rounds of the Hu Bao Cup utilized a double elimination format. As the name suggests, losing twice results in elimination until one reaches the final 32 contenders, regardless of whether one encounters formidable opponents due to misfortune. Such circumstances merely indicate a lack of personal strength. It has been proven that, through Xia Chi's relentless efforts and the slightest assistance from his brother Tongzi, New Leaf Meow has achieved commendable prowess. Throughout the morning, none of the opponents posed a significant threat to New Leaf Meow, though the sheer number of participants appeared daunting. Many were merely trainers with recently captured Pokémon like Pidgey and Nidoran. How can one describe the intensity of these matches? After completing a battle, the system indicated a mere 0.1 increase in fear value. Goodness, even the monkeys at Shanghai University are more formidable. In fact, that was relatively strong. When Xia Chi was at level 20, he faced a Kakuna that could do nothing but harden. He was left astounded. "Come on. How did you win your first 2 matches? Did you rely on hardening to exhaust your opponent's stamina?" The first 3 matches Xia Chi encountered were primarily those bug-catching youths and boys in shorts. However, as the competition progressed into the latter half, the intensity increased significantly, with opponents' Pokémon clearly having undergone rigorous training. Among them were formidable foes like Squirtle and Ghastly, yet even so, no one could compel New Leaf Meow to unleash its full potential. Thus, after overcoming numerous challenges, Xia Chi achieved a remarkable score of 90 and successfully advanced to the main event of the Hu Bao Cup. Chapter 42, New Leaf Meow, Irrelevant. "Wow, Xia Chi, are you serious?" Upon returning to the dormitory, Xia Chi was intercepted by Chunjinza in the common area. He excitedly brandished his phone screen, nearly thrusting it into Xia Chi's face. "The Hu Bao Cup main event. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" The official website of the Hu Bao Cup provides real-time updates on the preliminary rounds. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the gossip-savvy Chunjinza was aware of Xia Chi's impressive record. What does it mean? The top 32 newcomers under 18 in the vicinity of Shanghai. Xia Chi's nonchalant tone left Chunjinza momentarily speechless. How infuriating. It seemed he had been outdone once more. In truth, Chunjinza had quietly participated in the competition himself, but he had been eliminated after just 4 rounds with a score of 22. As the saying goes, one's own failures are certainly daunting, yet the success of a friend can be even more nerve-wracking. With a hint of envy, Chunjinza remarked, "You are now the sole representative of our university's non-Pokémon battle department. In fact, there are hardly any first-year students left." How dire the situation was. Xia Chi, unaware of the plight of his contemporaries, began to realize that perhaps he was indeed quite remarkable. He nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Well, I work hard every day, so it's only natural that I advance." Chunjinza interjected, "I live right next door and attend classes with you. How could I not know? Your efforts consist of nothing but streaming for rice every day." All jokes aside, Chunjinza genuinely felt pleased for his good friend. From a state of utter destitution upon entering school to now nurturing 2 Pokémon and managing a thriving streaming channel, Xia Chi had demonstrated extraordinary planning, diligence, and a sincere passion for Pokémon that surpassed his peers. In a sense, this success was indeed well-deserved. Of course, one could not overlook the assistance and guidance he had provided along the way. With a sense of nostalgia, Chunjinza patted Xia Chi on the shoulder and encouraged, "Good buddy, carry my hopes with you and keep pushing forward." Xia Chi replied, "What are you talking about, buddy? You seem to be imagining things." After a restful night, Xia Chi set out once more for the Hongxiao Pokémon Arena, accompanied by New Leaf Meow. Today, he left Dream Demon at home. It was not that Dream Demon suffered from social anxiety. Rather, it was unafraid of people but terrified of ghosts. However, it relished in frightening others. Having spent an entire day outside yesterday, Xia Chi found himself repeatedly approached by other trainers with weeping Pokémon, seeking his assistance. Fearing that his qualification for the competition might be jeopardized by Dream Demon, he decided it was best to leave it at home to sleep. In contrast to the chaotic preliminary rounds, the main event of the Hu Bao Cup truly embodied the essence of a professional competition. Each of the 32 contestants possesses their own private lounge, and throughout the competition, both television and online platforms will broadcast the event live. The audience, numbering over 70,000, has nearly filled the exquisite Hongxiao Elf Arena. This may seem astonishing, but given the fervent passion of the people in this world for Pokémon battles, it is quite common for individuals to attend matches in person whenever they have a free weekend. Today marks the critical stages of the competition, transitioning from 32 participants to 16, and then from 16 to 8. Xia Chi's match is scheduled as the 4th contest in the upper bracket, anticipated to commence around 10 o'clock. This implies that he will have ample time to relax in the contestant lounge, enjoying snacks while watching others compete. As Xia Chi savored a grape delicately offered by his new Leaf Meow via a vine, a line of text on the screen caused him to momentarily freeze. Hu Bao Cup, lower bracket, match 3, Lin Lengo versus Wang Yang. The camera then zoomed in on the 2 competitors. On the left side of the screen, a strikingly beautiful girl with an icy demeanor stood tall, elegantly gripping her luxurious Pokeball. Is that not the Xia who abandoned New Leaf Meow? Xia Chi turned to glance at New Leaf Meow, only to find its vivid crimson eyes meeting his gaze. Undoubtedly, it too recognized the person it once ought to have trusted the most. To avoid unsettling New Leaf Meow, Xia Chi playfully asked, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize our former sister?" Unexpectedly, New Leaf Meow nonchalantly shook its head and mewed, "Meow Fei." The implication was clear. It was not a matter of unrecognition, but rather irrelevance. New Leaf Meow had long since come to terms with this reality. To be candid, Lin Lengo had done nothing wrong by it. The provisions of food, drink, care, training, and material support had all been exemplary. Of course, these were contingent upon meeting her expectations: training intensity, physical metrics, mastery of techniques, and match victories. Failure to meet these would result in release. It was akin to an employer setting conditions for employees, with termination as the consequence of failure. Regrettably, New Leaf Meow had once failed to see this clearly, investing in an unrealistic emotional attachment. However, such matters had become irrelevant. For now it had obtained the truly significant treasure, someone worthy of all sacrifices. New Leaf Meow gazed steadfastly at Xia Chi, contemplating this thought. Eyes at times serve as the most effective means of communication. Although Xia Chi could not fathom New Leaf Meow's innermost feelings, the profound emotion reflected in its crimson gaze conveyed everything. Xia Chi smiled in relief, realizing that he was the one who had been oblivious. Initially, he had contemplated avenging the abandonment, fantasizing about a dramatic return of the Dragon King to enact poetic justice. Yet, it seemed that such a course of action was no longer necessary. All right, let us set this matter aside, Xia Chi decided, gently ruffling New Leaf Meow's head. Though the bond of being a former trainer to her own Pokémon has lost its significance, the potential for future encounters as rivals still remains. Xia Chi observed the match with great diligence, realizing that Lin Longa is indeed a formidable contender for the title in this year's Hubba Cup. Her Vine Snake embodies the quintessential characteristics of a grass-type Pokémon: robust, resilient, and impenetrable. At first glance, it may seem unremarkable, lacking any overwhelming offensive prowess that could obliterate its opponents. However, its defenses are insurmountable. Engaging in a prolonged battle against it reveals the lethality of its agile and tenacious vine whips, which gradually constrict and ensnare adversaries. Even when facing a second-tier starter Pokémon, like the Fire Rat, which holds a type advantage, the suffocating strategy employed by Linlonga drags her opponents into despair. Xia Chi's evaluation post-match reflects his deep appreciation for her profound understanding of grass-type Pokémon. Since entering the academy, he has often encountered Linlonga's name in various forms, referred to as the emotionless battle machine and the daughter of the Guangfu gym leader, destined to become the grass-type champion. However, Xia Chi, not being part of the core battling faction at school, had not gleaned much insight into her capabilities until now. If they were to meet in the finals, would victory be within reach? Perhaps he is pondering too far ahead. He should focus on the immediate challenge. Contestant 9527 Xia Chi, please prepare and proceed to Arena 1. The match is about to commence. The announcement echoed repeatedly, and Xia Chi grasped his Pokeball, weighing it in his palm. Let us go, new leaf Meow. It's our turn. Chapter 43. True strength lies in mercilessly humiliating the weak. Standing on the battlefield, Xia Chi listened to the fervent cheers from the audience, feeling a twinge of trepidation within. After all, it was his first time competing before a crowd of thousands, and it undeniably felt different. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that just a few days prior, his livestream had exceeded 10,000 viewers. Perhaps this wasn't so extraordinary after all. Meanwhile, in the official Hubba Cup livestream chat, numerous viewers were critiquing the previous match. Is it truly possible to lose, even with a type advantage? Was that Fire Rat's trainer incompetent? Another one of those trainers who only relies on type matchups. If type advantages were everything, Pokémon battles would simply be rock, paper, scissors. Does Linlonga not know that she is the daughter of the Guangfu gym leader? She is not just any ordinary trainer. Quiet down, quiet down. The next match is about to begin. Wow, this guy is somewhat handsome. He has got the prowess of a youthful competitor in his prime. Isn't that Xiai? Why is he even participating in this baby cup? Doesn't he have any pride left? Hold on, everyone. Yesterday, we already boxed him in. Our Xiai is a genuine 17-year-old innocent boy. Just because he enjoys employing underhanded tactics doesn't mean he shouldn't compete in the Hubba Cup. Thinking about Xiai as a sweet and innocent minor, Xia Chi couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. No wonder the broadcast didn't commence last night. It seems he has ventured here to earn some extra money. Would it be too much to ask for the opponent to exert a bit more effort and eliminate that fellow, allowing him to return and focus on his live streaming and video creation? I wholeheartedly support you, dear elder brother, in this showdown against water. As Xia Chi stood in anticipation of the referee's command to commence the battle, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. It was as if someone were casting a curse upon him. That rascal. The individual opposite, with his dark skin and yellow hair, clad in a white tank top, audaciously whistled at Xia Chi. Was he calling me? With the exuberance of a novice, Xia Chi shyly smiled and inquired, "What advice do you have, old dang?" The yellow-haired individual, initially poised to engage in pre-match banter, twitched his lips in annoyance. "Who are you calling old dang? Is that polite?" Yet, he persisted with his taunts. "I hear you are the only freshman not specializing in combat. Quite lucky, aren't you? But encountering me, your fortune ends here." Xia Chi felt somewhat exasperated. It was said that those lacking in verbal prowess should refrain from imitating others' taunts. Is it characteristic of you athletic types, with your yellow hair and dark skin, to be utterly uninformed? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. You strike me as someone who plays Pokémon Glory with a crush, achieving a record of 520, then shamelessly boasting about your stats. You seem like the type who, during a height measurement for physical tests, would wish to be measured barefoot just to indulge your own vanity. You appear to be the sort who, stuck on an advertisement page for 2 minutes, in a fit of rage, would grant a sultry lip service to an online dealer. Xia Chi's articulate and logically sound barrage of insults left the yellow-haired youth utterly dumbfounded. How do you know me so well? His sun-kissed face flushed an even deeper shade, resembling a figurine of Guangong that had just received a hefty kick. Even the referee, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, cast a sympathetic glance at the yellow-haired boy. "Child, ordinarily I would intervene at such a level of banter, but alas, you were the one who instigated this." It seemed the fellow was about to explode with rage, akin to a mischievous thunder bomb poised for detonation. And the referee promptly blew the whistle. "Please have both contestants summon their Pokémon. The match begins." The whistle sounded as though it had opened the floodgates for the yellow-haired boy's outburst, and he immediately hurled the long-prepared Pokeball into the air. "Flying leg, come forth." Xia Chi too released his Pokeball, with a flourish declaring, "It is you, new leaf Meow." 2 beams of white light flashed, and on the battlefield, the Pokémon stood at their respective sides, glancing at the brown-hued creature on the opposing side, whose lengthy legs comprised a significant portion of its body. Information surged into Xia Chi's mind. Flying Leg, a quintessential fighting-type Pokémon, characterized by its formidable offense but frail defense. This knowledge stemmed not from assistance, but from Xia Chi's own understanding of Pokémon. Indeed, this creature was capable of delivering powerful strikes, yet it was equally vulnerable. Flying Leg, use Clap Ambush. As the battle commenced, the frantic yellow-haired individual commanded his Pokémon to deliver a massive kick. It was, astonishingly, the very move that Xia Chi favored in his gameplay, Clap Ambush. A kick is still a form of a clap. Such an opening strike is akin to an unyielding slap to the forehead, nearly insurmountable. Unless the opponent possesses a psychic trait that grants immunity to intimidation, or is a ghost-type Pokémon capable of resisting ordinary attacks, there is little hope. New Leaf Meow could certainly assume the ghost type, but only after executing a move. Although the bond of Speedy type has been unlocked following the capture of Dream Demon, allowing for swifter move execution, it still faces challenges against the lightning-fast Clap Ambush. Summerpool chose not to issue commands, allowing the opponent to take the initiative. He trusted in New Leaf Meow's instinctive battle awareness to deploy Shadow Claw and shift to Ghost type before the opponent could unleash a powerful fighting move following the Clap Ambush. Offering a reminder now might only serve to alert the adversary. Smack! The Clap Ambush struck true against the poised New Leaf Meow. Seizing the advantage, the blonde-haired trainer commanded, Flying Leg, Flying Knee Kick. As Flying Leg approached, its elongated limbs coiled like a spring before launching into the air, a brilliant white light erupting from its bent knee. Then, with the force of a mountain, it descended upon New Leaf Meow. Despite the inherent risk of self-harm should it miss, the Flying Knee Kick boasted tremendous power, even exceeding that of the most renowned high-damage fighting techniques in close combat. With this initial strategy, Flying Leg had obliterated the aspirations of countless aspiring Pokémon masters in previous preliminaries. Observing Summerpool's unresponsive demeanor, the blonde sneered, I expected more from you. It seems you're nothing special. What shall I declare upon my victory? Such bravado, yet your abilities are this meager? Is that not a tad excessive? Excessive indeed. With such a venomous tongue, any critique I offer is justified. A true victor must ruthlessly humiliate the vanquished. As the blonde reveled in his inner musings. Envisioning Summerpool's tear-streaked face, a gasp rippled through the crowd. What? Could it be an instant defeat? He pondered. But it is understandable. Given that New Leaf Meow is merely a first-stage Pokémon, it is reasonable that it cannot withstand the onslaught of my Flying Leg's Flying Knee Kick. Nanny. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find a Pokémon sprawled on the ground. However, it was none other than his prized Flying Leg, lying supine with its legs in the air, eyes swirling. Meanwhile, the seemingly innocuous grass-green kitten stood nearby, its claws still enveloped in dark purple ghostly energy, gently blowing a breath as if it had just dispatched an opponent in a duel, reminiscent of a Western gunslinger. The dark-skinned, blonde-haired athlete remained in stunned silence for a full 30 seconds before the referee prompted him to recall his incapacitated Flying Leg with a Pokeball. Clenching the now-diminished sphere, he bowed his head and gritted his teeth, muttering, Capital, you have triumphed. Chapter 44. Can your Ivy Snake be released? With a Clap Ambush and a Shadow Claw, the match came to an abrupt conclusion. The duration of the match was so brief that the majority of the audience was still speculating on who would emerge victorious when the referee blew the whistle, signaling the defeat of one side's Pokémon. It appeared that New Leaf Meow would struggle to secure a win, especially considering that Flying Leg guy had already evolved. What on earth just transpired? In a flash, a Shadow Claw obliterated its target. New Leaf Meow remarked, I had no idea. I thought it would simply squash the Caterpie. What kind of offensive power is this? Even if Flying Leg guy is somewhat frail, it shouldn't have been dispatched so swiftly. A professional trainer analyzed the situation. The damage from Shadow Claw was significant, yet the Flying Knee Kick possesses a unique trait where a missed strike inflicts self-harm. Upon using Shadow Claw, New Leaf Meow transformed into a ghost type, rendering it immune to fighting moves. Thus, the Flying Knee Kick struck the ground instead, exacerbating Flying Leg guy's already precarious health. Nevertheless, one cannot overlook the sheer potency of New Leaf Meow's attack. Could it be that it inadvertently caused its own defeat by kicking itself? What just happened? At the start of the match, my girlfriend called me to cook. How did I finish my task only to find the match concluded? Did it think itself the Flash? No worries, 3 seconds is already quite impressive. It's amusing that Flying Leg guy was eliminated so swiftly, while Quickshot guy also met a similar fate. After all, this was the shortest match since the tournament began, and the fact that New Leaf Meow managed to annihilate Flying Leg guy is utterly astonishing. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. However, none of this was known to Xia Chi, who, having successfully advanced to the top 16, escorted New Leaf Meow to the specialized medical facility at Rainbow Bridge Arena. Although New Leaf Meow had only sustained damage from a surprise slap throughout the match, even minor injuries require treatment. One can never be too cautious, especially with the afternoon matches looming. Upon entering the medical room and handing New Leaf Meow's Pokeball to the attending nurse, Xia Chi's peripheral vision caught sight of an unexpected individual, Lin Lango. At that moment, she was seated in the waiting area, absorbed in her phone, likely awaiting treatment for her Ivy Snake. It wasn't entirely surprising. Considering the brevity of Xia Chi's match, encountering Lin Lango, who had just finished her own battle, was quite reasonable. Xia Chi made no effort to avoid her presence and settled into a seat not far from Lin Lango, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 seats between them. He turned his attention to the live broadcast of the next match, as the victor of this bout would be his opponent in the afternoon. Thank you for capturing it. A cool voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Xia Chi feigned ignorance, continuing to focus on his phone. He sensed the weight of her gaze upon him, the atmosphere thickening with her curiosity. With a slight disdain, he turned his lips in a dismissive manner. He had no inclination to indulge the impolite behavior of this campus goddess from a prestigious lineage. After a prolonged silence, Lin Lango realized that if she did not speak, he would remain unresponsive. With a hint of exasperation, she stated, Xia Chi, I am speaking to you. Ah, senior, did you call for me? Xia Chi, with an innocent expression, raised his head and remarked, I thought you were on the phone, perhaps with a Bluetooth headset. After all, you truly did not call my name. Did you? His soft yet prickly demeanor left Lin Lango utterly unable to express her frustration. In terms of both reason and decorum, she found herself at a loss. As for losing her temper due to her senior status, the Dongwang region is not akin to the unhealthy hierarchical societies of Guandu or Qingdu. It is not something one could utter lightly, such as questioning whether the water in a senior's cup would fill itself. Lin Lango took a deep breath, attempting to steady her emotions, and said, Xia Chi, I genuinely appreciate your ability to tame Xiai and Meow. Xia Chi nodded in response. I am sincerely grateful that you chose to abandon Xiai and Meow. Otherwise, how could I have found such a coveted partner? Xia Chi could swear that his words were entirely heartfelt, devoid of any sarcasm. However, Lin Lango clearly held a different opinion. She perceived his statement as a mockery of her inability to recognize true value, causing her expression to turn icy in an instant. Unfazed by the sudden chill in the atmosphere, Xia Chi continued, By the way, senior, if you happen to lose later, will you release the Qing Ting snake? At this moment, Lin Lango's mood plummeted to its nadir. She turned to glare at Xia Chi and stated coldly, I did not abandon Xiai and Meow because of that lost match. It's futile to explain it to you. Do you think your nurturing philosophy is infallible? What gives you the right? Wait, senior, please do not misunderstand. Xia Chi hastily interjected. I am not concerned about why you let go of Xiai and Meow, nor do I intend to criticize or alter your nurturing beliefs. I merely wish to inquire. After a brief pause, he added, slightly embarrassed. Could you let me know where you plan to release the Qing Ting snake? I believe your snake has been nurtured quite well. Bang. Before Xia Chi could finish his sentence, Lin Lango slammed her chair and stood up to leave. Hey, Lin Lango, your Qing Tung snake. The nurse called out from behind. The girl, with a darkened expression, walked over to retrieve her Pokeball and shot Xia Chi a furious glance before striding away. Whether you tell me or not, at least give me a definitive answer, Xia Chi murmured softly to himself. He truly yearned for that Qing Tung snake. Not only could it contribute to a grass-type bond, but with the speed of its evolved form, the Lord Snake, it might even create a swift attack bond, truly a perfect match. As for accusing Lin Lango of her nurturing philosophy, that was an egregious misrepresentation. Xia Chi was not so self-righteous. Xia Chi, your Xiai and Meow has also been healed. The nurse's voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh great, thank you. Taking the offered Pokeball, Xia Chi returned to his designated resting area. The Hubao Cup, being the premier rookie tournament in Shanghai, provided exceptional services for its participants. Lunch was delivered by dedicated staff, with unlimited refills available, alongside a generous supply of fresh berries and high-quality energy cubes. Xia Chi and Xiai and Meow treated the place as if it were a buffet, relishing every moment. By the time of the second match in the afternoon, when Xiao Meow took to the field, her belly was still quite round, almost causing a mishap. Nevertheless, the opposing ghost, Just One, was ultimately unable to thwart Xia Chi and Xiao Meow in securing victory, following their advancement to the top 8. The quarterfinals of the Hubao Cup would take place the following weekend. This arrangement allowed the competitors' Pokémon ample time to rest, and who, after all, would attend a match on a weekday? Upon returning, Xia Chi and Xiao Meow did not linger at the Hongqiao arena for dinner, but hastily returned to their dormitory, concerned that the poor dream demon had likely spent the entire day bored at home. As soon as they opened the door, a rich, smoky aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air. At the dining table, Chun Jinza and his Papiku were gazing hungrily at a large, glistening beef rib that shimmered enticingly. The moment Xia Chi stepped inside, Chun Jinza exclaimed, Dad, you're finally back. Hurry and wash your hands, then come eat. Xia Chi responded, Wait, have you been possessed by Dream Demon? Chapter 45, the first playdate with Miss Qishu. Since the matter of leveling up Chun Jinza's Pokeball had gradually faded from conversation, Xia Chi had not heard that word from him for quite some time. Suddenly hearing it today left him utterly bewildered. No, Ace, let us discuss things properly, don't scare me. Xia Chi nervously retreated behind Xiao Meow. Chun Jinza clasped his hands together and pleaded, I beg you to come eat. Dream Demon said no one can touch their chopsticks until you sit down. Papiku, drooling, nodded vigorously in agreement. Finally grasping the situation, Xia Chi realized he had been ensnared by the allure of the feast. But this is made by Dream Demon? He asked incredulously, pointing at the delicious roasted beef rib on the table. Meow. Dream Demon, emerging from the kitchen with a large platter of vegetables and fruit salad, nodded in affirmation. Impressive, Dream Demon, Xia Chi exclaimed as he sat down at the table. The unique aroma of fruitwood charcoal smoke mingled with the rich scent of marinated meat, igniting his appetite. Meow. Dream Demon twirled joyfully in the air, pleased by the compliment. Chunjinza urged, Dad, enough flattery. Please take the first bite. Xia Chi had never heard this lad speak so earnestly. It was undoubtedly Dream Demon's influence. He chuckled. All right, let us dig in. The large beef rib had already been expertly sliced by Dream Demon. With a gentle pull, the tender, juicy pink meat revealed itself. There was no need for further words. To say anything more would be a disservice to this exquisite charcoal-grilled beef rib crafted by Dream Demon. Taking the first bite, the crispy exterior crumbled between his lips, revealing an exceptionally tender interior. With no effort required, the rich, luscious fat melted in his mouth, releasing the sweet and savory flavors of the beef, accompanied by a subtle hint of creaminess. Worth it. Tears brimmed in Chunjin's eyes as he uttered those words, unsure whether the wait was worthwhile, or if it was the heartfelt calls of father that made it so. New Leaf Meow, typically not fond of meat, clutched a beef rib and devoured it with abandon, shedding the grace she usually maintained. Dream Demon beamed at the scene, her eyes narrowing with delight. Huh. This is what you get for bullying me. Let's see if you can resist my allure. Yet, she pondered, was this truly revenge? It seemed that New Leaf Meow was the one reveling in it. After a moment's contemplation, Dream Demon resolved to abandon her thoughts. Oh well. As long as Xia Chi enjoys himself. After a satisfying meal, Xia Chi retreated to his room. Cleaning dishes and tidying up were tasks best left to the opportunistic Chunjinza and Pai Pai. Having endured 2 matches that day without feeling fatigued, Xia Chi decided against canceling his live stream as he had the previous day. Just as he prepared to go live, a message from the top supporter arrived. Qishu, congratulations on advancing. Are you streaming tonight? Xia Chi responded with curiosity, of course. But how did you know I participated in the competition? Qishu, someone mentioned it in your fan group. I saw it there. Xia Chi was taken aback. I didn't even know I had a fan group. Qishu, curious indeed. Why would your fan group need to include you? Xia Chi, do you even hear yourself? Qishu, should I add you? I'm an admin, you know. Xia Chi, enough of that. Let us get to the point. Qishu, what was I going to say? Oh right, do you forget something? Xia Chi, have I forgotten to train you? Qishu, you jerk. Play a game with me. Xia Chi suddenly recalled the arrangement. When Qishu assisted him in acquiring insights on nurturing New Leaf Meow, one of the conditions had been to accompany her in games. It slipped his mind until now. Xia Chi replied, I certainly remember. I was just waiting for you to summon me. Why the delay? Better to shift the blame than reflect on oneself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, in a luxurious apartment in the Padilla region, a furious Qishu slammed her fist down, causing the plush belly of her Babutu pillow to sink deeply. Nearby, Babutu, who was charging his phone, instinctively pulled in his soft, plush belly as a chill ran through him. Clearly, Miss God here hasn't arrived yet this month, Qishu muttered, continuing to pummel the Babutu plushie. All you do is bully me. Just then, a designated notification tone chimed, prompting Qishu to pick up her phone. I'm so terrible. But with the dual identity of a powerful gym leader and a popular streamer, it's only natural to forget minor details. I shall remind you in the future. With a delightful smile, Qishu's charming and exquisite visage transformed from cloudy to clear, rendering even the previously detestable Babu, Tua, Bo doll somewhat agreeable. She replied with a message, sure. Are we playing tonight? I am truly insufferable. It's all about the brotherhood of the package, but can I stream? I need to make up for this month's hours. Qishu, Babu, Tua Bo cheers. I am truly insufferable. Alright, I'll log on. Concluding the conversation. Qishu hummed an unknown little tune as she made her way to the esports room. It's hardly a trivial matter. In the living room, Babu, Tua Bo and Electric Frog exchanged puzzled glances. Their trainer had been acting rather strangely of late. In the Dongwang region, in a student apartment at Shanghai University, Xia Chi commenced his stream punctually after ensuring everything was in order. Every evening at 7, Xia Chi's streaming room would become quite lively, and today was no exception. After months of diligent effort, historical video promotion, and several encounters with other streamers, he had garnered nearly 500,000 fans. The number of viewers in his streaming room reliably exceeded 10,000 each time he went live. Can you hear me? As Xia Chi adjusted the camera and uttered his first words, the barrage of comments surged forth. The sound is coming through. You actually turned on the camera today? Such a rare opportunity. I'm sending you a delivery, but it's not a phone call. May I inquire if this is Mr. Xia Chi, a first-year student majoring in Pokémon mythology in the Department of History at Shanghai University in Dongwang? You have a package to collect. I'm super. Box. In reality, the information had been fully exposed during the competition that Lao Shui participated in yesterday. Excuse me, irrelevant personnel. Please step aside and do not obstruct the view of the streamer Xia Meow in the back. Streamer, your real-life combat tactics are so bright. Why employ such dark strategies online? Finally, seizing a comment to respond to, Xia Chi replied, Ahem, this student has posed a good question. Why, despite having such formidable strength, does the streamer still teach dark tactics? It is because I understand that most of you lack my raw power. Once you reach my level, you will comprehend what it means to overpower 10 with 1. Ignoring the envious insults in the comments, Xia Chi cleared his throat and declared, Today, we shall not be climbing ranks. Today's stream will feature playing games with Meng to Chapter 46, Duo Q, battling the Hoenn double champions. As soon as Xia Chi uttered these words, the comments erupted. Meng? Which Meng? Is it impossible to keep it a secret? Indeed. I have a child with teacher Shui. Lao Shui, what have you done? Remember, this is the rise of your career. Romance will only hinder you. It's over. Lao Shui has collapsed. How tragic. In the face of the agitated comments, Xia Chi calmly explained, Rest assured, the streamer is merely a ruin. There will be no collapse. Meng is a friend of the streamer, someone you all are quite familiar with. As the conversation unfolded, a voice call invitation from Pokémon appeared in the lower right corner of the computer screen, marked by the name Qishu. The barrage of comments erupted with curiosity. Upon answering, Xia Chi was greeted by Qishu's vibrant voice. Good afternoon, everyone. Or rather, good evening if you're in Dongwon. Did you find it intriguing to see Qishu in Shui's livestream? The comments section was abuzz with excitement. Don't, Qishu-sensei. Don't play with Shui. Those who employ tactics possess murky hearts, and Shui is particularly cunning. Another chimed in, oh no. Qishu dating is something that should at least wait until I've been gone for a decade. The discontent echoed, whoa, Shui, you truly deserve this. Before Xia Chi could respond to the comments, Qishu interjected, I am indeed in the live stream. If you are a fan of Qishu, please refrain from saying things that might trouble both me and Shui-sensei. Xia Chi smirked, there's no need to pay them any mind. They are merely my lively little detractors, envious of our bond. I'll simply speak with my level 5 badge. With one playing the role of the villain and the other the hero, the atmosphere in the livestream quickly calmed. Although many of Qishu's fans were eager to criticize Xia Chi, they were stymied by the badge system, which required significant gifts to express their thoughts. To withhold gifts would mean suffering in silence, yet gifting to someone they disliked felt even more vexing. Xia Chi deftly manipulated the sentiments of the naysayers with his own brand of dark psychology. Having quelled the livestream's tempo, the duo officially commenced their game of Pokémon, Champion Path. This game featured a duo queue mode, akin to a modified double battle. However, such a format demanded a high level of synergy between the two players. A minor misstep could lead to discord, making it a rare choice among players. Yet, it was precisely this complexity that added to the allure, and Xia Chi and Qishu found themselves in perfect accord, opting to abandon the standard format in favor of this double queue. In this mode, each player selected 3 Pokémon, followed by a choice of 2 from their respective selections, with one player commanding a single Pokémon in battle. Xia Chi allowed Qishu to select first, while he would subsequently make his choice. Is there truly no restriction on what I can choose? Qishu inquired. Absolutely. You could even select Magikarp, Xia Chi chuckled. Though I cannot guarantee victory. With a playful scoff, Qishu ultimately decided on Babiri, Daitenku, and Washrotom. Xia Chi expressed curiosity. Oh, you chose the washing machine? I've never seen you use it before. Qishu replied with a sense of rationale. One must always try something new. Your previous experience with Pachirisu inspired me. What do you think of my Pokémon? Impressive. Its levitate ability grants it only one grass-type weakness while offering numerous resistances. It's highly functional, capable of utilizing moves like Taunt and Thunder Wave for support, as well as Water Spout and Volt Switch for damage output. Aside from its somewhat low HP, it possesses nearly no flaws. I have always believed it to be an underrated electric-type Pokémon, both in-game and in reality. This is not mere flattery for the top-tier wealthy lady, but rather the genuine sentiments of Xia Chi in a previous life. The washing machine spirit has been a prominent contender in the battle environment since its inception, all for one reason, its exceptional utility. Xia Chi initially intended to unveil this discovery during a subsequent livestream, only to find that Qishu had already put it to use. Indeed, one should never underestimate the sharpness and innate talent of a gym leader. Reflecting on this, Xia Chi contemplated and selected his 3 spirits, the bombastic King Kong, the supportive Aid, and the exoskeleton ninja. The first 2 spirits were rather conventional, and under Xia Chi's vigorous promotion, the current ladder environment is replete with supportive aids. However, the final selection, the exoskeleton ninja, left the audience perplexed. 20% of viewers were inquiring about the purpose of the exoskeleton ninja, while the remaining 80% were asking, who is the exoskeleton ninja? To be frank, while spirits like the Beedrill, Pachirisu, and Psyduck may be obscure, at least people are aware of their existence. But the exoskeleton ninja transcends mere obscurity. It borders on the bizarre. Xia Chi, maintaining his usual enigmatic smile, pondered whether an explanation was necessary. Would it not be more effective to demonstrate its practical prowess? After selecting the spirits and their moves, Xia Chi pressed the matchmaking button. Both he and Qishu occupied high ranks, and after a considerable wait, they had yet to find an opponent. However, with Xia Chi entertaining the audience with his monologue, the livestream atmosphere remained lively. Finally, after several minutes, the sound of a successful match resonated. Xia Chi focused his gaze and was pleasantly surprised. After such a long wait, they were matched against the formidable duo of Dawu and Mikoli. One is the illustrious son of the Duan family and the former champion of Hoenn, while the other is the water artist and the current champion. Notably, Dawu relinquished his title not due to defeat, but rather from an obsession with mining stones. The appearance of these two Hoenn champions elevated the match's significance, prompting Xia Chi to promptly replace the livestream thumbnail with a screenshot featuring the duo. To attract fortune, one must meticulously seize every detail. At this moment, the barrage of comments shifted from teasing Xia Chi and Qishu to focusing on these two celebrated stars. What a remarkable occurrence. Two champions in one match. Is this fortune or misfortune? Undoubtedly, it is fortune, for as long as the live stream proves entertaining, the rewards will surely follow. But among your quartet, only one lacks the prowess to attain gym leader status. Who could it be? Such a mystery, setting aside other matters. Although Lao Shui may not possess the strength of the other three, his looks are undeniably on par. Qishu, as ever, radiated vitality, assuring everyone that despite the formidable opponents, he would strive earnestly, prepare for an electrifying showdown, for it's time to amp things up. Xia Chi mused, feeling a sense of dissonance. Wait, where did all this come from? Is this truly my live stream? Why do I feel like I'm the one on the sidelines? After the encouraging cheers from Qishu, he did not forget to interact with Xia Chi. We will win, right, Teacher Shuai? Xia Chi twitched his lips and nodded affirmatively. Yes, we will win. Dahu and Mikoli's 6 Pokémon consisted of Metagross, Skarmory, Steelix, Milotic, Gardevoir, and Whiscash, all of which were their signature Pokémon. Xia Chi initially intended to debut his Shedinja, showcasing the enchanting allure of the Wonder Guard to his viewers. However, after considering the presence of Skarmory, known for its troublesome spikes, he decided against it. After discussing with Qishu, they ultimately settled on a lineup of Swellow, Babiri Berry, Conkeldurr, and Aegislash. With both sides confirming their rosters, the battle commenced in earnest. Chapter 47. Dao, you thick-browed fellow, are you playing dirty too? Xia Chi and Qishu's lead Pokémon were Conkeldurr and Swellow, respectively. With the opposing side lacking any Pokémon capable of utilizing Trick Room, Swellow's Tailwind strategy faced virtually no adversaries. The formidable duo's opening Pokémon were Skarmory and Whiscash. The former, a quintessential representative of the Hoenn champion Dahu, is second only to the ace Metagross. Mikoli's choice of Whiscash as his lead was likely due to its dual water and ground typing, serving as a countermeasure against Qishu's electric-type Pokémon. However, this Pokémon bore a critical weakness, a 4x susceptibility to grass-type moves. Coincidentally, Xia Chi had brought along Conkeldurr, which Mikoli could not possibly overlook. It would be intriguing to see how he would respond. As Conkeldurr entered the fray, its ability Grassy Surge transformed the battlefield into a lush, verdant terrain, signaling the true commencement of the battle. Qishu and Xia Chi immediately issued their commands. Swellow, use Tailwind. Conkeldurr, unleash a hammer arm on Skarmory. The formulaic opening required no further elaboration. Whiscash lacked offensive strength, rendering any need for Grassy Glide to pressure its health line unnecessary. Instead, it was Swellow's priority to initiate Tailwind, providing crucial support for Qishu. A sharp clap echoed as Conkeldurr's attack landed. Even the formidable Skarmory, under Dahu's command, could not evade the overwhelming suppression of the Kapu Gorilla. Subsequently, a peculiar and powerful whirlwind erupted from behind Swellow, activating Tailwind. At that moment, Whiscash sluggishly began to unleash its move. A layer of sharp, diamond-shaped energy shards scattered beneath Swellow and Conkeldurr, revealing the deployment of spikes. Xia Chi raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Has the Spikes team made its way into the Pokémon battle ladder of this innocent world? Who could have propagated such a tactic? Oh, it was me. Well then, it's no issue. Xia Chi had indeed experimented with the spike strategy during a live stream 2 months prior. At that time, he was not yet widely known, and his influence was modest. Only a select few had begun to adopt it. However, following the god-slaying battle against Cabana, many players recognized the significance of synergy and rotation in Pokémon battles. Official statistics reveal that in just half a month, the Pokémon known for its rapid return and formidable replacements has experienced an astonishing increase of several hundred percentage points. Consequently, the strategy of employing spikes has swiftly gained popularity as a crucial countermeasure against frequent rotations. However, it was unexpected to see you, Mikoli, with your prominent brow and expressive eyes, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Yet, One must admit that Daigo's armored bird is indeed a master of laying spikes. Hold on. Could it be that this fellow was just contemplating the use of stealth rock? Xia Chi feels that the current ladder environment has deteriorated into a dark forest, with players of every faction aiming their metaphorical guns at unseen adversaries. Quite alarming, indeed. Fortunately, these nefarious tactics were disseminated by me. Xia Chi muses silently, returning to the battle. Although our battlefield has been layered with spikes, the electric flying Pokémon has launched into the wind, achieving its tactical objective, which is entirely acceptable. Qishu shouted loudly, electric flying, soar aloft, and unleash thunderbolt upon the armored bird. Simultaneously, Xia Chi commanded, rock smash, target the catfish king, use grass slide. With the orders given, both Pokémon sprang into action with remarkable speed. The essence of the speed-boosting strategy manifested at that moment. The effect of thunderbolt is determined by the speed differential between the attacker and the victim. The greater the difference, the higher the damage dealt. Furthermore, the electric flying's ability, Volt Absorb, allows it to enter a charged state that doubles the power of its next electric-type move after using Tailwind. With Tailwind, charging, type bonuses, and a double advantage against flying types combined, the terrifying damage potential of this thunderbolt was all but assured. In the gaming visuals, two figures, one yellow and one green, streaked through the skies and across the ground like bolts of lightning, racing toward their respective targets. The armored bird and the catfish king remained unfazed, casually laying down a layer of spikes as they continued with their strategy. In the previous Pokémon games, spikes would not function in double battles. However, in this world, it seems to respect the realities of the situation, remaining unaffected. The insidious nature of spikes lies in their ability to stack. The higher the layers, the greater the damage. With 3 layers in place, even Groudon would suffer substantial damage. Xia Chi now senses something amiss. This is entirely unlike the battle styles of those two. If they are not merely impersonating someone else, could this pair of good friends be conducting tactical experiments within the game? Xia Chi speculates inwardly. What then? Is the cost of this experiment? In a flash of lightning, the armored bird's health bar nearly vanished, leaving only a sliver of health. The damage from Thunderbolt was not inadequate. Rather, it was the bird's ability, Sturdy, that activated, allowing it to retain a final sliver of vitality upon receiving a lethal blow. Meanwhile, the Catfish King was not faring much better. Although the power of the grass slide pales in comparison to that of the electric ball by a significant margin, it boasts a 4-fold restraint, further enhanced by the grassy terrain. With a thunderous kick, the mighty golem nearly severed the whiskers of the Catfish King. In an instant, nearly all of the starting Pokémon of the Hoenn champions were left in disarray. The consequence was the 3 layers of spikes set up on the opposing field. Unable to contain himself, Xia Chi quipped, seriously, who is the true harbinger of underhanded tactics here? The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. What a riot. Before you stands Daigo, my mentor, who has succumbed to darkness. And you dare to speak, while the chaotic environment is of your own making. I revel in the mischief of others, yet find myself ensnared in their schemes. I support my teacher. And isn't this vibrant display of strategies exactly the essence of this game? Amidst the lively commentary, the atmosphere on the battlefield was palpably tense. Xia Chi and Qishu had aimed to decisively eliminate the weakened armor bird and Catfish King, but the simultaneous activation of Protect thwarted their intentions. They are stalling for time. What shall we do? Qishu inquired. Xia Chi replied, we continue our assault. What other course do we have? If you are greedy for buffs, what will happen when the armor bird gets blown away? Finding reason in Xia Chi's words, Qishu unleashed the electric ball once more alongside the grass slide. As brilliance flickered, it became apparent that Daigo had swapped out the severely weakened armor bird. A sense of foreboding washed over Xia Chi. Would Daigo truly sacrifice the precious health of his Metagross to shield an already battered armor bird? Such a move was inconceivable for Daigo unless his backline did not consist of Metagross, but instead, as the light of Pokémon Exchange illuminated the field, the figure that emerged was none other than Steelix. Chapter 48, Hoenn Dual Champions? Secured. Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, at the estate behind the Luminous Gym in Luminous City, elegance reigned supreme. Mikoli lounged nonchalantly on the sofa in the grand hall, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at his companion. Daigo, visibly perturbed, understood Mikoli's nature well enough to realize that his words were laced with sarcasm rather than praise. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been reluctant to engage in this match. In his own words, a game where one can easily ascend to the highest ranks with a trivial investment of money is hardly worth my time. I'd rather spend my energy mining stones. It was precisely this contempt that led to his embarrassment when he was forced to switch out his armor bird under duress from his opponent, rendering him the target of Mikoli's mockery. So, do you still dare to look down on Sueya? Mikoli arched his finely shaped eyebrows. Daigo responded calmly. I harbor no disdain for anyone. His combat style is undeniably fierce. Fierce. Mikoli remarked with a peculiar expression. If you had witnessed his live broadcasts, you would find it utterly impossible to utter those 2 words. The new strategy one am testing with you today was first employed by him. In reality, This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the tactics he has devised. Daigo, contemplative, responded, "It is quite rare to see you hold someone in such high esteem." Macaulay shrugged. "I simply find his strategies fascinating. You know, I have always had a penchant for intriguing concepts." He feigned a sigh, adding, "I truly cannot fathom how I became friends with someone as dull as you." Daigo discreetly rolled his eyes. "Are we still playing or not? Your Kingler is on the verge of demise." Macaulay hastily instructed, "Kingler, use Protect." To Daigo's surprise, he had not brought his Metagross. After a fleeting moment of shock, Xia Chi swiftly adjusted his mindset. Indeed, he had been overly presumptuous. Who mandated that Daigo must utilize Metagross? Given his array of electric-type Pokémon and the presence of Conkeldurr, the ground-type Steelix was undoubtedly a more fitting choice. At that moment, Steelix, freshly summoned, was set to absorb the electric ball without sustaining any damage. Misfortunes compounded. As on the other side, Kingler's repeated use of Protect was unexpectedly successful. With Conkeldurr's slide not breaking through the transparent shield, Xia Chi and Qishu's advantage had quietly evaporated. The fully healthy Steelix, the dwindling duration of Tailwind, and the spread of spikes all indicated that Daigo and Macaulay were on the cusp of a formidable phase. "Achi, what should we do?" Perhaps the psychological pressure from facing two champions was too great, as Qishu inadvertently revealed Xia Chi's real name. Focused on the battle, Xia Chi paid little heed to such details, calmly stating, "Do not panic. First, we must deal with Kingler. The Tailwind still has a moment left. You should maneuver around Steelix and target Macaulay. Inflicting minor damage is preferable to crippling a critical asset. The Steel Ground Steelix is immune to electric-type moves, and it also resists flying-type attacks. The electric-type Swellow is at a disadvantage, thus a direct assault on Macaulay's backline would be more prudent." Qishu nodded in agreement. "All right, Swellow, use Air Slash on Kingler." Xia Chi, however, did not immediately issue commands but paused briefly to observe Macaulay's movements. Noticing that Macaulay chose not to switch Pokémon but instead to sacrifice Kingler, Xia Chi decisively withdrew Conkeldurr, exclaiming, "Come forth, Ms. Gardevoir, set up a Reflect." The strategy devised by Macaulay and Daigo finally bore fruit, as the newly summoned female Gardevoir was sharply pierced by 3 layers of spikes, causing her health to plummet by a quarter. Such is the formidable power of 3 layers of spikes, even if the opponent refrains from launching an attack. If you are forced to continuously switch Pokémon, your fighting capability will swiftly diminish. Nevertheless, Xia Chi's decision to switch indicated he was prepared to bear this cost. The swift acceleration granted by the Tailwind allowed the beloved Pokémon, Qishu, to promptly deploy its reflective wall upon entering the fray. Just then, the rock slide of the formidable Steelix was about to descend. Although this move was not of the same type, its inherent high power and its effectiveness against the electric flying type, Electrode, resulted in a tremendous output. Had it not been for the timely activation of the reflective wall by Qishu, Electrode would likely have been left in a dire state. Qishu let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Phew, you nearly scared me to death." "No worries, focus on your output," Xia Chi reassured. "Leave the rest to me." Although Qishu felt a surge of joy within, he feigned bravado, declaring, "Watch me take them all down." Electrode, unleash Thunderball on Milotic. Milotic was the Pokémon that Macaulay had recently switched in from the backline. With only a sliver of Tailwind time remaining, though not in a charging state, this Thunderball, while less potent than the one that nearly obliterated the armored bird, would still deliver a devastating blow to Milotic. Once Milotic was dealt with, the only remaining adversaries would be Steelix and the weakened armored bird, effectively sealing the victory. Could he possibly take down 2 champions in one fell swoop? Truly, Qishu was remarkable. As Qishu envisioned Xia Chi showering him with praises, he suddenly realized that Milotic did not seem inclined to use Protect, while Steelix prepared to unleash a Euroball. In stark contrast to Thunderball, the damage inflicted by Euroball increases with the disparity in speed between the user and the recipient. This meant that the fleeting Tailwind could potentially become the final straw that would topple Electrode. As he watched Milotic release a water cannon in tandem, Qishu's spirits plummeted like a roller coaster plunging into a valley. With Electrode's current state and durability, it would be impossible to withstand the combined onslaught of Euroball and water cannon. Was Steelix deliberately withholding Euroball, waiting for the perfect moment to strike alongside Milotic, ensuring that he would be caught off guard? Truly, such cunning was worthy of Dawu. Just as despair enveloped Qishu, a steady voice echoed through his earpiece. "Sure. Swap positions." No sooner had the words been uttered than a brilliant flash illuminated the screen, and the distant positions of Electrode and Sure were suddenly exchanged. The delayed Euroball and water cannon struck Sure directly. Qishu stood in stunned silence. Xia Chi had actually brought this skill, swap. While he was aware that Xia Chi often incorporated peculiar and unconventional moves, the execution of this swap left Qishu with an exhilarating sense of relief. "Leave the rest to me" was not merely a hollow promise. Xia Chi had truly delivered. "What are you standing there for? Take down Milotic." The sudden call to action roused Qishu from his stupor, prompting him to command, Electrode, Thunderball. The rapidly spinning Thunderball shot forth like a missile towards Milotic. Iguan Sure, naturally, would meet a heroic end, but its sacrifice would pave the way for Kapuko Kiko to enter the battlefield once again. With a resolute expression, he stepped over the scattered shards of the spikes, then executed a sliding tackle against the Milotic. Coupled with the lethal electric orb, Mikuri's Milotic fell with a thunderous crash. The ensuing events unfolded seamlessly. The Steelix, confronted by the reflect barrier behind the electric-type Swellow and the explosive Conkeldurr, exhibited no sign of temper. In just a few minutes, it succumbed alongside the armor bird, which was left with only a sliver of health. This face-off against the dual champions of Hoenn was decisively claimed. Chapter 49, Stephen, digging stones? Perhaps tomorrow. In the estate of Lilycove City, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Haha. Just thinking about how you described that guy's aggressive strategy makes me laugh. Mikuri unabashedly mocked Stephen, who had just lost the match. The young gentleman with light blue hair remained composed, reflecting thoughtfully on the pivotal exchange of the battlefield. Indeed it was rather intense, he mused softly. Mikuri interjected. Are you implying it was hellish? This professional jargon was immediately recognized by the audience in Xia Chi's livestream. Mikuri was indeed a seasoned viewer. Hellish. Stephen savored the term, chuckling lightly. That description is rather apt. I concede it was quite intriguing. Thanks to the Master Ball sent by the Tree of Wonders, our esteemed boss. What are your thoughts on defeating the dual champions of Hoenn? He queried. I dare not imagine. It's merely a game. And both of those titans were evidently experimenting with new strategies. Suddenly, a voice emerged, startling Stephen. What are you doing? Watching the live stream. Mikuri, who had just entered Xia Chi's stream, looked up at Stephen with a smile. Don't you want to hear how they assess us? How mundane. Despite his dismissive tone, Stephen perked up his ears. The likelihood of victory hinged significantly on their lineup's advantages, particularly the Conkeldurr against the Swampert, as well as the threat posed by the Swellow's electric orb to the armor bird. Had the armor bird been afforded even a modicum of breathing space to utilize Feather Dance and subsequently blow away the Swampert, combined with the toxic drain from the Conkeldurr, the battle would have been far more challenging. So you can indeed use Feather Dance and then blow away. It seemed that being dragged into a game by Mikuri had opened a new realm of possibilities for Stephen, who casually adjusted his setup. If this strategy had been employed during last year's Masters against the Dragon Emperor, would the outcome have been different? Stephen couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Still feeling bored? Mikuri teased, wearing a smirk. After pondering, Stephen inquired, what was the name of that streamer again? Thus, the entire afternoon was filled with the sounds of Xia Chi and the Tree of Wonders duo, along with Mikuri and Stephen's occasional discussions. Is the washing machine really that effective? Should I perhaps raise one as well? Utilizing the exchange battlefield and the Wonder Guard ability to bolster teammates' output. So this is how the Shedinja is played. Can it also synergize with sturdy Pokémon that can swap abilities? How devious. Are we still digging for stones? Never mind, let us go tomorrow. Qishu sounded a bit fatigued after yet another victory in the doubles match. Summer Pond glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly midnight. Has it really been 5 hours? With the intensity of the matches fading away, he too felt a wave of weariness wash over him. He replied, all right, let us play again next time. So, that concludes today's live stream. Everyone should swiftly click follow like a flash of lightning, so you won't miss out next time. Goodbye. Qishu's cheerful voice echoed once more. Summer Pond remarked with a hint of exasperation. Hey, Qishu. Isn't this my live stream? I forgot. The girl's cuteness was palpable even through the headphones. Qishu said playfully, but it's fine. Water teacher won't mind, right? Could I not care when you're stealing my spotlight? Such a low emotional intelligence remark was certainly not something Summer Pond would utter. After exchanging playful banter with Qishu and the audience, he ended the voice call and clocked out for the day. I'm so exhausted. The physical prowess of humans really cannot compare to that of Pokémon. Stretching, he opened the window and inhaled the brisk air of early winter in Shanghai, instantly revitalizing him. Meow Fei, the new leaf Meow, who had been patiently waiting beside the mouse pad for Summer Pond to finish work, approached him, looking up and meowing. Summer Pond chuckled and scooped it up, initiating his daily ritual of indulging in cat companionship. Supporting its rear with one hand, while skillfully scratching its chin with the other, he buried his face in its soft belly and took a deep breath. The unique aroma of floral fragrance intertwined with the freshness of tender leaves instantly filled his nose. Meow Fei, the new leaf Meow, receiving a familiar massage from Summer Pond, felt content, its paws stretching out, cheeks slightly flushed, transforming into a little motorbike as it began to purr softly. After a good while of this, Summer Pond found his fatigue completely dissipated. Oh, this is the kind of Pokémon world life I yearn for, he mused to himself. Has Dream Demon already gone out? Noticing the absence of Dream Demon in the room, Summer Pond inquired. The new leaf Meow nodded. Meow Fei, it wouldn't be like me to wait around for you. Sensing the new leaf Meow's mood, Summer Pond affectionately patted its head, saying, all right, you don't need to keep me company. Go find it. Dream Demon was also equipped with the Pokémon locator that Summer Pond had purchased. This device had a useful extension function, allowing the two Pokémon to see each other's locations once linked. Meow. After glancing at Dream Demon's position, the new Leaf Meow bid farewell to Summer Pond and leaped into the night outside the window, watching the blue dot on his phone representing Dream Demon. Summer Pond suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, after capturing Dream Demon, he hadn't prepared any gear for it yet. The divine artifacts, the complete outfits, and the chosen badges that were bestowed at the outset have all been allocated to new Leaf Meow, leaving nearly nothing for Dream Demon. These are, after all, his own spirits. It would not be fair to favor one over the other. Thus, the upcoming finals of the Shanghai Treasure Cup in a week's time hold great significance. The champion's reward from the event organizers may not be particularly enticing, yet the highest accolade for this round of battles, the Golden Prism Orb, must be secured, at the very least. Even if another artifact forging device is out of reach, Dream Demon deserves a complete outfit. Furthermore, there is the matter of the fear value associated with the dark attribute bonds. Ever since Xia Chi had set the system notifications to do not disturb mode due to annoyance, he had not kept track of the fear value's growth for quite some time. He recalled it was just over 60 a few days ago. With the numerous battles due to the Shanghai Treasure Cup, he was curious to see how much it had increased. Filled with anticipation, Xia Chi checked the fear value, only to have his expression darken. What? It's only 722. He had expected the Shanghai Treasure Cup to be a prime opportunity for monster farming. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The early rounds were largely comprised of novice bug-catching boys in shorts. The quality of the later stages improved, but the quantity did not keep pace. An increase of 8 or 9 points was already commendable. The silver lining was that these gains mostly stemmed from the last 3 or 4 matches. The match against Jengar in the round of 16 had yielded a staggering 46 points of fear value. If all went well, there were still 3 matches left in the tournament, and perhaps he could elevate the fear value to 90. At that point, he would be able to delightfully open a treasure chest filled with fear value. Such a bright future lay ahead. With these delightful thoughts, Xia Chi happily retired to bed. Chapter 50. The Shanghai Treasure Cup, the beginning of the finals. Date, December 22nd, Year 224 of the Alliance. Saturday, sunny. On this rare weekend, illuminated by the gentle winter sun, the Hangqiao Pokémon Arena was teeming with spectators. They were not gathered for a specific professional competition, but rather to witness the live finals of the Shanghai Treasure Cup. Goodness, are there really this many people? Even though Xia Chi had participated in last week's elimination round, he could not help but gasp at the nearly full stands. Dream Demon gazed excitedly at the dense crowd. So many delectable fears. Sensing the potential chaos, Xia Chi quickly interjected, "Hold on. Today is new Leaf Meow's finals. No mischief," he stated sternly. "If you cannot promise to behave and stay in the resting area to watch the match, I will return you to your Pokeball." Dream Demon pouted but nodded in compliance. However, it must be noted that this was merely a baby cup, after all. While he could scoff at it, Xia Chi could somewhat understand the viewer's sentiments. It was, after all, the most influential competitive event in this world, far surpassing the second place by a wide margin. To say that even his great-grandmother could comment on the matches would not be an exaggeration. Xia Chi recalled that before his transmigration, the National High School Football Championship in Neon had been a ticket sought after with great difficulty. The Hubao Cup, a premier novice competition in the Dongguan region, witnessed a packed audience on the day of the finals, which is hardly surprising. The quarterfinals took place in the morning, with Xia Chi featured in the inaugural match. His opponent, along with her remarkable psychic fighting Pokémon, Mashana, made for an intriguing pairing. The contestant, a woman with a distinct Northeast accent, and her adept yoga-practicing Mashana, the evolved form of which is Charam, formed a duo that could be aptly dubbed the Northeast Yoga Sister. As the saying goes, not every Gyarados can cross the river. The Northeast Yoga Sister journeyed a great distance to participate in the Hubao Cup and managed to reach the top 8, indicating her prowess. Mashana, while not boasting high base stats, possesses a formidable ability known as Yoga Power, which doubles the damage of physical attacks. The reason why this seemingly unremarkable ability rivals the strength of the Guts ability remains a mystery to Xia Chi. Perhaps this is the true strength of the Northeast Yoga Sister. However, her unfortunate encounter with the reigning champion of this year's Hubao Cup, the new Leaf Meow, was a significant setback. This title, self-bestowed by Xia Chi, was not widely recognized, but when new Leaf Meow unleashed 2 consecutive Shadow Claws, defeating Mashana with ease, the fervent cheers from the audience made one thing clear. No longer could anyone regard Xia Chi and his new Leaf Meow as mere dark horses who had advanced through sheer luck. On the other hand, Lin Lango's path to advancement was equally seamless, characterized by a calm yet relentless battle style reminiscent of a vine thriving within a rainforest, effortlessly constricting opponents. Yet, no one could pinpoint a flaw in his Qingting snake. Both competitors dominated their respective halves of the arena. And by the end of the morning's 4 matches, the finalists emerged as the impressively dominating Xia Chi and the resilient Lin Lango. Whether for the purpose of building anticipation for the finals or to ensure the Pokémon of both competitors received ample rest, perhaps both reasons were at play. The final match was scheduled for 7 o'clock. As dusk fell, this timing proved to be quite fortuitous, as many fans eagerly awaiting electronic pickles in Xia Chi's livestream found themselves without a place to call home. Consequently, when a rallying cry echoed through the fan group, the ensuing events were all too predictable. The fanbase surged forth, declaring, "Surrender now. You are up against the one who has defeated Chibana, captured Qishu, triumphed over Lalina, and boldly faced the dual champions of Hoyuan. What on earth? This is the Hu Bao Cup Finals. Which streamer's devoted fans are these?" The Water Army, while known for stirring trouble, were also cautious. "We can talk, but if it comes to a fight, I'll be the first to flee." The streamer's account was swiftly located, under the name 3 Kingdoms Kill, and fans were urged to support him vigorously. As the most unconventional tactical streamer on the internet, Xia Chi naturally garnered a uniquely abstract following. However, while it is quite acceptable to indulge in one's own little circle, the chaos that ensues when one steps out into the fray tends to cast a shadow over Xia Chi. Hence, a certain individual, endowed with remarkable charisma, began to advocate for the regulation of these merrymakers within the fan group. In no time, the atmosphere of the barrage was rendered serene. Unbeknownst to Xia Chi, who was standing in the competitor's passage, taking deep breaths to adjust his mindset, all of this was transpiring. He found himself still plagued by a hint of nervousness. Despite having battled numerous gym leaders and even the champion in the path to glory, it all ultimately felt like mere theory. No matter how formidable one may be within the confines of the game, it remains a facade. Xia Chi was merely a fledgling trainer, a novice with only a level 15 Leaf Meow at his disposal. But what of it? Clutching the Pokeball that held immense significance for him, Xia Chi smiled brightly and strode towards the luminous and raucous end of the passage. The path may be fraught with challenges, yet today marks the beginning of his journey to becoming a legend in battle. Inside the grand arena of the Rainbow Bridge, the glaring, incandescent lights illuminated the battlefield with blinding brilliance. Xia Chi and Linlonga stood at opposite ends of the arena, quietly awaiting the commencement of the match. There were no taunts exchanged, yet the palpable tension lingered in the air. Setting aside the stakes of the Hu Bao Cup Finals, the presence of the Leaf Meow rendered this encounter equally significant for both participants. Although Leaf Meow had previously expressed indifference towards Linlonga, the former trainer, perhaps that was indeed the case. However, should Xia Chi succeed in defeating Linlonga and her Vine Snake in this direct confrontation, the deep-seated thorn that once embedded itself in Leaf Meow's heart would surely soften and dissipate. This sentiment was especially true for Linlonga. Winning would be a relief. But if she were to lose, even if Xia Chi said nothing, a relentless voice in her mind would echo, "Linlonga, your choice was misguided from the outset. Even fundamentally, the nurturing philosophy you held dear is flawed." This was a contest neither could afford to lose. With the sharp whistle of the referee perched atop his sturdy shield sword, the battle commenced. "Vine Snake, prepare for battle. Leaf Meow, you shall be the one." 2 beams of white light flashed as Vine Snake and Leaf Meow stepped onto the battlefield. "Vine Snake, attack." From the outset of the confrontation, Linlonga exhibited an unprecedented aggressiveness. The Vine Snake raised its head skyward, where dark green energy coalesced ominously above it. Xia Chi furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. "Leaf Meow, defend." His command was drowned out by the thunderous eruption of the energy mass. In the next instant, the energy burst forth with a violent explosion. The ferocious leaf blade cyclone expanded at a breathtaking speed and surged toward Leaf Meow. As it passed, it carved shallow grooves into the sturdy rocky terrain, sending sparks flying. Leaf Blade Storm. Chapter 51. Do you understand the essence of the blood-drinking sword? Leaf Blade Storm. This ultimate grass-type move, regarded as the pinnacle of its category, had never been employed by Linlonga in any of her previous matches. Yet, at the very onset of the finals, she unleashed it with fervor. This begs the question, had the seemingly lackluster combat style exhibited by the Ivy Snake prior to the finals merely been a guise for Linlonga's true prowess? The answer is evident. A myriad of rapidly spinning leaf blades was firmly locked onto the new Leaf Meow, emitting a piercing shriek through the air. Upon contact with the leaf storm, a faint green transparent barrier before new Leaf Meow became riddled with web-like fissures. One can only imagine the catastrophic damage this formidable move would inflict upon new Leaf Meow, even with its resistance to grass-type moves. However, the true terror lay not solely in the damage potential of this attack. As the Ivy Snake executed the leaf storm, a soft golden light enveloped its form, signifying a rise in its capabilities. Thanks to the contrarian trait of the Ivy Snake, the adverse effects of using Leaf Storm, which typically lowers special attack, were transformed into a significant enhancement instead. Xia Chi maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that the Ivy Snake's use of its contrarian trait in conjunction with the Leaf Storm's side effects to boost its special attack was a well-known strategy. He had anticipated Linlonga concealing her true strength in prior matches. After all, the new Leaf Meow, abandoned by her a year ago, possessed a rich array of skills. It was illogical to assume that the ivy snake, nurtured over a longer period, would be incapable of mastering Leaf Storm. The move itself was not inherently fearsome, after all. Higher-powered moves demand greater energy. If the ivy snake relied solely on Leaf Storm for a bombardment strategy, it would be manageable. In such a scenario, before new Leaf Meow could falter, the ivy snake's energy would likely deplete first. What Xia Chi feared was Lin Lango employing Leaf Storm as a ruse to amplify her special attack, only to unleash other moves thereafter. Ivy Snake, Dragon Pulse. Xia Chi exclaimed. Wait, you can use Dragon Pulse too? I can tolerate Leaf Storm, but this? In the realm of gaming. This move boasts an inherent accuracy unless the target is absent from the field. A similar principle applies to Aura Sphere, which in reality translates into a tracking ability. Attempting to evade with a miraculous move? Good luck with that. At this moment, the Ivy Snake, having significantly boosted its special attack from Leaf Storm, found Dragon Pulse to be the most fitting offensive maneuver. However, the conundrum remained. Was it not the case that only an evolved Sovereign Snake could learn this move in the game? How could an Ivy Snake employ it? With no time to contemplate this dilemma, Xia Chi commanded, New Leaf Meow, use Quick Attack and charge forward. In truth, had New Leaf Meow possessed Fairy-type moves, Dragon Pulse would merely have been a playful jest. Unfortunately, lacking such abilities, it had to seek alternative methods. Thanks to the existence of the Speedster bond, New Leaf Meow's move execution speed exceeded that of ordinary Pokémon. Coupled with the inherent properties of Quick Attack, this would undeniably result in an astonishingly swift ambush. As soon as Xia Chi's voice faded, a brilliant white light illuminated the figure of Xia Meow, transforming its entire being into a luminous sphere that sped towards the Ivy Snake. Deep violet draconic energy coalesced before the Ivy Snake, not deliberately forming a spherical shape, but rather surging forth like a wave, crashing directly towards the oncoming Xia Meow. Gasps erupted from the audience. Was Xia Meow truly attempting to shred the Dragon Pulse with its diminutive form? Just as the torrent of deep purple energy was about to engulf Xia Meow, Xia Chi shouted, "Jump!" Without hesitation, Xia Meow leapt into the air, propelled by a flash of primal energy. It soared gracefully over the roaring wave of draconic energy, reaching the side of the Ivy Snake. Xia Chi's next command darkened Lin Lanji's expression. Was she intending to use the tracking properties of Dragon Pulse to lure the attack away? Xia Meow certainly could not evade all the damage from the Dragon Pulse, but neither would the Ivy Snake emerge unscathed. Once the energy was unleashed, it did not discriminate based on its origin. Regardless of whether it was Xia Meow or the Ivy Snake, all would be affected. The speed of the flash was nearly synchronized with the Dragon Pulse. As Xia Meow leapt behind the Ivy Snake, the deep violet wave of energy detonated at that precise moment. Boom! Like the gaping maw of an abyss. The energy surged forth, swallowing both Pokémon. The Ivy Snake, positioned in front, suffered even greater damage than Xia Meow, emitting a pained groan. Seizing the momentum, Xia Chi commanded, Acrobatics. Lin Lango clenched her teeth and shouted, Use Dragon Tail to knock it away. Her Ivy Snake was trained for special attack, not particularly adept at close combat. In fact, its physical attack moves were limited to Seed Bomb and Dragon Tail. Engaging in a brawl with Xia Meow was evidently unwise. Compared to its evolved form, the Lord Serpent, the Ivy Snake possessed a shorter, stockier tail. This was not a tail suited for moves like Iron Tail or Dragon Tail. The Ivy Snake awkwardly twisted its body to strike behind it, but Xia Meow, having anticipated this, leapt away. Subsequently, its claws glimmered with a vibrant green light. The sharp tips, imbued with flying-type energy, came crashing down. The sound of Xia Meow's claws scraping against the Ivy Snake's scales was excruciatingly sharp. Yet, no one noticed that at the point of contact, a nearly imperceptible green thread flowed from the Ivy Snake back into Xia Meow. The bloodthirsty sword's life-draining effect was activated. Lin Lanji's expression turned cold. From the outset until now, she had scarcely gained the upper hand against Xia Chi. This had never occurred in her previous battles. Watching the once-rejected Xia Meow even overpower the Ivy Snake, her once steadfast resolve began to waver. Could I truly be in the wrong? This terrifying thought barely surfaced before she crushed it with fierce determination. Absolutely not. In both offense and defense, my Ivy Snake is the finest. Dragon Pulse. How does it matter if I injure 1,000 while suffering 800 in return? My vitality surpasses yours. Lin Lango was convinced that the endurance of the Ivy Serpent was far superior to that of the newly evolved Leaf Meow, which was merely in its first stage. Xia Chi, unwavering, shouted, Acrobatics. You dare compare endurance with me? Do you even comprehend the essence of the blood-sucking blade? Alas, the name of this technique was somewhat lackluster. Otherwise, the clash of their roars would have possessed a powerful grandeur. At such a close distance, the Dragon Pulse detonated explosively the instant it was unleashed. The deep purple energy wave, akin to a raging flame, penetrated deeply into the bodies of both Leaf Meow and the Ivy Serpent. The devastating self-destructive attack elicited fervent cheers from the audience, who were unconcerned with the severity of the clash. This was the spectacle they longed to witness, blood flowing like a river. The sharp claws of Leaf Meow once again carved white fissures upon the hardened scales. The double weakness of the flying-type energy surged through its claws, embedding itself beneath the skin. Meanwhile, the Ivy Serpent, enduring the onslaught of the Dragon Pulse energy, gritted its teeth, emitting a pained groan. In contrast, Leaf Meow as conditioned remained vastly superior. Though its pale green fur had turned charred, and its body trembled from the 2 successive Dragon Pulse attacks, it still retained ample combat capability and willpower. Chapter 52. Victory Reckoning. The evolutionary light of Leaf Meow. Linlango was profoundly astonished at this scene. How could 2 significantly enhanced Dragon Pulses fail to topple it? When did Leaf Meow's endurance become so formidable? As someone who once knew it best, Linlango found it incomprehensible. In truth, if not for the life-draining ability of the blood-sucking blade, Leaf Meow as condition might not have been so resilient. Of course, after undergoing trials of bonding and equipment, Leaf Meow's stats had transformed beyond recognition and would certainly not succumb to these 2 Dragon Pulses. Leaf Blade Storm. With a face marked by cold resolve, Linlango issued a somewhat hoarse command. In her heightened emotional state, a singular thought consumed her. Not enough damage? Then I shall amplify my special attack. A dense wave of grass-type energy separated into thousands of high-speed spinning leaf blades, erupting violently outward around the Ivy Serpent. The leaf storm returned with an imposing force. However, Xia Chi's keen gaze pierced through the myriad of leaf blades, discerning that the tail of the Ivy Serpent was trembling violently. It was on the verge of collapse. Enduring the fierce strikes from Leaf Meow while also bearing the brunt of its 2 Dragon Pulses, the current state of the Ivy Serpent was all too evident. Leaf Meow, hold your ground. As long as you withstand this leaf blade storm, victory shall be within our grasp. Perhaps sensing its dwindling strength, the Ivy Serpent poured nearly all its remaining energy into this leaf blade storm. Leaf Meow was like a small vessel adrift upon the tumultuous sea, braving the tempest's relentless onslaught. The creaking of the barrier intensified, as if in the next moment, the new Leaf Meow would be engulfed by countless leaf blades. Yet, it managed to endure until the storm subsided. After the rain, the sun emerged. The dragon's surge. A flash of lightning. 2 sharp commands resonated almost simultaneously. As the Ivy Snake struggled to muster the last remnants of its energy for a final dance, the new Leaf Meow darted to its side like a bolt of lightning. Thud. The impact, though not heavy, became the final straw that overwhelmed the Ivy Snake. After swaying back and forth a few times, its short, slender legs could no longer support its battered body. Thud. This time, it was the sound of the Ivy Snake hitting the ground. Then, silence ensued. Beeps echoed, signaling the Pokémon's loss of combat capability and marking the end of the match. Following a brief moment of stillness, the arena erupted with cheers that nearly threatened to lift the very dome above. Such is the allure of Pokémon battles. Even 2 creatures that cannot be deemed powerful can unleash boundless fervor and passion through their exhaustive clash. The match concluded, and the victor of this year's Hubao Cup is contestant Xia Chi. The enthusiastic voice of the commentator heightened the fervor in the atmosphere. Everyone was applauding the newly crowned champion, even though they had no knowledge of who Xia Chi was prior to this moment. Yet, he and the new Leaf Meow had introduced themselves splendidly through their performance. Meow Fei. The newly victorious Leaf Meow did not revel in the accolades of the stage. With a staggering gait, it dove into Xia Chi's embrace. The latter, unbothered, kissed its charred forehead and smiled, saying, "Leaf Meow, you did it." Leaf Meow looked up to correct him. "Meow Fei, no, we did it." It then buried its head back into Xia Chi's warmth, defeating the opponent, claiming the championship. And hearing the audience's cheers, this moment, once a dream it had fervently pursued, seemed less significant compared to the embrace it now shared. Congratulations to the host for winning the Hubao Cup. Battle round 21 has concluded. Would you like to proceed with the settlement? Later, Xia Chi dismissed the interruption from Tongzi Go. He only wished to savor the exquisite feeling of victory with Leaf Meow. Buzz. A faint sound suddenly arose. Xia Chi glanced down in surprise to see dots of light emanating from Leaf Meow. As the buzzing grew clearer, the glowing dots shimmered more brightly, ultimately coalescing into a radiant sphere that enveloped Leaf Meow. The light of evolution. Although it was Xia Chi's first time witnessing this, he recognized it immediately. Leaf Meow was evolving, not in the typical protagonist's battle turnaround, but rather after the combat had concluded. Was this the settlement screen? Xia Chi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. The unexpected situation with new Leaf Meow certainly captured the attention of the audience present. They gazed at the large screen where new Leaf Meow was enveloped in the radiant light of evolution, their voices unconsciously softening. Evolution remains one of the most enchanting moments in the Pokémon world. Even Linlango, who had been standing across the venue in a daze, cast an indescribably complex glance towards new Leaf Meow. The luminous glow of evolution shone for nearly 2 minutes, an uncommon duration in the realm of Pokémon. where most evolutions conclude within mere seconds. Just as Xia Chi anticipated the emergence of a Neza-like figure, the brilliance faded. Before him stood a charming, light green feline, upright on two legs. A tuft of deep green fur, cascading down its chest, appeared exceptionally fluffy, adorned with a pink, round bud nestled at its upper left. This mystical aura of new leaf Meow, now known as Tilly Meow, was further enhanced by a touch of elegance. Compared to the typical Tilly Meow, which stands at just under a meter, this one was considerably larger. Standing at 1.8 meters, Xia Chi found it reaching up to his chest, suggesting a height of approximately 1.5 meters. This was fast approaching the stature of a magical masquerade Meow. One could imagine that should it evolve into a magical masquerade Meow, it might resemble an 8-foot lady. While perhaps not that exaggerated, it would likely be on par with Xia Chi's height. This was undoubtedly a positive development, with the exception of a few rare species. The majority of Pokémon exhibit greater vitality, health, and strength as their size increases. As for why Tilly Meow was so large, it might relate to the bonds bestowed by the system, the chosen badge, or the equipment. Xia Chi was uncertain. Meow Tilly. The gentle call of Tilly Meow brought Xia Chi back to his thoughts. Congratulations on your evolution, new leaf, or rather, Tilly Meow. He was still adjusting to the new name. Tilly Meow shook her head softly. Meow Tilly. It's all right. Whether as new leaf Meow or Tilly Meow, I remain myself. Xia Chi fell into a brief silence. Wasn't he the Pokédex stating that Tilly Meow was an exceptionally clever, attention-seeking, and mischievous little cat? Are you? Yet. This was normal. Every Pokémon is an independent entity, and differing personalities are commonplace. After all, there are dream demons who fear ghosts in this world. What had happened to the gentle Tilly Meow? The battlefield was not a place for idle chatter. It had been quite some time since the battle concluded, and Xia Chi felt it inappropriate to further bond with Tilly Meow on the battlefield, especially considering her injuries. Therefore, after recalling Tilly Meow into her Pokeball, Xia Chi prepared to step down with a sense of anticipation. Finally, he could confidently begin the first round of battle settlement. Chapter 53, the settlement of the first battle round. He made his way to the medical room amidst cheers and applause. Xia Chi handed the Pokeball of Tilly Meow to the nurse, who, with deep admiration, exclaimed, "What a splendid match. Champion Xia Chi, my heartfelt congratulations." Being addressed as a champion felt utterly exhilarating. Xia Chi suppressed a smile and replied with a polite thank you. In the future, when asked about his championship title, he could proudly declare himself the champion of the Hubao Cup rather than a mere void champion. What? Baby Cup champion? So what? The real question is, are you a champion? Taking a seat in the waiting area of the medical room, Xia Chi finally had the opportunity to check the system's rewards. He silently intoned, "System, please compute my battle rounds." Battle round 21 of the Hubao Cup has concluded. Evaluating host performance. System score, 100-100. Congratulations on earning 2 golden law balls. With an undefeated streak, not a single point lost, and having faced the formidable opponent of the final match, the Qingting Snake. Both the process and outcome certainly warranted a perfect score. However, the modest conclusion of the Baby Cup surprisingly yielded 2 golden law balls as rewards, which delighted Xia Chi immensely. Please open both law balls for me. Golden law balls have been activated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following rewards. 2 basic equipment forging tools. 1 lucky lantern, 1 gigantic golden egg, 1 golden shovel. Wow, so many new items. Aside from the basic equipment forging tool, which he had encountered before, the other 3 rewards were rather unfamiliar. Opening the items section revealed the 3 new additions. Golden shovel can be combined with basic equipment to create corresponding bond emblems. Gigantic golden egg, a high-quality Pokémon egg with limitless potential. Each victorious battle round enhances its potential, up to a maximum of 3 battle rounds. Current potential, 13. Currently hatchable Pokémon, for shiny Charmanders. Lucky Lantern, 21 upon activation. Grants access to an abundance of high-quality items from this world, intelligent reward pool based on your current status. What splendid treasures. Xia Chi was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards from the 2 golden law balls. While they might not rival the initial Prism Law Ball, they were nearly all applicable to Xia Chi's current needs. First and foremost was the Golden Shovel, capable of synthesizing bond emblems. Undoubtedly, this would serve as an essential source for assembling the 6 bonds. Should he synthesize a Dark-type bond emblem, combined with Tilly Meow's inherent Dark-type bond 1 from her chosen badge, he would only need to capture 3 more Dark-type Pokémon to complete the 6 Dark bonds. This would significantly accelerate the development of Xia Chi's Pokémon. The reward of the gigantic golden egg was equally enticing. 4 shiny Charmanders. Xia Chi was eager to hatch them immediately, and this was merely a third of the progress bar. What wonders could be hatched if he completed 1 or even 2 more rounds? Perhaps 6 quasi-deities? Or, if he dared to dream even further, 6 mythical Pokémon? The delay and gratification instigated by Tongzi stirred a tantalizing itch within Xia Chi's heart, amplifying her anticipation for the subsequent 2 rounds of battle. As for the final fortunate lantern, she found herself at a loss. However, with Tongzi's high-quality label affixed, It was reasonable to assume it was an exceptional item not easily acquired through ordinary means. Seizing the moment, Xia Chi resolved to unlock a few rewards immediately. She first opted for the basic equipment forging tool to refine her weapon. Tongzi, activate the basic equipment forging tool. Forging successful. Please select the first basic equipment. Useless Club, 10 special attack. Chainmail, 10 physical defense. Giant's Belt, 10 life vitality. There was no need for contemplation. She had long decided that the next piece of equipment would be for the Dream Demon, thus naturally selecting the one most suited to it, the Useless Club. She proceeded to the next. Useless Club forged successfully. Please select the second basic equipment. Recurve Bow, 10 skill release speed. Critical Hit Gloves, 10 critical hit probability. Storm Greatsword, 10 physical attack. The choices were enticing. She had achieved a remarkable 0.3 seconds in the equipment synthesis test. Now came the classic triad of choices. Without a doubt, she dismissed the recurve bow at once. It was a peculiar piece of equipment, and Xia Chi was uncertain how the world calculated the efficiency of its use by spirits. Regardless, it was clear that it would not synergize well with the Dream Demon. On the other hand, the critical hit gloves and the tech gun presented viable options, one inclined towards explosive power, the other towards sustained magical prowess. Both were commendable selections. However, considering that the Dream Demon's unique bond, the Lord of Fear, grew stronger with each engagement, the tech gun garnered a higher priority. She chose the Storm Greatsword. Storm Greatsword forged successfully. Would you like to combine it with the Useless Club to create the Hex Deck Gunblade? Wait, let me first check what these two pieces of equipment can synthesize with the Gold Shovel for bond emblems. The synthesis path between the Gold Shovel and the Storm Greatsword yields Firegrass attribute bond emblem. The synthesis path between the Gold Shovel and the Useless Club yields Water Electricity attribute bond emblem. Electricity, grass, water, fire. Xia Chi pondered briefly. Aside from grass, none were immediately applicable. There was no urgency to gather the grass attribute bond emblem, as it seemed imprudent to waste the Gold Shovel. It would be wiser to reserve it for the evil attribute bond emblem, which could enhance growth speed. Having concluded that, she decided to synthesize the tech gun. Hex Deck Gunblade forged successfully. Curiously, Xia Chi inquired, by the way, Tongzi, could you enlighten me on the synthesis routes for the basic equipment and the Gold Shovel? Not possible. Xia Chi pouted slightly and remarked, all right then, let's see the effects of the tech gun. Hex Deck Gunblade, 10 adaptive, physical special, attack, 10 universal lifesteal. Unique passive, damage dealt by special moves will heal the user for 10 of the damage dealt, with any excess healing forming a life shield, not exceeding 10 of total life points. How is it that you surpassed the Blood Sword by such a margin? Protested Xia Chi, who had been the first to activate the Blood Sword. With a cumulative 20 in special attack lifesteal, the overflow even grants a small shield. The added base stats are also adaptive. It can be said that every attribute here is utterly devoid of waste. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chi declared, let us equip it to Dream Demon. Equipment successful. The first item was secured, and next came the Lucky Lantern. Activating the Lucky Lantern. The Lucky Lantern has been activated, and you have received the following rewards. Miracle Seed X6 from the Kanto Johto Forest. Rock Gem X6 from Hoenn Zivki Mine. Curse Symbol X6 from the Spirit World. Training Assistant X4. Double experience points gained from training in battles. Universal Healing Capsule X1 can cure any ailments of living Pokémon. Move Tutor Shift can be used on any Pokémon, single use. Xia Chi exclaimed, what? Bush, Goman. Is this Move Tutor Shift legal? Chapter 54, no. Is your Tilly Meow legal? Initially, when Xia Chi saw that the reward pool for the Lucky Lantern consisted of items from this world, he held little hope. The first few items were indeed as expected. Whether it was the Miracle Seed or the Curse Symbol, they might be somewhat pricey, but they were attainable through existing means. Even the Universal Capsule and the Training Assistant, which enhanced Pokémon training efficiency, seemed reasonable and not overly extravagant. But what in the world was the Move Tutor Shift? Wasn't he that something from the game? Moreover, this was even more outrageous, as it was universally applicable to all Pokémon. Brother Tongzi, you are more impressive than the game itself. Ah, it indeed appeared that way. Regardless, this Shift Move Tutor was exactly what Xia Chi had yearned for. Shift, Steel-type transformation move, upon use, increases the user's physical attack by 1 and speed by 2. What a concept, an enhanced version of Dragon Dance. Such a move for a speedy attacker was as irresistible as a Rock to Daigo or Pikachu to Team Rocket. The temptation was utterly insurmountable. The fierce biting land shark had long coveted Dragon Dance, and now, in his possession, he was gifted a superior version of Shift. Not to mention that this was a noble Steel-type skill. While it might not hold much value for other Pokémon, Xia Chi had a Tilly Meow with a versatile ability. The image of a Steel-type Tilly Meow gracing the battlefield was too beautiful for Xia Chi to even dare to imagine. One could say that this single move tutor was worth half a golden orb in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, use the Shift learning device on Talia now. Success. Xia Chi eagerly opened Talia's Pokémon information, swiftly navigating to the moves section. Moves: Petal Dance, Bite, Shadow Claw. Magical Leaf, Scratch, Acrobatics, Draft Shift. Father Tongzi, you truly mean business. A Talia that can shift will surely face accusations of legality in its next battle. A sense of satisfaction washed over Xia Chi as he glanced upwards, only to discover another delightful surprise. Talia. Bond, Dark Attribute. 2. Defeating opponents accumulates fear value. For every 100 layers of fear value, an additional 10 damage is granted, and substantial rewards are unlocked upon reaching fear value thresholds. Current fear value, 901. The fear value was finally nearing 100. However, hadn't it just been a little over 70 yesterday? Xia Chi exited to check the battle log. Your Pokémon. New Leaf Meow, 15. Defeated the Ivy Snake, 30. Leveling up to 16 and evolving into Talia, gained 103 fear value. No wonder it felt so challenging. Lin Lango's Ivy Snake was already level 30. Battling a level 30 with a level 15, even with bond equipment bonuses, the Ivy Snake's attributes utterly overwhelmed New Leaf Meow. Wasn't this the kind of exaggerated level-up challenge typically found in fantasy novels? Yet, with high difficulty came equally generous rewards. The 103 fear value was nearly equivalent to the efforts of 2 Pokémon over a week. Were it not for the inability to repeatedly draw from the same target's fear value, Xia Chi would have eagerly challenged Lin Lango again, hoping to bestow upon her a second defeat in her career. After tallying the spoils from the first round of battle, Xia Chi contentedly exited the system. Such a formal competition surely warranted a grand award ceremony. Once Talia's recovery was complete, Xia Chi returned to the contestant lounge, bringing Dream Demon to the stage for the award presentation. Dream Demon, with a puzzled expression, asked Meow, "Wait, can I truly be considered a champion when I haven't fought at all?" Xia Chi chuckled, affectionately ruffling its cotton candy-like head, replying, "Of course, we are partners." This was Xia Chi's first championship, albeit in the baby cup. He felt that including Dream Demon in the commemorative photo added greater significance. Meow? Dream Demon joyfully squinted its eyes and spun in circles. Xia Chi mused that if the system had such a feature, the little one's head would surely be adorned with a notification of affection at 111. As he made his way to the stage with both Pokémon, it came as no surprise that he encountered the aloof Lin Lango and the listless Ivy Snake once more. This time, there was no exchange between them, though a hint of unusual emotion was still evident on their faces. Receiving the award and descending the stage, as they brushed past each other, Lin Lango softly uttered, "Thank you." Xia Chi was taken aback. "What is it that you thank me for? Did I defeat you?" As he watched the girl with a hint of blush hurriedly leave, Xia Chi fell into contemplation. "No, am I some kind of magnet? Why do all the girls I come into contact with seem to possess such attributes?" Cheers. Meow tea. Meow. Pai pai. In the common room of their dormitory apartment, Xia Chi and his roommate Chunjinza were celebrating their victory in the Hubao Cup, although it was ostensibly a celebration for themselves. Xia Chi suspected that his companion was merely eager to indulge in the culinary delights prepared by Meng Yao. Ever since Meng Yao took up the culinary profession, Xia Chi and Xia and Yi Meow had been enjoying increasingly lavish meals. Chunjinza, who lived under the same roof, often eyed their feasts with envy, always finding excuses to join them for a meal. "You did it, Achi. I knew you could," Chunjinza exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with meat. His words barely intelligible as he began to boast about the victory. Xia Chi rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Wasn't it you who said the competition wasn't a game? I remember it quite clearly." Chunjinza grinned, taking credit for their success. "It's all about the art of provocation, you know?" After the jest, he asked earnestly, "By the way, have you received the championship prize from the organizers yet?" Xia Chi bit into a piece of beef that Tile Meow had fed him with a vine and replied, "The 300,000 yuan prize has been credited. I'll have the breeding supplies sent over once I rent an apartment. As for the Pokémon, I won't be able to select one until next week." You're moving out to rent a place? Why? Chunjinza asked, surprised. Xia Chi shrugged, "It's getting a bit cramped here. Plus I need to capture a Pokémon next week." "Alright then." Chunjinza sighed, putting down his chopsticks, seemingly losing his appetite. He hesitated, "Brother Chi." Xia Chi looked at him, puzzled. "What's wrong? It feels like there's going to be a thick, tragic barrier between us." Xia Chi gave him a knowing look, saying, "In the future, if you want to join me for a meal, just let me know on the Pokémon platform. You can come directly." Chunjinza's expression shifted in an instant. "Really, father?" Xia Chi waved his hand dismissively. "Just bring some energy cubes for Meng Yao as a reward." Chunjinza grinned. Of course, of course." He turned to Meng Yao, saying, "Sister Yao, please take care of me in the future." Xia Chi observed, "Willing to call a Pokémon sister just for good food? With that kind of audacity, you should succeed in whatever you pursue." Meng Yao, who had been focused on her meal, tilted her head in confusion when someone called her Meow. "Why should I take care of you? Are you a new teammate?" "So, my trainer has captured this human too? Xia Chi is amazing." Chapter 55. Is it not normal for the East University Pavilion Master to have a side profession? December 18th. in a high-end residential area near Shanghai University. Mr. Xia, our property is not only exquisitely decorated, but it also features materials specifically designed for multi-Pokémon families. The high-quality, waterproof, fire-resistant, and heat-resistant materials are complemented by an expansive balcony that provides ample sunlight for grass-type Pokémon. Sign the contract today, and you could move in tomorrow. What do you think? Xia Chi endeavored to block out the incessant chatter of the nearby real estate agent while leading Tilly, Meow, and Dream Demon through the two-bedroom apartment. Although it is labeled as a two-bedroom, the space boasts an impressive area of 200 square meters, as this unique layout was crafted specifically for single individuals with multiple Pokémon. It comprises an oversized master bedroom, an exceptionally large Pokémon room, and an extraordinarily spacious training room. This type of apartment has gained unexpected popularity since its introduction, with some communities now exclusively offering such layouts. Additionally, these neighborhoods are equipped with comprehensive Pokémon training facilities and recreational amenities. The community Xia Chi is currently exploring falls into this category. Tilly, Meow, and Dream Demon. What do you think? After meandering through the expansive flat, Xia Chi inquired about the opinions of his two Pokémon. Tilly Meow joyfully nodded by the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the breathtaking scenery of Shanghai. It adored this sun-drenched haven. Mimi, Dream Demon, fluttering about in the training room, chimed in with a cheerful sound. Observing the satisfied expressions of his Pokémon, Xia Chi hesitantly asked, "What is the rental price?" The real estate agent flashed a money-driven smile. For this unit, the monthly rent is around 50,000, which includes the fees for the premium training grounds, utilities, and property management. That seems a bit steep. It cannot be deemed expensive per se, as the complimentary use of the Pokémon training grounds covers a significant portion of the rent. There's a saying, if I cannot afford it, it's not the property's fault, but mine. The quality is commendable, yet it remains unattainable for me. Do you have any similar units available at a discount, perhaps with some minor flaws? Xia Chi suggested, such as those haunted properties that struggle to find tenants. The real estate agent replied, "Do you think I'm a child of 8? Everyone knows that haunted houses are prime real estate for ghost-type Pokémon. Why would you be able to rent one at a discount? Do you want me to summon my haunter to break your legs?" Despite the inner monologue, the agent maintained a cheerful facade. "Unfortunately, Mr. Xia, such layouts are highly sought after. You appear to be a student from the battle department at Shanghai University. You should encounter many alumni in the training grounds here. It would be quite convenient for practice." Xia Chi pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, please show me options priced below 20,000. The area and location can be slightly compromised." The 50,000 monthly rent nearly consumed a third of his previous month's income, and even though his streaming career was flourishing, it was imprudent to reside in such an expensive property, caring for Tilly, Meow, and Dream Demon. Not to mention the cost associated with the upcoming addition of another Pokémon was quite substantial. The real estate agent smiled politely, saying, "Very well, Mr. Xia. Let us proceed to view the next property." With a lingering sense of reluctance, Tilly and Dream Demon departed, while Xia Chi listened to the agent's descriptions of other houses within the elevator. As they descended to the ground floor, the elevator doors opened, revealing an unexpected figure, Lin Lango. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Lango was the first to speak. "You live here too?" Her words, as sparse as ever. Xia Chi shook his head, replying, "No, I just came to take a look. It's rather expensive." He cast a glance at Lin Lango's feet, where a highly unfriendly vine snake glared at Tilly, and sighed inwardly. So, it had not been released after all. What a pity. Lin Lango, sensing the subtlety in Xia Chi's gaze, responded nonchalantly, "I will not forsake my companions again." In the 2 days following her defeat to Xia Chi, she had reflected deeply. The meticulously nurtured and formidable vine snake had lost to the newly emerged leaf Meow, which had languished for over half a year. Was it truly a matter of the Pokémon? Perhaps, more likely, my previous cultivation philosophy has encountered flaws? Could it be that Xia Chi is indeed correct? People often behave this way. Those weaker than themselves seldom warrant a second glance. However, they hold reverence for those who have bested them, striving to learn from their strengths, even if the opponent is a mere novice. Xia Chi, however, misinterpreted her gaze, thinking it was merely a fleeting moment of envy towards the vine snake, questioning why she felt the need to assert her ownership over it. As he prepared to exit the elevator, Lin Lango suddenly inquired, "What rental price would be acceptable? Would 800 suffice?" Xia Chi blinked in confusion. The real estate agent was equally surprised, exclaiming, "From 50,000 to 800? Is this an attempt to humiliate me with your wealth due to your recent defeat?" The agent, maintaining a cordial demeanor, added, "Young lady, that's not how one negotiates." Lin Lango replied calmly, "This community was developed by my family." Xia Chi was taken aback. The real estate agent quickly processed this information, adopting a sycophantic attitude. "Ah, you are the esteemed daughter of Guangfu Hongda, aren't you? How could I forget?" Xia Chi suddenly realized that the master of the Guangfu Senqing dojo was also a renowned real estate mogul. It seemed reasonable that dojo masters in other regions had side ventures. For instance, Lalina was a world-famous model, Qishu was a social media influencer, and Qingmu was an employee in the Paldea League. It was entirely plausible for the dojo master at East University to engage in entrepreneurship as well. Beside him, Lin Lango, uninterested in the agent's flattery, interjected, "Please leave. I wish to speak with him." Of course, the real estate agent, eager to comply, exited the elevator promptly, casting a complex glance at Xia Chi as he departed. Ah, a young and beautiful heiress who treats you kindly. How enviable, how utterly infuriating. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Lango pressed the button for the 7th floor. "Is it possible to rent the unit next to mine?" she asked. Xia Chi could only respond with confusion. Lin Lango spoke calmly. "I would like to invite you to be my sparring partner and training assistant." Oh, a sparring partner. Xia Chi finally understood, realizing that Lin Lango was also a Durant. If one cannot win, then they join, right? "So will you accept?" Just a few matches could grant almost free access to a luxurious apartment. It seemed like an exceptionally profitable deal. "However, I must decline." Xia Chi replied, "I'm sorry. Please find someone else." Though he was indifferent about his relationship with Lin Lango, Tilly Meow cared about it. After all, their past connection was significant, and it would be unrealistic to assume Tilly Meow held no grudges. There was no need to put Tilly Meow in an awkward position over a trivial gain. What is the purpose of making money, if not to enhance the well-being of the spirits? Mew Tilly. Suddenly, Tilly Meow tugged at Xia Chi's sleeve. Xia Chi was taken aback. "Do you wish to accept?" Mew Tilly. Tilly Meow nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "I want her to witness my back growing ever more distant until I am beyond her reach." Xia Chi, understanding the meaning behind Tilly Meow's gaze, felt a mix of emotions. Indeed, she remained the proud and stubborn new Leaf Meow at heart. Well, since Tilly Meow had expressed her desire, it would be rather petty of him to refuse again. He turned to Lin Lango and said, "Let me clarify. I truly do not possess any training secrets. My progress thus far has been solely due to my gradual accumulation of experience and effort." System Enhance. Chapter 56. What is Tilly Meow like? Xia Chi admitted honestly, "I can be a sparring partner, but I can't offer training." Tilly Meow and the others trained themselves. Lin Lango looked at Xia Chi, perplexed. "Self-training, seriously? Oh, I understand. You want more money, right? How about an additional 50,000 a month?" Xia Chi responded helplessly, "It's not about the money. I genuinely cannot train the spirits." Lin Lango nonchalantly replied, "Then let the Ivy Snake train alongside Tilly Meow and the others. Would that be acceptable?" That could work. However, Tilly Meow and her companions could accumulate fear points through battles, and with training aids, they could level up efficiently. What could the Ivy Snake possibly contribute? The system did provide 2 extra training aids, but Xia Chi certainly could not allow the Ivy Snake to use them. That would be absurd. Such valuable game items were unattainable in reality. Selling one for 50,000 would be akin to charity. If the Ivy Snake wanted to join, it could. But I would not concern myself with anything else. "Then, I look forward to our collaboration." Lin Lango extended her hand. Xia Chi shook her hand and nodded. A pleasant partnership. After reaching an agreement with the esteemed Miss Hungda, the subsequent steps were quite straightforward. Sign the contract and pay the rent. Consequently, Xia Chi secured the right to reside in a luxurious 200 square meter apartment in the heart of Shanghai for 1 year, at the price of 9,600 alliance coins. Due to the exquisite renovation of the house, Xia Chi could hardly contain his excitement and moved in the very next day after signing the contract. The real estate agent, gazing at the glaring figure of 800 alliance coins per month inscribed on the contract, felt an acute pang of heartache. That cursed pretty boy, my commission. If he were aware that Xia Chi not only saved 50,000 in rent, but also netted an additional 50,000 each month, he would surely be taken aback. "Wishing you a pleasant stay." After finalizing the handover with a beaming smile, the agent quietly exited the house, closing the doors softly behind him. In the expansive interior, only Xia Chi, Tilly Meow, and Dream Demon remained. Woohoo delightful. Xia Chi, disregarding appearances, sprawled across a bed that was thrice the size of his previous dormitory bed, reveling in the luxurious softness and elasticity of the high-end mattress. Tilly Meow lay beside him, though she appeared less than jubilant. A smaller bed would have sufficed, as it would eliminate the need to strategize on how to snuggle close to Xia Chi for the night. However, it mattered little, for Xia Chi was a heavy sleeper. Once he dozed off, nothing could rouse him. Unaware of Tilly Meow's subtle thoughts, Xia Chi lay there for a while before rising to tidy up. The nurturing and training supplies awarded for winning the Hu Bao Cup had already arrived, cluttering the living room. Additionally, he needed to categorize and organize the belongings he had brought from the dormitory. While he was in the midst of organizing with Tilly Meow and Dream Demon, the doorbell rang. "Dream Demon, you go ahead. I'll answer the door," Xia Chi said, concerned that Dream Demon might playfully frighten someone. He set down what he was holding and went to open the door. As expected, standing outside was Lin Lango, clad in sports attire. A battle? It was evident that this young woman was not fond of conversation. Xia Chi stepped aside slightly to reveal the disarray of the room behind him and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "You'll have to wait until I finish tidying up, right?" Lin Lango nodded and replied flatly, "Do you need my assistance?" Considering the efficiency of the Ivy Snake's vine whips, Xia Chi readily accepted. "Thank you. That would be wonderful." He then watched as Miss Lin made a phone call. Within 5 minutes, a man in sunglasses and a suit arrived swiftly, dispatching 6 powerful creatures. Indeed, the efficiency of 4-armed creatures was remarkable, within moments. The clutter was tidied up neatly. They even had time to conduct a thorough cleaning. Quick to arrive and quicker to depart. The man in sunglasses took back the 6 creatures without uttering a word and vanished just as swiftly. Lin Lango turned to Xia Chi, slightly raising her delicate chin, and calmly asked, "Shall we battle?" The ability to generate funds is truly advantageous. After a moment of reflection, Xia Chi nodded. "All right, let us go." The battle would take place at the Pokémon training facility within the community. It was not as grand as the Hongqiao arena where they had previously battled, but it was adequate nonetheless. The two stood at opposite sides of the battlefield, and this match, devoid of a referee, officially commenced. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of Dream Demon and Ivy Snake. Lin Lango furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Aren't you going to use the new leaf tiling Meow?" She believed that Xia Chi's recently captured second Pokémon lacked sufficient strength. The Dream Demon exclaimed with irritation. "Meow Demon. Humph. Are you implying that I am inferior to that Teary Meow?" Xia Chi shrugged and replied, "You should defeat the Dream Demon first." 3 minutes later, the charred and dazed Ivy Snake lay sprawled on the ground. Above it, the Dream Demon, in good condition, spun around while flaunting its prowess and playfully sticking out its tongue at Lin Lango. The outcome of the match was unequivocally clear. Lin Lango, observing the scene in silence, fell into deep contemplation. Having learned from the previous battle, she had opted for a cautious strategy this time. Using moves such as Seed Bomb, Leaf Storm, Giga Drain, and Photosynthesis, she aimed to wear down the Ivy Snake, capitalizing on its ability to regenerate health more efficiently than the Dream Demon, dragging Xia Chi into a protracted battle. Initially, the match unfolded precisely as Lin Lango had envisioned, with the Ivy Snake completely dominating the Dream Demon in the first half. However, after 10 minutes of fierce combat, Lin Lango was astonished to find that the script had taken an unexpected turn. The Dream Demon was thriving, while the Ivy Snake appeared increasingly listless. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Xia Chi could hardly contain his laughter. Although the Dream Demon's stats paled in comparison to Teary Meow, who possessed the powers of the 3 phases and the Chosen Badge, the bond with the Lord of the Underworld endowed the Dream Demon with astonishing prowess in one-on-one battles. For every minute it stood on the field, it gained a substantial boost of 5 in special attack, speed, and life drain attributes. Coupled with the inherent 25 special attack leech from its Techno Gun, the Dream Demon's endurance in combat surpassed even that of Teary Meow. Xia Chi recalled the Dream Demon, which was still performing a taunting animation, and calmly remarked, "That was a commendable battle, but it fell just short." Indeed, it was merely a hair's breadth away, but the shortcoming lay in strategy. Engaging in direct confrontation with New Leaf Meow while attempting to outlast the Dream Demon was akin to colliding head-on. Lin Lango nodded subtly, concealing her inner thoughts. "Let us have our meal first." Lunch was served in the restaurant adjacent to the training facility. Though the meals for the esteemed Miss Lin were naturally prepared by a private high-end chef, enticed by the aroma of the dishes, the Dream Demon scurried into the kitchen. Not to pilfer food, but to acquire culinary skills. Lin Lango gazed at the Dream Demon, engrossed in mastering the art of cooking, perplexed. How could the Ivy Snake have lost to such a creature? Xia Chi began to persuade her. "As trainers, we must support our Pokémon's interests and hobbies. A balance of work and rest is essential. Being solely focused on training will only exhaust them further." He provided examples. "Look, most gym leaders and even champions have deep pursuits outside their primary roles." Lin Lango nodded in understanding, feeling a twinge of guilt. She realized she had not truly considered what her Pokémon liked, whether it was the current Ivy Snake or the former New Leaf Meow. Speaking of which, what did New Leaf Meow enjoy? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Lango lifted her gaze toward Teary Meow, who was seated closely beside Xia Chi, her brow furrowed slightly. Lost in thought. Chapter 57. The Choice of the Third Pokémon. Xia Chi was oblivious to Lin Lango's peculiar gaze, but suddenly recalled something. "Speaking of which, we are to select our Pokémon tomorrow, right? Do you have any thoughts on that?" Among the rewards for the top 3 in the Hubao Cup, there is a selection slot for outstanding Pokémon offspring produced by the breeding base in Shanghai. Xia Chi had yet to decide on his next Pokémon, so he decided to ask Lin Lango first. "As for me," Lin Lango pondered for a moment and replied, "My next Pokémon will likely be a child of my father's Lizard King." Xia Chi. I forgot she is a second-generation gym leader. She probably looks down on ordinary Pokémon. After some contemplation, Lin Lango added, "If you want, I can give you that slot." Xia Chi declined, saying, "No, I'm not interested. I prefer to take things one step at a time. I still have a massive golden egg waiting to hatch in my system inventory. Acquiring another Pokémon would leave me short on equipment. Forming bonds is not meant to be done in such a way, rather than merely accumulating numbers." Xia Chi preferred to nurture each Pokémon diligently. In a spirit of reciprocity, Xia Chi, having turned down Lin Longa's kind offer, suggested, I believe you should reconsider your team-building strategy. It doesn't necessarily have to be purely grass-type. The era of single-type specialists dominating has long passed. Looking at the recently emerged champions from other regions, such as Cynthia and Dan, they have all embraced multi-type development. Of course, I'm not asserting that single-type specialization lacks potential. I merely propose it as an additional option. Lin Longa nodded earnestly, taking mental notes. It was somewhat surprising for Xia Chi to find himself in such an inexplicable relationship with Lin Longa. However, it was not a matter of great consequence. Even Ash had fierce rivals like his former trainer, Shinji, with his Infernape. After impressing Lin Longa in battle, it seemed reasonable to take on a Minty. After lunch, Lin Longa was still eager to continue training with Xia Chi, but he firmly refused. I only took half a day off in the morning. I still have a class on Paldean history in the afternoon. Xia Chi provided a sound rationale. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Longa recalled that this individual was not even part of the battle department. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, have you considered switching departments? Your battle talent would be wasted in a non-battle department. Xia Chi resolutely replied, just like Pokémon, trainers should retain their hobbies. Does being in the battle department impact a trainer's strength? He truly had no intention of switching to the battle department to participate in school competitions. Lin Longa suddenly remarked, students in the battle department don't have to ask for leave. Xia Chi paused, asking, what does it mean not to ask for leave? Lin Longa replied coolly, it means you don't need to report when leaving school. You can travel or train for an entire semester without any issues. Noticing Xia Chi's hesitation, she added, and you don't have to attend the 8 o'clock morning class. Xia Chi's mental defenses crumbled completely. He cleared his throat and forced a smile, saying, Sister Lin, I admit I may have spoken a bit loudly just now. Could you please tell me how to transfer to the battle department? Lin Longa. Did I truly lose to such a person? Or was it twice? When discussing the history of Parthia, the Parthian giant pit is an indispensable core element. Modern geology suggests that this enormous pit, which occupies 1/3 of the Parthian region, was formed over 1 million years ago. The teacher's voice resonated with rhythm as he lectured. While Xia Chi absent-mindedly twirled a pen, his thoughts swirling. Tomorrow, he would visit the Pokémon breeding facility in Shanghai to receive a new Pokémon. Which one should he choose? Perhaps it was premature to ponder this, as the number of specific Pokémon is limited, and finding one that truly resonates may not be guaranteed. Instead, it might be wiser to consider their attributes. The priority would undoubtedly be Dark-type Pokémon, as gathering more Dark-type bonds could accelerate their development. Moreover, there are several commendable Dark-type Pokémon worthy of cultivation, Banjorasu, the three-headed dragon, and the martial arts bear master. However, it seems fanciful to imagine that the champion's reward from the Baby Cup competition would allow selection among these. Nevertheless, even if we lower our expectations, there are still excellent Dark-type Pokémon available for consideration. For instance, the versatile Gekuga could be included in the selection. As for the Fire-type starter, Litten, that option could be dismissed. If he were to capture another cat-like Pokémon, Meow would certainly be displeased. If he encounters no suitable Dark-type Pokémon, well, he would address that if it arises. The following morning, at the entrance of the Pokémon breeding facility in Shanghai, Xia Chi gazed at Lin Longa stepping out of a luxury car, feeling a wave of exasperation. Why must he always run into this young lady? Is she truly his rival in this game? Did she not mention that she would select the Trico her family had prepared for her? As they entered the breeding facility, Xia Chi could not restrain his curiosity and asked Lin Longa beside him, so, are you still planning to choose the Trico? Lin Longa, maintaining her gaze forward, calmly replied, I believe your words from yesterday hold some truth. Xia Chi, puzzled, inquired, what did I say yesterday? To be honest, I did not genuinely desire to pursue a specialization in grass types. That was merely a path arranged by my father, Lin Longa explained. So, after returning home yesterday, I spoke with him about it. Xia Chi, intrigued, asked, and what was his response? Did he agree? Indeed, he fully supports my decision, Lin Longa answered. Which relieved Xia Chi thankfully. He was not caught in the crossfire. What do you think about me raising a Medon? Lin Longa suddenly posed the question. That sounds splendid. Metagross is quite formidable and could effectively cooperate with Superior for joint defense. However, Xia Chi replied, surprised. Wasn't it said that the rewards from the Shanghai Baby Cup wouldn't include a legendary Pokémon? While the runner-up's reward does include a legendary, perhaps I, as the champion, might also be able to raise a single-headed dragon or a Giratina. Xia Chi's excitement began to stir. Lin Longa responded, indeed, that is not the case. But I could purchase one. Xia Chi remained speechless. Capital, you have triumphed. Accompanied by several staff members, Xia Chi, Lin Longa, and the bronze medalist of the Hubao Cup entered the expansive breeding facility. The distinctive Pokémon of our Shanghai breeding base is Squirtle. With a lineage that traces back to the Ace Blastoise of the former Huangpu gym leader within 3 generations. Have the 3 of you considered this? The staff began their pitch. Xia Chi and Lin Longa remained indifferent, but the bronze medalist appeared somewhat intrigued. After a brief discussion, he followed a guide to the habitat of the squirtlass. And what about you two? If you have any requests, feel free to share with us. A middle-aged man, seemingly a minor leader at the breeding base, stated, the conditions we provided during our collaboration with the Hu Bao Cup sponsors are that the value of the bronze medalist's Pokémon is 500,000, and the champion's Pokémon is valued at 1 million. Generally speaking, 500,000 would suffice to acquire a Pokémon with excellent potential among the starter trio. However, Lin Lango astonished everyone with his inquiry. Do you have a Steelix? Chapter 58. Dark type, near divine, could it be? The leader cautiously replied. The value of a Steelix might be, well, slightly beyond the price range we can offer. Lin Lango calmly responded, I will cover the difference. Is 10 million alliance currency sufficient? Following a moment of astonishment, the leader erupted with joy. A business opportunity had arisen. He hastily replied, absolutely, that is more than enough. In fact, our base recently acquired a shiny Steelix from the Hoenn region, and I hadn't announced it yet. If you're interested, we can discuss additional terms. As he elaborated, he led Lin Lango toward the area where the Steelix resided. The trio from the Hu Bao Cup departed, leaving Xia Chi alone in the lounge. The remaining staff member inquired, Mr. Xia, what are your thoughts on Pokémon? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chi responded, what Pokémon can I acquire with a budget of 1 million alliance currency? I am open to exceeding that by several 100,000 if necessary. The 30,000 prize from the Hu Bao Cup is still in my account, and with a bit of effort, it would not be impossible to purchase a Pokémon worth over 100,000. The staff member handed Xia Chi a tablet with a smile, saying, all of our Pokémon are listed here. You can filter them according to your needs, based on attributes and prices. By the way, filtering by the Pokémon's final evolution form is also an option. Impressive indeed. Xia Chi took the tablet and filtered for Dark-type Pokémon within the price range of 1 to 2 million. Only a few Pokémon met the criteria. One was a Pokémon with the lineage of a King-level Flygon and a Gym-level Skorupi, rated as having excellent potential, priced at 1 million. Another was a Pokémon with the lineage of a King-level Lucario and a Gym-level Galactic, rated as having exceptional potential, priced at 1,500,000. Lastly, there was a Zorua of mysterious lineage, rated as having good potential, priced at 2 million. And that was all. Indeed, the Pokémon Zoroark is quite extraordinary. Its elusive rarity, coupled with an enigmatic lineage and merely commendable fourth-tier abilities, commands a staggering price of 2 million. After a brief contemplation, Xia Chi expressed his desire to see it. He held no particular obsession over the 3 Pokémon, but wished to assess their individual qualities. Thus, he spent the remainder of the morning traversing the expansive facility, engaging with each of the 3 Pokémon of interest. To put it succinctly, all 3 were quite admirable. Yet Xia Chi felt no profound connection. There was none of the immediate affinity he had experienced upon first encountering the likes of Espurr or Mimikyu. Could it be a superficial matter of appearance? Zoroark was undeniably charming as well. Xia Chi could only attribute the absence of a bond to a lack of fate. Undeterred, he inquired, are there any other Dark-type Pokémon within a similar price range? In truth, if the staff member had replied negatively, he would have moved on to explore other types without further hesitation. However, the young lady hesitated for a moment before responding, well, there is one Pokémon that fits your criteria, but it may possess certain flaws. Xia Chi, puzzled, asked flaws? The staff member explained. This child hatched over a year ago, and while its lineage is quite illustrious, boasting elite ancestry, it suffers from a serious congenital genetic disorder. Just as humans may inherit genetic conditions from their parents, some Pokémon experience similar afflictions. She continued, it has been diagnosed with a congenital energy mania, rendering it incapable of controlling the surges of energy within, thus possessing minimal value for competitive training, relegated to a considerably low-energy state of existence. Xia Chi's heart raced as he suddenly recalled the universal healing capsule he had acquired from the Lucky Lantern a few days prior. He had wondered why a prize so fitting for his circumstances had emerged from the intelligent reward pool, attributing it to the system's preparation for unforeseen eventualities concerning his future Pokémon. Now, a daring thought crossed his mind. Was this a preparation for the 3rd Pokémon he was about to capture? And what are those rock gems? He had no rock-type Pokémon. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. A Pokémon with congenital defects, unfit for competitive training, could still command a price of 1 to 2 million. Its identity appeared to be glaringly evident. Xia Chi inquired, so, what is the identity of this Pokémon? The young lady replied, it is a Dano. Indeed, a late bloomer, often referred to as a quasi-divine being, the juvenile form of the formidable Bagon, Dano. Xia Chi nodded. Lead me to this Dano. The young lady, taken aback, asked, Mr. Xia, are you certain? Xia Chi, perplexed, responded, did you not recommend it to me? It should be available, correct? Yes, that is indeed the case, she affirmed, though she too felt a twinge of curiosity. Why did I suddenly feel compelled to speak of this almost forsaken Yukira from the breeding facility? Ultimately, Xia Chi encountered the uniquely afflicted Yukira, a creature burdened with congenital ailments. This frail being resided in a dimly lit room, cluttered with items bearing the marks of impact and energy discharge. The concrete floor was marred with scratches, presenting a chaotic scene that starkly contrasted with the elegantly adorned abodes of other Pokémon he had previously seen. The young lady explained that the condition of this child's living environment was not due to its peculiar nature. Rather, it mimicked the survival conditions of Ukira in the wild. Understanding dawned on Xia Chi, for he had previously read in the Pokédex that Ukira is a species born deep underground, shunning sunlight and often gnawing at everything around it to ascertain edibility. No matter how exquisite the living arrangements, the outcome would remain unchanged. It would inevitably resemble a husky that had just ravaged a home, much like what lay before him. Xia Chi's gaze fell upon the emaciated little creature in the shadows. As if sensing his attention, Ukira, with its short legs, wobbled over to him. Unfortunately, a glass barrier separated them. With a thud, Ukira's horned head collided with the fruits of human ingenuity. The little one emitted a plaintive sound, evoking a whimsical image of its future transformation into the fearsome and ferocious Bangelis, the Lord of Sandstorms. Xia Chi could not suppress a chuckle, finding it perfectly aligned with his first impression. Did the presence of its sharp horns imply a lack of intelligence? He turned to the young lady and inquired, "May I approach it?" "I wouldn't recommend close contact without preparation," she cautioned. This Ukira, due to its congenital condition, has impaired vision and prefers to confirm the nature of objects, including living beings, by biting. Xia Chi shook his head. "It's fine. I can endure the consequences." How much damage could a 1-year-old Ukira, already suffering from congenital ailments, inflict? The young lady hesitated to dissuade him, but seeing his unwavering resolve, she eventually permitted him entry. Xia Chi gladly donned the protective mask. Chapter 59. Ukira joins the team. Whoa, ouch. Xia Chi stared at the deep bite marks on his forearm, a painful reminder of his close encounter with Ukira's sharp teeth, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Thankfully, the discomfort was fleeting. After a gentle nip to ascertain the identity of the person before it, Ukira instinctively rested its head in the palm of Xia Chi's hand, nuzzling affectionately. "This child seems to take a liking to you," the young lady remarked in surprise. "Typically, anyone who approaches it without regular contact would be chased and bitten." "Is that so?" Xia Chi gently caressed the rough, hardened shell of the Ujira, marred by blood crusts, and softly remarked, "It just so happens that I quite adore this child as well." It was not only the Ralts who could discern the benevolence or malevolence of humans. Ujira seemed to sense Xia Chi's inner thoughts, and their interactions grew increasingly intimate. Even when Xia Chi, weary from squatting, attempted to rise, Ujira clutched his sleeve, unwilling to let him depart. Observing the torn cuff and the pitiful expression of Ujira, Xia Chi couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I shall return shortly." Stepping outside Ujira's door, Xia Chi pondered, "Brother Tongzi, can this Ujira's ailment be remedied with that universal healing capsule? It may alleviate the symptoms, but a complete cure is unlikely." Xia Chi responded, "Brother Tongzi, have you also engaged in a cerebral miscommunication?" He patiently inquired, "What do you mean? Could you clarify your statement?" The root of this ailment lies in the excessively high energy activity within the Pokémon, which is difficult to control, and its body cannot withstand the impact of this active energy. The universal capsule can only heal the already ravaged body, but cannot alter the genes with excessively high energy activity. Understanding dawned upon him, a remedy that addresses symptoms rather than the underlying cause. Xia Chi asked, "So after treatment, Ujira's body will gradually revert to this state due to the energy impact within?" The system replied with an ambiguous statement. "After the Pokémon is treated, its constitution will be similar to that of a normal individual, dependent on its inherent talents." Xia Chi contemplated. Due to this congenital ailment, Ujira's body had been ravaged, resembling a ship riddled with holes. If any energy surpassing its digestible capacity entered its body, it would transform into an uncontrollable state due to its unique genes, further harming its physique. Therefore, Ujira could currently only absorb the most basic energy required for survival. Yet the universal capsule could wholly restore this body, even replenishing the growth potential lost to the illness. At the very least, it could elevate Ujira from a mere 95 grade minor to a brand new 5090 model. This undoubtedly enriched Ujira's future with greater possibilities. After a moment of reflection, Xia Chi inquired, "If I can regulate Ujira's energy intake, keeping it within the limits of its new body's capacity, and then gradually enhance its physical strength with this comparatively manageable energy in a spiraling ascent, would that be feasible? As long as you can ensure your conditions are met." Xia Chi clicked his tongue softly. Useless verbiage. Director Tong's words were indeed meticulous. Regardless, as long as there is hope, it suffices. Ujira is inherently a type of Pokémon that necessitates ample energy intake for growth and evolution. According to the Pokédex from my previous life, it requires the consumption of an entire mountain to evolve into Sandshrew. Even if there is an element of exaggeration, it sufficiently illustrates the protracted growth cycle of Ujira. During this time, there will be ample opportunity for Xia Chi to seek a solution to this congenital affliction. Thus, with such a possibility, is it worthwhile to exchange for a healthy and promising future for Ujila, while also acquiring a partner of immense potential? This does not appear to be a matter that requires much hesitation. Having thought of this, Xia Chi turned to the staff member beside him and inquired, "If I wish to acquire this Ugula, would a budget of 1 million be sufficient?" The young lady expressed her astonishment. "Are you certain? How long can it even survive?" According to the current assessment from the base hospital, it is likely that Ugula, with its frail and battered body, may not endure beyond 6 months. Out of responsibility for Xia Chi's 1 million budget, the young lady decided to consult her superior. Subsequently, Xia Chi overheard remarks such as, "You can handle this business? And you will receive your full bonus this month," drifting from that direction. When he spoke again with the staff member in charge, she still hesitated, saying, "The leadership has approved it, but I think you should reconsider. No further consideration is necessary. Thank you for your suggestion, but rest assured." Xia Chi smiled, stating, "This choice is the best outcome for me, for Ugula, and for your breeding facility." After signing the contract with the staff member, Xia Chi received the Pokeball containing Ugula. Thus, a world where no one was harmed was achieved, perhaps feeling that this transaction had favored him. The base also included enough nurturing supplies to sustain Ugula for a full 6 months, along with various miscellaneous items. As for why it was 6 months, it might be because they believed Ugula could only last that long, and any excess would be wasteful. Xia Chi paid no mind to these details and returned home with the Pokeball and the gifts. Meowdy? Myo upon arriving home, Xia Chi was greeted by his 2 Pokémon. They were aware of his whereabouts that day and naturally understood that a new companion would soon join their ranks. Tlmio approached Xia Chi, sniffing around to confirm that no other cat scent lingered before she was satisfied. Before releasing Ugula, Xia Chi cautioned, "The new companion is fragile. Do not frighten it, understood? Especially you, Dream Demon." Meowdy? Myo. Tlmio and Dream Demon exchanged puzzled glances. Fragile? Why would Xia Chi choose to capture a weak Pokémon? Under the curious gaze of his 2 Pokémon, Xia Chi released Ugula from the Pokeball. GW? Although its eyesight was as poor as that of an interstellar player, Ugula sensed the change in environment through its keen sense of smell and hearing. As Tlmio and Dream Demon deliberately restrained their presence, Ugula, feeling no threat, immediately exhibited its husky nature, darting around recklessly. Just as its sharp teeth were about to sink into the sofa, Xia Chi hastily instructed Tlmio to pull it back. The apartment was rented, and naturally, they had no ownership of the sofa. Damaging it would likely incur considerable costs. Meow nodded in understanding, the pink bud on its chest, accompanied by a vine, swiftly darted out like a yo-yo. After wrapping around Ujira twice, the vine retracted, bringing the husky back along with it. Ujira could only flail its little short legs helplessly, making muffled sounds in midair. However, it did not fuss. Once on the ground, it sniffed around and approached Dream Demon, ready to bite. As Ujira took the initiative, Dream Demon had every reason to retaliate, making faces to frighten this little creature that was unafraid of ghosts. Unfortunately, the latter, being severely nearsighted, showed no reaction and continued to gnaw at Dream Demon. In reality, it made little difference to bite at air. Ujira's energy-less nibbles likely belonged to standard-type moves, proving ineffective against Dream Demon. Chapter 60, The Mighty Late Bloomer and the Bond with the Rock Type. After the 3 Pokémon acquainted themselves in this unique manner, Xia Chi finally introduced, Meow, Dream Demon, this is Ujira. From now on, it will be our partner, though its situation is somewhat special. So please take extra care of it. Given Ujira's growth rate, it would only evolve into its true form, the Desert Tyrant Banjuras, at level 55 from its current stage as Sandshrew at level 35. For quite some time, it would remain the mascot of the team. Fortunately, it was not a single-headed dragon. Otherwise, it would only evolve into a combat-capable 2-headed dragon at level 50, which would be even more tormenting. Meowdy. Meow nodded in agreement. For it, Ujira posed no threat to its closeness with Xia Chi, and thus it did not require concern. Ujira felt the same. Taking care of it was merely an incidental task. Meow. Dream Demon joyfully spun around in agreement. For it, Ujira joining the team automatically elevated its family status, bringing happiness. Xia Chi pondered for a moment and specifically cautioned, by the way, Dream Demon, do not feed Ujira privately, as its daily energy intake is limited. Dream Demon, understanding the seriousness of the matter, nodded in response, despite not grasping the reason behind it. After introducing Ujira to Meow and Dream Demon, Xia Chi turned to Ujira and said, Ujira, these are Meow and Dream Demon. They will be your companions from now on. When I'm not around, you can seek their assistance if you encounter any issues. Go. Due to its physical condition, Ujira, whose brain was still developing, tilted its head in contemplation for quite some time. After Xia Chi repeated himself, Ujira nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. To prevent Ujira from damaging household items, Xia Chi had taken special measures to restrict it. For instance, aside from the belongings within its room, it was prohibited from chewing anything else in the house. Naturally, its room was that exceptionally large Pokémon chamber. Meow insisted on sleeping with Xia Chi, while Dream Demon was indifferent about where to sleep. often dozing in midair when fatigue struck. The entire Pokémon room belonged to Ujira without any issues. Consequently, the cultivation supplies managed by the base for Ujira came into play. Within the confines of the room, it was allowed to roam freely, for it was a gift. And any damage inflicted would not evoke even a trace of sorrow. After guiding the newly acquired Pokémon, Jira, around the familiar environment of his abode, Xia Chi settled it into its designated quarters. He then retrieved a universal healing capsule from the system and placed it before Jira. Gently stroking Jira's small head, he whispered, "Consume this, and your suffering will cease. You shall embark upon a new journey as a Pokémon." Without hesitation, Jira swallowed the capsule and promptly collapsed onto the floor in a drowsy stupor. Observing this scene, Xia Chi pondered, "Is there anything I need to do during this time?" "No need. Complete healing will be achieved in 24 hours. With this assurance, Xia Chi nodded in relief. After casting one last glance at the slumbering Jira, he quietly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Following the acquisition of a new Pokémon, the customary procedure was to review its information. It was only after all the commotion that Xia Chi found the opportunity to attend to this task. Accessing the Pokémon information interface within the system, he noted the profile picture of Jira prominently displayed beneath those of Tilly Meow and Dream Demon. Name, Jira. Type, Rock Ground. Ability, Stamina. Gender, Male. Level, 18. Stats, 46, 18. Attack, 38, 15. Defense, 31, 12. Special Attack, 24, 9. Special Defense, 31, 12. Speed, 24, 9. Moves, Stomp, Rock Slide, Bite, Mean Look, Dragon Rush, Charge, Rockfall, Tackle, Glare, Bond. Dark Type, 2. Defeating opponents collects fear points. Every 100 fear points grants an additional 5 damage and a fear chest, which, when opened, rewards the user. Current fear points, 943. Bond, Rock Type, Inactive, provides a fixed damage reduction of 152025. After each move is used, it increases special defense by 51015. Maximum of 20 layers. 6 rocks. Upon reaching the maximum special defense increase, the Pokémon size and HP will rise by 100. Bond, Late Bloomer, 1. Pokémon cannot gain stat enhancements until level 10. After level 10, normal growth resumes. For every 10 levels gained, a Late Bloomer Pokémon receives an additional enhancement of its current 51,015 stats. Previously gained enhancements will be automatically adjusted when the bond advances. For every 20 levels, the Pokémon may choose a direction for further enhancement. 6 Late Bloomers. Level cap increased to 120. Is this what it means to approach divinity? Xia Chi was astounded by these two new bonds. The newly acquired Rock-type bond is purely defensive in nature, yet its potency is fearsome. With its noble fixed damage reduction, coupled with the stacking of special defense upon using moves, it could truly be regarded as the lament of a genuine special attacker when paired with a light screen. The attribute enhancement of the Late Bloomer bond fortuitously grants sufficient advantages at the onset of battle, complementing its inherent qualities. The sole drawback lies in its protracted development cycle. A cursory calculation reveals that when Ujira reaches level 20, it possesses a health capacity of 30, and even an increase of 5 amounts to a mere 15. However, upon reaching level 50, with a health capacity of 100, that same increase of 5 translates to a significant 5 points. Moreover, when Ujira evolves into Shakira's at level 50, its health capacity will undoubtedly exceed a mere 100 points. The enhancements from equipment and the previously accumulated additional attributes will exponentially compound. This is merely the initial stage of the bond. The enhancements from the 6 Late Bloomer bonds can soar to an astounding 15. Let us not dwell on the improbability. But should Ujira ascend to level 120, the benefits from the Late Bloomer bond alone could surpass 400. Naturally, the very notion of attaining level 120 seems almost fantastical. In comparison, gathering the 6 Late Bloomer bonds appears far less outrageous. In any case, despite Ujira currently being an innocuous mascot for the foreseeable future, there is an age-old adage that warns against underestimating the young and impoverished. If granted ample time for development, Ujira shall ultimately cause the world to tremble. Suddenly, the notification sound from the Pokémon chat application interrupted Xia Chi's reverie. Upon checking his phone, he found a message from Lin Lango. Shall we battle? Ujira against Iron Dumbbell. Xia Chi thought to himself. Just as I spoke of not underestimating the young, a challenger appears. Unfortunately, Ujira remains a fallen genius and cannot engage in this battle. Moreover, for Ujira at this moment, battling holds no advantage. Its immediate priority is to restore its health, preferably until it evolves into Shakira's. Xia Chi could only retort on behalf of Ujira. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Lin Lango responded with confusion. Xia Chi continued, perhaps later, it has just been captured, and its potential is not yet evident. Lin Lango reluctantly conceded. Since Ujira was procured from the breeding facility, The necessary paperwork for its capture was managed by them. Soon, Ujira became the third Pokémon registered under Xia Chi's trainer certification. As for Ujira's breeding data, Xia Chi deemed it unnecessary. His Ujira was exceptionally unique, requiring a delicate balance in energy intake. Everything must be navigated through personal exploration. While this may present certain complications, as Xia Chi gazed at the Ujira, resembling a plush toy as it lay deeply asleep, he felt that all the efforts were worthwhile. Chapter 61. Is the second governor Cynthia? After dinner, Xia Chi, after a long hiatus, commenced his first live stream since winning the Hubao Cup. Can you hear me? Following the classic and rare opening line, the live stream screen illuminated. Although Xia Chi has not streamed for nearly a week, the number of viewers in the live chat at this hour, 7 o'clock, is indeed quite substantial. When Xia Chi is absent from the broadcast, they nearly treat this as a group chat. Upon seeing Xia Chi now, they erupt in excitement akin to winning the lottery, bombarding the screen with comments. Wait, who are you? Who invited you into our chat? Lao Shui has become a major streamer. Does that mean he's cutting ties with us? His loyal viewers who have weathered the storms together? Don't call him Lao Shui anymore. He should be renamed Goo Goo Go. You've gallivanted off to participate in offline competitions while we're left to endure the torment in the game. It's all because of the cursed team you propagated. I just got wrecked by a team with poor sportsmanship. Lao Shui, I've gotten you a traffic light membership. So now you can cross the street without waiting for the red light. Streamer, there are so many malicious comments in your chat that I can't report them all. So I just reported the entire stream. Did I do the right thing? The atmosphere in the chat remains warm and abstract, providing a sense of comfort. After chuckling at the aggressive comments, Xia Chi suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, have I been influenced by those two? How did being insulted make me feel better? As he clicked on the game icon for Pokémon, Path to the Champion, Xia Chi began to explain the reasons for his recent absence. I've been quite busy these past few days, moving and capturing new Pokémon. Now that I have a moment, I hurriedly came to stream. Watching the barrage of comments requesting to see the new Pokémon, Xia Chi helplessly replied, it's not that I don't want to show you guys. The little one is asleep. Maybe next time. He refrained from revealing that his newly captured Pokémon is a Giratina. Although the security in the Dongwang Alliance is commendable, devoid of large-scale criminal organizations like Team Rocket or Team Flare, it is wise not to flaunt wealth. A day later, the healed Giratina will undoubtedly be a mobile asset worth millions, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of unscrupulous individuals risking everything for such a fortune. Despite the rapid development of the Pokémon world, the crime rate has inevitably surged. For the currently weak Xia Chi, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Having previously completed the tasks assigned by the esteemed leaders, Xia Chi decided to play on his own account today. Just as he finished this thought, a splendid gift effect appeared on the screen. Thanks to Giratina, who has become the governor. Thank you, boss. Xia Chi exclaimed, your name is quite intriguing. Are you a devoted fan of our hardcore Legend Pokémon series? The title of the legendary Pokémon, the Requiem Dragon Giratina, only exists in the video Xia Chi released at the beginning of the month and is not recognized by traditional historians. Then, the voice assistant in the stream began to announce, Giratina has made a paid comment of 1,000 Pokeballs. Yes. Xia Chi was taken aback. No, first, he silently smashed down a governor worth 20,000 Alliance coins, and then sent a paid message for a mere 1,000 coins just to say one word? Who is this divine being? Xia Chi quickly interjected, esteemed one, do you require assistance in scoring? You may designate any 1 or 2 Pokémon. Giratina posted a paid comment of 1,000 red and white balls. Good. Xia Chi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At that moment, he was devoid of any joy in passively receiving these funds. Instead, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if this was some mischievous child using their parents' phone to send gifts? And then, when it came time to request a refund due to being underage, he would not only earn nothing, but would also have to compensate the platform? Xia Chi hastily replied, esteemed one, please refrain from sending more. Let us add each other on Pokémon, and we can converse there. Giratina posted a paid comment of 1,000 red and white balls. Xia Chi, 3 minutes, 3 words, 3,000 coins. Even poaching Pokémon doesn't yield profits like this. Xia Chi dared not utter another word, fearing that he might have to return even more money later. Amidst the barrage of question marks in the chat, he sent his Pokémon ID in a private message to his second governor. The first governor, of course, remained the top contender on his monthly leaderboard, the illustrious Qishu. The avatar of Giratina was a photograph of Tian Crown Mountain at sunrise, exuding a profound air of nobility. Xia Chi felt increasingly certain of his prior suspicion. This was clearly the Pokémon account of the child's father. Oh no, this would surely lead to sanctions for underage refunds. Lost in his thoughts, Giratina sent a message. Hello, Teacher Shuei. I previously tried to reach you privately on the platform, but received no response. I happened to see you live streaming and took the liberty of contacting you. I hope you do not take offense. Contacting me privately? What could this be about? A business matter? With such lavish spending, he must be a significant investor. Contemplating this, Xia Chi replied, not at all. Is there something you wish to discuss? Can we chat after my stream? Giratina. Of course, please continue your stream. Xia Chi said, later, I'll add you. It's a governor's benefit. Helping with scoring all night. Giratina, alright. Xia Chi scratched his head in puzzlement. While assisting with scoring is generally a good thing, why did it seem he was somewhat reluctant? However, it was inconvenient to converse too long with the esteemed governor during the live stream, lest the audience begin to pressure him. Well, that didn't matter much. The chatroom's comments constantly weighed upon the host. For instance, at that moment, discussions about water and the governor's passionate private chats were gaining momentum, with sentiments like I despise the wealthy, hurry and call Qishu to catch them in the act. Xia Chi opened the login interface for Champion's Road, cleared his throat, and said, please refrain from making wild statements. I was just privately chatting with the esteemed one about the account, and I'll assist with scoring shortly. As he spoke, he privately sent the QR code for the login interface to Giratina. In no time, Xia Chi's screen displayed the game interface, clearly indicating that the account scan had been successful. Is the esteemed Giratina present? If there are any Pokémon you wish to request, feel free to express them in the barrage. Our live stream is inundated with idle chatter. When viewers assail the host is certainly entitled to retaliate. One might even say they are a rather peculiar bunch, reveling in the outrage. Xia Chi was just about to observe the barrage when he suddenly noticed an abundance of question marks flooding the screen. What could be the matter? He was at a loss. Struggling through the sea of inquiries, he managed to extract a few pertinent details. Host, have you noticed the username of the account holder? It was then that Xia Chi shifted his focus to the upper right corner of the screen, which he had initially overlooked. There, in bold, gilded letters, appeared the name, Sinnoh Champion Cynthia. Xia Chi. While it is true that this game allows for repetition, those renowned trainers bearing titles are unique and officially recognized. This was a clever tactic employed by the officials when the game first launched a year ago, inviting top trainers to join by leveraging their celebrity status. The title of Sinnoh Champion, without a doubt, could not be possessed by another, unless Cynthia were to retire, since it is established that the current champion of Sinnoh is indeed Cynthia. The only plausible conclusion is that the recently scanned account of Giratina belongs to none other than Sinnoh Champion Cynthia. Chapter 62, A Champion to Advocate for Me. Thank you for the invitation. Cynthia has requested my assistance in ranking up her account. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting a solution. Xia Chi's mind was consumed by this thought. No, what merit do I possess to assist Cynthia in her ranking? It's not a matter of false humility. She is the Sinnoh champion, and I am merely the Baby Cup champion. The disparity between us is akin to that of a Turtwig-wielding flamethrower attempting to challenge a Groudon. No, the question of whether or not I can assist in ranking is secondary. The crux of the matter is, how did Cynthia suddenly appear in my live stream? Xia Chi recalled the significant query posed earlier on the Pokémon chat, where it was mentioned that she had something to discuss with him. What could Cynthia possibly want from me? He found himself enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend the extraordinary events of the evening. Well, since clarity eludes me, I shall maintain a composed demeanor and treat her as any ordinary governor would be treated. Regaining his composure, Xia Chi carefully articulated, Sister Zhulan, are you still present? Do you have any specific requirements regarding team composition? There was no response. More precisely, Cynthia's account of Giratina had ceased to communicate, likely occupied with other matters. The barrage remained fervent, with viewers jesting about Xia Chi's eager approach to Cynthia, who seemingly disregarded him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xia Chi remarked, it's better to be busy. Yes, indeed. Yet regardless of Cynthia's presence in the live stream, the show must go on. The live streaming prodigy Xia Chi captured the dazzling golden title of Sinnoh Champion Cynthia and set it as the cover for the broadcast. Undoubtedly, the debut live stream of the account associated with Cynthia propelled the viewer count to astonishing heights. Xia Chi cleared his throat and remarked, although teacher Cynthia is not present in the live stream, we can still pay homage to her through the game. With that, he selected a few of Cynthia's frequently utilized Pokémon to form his team: Garchomp, Milotic, Togekiss, Roserade, Riolu, and Cradily. The move sets, however, exhibited a slight divergence. Cradily featured moves such as Curse, Pain Split, Destiny Bond, and Taunt. Togekiss was equipped with Air Slash, Heat Wave, Follow Me, and Serene Grace. Riola boasted Helping Hand, Copycat, Quick Guard, and Prankster. Except for Garchomp, which pursued a pure offensive strategy, the remainder of the Pokémon were undeniably laden with sinister tactics. This left the audience in the live stream astounded. Cynthia's reputation is being tarnished. Is this homage or outright defamation? Thus it was proclaimed. There are no Pokémon too sinister, only trainers lacking in darkness. This day would remain unforgettable for the players of Champion's Road, as they trembled under the reign of the dark Cynthia. Teacher Shui, I placed a Pokeball containing Ho-Oh on the National Road. Remember to retrieve it later. Xia Chi resolutely ignored the barrage of comments targeting him and decisively pressed the button for a double battle match. Clearly, Cynthia's account had not been utilized in quite some time, as it bore no rank and was in a provisional state. Xia Chi almost instantaneously entered the match. Sporting the illustrious title of Sinnoh Champion Cynthia, he undoubtedly astonished his opponents. As he navigated the Pokémon selection interface, a flurry of messages flooded the public screen. Sister Cynthia stepped on me. Is it really Cynthia? Goddess, can we be friends after the match? I'm a girl. You're a girl? You wouldn't T-pass even if you were born one. Xia Chi scoffed internally, pondering the absurdity of the game's matchmaking capabilities. Had he coincidentally matched with one of Cynthia's ardent admirers? Cynthia's popularity was indeed formidable. She's not here, she's in the shower. Xia Chi initially contemplated a cheeky response, but considering the tens of thousands watching in the live stream, he thought such a quip might lead to a real-life encounter with one of Cynthia's diehard fans. After all, his personal information was easily accessible. Thus, Xia Chi composed a rather aloof message. Defeat me. Sister Cynthia stepped on me replied promptly. All right, I will do my best. At that moment, the young girl must have been envisioning an intense battle with her idol, culminating in a deliberate loss under Cynthia's watchful gaze, followed by the two of them becoming friends and mentors to one another. In the end, I triumphed at the next Lily of the Valley conference, marrying Cynthia and ascending to the pinnacle of my life. The script was meticulously crafted. However, what is this curse, this pain shared? Isn't the goddess's Garchomp supposed to employ cunning shadow moves? What does it mean to share the same fate? Why am I now retreating? Isn't the flinch probability from air / merely 30 in the game? Why did it put me to sleep? How revolting, Roserade. I sobbed, vowing never to play Pokémon again. In a residence in Jubilife City, Sinnoh region, a young girl's dream of becoming a Pokémon master shattered gently. Meanwhile, in Dongwang, Shanghai, the instigator continued to feebly defend himself. No, I had no choice, my friends. If I remained silent, wouldn't that seem aloof? It would tarnish Sister Zhulan's image. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Are you not concerned about the negative impact on her by using Cynthia's account to play such a game? Have you not considered the feelings of the female fans who idolize Cynthia during battles? Xia Chi looked at the critical comments flooding the livestream, feeling somewhat speechless. Even using a toe kiss with serene grace leads to scorn. Clearly, my promotion of these obscure strategies lacked impact. They are far too niche. A paid message from Giratina arrived. Valued at 1,000 Pokeballs. I truly admire your adaptation of my lineup. The unexpected message startled Xia Chi. The wild Cynthia has appeared. Is this a compliment towards my strategy? Alas, if only the last 7 words were omitted. As Xia Chi pondered, Cynthia sent another paid message. Regarding the triumph over my fans with peculiar tactics, there was no need for concern. I trust she wouldn't be overwhelmed by a mere game. A trainer who cannot reflect on their failures will not progress far along this path. Sitting before his computer desk, Xia Chi leaned back, reflecting on what it means to be an international streamer, to have a grand scholar defending my cause. Do these petty detractors require my intervention? The Sinnoh champion will come to my aid. With Cynthia standing up for me, Xia Chi could not afford to remain aloof and silent. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, please do not praise me so excessively, Sister Zhulan. I do acknowledge my shortcomings. The screen filled with question marks in an instant. When did Xiai become so conscientious? Apologizing for defeating his opponents with underhanded tactics? Xia Chi continued earnestly. If that last air slash from Toe Kiss had been replaced with Look at Me, I could have saved one more Pokémon. It was a miscalculation. Cynthia responded with silence. The comments were not mistaken. Indeed, it was time for him to train diligently on Route 6. Chapter 63. The Vanishing Pillar of the Gun Ruins. Sinnoh region, Mount Coronet. Cynthia, somewhat helpless, rubbed her forehead and smiled wryly. At times, she found it exceedingly difficult to associate the eccentric character within this live stream with the calm and composed voice featured in the Arceus Chronicles video. Nevertheless, it is precisely due to this vibrant personality that Teacher Xiai can conceive such extraordinary ideas in the realms of mythological history and Pokémon battle strategies. Contemplating this, Sharona sent a paid message, indicating she would chat privately once the stream concluded, and then she turned off her phone. Above, a shadow was diving towards her at near supersonic speed, eventually halting gracefully a short distance in front of Sharona. Well, Garchomp, what have you discovered? Sharona inquired. Garchomp shook his head and growled. A hint of disappointment flickered across Sharona's face, yet she gently smiled and said, It's all right. Thank you for your efforts, Garchomp. Have something to eat. At that moment, Roserade skillfully maneuvered a vine to offer a piece of perfectly roasted meat, charred on the outside and tender within, prepared by Tokiss. Garchomp ravenously tore into it while casting a worried glance at his trainer, who had grown alongside him. Since emerging from the ancient library in Meow City 10 days prior, Sharona had brought them to Crown Summit, where they had been for nearly a week. Their goal? It seemed to revolve around the search for a deity's relic, the existence of which was still uncertain. Garchomp was unclear about the specifics of this relic, only knowing that after watching that video one evening, Sharona had been inspired to pursue this idea. And since leaving the Meow library, her determination to discover this relic had only intensified. At this moment, Garchomp overheard Sharona muttering to herself, Is the direction still incorrect? Never mind, I'll speak with Xiai once the stream ends. Alright, everyone, that concludes today's livestream, exclaimed Xia Chi, stretching lazily before the screen. The viewer count had stabilized around 10 for quite some time. Many passers-by, initially drawn in by Sharona's reputation, were captivated by Xia Chi's engaging gameplay and chose to stay. In fact, continuing the broadcast a while longer could have garnered even more viewers. However, after achieving an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss in 10 ranked matches for Sharona's account, Xia Chi was utterly exhausted. With lightning speed, he ended the stream and accepted a cup of water handed to him by Tilly. This is sweet, not water? Xia Chi remarked, glancing at the light green liquid in the cup, smacking his lips. It bore a familiar floral sweetness and was quite delightful. He took another generous sip and curiously asked, "Did you brew tea, Tilly?" "Meowdy," Tilly nodded, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Xia Chi suddenly paused, his expression becoming somewhat nuanced. "Wait a moment. I don't recall purchasing any tea leaves." He cast a glance at Tilly Meow, whose eyes darted away, and an unsettling thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that this so-called tea was? His gaze fixated on the damp pink bud nestled against Tilly Meow's chest, and Xia Chi gasped in disbelief. "Tilly, Meow, Article 6 of our supplementary agreement explicitly states, you are forbidden from using any part of your body to brew tea. Do you understand?" Xia Chi instinctively licked his lips and continued solemnly, "Even if it truly tastes exquisite." Tilly Meow obediently nodded, then swatted away the dream demon that had approached to catch a whiff of the bud's fragrance. Xia Chi waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you two go play elsewhere. I have matters to attend to." The dream demon brightened at this and flitted to Xia Chi's side, circling around him, calling Meow. Xia Chi inquired, "What's up? What do you want to do?" Unlike Tilly Meow, the dream demon would not hover around unless it had something to say. Sure enough, in the next moment, the dream demon darted to the window, revealing the bustling nightscape of Shanghai behind it. "Meow?" Xia Chi understood its intent and asked, "You wish to venture outside?" The dream demon retorted indignantly, "Meow? How could you call it merely going out to play? I am seeking to train." Xia Chi hesitated. This place was not like school. A vibrant metropolis harbored its share of darker undercurrents. Even in the East Huang Alliance, known for its safety, unforeseen dangers could lurk. "Meow?" Tilly Meow chimed in, seemingly eager to accompany the dream demon on its outing. After a moment's contemplation about the 6 or 7 points he needed to reach 100 in fear value, Xia Chi finally acquiesced. "Fine, but you must be cautious and remember our agreement." "Oh, wait." Xia Chi suddenly recalled his previous promise to Lin Lango and added, "Bring along the ivy snake. Having another Pokémon will be beneficial for support." Initially, Tilly Meow and the dream demon were a bit reluctant, though they often bickered. They formed a tight-knit group when it came to external matters. However, Xia Chi appealed to their emotions and reasoned, "This home of ours is sponsored by a trainer. What harm would it do to let the ivy snake join us for a little fun?" Ultimately, the two little ones agreed. Contacting Lin Lango, he requested her to send the ivy snake over. The trio of Pokémon vanished together into the vast, shadowy embrace of the Shanghai night, guardians of the city's darkness. Indeed, it must be said, Tilly Meow's agility, maneuvering through the towering buildings with the vines, bore a striking resemblance to Spider-Man. After watching Tilly Meow and the others depart, Xia Chi finally remembered that Cynthia seemed to be waiting for him to finish his broadcast. Opening his phone, he noted that Bagamon had not sent him a message regarding Giratina. Instead, Qishu inquired with concern, "I heard Cynthia is looking for you. What's the matter?" Xia Chi replied, "I'm not sure yet. We haven't spoken. I'll see if I can tell you later." Qishu responded almost immediately, "Sure, sounds good." Xia Chi chuckled and shook his head. The more familiar he became, the less he could regard the peculiar tree as a mere gym leader. What a charming girl she was. He then opened the chat interface with Giratina and messaged, "Sister Zhulan, I've finished my tasks. Is there something you need from me?" Cynthia almost replied instantaneously, "Indeed, there is a matter concerning the Arceus video you shared last time. Out of curiosity, I delved into some resources at the Watervane Library." Xia Chi raised an eyebrow. The Watervane Library? In the game. This ancient library had existed for at least several centuries, and indeed contained tomes chronicling the creation of Arceus. "So, Sister Zhulan, did you find any verification in some ancient texts?" Cynthia responded, "Not entirely. The language of the ancient deity Arceus differs significantly from our current league tome, and much of that ancient tome is fragmented, thus it cannot serve as complete evidence. However," she continued, "I did come across a depiction of a relic that closely resembles the spear pillar you described in your video, which is why I have come to search for the ruins of the spear pillar at Mount Coronet." Xia Chi was astonished. It had only been about 10 days since he posted the video, and Cynthia was already on the verge of locating the spear pillar? No wonder she was the champion. With such initiative, success was inevitable. Chapter 64. The Fear Value Treasure Chest Opens. Regarding the formation of Mount Coronet, Xia Chi was aware of two prevailing theories. One posited that it was the epicenter of the conflict between Dialga and Palkia, a natural wonder born from the clash of two powerful legendary Pokémon. The other, which Xia Chi employed in his video, suggested that the spear pillar was descended from Arceus to quell a war, transforming through millions of years of natural evolution. Of course, these were mere urban legends among players of the past life, rich in mystical lore yet lacking reliable evidence. However, it was undeniable that Mount Coronet bore a significant connection to those legendary Pokémon. During his earlier research, Xia Chi discovered that no remnants of the spear pillar or the Sinnoh temple had been found at the summit of Mount Coronet. This might be a crucial reason why the enigmatic veil surrounding Arceus had yet to be lifted. After some contemplation, Xia Chi replied, "If Sister Zhulan wishes to seek the ruins of the spear pillar, you might want to explore the summit of Mount Coronet or the northeastern slope. It is highly probable that it lies in that direction." Cynthia paused momentarily, realizing her error. The summit of Mount Coronet? She had been lingering near the ruins of the Shinto temple, where an Arceus statue had once been discovered, only to find she had been misguided. "All right, thank you. Teacher Xue," she said. Xia Chi hurriedly replied, "Sister Zhulan, please don't call me teacher. I am unworthy of such a title, and this is merely my conjecture. Not a certainty that it lies at the summit. After all, this was the real world. And Xia Chi could not guarantee that elements from the game would translate perfectly into reality. On the other hand, Cynthia found herself increasingly convinced that this was indeed the case. Though Mount Coronet was not the tallest peak in the world, unlike those towering over plateaus, it rose almost vertically from the plains, lending it an even more majestic and imposing presence. Without the aid of the spirit's power, few can reach the summit of the mountain. In such a sacred and secretive place, if miracles were to exist, they could only reside there. Cynthia, it's all right. I can almost sense that your direction is correct. Cynthia, I shall ascend first, and I will contact you if anything arises." Putting away her phone, she lifted her gaze towards the distant snow-capped peak of Mount Crown. Cynthia took a deep breath and declared solemnly, "Let us proceed, Garchomp." In Dongwang, at the bustling city of Shanghai, Xia Chi stared at the now offline avatar of Giratina, slightly taken aback. Were they really heading to the summit of Mount Crown? Would there be any dangers? The thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled to himself. Here he was, a novice trainer, worrying about Cynthia's safety. What a far-fetched concern. After completing his morning routine and chatting with Qishu for a while, he glanced at the incredibly healthy Tilly and Miss Magius, feeling reassured as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xia Chi sat on the toilet, perusing the battle log from the previous night within the system. 19 Miss Magius defeated 27 Grimer, earning 31 fear points. Leveling up to 20. The training device provided by the system proved to be an excellent tool. In just a few days, Miss Magius had reached level 20. 16 Tilly defeated 28 Zubat, earning 38 fear points. The fear points of the Dark-type bond have accumulated to 100. Would you like to open the fear points treasure chest? This notification had likely appeared while he was asleep last night, which is why he noticed it. He confirmed, "System, you're certain that opening the treasure chest 1T reset the fear points, correct?" Although it was akin to the Iron-Willed Conqueror bond, Xia Chi wanted to be cautious. "It will not reset." Xia Chi sighed in relief, saying, "Then let us open the treasure chest." The treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 small lucky lantern, 1 basic equipment forge. The contents of the chest exceeded Xia Chi's expectations. After all, it was merely a treasure chest containing 100 fear points, so he couldn't hope for gold or even a prism sphere. He decided to open the basic equipment forge first. Basic equipment forge has been activated. Please select from the following basic equipment. Chainmail, 10 physical defense. Storm Greatsword, 10 physical attack. Negative Cloak, 10 special defense. With only 1 basic item available, Xia Chi didn't consider synthesizing any advanced equipment just yet. His priority was still to create the Dark-type bond emblem. However, the synthesis path remained a mystery, as the system refused to divulge it. So he would have to try each piece of equipment one by one after obtaining them. He had previously experimented with the Storm Greatsword and the useless stick, so this time he would choose one at random. Perhaps the Negative Cloak. Even if it couldn't synthesize into a Dark-type emblem, it could potentially lead to crafting a blood-sucking sword or a Mercury, or even a Dragon Claw in the future. This was Xia Chi's line of thought. The forging of the Negative Cloak has been successfully completed. Xia Chi, filled with anticipation, inquired, "What can the Negative Cloak be synthesized with the Golden Shovel?" The response came. The synthesis path for the Negative Cloak and the Golden Shovel is the Fairy Dragon attribute bond emblem. Disappointed, Xia Chi thought to himself, "What a waste." His expectations were dashed. On the bright side, the host has eliminated 1 incorrect answer. The system chimed in. Xia Chi retorted, "This confounded system just adds fuel to the fire. Why not simply provide me the synthesis path instead of making me try each combination?" The system remained silent. "Never mind. There are only a few pieces of equipment. Through trial and error, I shall surely find the right combination." Regaining his composure, Xia Chi continued, "Let us activate the small lucky lantern." This item had proven reliable, as it could provide items based on his current circumstances. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following items: 3 physique enhancers and 1 rock crystal soil from the Fengyuan Zijing Town Zivki mine. Indeed, a delightful surprise. Xia Chi felt a surge of joy. His primary concern was Yujira's health issues. This physique enhancer could alleviate his urgent worries. In contrast, the rock crystal soil intended for Yujira's development seemed less significant. Overall, while the items obtained this time were not as extraordinary as the previous skill learning device, they were still sufficient to satisfy Xia Chi. Yujira's revival time was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Concerned that no one would care for it upon waking, Xia Chi decided to take leave after his morning classes to stay home and watch over it. The system's effects were timely, as Yujira awakened precisely 24 hours after falling asleep. With a gentle gurgle, Yujira opened its eyes. As its physical condition improved, its vision returned to normal, allowing it to perceive the world for the first time. Everything appeared novel to Yujira. However, it quickly followed a familiar scent to Xia Chi's side, gently nibbling as if to identify him. Though it was a light nibble, Yujira's sharp teeth were still formidable. Ouch! Xia Chi exclaimed, quickly pushing Yujira's head away. Undeterred, the little creature crawled over like a cat, making its way up Xia Chi's pant leg, perhaps due to its congenital illness. Yujira's size and weight were noticeably below the average in the Pokédex. Xia Chi transformed into a nurturing figure, lifting it up. He closely observed the lively Yujira, which was flailing energetically in his arms. It was indeed in a much better state than yesterday. Had the medicine begun to take effect? Chapter 65. Tilly Meow. Male Pokémon are not enough. The 3 illusions of trainers. I can fish a Dragonair. I can become the champion of the league. My Pokémon's strength has increased today. Despite such claims, Xia Chi could distinctly perceive that Yujira's condition today was entirely different from that of yesterday. The immediate sensation was akin to a transformation from the frail Lindayu to the robust Lu Jishin. Indeed, the product of the system is truly reliable. It seems that Yujira has sensed an improvement in its physical condition, becoming increasingly affectionate towards Xia Chi. Come, let us enjoy some nourishment, Xia Chi said. Placing the specially prepared Moo fresh milk, enhanced with 3 full tubes of physical enhancement agents, before Yujira. According to Brother Tongzi, the complete absorption of these agents would significantly elevate Yujira's physique, akin to the evolution of a frayed plastic bag into a glass jar. Although still fragile, it would at least be resilient enough to withstand the energy surges from young Yujira at its current stage. Until Yujira evolves into Shakira, Xia Chi need not worry about its physical ailments. From another perspective, the more active energy within Yujira, compared to an ordinary one, has now become a characteristic that promotes its rapid growth. In a sense, this congenital affliction is akin to a double-edged sword. Perhaps due to its improved health, Yujira's appetite has also increased. Within mere seconds, the bowl of physical enhancement agent mixed with a few drops of Moo fresh milk was completely consumed. After licking it clean, Yujira even attempted to bite the ceramic bowl used for serving the milk. Hold on, you gluttonous king. You devour everything. Xia Chi gently patted Yujira's head to coax it to release its grip, then presented it with the exquisite dish prepared by Meow. As Yujira devoured the carefully prepared food with fervor, Meow twirled joyfully. For a chef, what could be more gratifying than witnessing such a scene? However, when Yujira finished all the food and began gnawing on the plate, the smile on Meow's face abruptly vanished. It seemed that it wasn't merely the deliciousness of the food that captivated Yujira, but rather its insatiable gluttony. Ignoring the melancholic Meow by the side, Xia Chi hurriedly intervened to prevent Yujira's snatching behavior. After considerable explanation regarding the distinction between food and the bowl it was served in, the little creature finally nodded, albeit in confusion. For Yujira's first meal after awakening, Xia Chi did not offer an excessive amount. After all, no matter how effective the system's physical enhancement agent may be, it requires time for absorption. Xia Chi was apprehensive that any unprocessed active energy might wreak havoc within Yujira's recovering body. Fortunately, the little one did not fuss about not being allowed to eat more. After playing with Meow for a while, it began to succumb to drowsiness. The notion of eating and then sleeping is not exclusive to the fragrant pig. It can also apply to a young Yujira. Just before drifting off, the little creature crawled onto Xia Chi's lap to snuggle. While this was a display of intimacy, having a 30 to 40 kilogram little monster resting atop was far from comfortable for Xia Chi. Fortunately, teary Meow, feeling a pang of jealousy, swiftly flicked a vine, effortlessly lifting Yujira and tossing it onto the ground. Observing the slumbering Yujira, teary Meow huffed internally, "You dare sleep there when I have never done so? Public sprites? Not even a public sprite is permitted." After Kira had fallen asleep, Xia Chi returned to his room to begin recording a video. With merely a week remaining until the end of the month, he had yet to start editing the anticipated Arceus Genesis, Part 2. Xia Chi was acutely aware that his fans might not forgive him for being overly busy this month and consequently leaving them in suspense. What if he failed to release the video on time? His loyal fan, Cynthia, might very well come to him in person, demanding the next installment. Oh, perhaps that wouldn't be entirely out of the question? However, ever since he had contacted Cynthia the previous night, he had not received any updates from her. He wondered how her search for the Pillar of Gun was progressing. Shaking off these distractions, Xia Chi began to earnestly prepare for his video when a message from Lin Lango arrived. Are you free this afternoon? This battle enthusiast must have had something in mind, likely wanting to engage in a match. Xia Chi replied, I'm busy, I need to work on my video. Lin Lango responded, alright then, let us discuss the transfer later. Xia Chi quickly countered, wait. I'm free now, let us do it today. After sending that message, he closed his computer and sighed in resignation. Brothers, it's not that I want to bail, but the temptation of not having to attend early classes without needing to request a leave is simply too great. He called out to his two Pokémon, Xiai and Meow. Let us go out for a bit. Dream Demon, you can come along too. With his Pokémon in tow, Xia Chi descended the stairs and hailed a cab to the academy. Lin Lango had shared a location at the Pokémon Battle Academy's administrative office, which was quite conspicuous. It didn't take long for Xia Chi to locate the imposing building, marked by a grand statue of a black Rayquaza at its entrance. The atmosphere here was palpable with a spirit of competition, far more intense than that of Xia Chi's History Academy, where he frequently observed battles unfolding on the grassy edges. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xia Chi pondered the merits of switching to the battle department. There were plenty of Pokémon here that hadn't yet expressed their fear value, and the intensity of battles was significantly higher than that of the wild Pokémon outside. Just Lin Lango, a second-year student, could easily generate 6 or 7 points of fear value. If he completed this training, wouldn't his system's fear value soar into the thousands? Moreover, with training aids available, both Xiai Meow and Dream Demon could grow at an accelerated pace. Traveling was undoubtedly a thrilling and beautiful prospect, but it required a sufficient level of self-defense. Other regions were not as tranquil as Donghuang. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xia Chi arrived at the office Lin Lango had mentioned and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A slightly raspy yet alluring voice beckoned from within. He opened the door to find a striking woman with long, wavy hair seated behind a desk, smoking a cigarette. It was difficult to ascertain her age. Her skin appeared to be that of someone in their late 20s, while her demeanor exuded the confidence of a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was certainly more pleasing to the eye than the stern figure at his History Academy, who was perpetually deducting his credits. Still, was it customary for faculty in the battle department to smoke in front of students in the dean's office? Xia Chi silently lamented within her heart. The dean extinguished her cigarette and inquired, I heard from Xiao Lango that you wish to transfer to the combat department? Xia Chi nodded solemnly. Indeed. After several months of enrollment, I have come to a profound realization about my true passion. I believe Pokémon battles are my calling. Stop. Who asked you that? The dean pressed her thumb against her temple, appearing quite pained. Our combat department does not focus on such matters. Xia Chi tentatively asked, what procedures must I undertake? The dean waved her hand dismissively. I watched your match with Xiao Lango. To be honest, very few first and second-year students can surpass your skills. Your prowess is certainly adequate. However, transferring to the combat department is quite cumbersome. The necessary procedures and assessments must still be completed. Curious, Xia Chi inquired, what assessments? The dean did not respond directly but instead rose and said, come, follow me. You'll find out. Chapter 66, The Emergence of the Second Battle Round. It seemed that the atmosphere influenced the students of the combat department, who exhibited a wild demeanor. Upon seeing the dean, they did not address her as teacher or by her title, but rather referred to her as Lin Jia or Kunji Jia. The dean's name was Lin Kunji. Could she possibly be related to Lin Lango? Nonetheless, it felt somewhat presumptuous to assume a connection merely based on their shared surname, as Lin was quite a common name in Donghuang. Xia Chi pondered silently as she followed Lin Kunji into a training ground. It soon became clear to Xia Chi that the so-called transfer examination would likely revolve around Pokémon battles. It made sense. What else would the combat department assess, if not this? As Xia Chi ventured further inside, she observed her surroundings. Although the number of individuals and Pokémon in the training ground was relatively modest, the quality of each seemed markedly superior to that of those outside. Among them were even formidable creatures such as Charizard and Swampert, which represented the final evolutionary stages of the starter Pokémon. While evaluating the strength of Pokémon in such a manner might appear somewhat superficial, it was indeed the simplest and most reasonable method prior to engaging in battle. At the very least, Charizard and Swampert required an elevation to level 36 or above to evolve, a feat that was already the limit for most amateur trainers. Yet for the students of the combat department at Hu University, who aspired to become professional trainers, this was merely the beginning. Am I supposed to battle them? Xia Chi's tone held no trace of fear, only an abundance of excitement. The prospect of defeating so many powerful Pokémon was thrilling. It felt as though she had stepped into an elite monster hunting arena. As for whether she could prevail, how could she know without trying? Beside her, Lin Kunji cast a peculiar glance at the exuberant Xia Chi. Was this person's expression genuinely serious? Initially, she had not intended to subject her to such a challenging assessment. Lin Kunji's gaze shifted, and she called out to a girl training a Rapidash not far away. Li Fei, come here for a moment. Coming, Lin Jia. Li Fei responded from a distance, then jogged over with her Rapidash. Upon catching sight of Xia Chi beside Lin Xuanji, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, is he a newcomer to the school team? Lin Jia, your taste is commendable. Our school team finally has a handsome addition. Lin Xuanji shook her head and replied, he is a freshman, aiming to transfer to our combat department. You'll oversee his assessment. What? Am I supposed to fight him? Li Fei exclaimed, incredulity etched upon her face. However, this is entirely different from asking you to capture the quartet of Tang Xing. Come on, I'm in my 3rd year. Even if I'm not among the top 5 in the school team rankings, surely I shouldn't be tasked with this. She then turned to another boy training on the field and called out, Wang Linpeng, come here, Lin Jia needs to speak with you. Addressing the bewildered Wang Linpeng, she instructed, please arrange the transfer assessment for this freshman. Wang Linpeng, grasping the situation, voiced his displeasure. Lin Jia called for you. Why drag me into this? I have training to attend to. As they began to bicker over responsibility, Xia Chi suddenly interjected, why not take turns, seniors? Her unexpected suggestion left both of them momentarily stunned. After exchanging glances, they turned to Lin Xuanji, their eyes conveying the unspoken question. Is this kid really in her right mind? Just half a year into her studies, and she, a freshman from a non-combat department, intends to take on 2 seasoned school team members? Lin Xuanji seemingly found this amusing, casting a playful glance at Xia Chi as she teased, all right, if you can defeat both of them, I shall take you to the World Pokémon Academy Championship held next year in Baishangxiang. Ding. Triggering Battle Round 22, World Pokémon Academy Championship. Please meet the assessment conditions to unlock the preconditions for Battle Round 22. Isn't that a bit much? Xia Chi mused. The first battle round is the City Baby Cup, and suddenly we're jumping to the World Championship? Surely. There should be a transitional event like the Eastern Huang Regional Academy Championship. Despite her complaints, she felt a surge of anticipation for the second battle round. The rewards from the Baby Cup had been abundant. If she were to win at the World Championship, wouldn't the rewards be even more splendid? Moreover, Baishangxiang is quite far from Paldea, but in this world, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Paldea Alliance, meaning her journey would inevitably pass through Paldea. This could provide an opportunity to fulfill her earlier promise to take Tilly Meow to Paldea for a visit. Perhaps she could even meet with Qishu. It was a chance to gain multiple benefits, making the endeavor irresistible. As for the preconditions, it required her to win a 2-on-1 battle against 2 school team members. For others, this might seem like a fanciful dream, but with the bond of the Dream Demon, the Lord of the Underworld, perhaps it was within reach. Hey, who is that handsome guy next to Lin Jia? I have a vague recollection of him. Didn't he recently defeat Lin Lango at the Hubao Cup? Oh, now I remember. He is the one who used the newly trained Leaf Meow to triumph over her newly cultivated Ivy Snake, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Hush. Keep your voice down. That young lady is over there. What's happening? Are they about to battle? It seems so. Word has it that it's a 1-against-2 challenge. How audacious. Is she really relying solely on a single Tilly cat? Surely, she has never faced a proper beating. Come on, let's go witness the spectacle. The news of a freshman from the non-combat department daring to invade the training grounds of the school team swiftly spread. Others in the training area halted their exercises and battles, drawn to the commotion like moths to a flame. Among the onlookers, Xia Chi spotted Lin Lango, who gazed at her with disbelief. She must be quite puzzled at this moment. You switched majors, yet here you are challenging the school team? The de facto referee of this event, the ever-gleeful Lin Xuanji, cast a playful glance at the not-so-pleased Li Fei and Wang Linpeng, inquiring, which one of you will step forward first? I will. No, allow me. The two, who had just been shoving one another, now vied eagerly to take the first turn. From their perspective, it was uncertain whether Xia Chi could withstand even the first Pokémon. This humiliation of being underestimated must be avenged. As they were about to come to blows over who would take the stage first, Lin Xuanji decisively suggested they settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Xia Chi sighed in disappointment. If only they could both emerge battered and allow her to seize the opportunity to advance directly to the World Championship. The victor of rock, paper, scissors was Wang Linpeng. This young man, sporting a neat crew cut, stepped onto the stage with a scowl directed at Xia Chi, though he refrained from uttering any harsh words. It was evident to all that he would not hold back. Lin Xuanji, serving as the makeshift referee at the edge of the battlefield, confirmed. Since Xia Chi only has 2 Pokémon, the match will proceed in a 2-on-2 format. Is that agreeable? In reality, this form of battle is not particularly popular. Without special instructions, a 2-on-2 generally implies that each side selects 2 Pokémon for individual combat. Wang Linpeng, feeling no disadvantage, nodded in agreement. Lin Xuanji released a massive Venusaur from its Pokeball to shield the spectators from any residual energy waves during the battle. Then she declared, "Let the battle commence." No sooner had the words left her lips than Xia Chi and Wang Linpeng hurled their Pokeballs. 2 beams of white light flashed, and their Pokémon stood ready at the edges of the battlefield. Dream Demon, Alolan Golem. Chapter 67. Even Cynthia cannot achieve this. Gazing at the peculiar round, rock-like Pokémon across the arena, which bore a resemblance to an ordinary golem, yet with distinct differences. Xia Chi was taken aback. It was indeed an Alolan golem. As a special form of golem, Alolan golem retains its rock type, but its ground type has been replaced by electric. Its back is adorned with a device reminiscent of an electromagnetic cannon. Aside from that, its characteristics are quite similar to those of the standard golem. Its physical attack and defense are formidable, yet its special defense and speed are notably lacking. Ironically, these shortcomings align perfectly with the strengths of Dream Demon. However, the crux of the matter does not lie in vanquishing the Alolan golem. What Xia Chi truly intends to achieve is to utilize it as a stepping stone, allowing his Duskull to accumulate a sufficient number of layers of fear marks. Subsequently, he aims to accomplish a remarkable feat of a chain of 3, or even 4. The onlookers below murmured amongst themselves, curious about the unexpected appearance of the two Pokémon. Wasn't the freshman's primary Pokémon supposed to be a Litten? Why then was he sending out a Duskull? Was it merely to serve as fodder, wearing down Golem's condition before handing it over to Litten for the finishing blow? Among the whispers, very few held optimism for Duskull's entrance, save for Lin Langgo, whose expression was a complex mixture of emotions. Having experienced it firsthand, she was acutely aware that this particular Duskull was no mere expendable pawn. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, perhaps feeling that it was ungentlemanly to bully the weak, or perhaps intentionally relinquishing the advantage, Wang Limping refrained from issuing immediate commands after the battle commenced, choosing instead to wait for Duskull's move. If you wish to take the lead, then I shall not hold back, Xia Chi decisively commanded. Trick. A splendid opportunity for enhancement, freely given, should not be squandered. Under the influence of his speed-based synergy, a dark energy sphere rapidly formed above Duskull's head. Subsequently, a brilliant golden light, signifying the success of the enhancement, erupted from its misty purple form. Although the side effect of the speed synergy limited the effectiveness of this trick to only 70, it was more than sufficient. Thunderbolt. At the very moment the trick was completed, Wang Limping's command resonated across the battlefield. A blue-white arc of electricity suddenly erupted from the core fissures of Golem, and the densely spiked, dark gray shell crackled with energy. The electric spark enveloped the electromagnetic apparatus behind Golem, igniting it like a starter. The rotund body of Golem, propelled by the surge of electricity, exhibited a terrifying speed uncharacteristic of a rock-type Pokémon as it charged fiercely towards Duskull. Ascend. The deep purple ghostly mist quickly rose, attempting to evade the electrified onslaught of Golem. Wang Limping, undeterred, countered, bounced back and pursue. In a state of high-speed motion, Golem curled its legs inward, coiling into a spherical shape, and used the recoil to leap off the ground, intent on pursuing the floating Duskull. The agility of Golem surpassed Xia Chi's expectations, leaving Duskull with no room to evade. Reluctantly, he commanded, Will-O-Wisp. The cost of engaging at close range was that Golem could not avoid the oncoming ghostly flames that approached from mere inches away. The chilling flames ignited upon impact, inflicting the burn status and rendering Golem's attacks soft and feeble. Rock Tomb. Golem landed steadily, and yellow-gray energy rapidly coalesced. In a mere second, several massive rocks erupted from its body, hurtling towards the still airborne Duskull. Ascend higher and evade. In this critical moment, Duskull's innate skill was essential for dodging. As the initial strategy had not accounted for a counterattack, Duskull, concentrating on defense, narrowed its amber eyes and identified the soul escape route within the array of rocks. In a deft maneuver, it narrowly evaded the impending rock blockade that threatened to impede its speed. Wang Limping's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted, "Now's the time. Bring it down." With a thunderous stomp, his onyx, suspended in midair, sprang into action once more, targeting the massive boulder that the Dream Demon had just eluded. With remnants of the previous rock blockade on either side, the Dream Demon found itself with no escape route, helplessly watching as the boulder descended upon it, bringing its body crashing back to the ground. A triumphant smile crept across Wang Limping's face. Though the rock-based offensive skill dealt less damage compared to sharper stone attacks or rock falls, it possessed a remarkable side effect that rendered the Pokémon incapable of flight. In other words, whether it was a flying-type Pokémon or one with the ability to float, none would be allowed to soar. Whispers of discussion arose from the spectators below. Pengzi's strategy is quite clever. It seemed like he was setting up a rock blockade, but in reality, it was a prelude to bring down the opponent, making it much easier to handle the Dream Demon. This handsome lad isn't as extraordinary as you claim. He is merely being pressured by Pengzi's second Onyx, one remarked. Come on, it's just his second Pokémon, and he is only a freshman. Though competent, its prowess was not overwhelming. Competent, but not overwhelming? Pondered Lin Xuanji, who was serving as a makeshift referee at the edge of the battlefield. While it was true that Onyx was effectively pursuing the Dream Demon, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She had observed Xia Chi's matches, and his style was anything but passive. The current circumstances bore a resemblance to Xia Chi feigning weakness to lure his opponent into a trap. Especially since the Dream Demon had only utilized Trick and Will-O-Wisp since the battle commenced, showcasing an astonishingly low energy expenditure. Typically, such a minimalistic strategy would only be employed when aiming to achieve a series of consecutive hits. Yet, how could a dream demon, which was inferior even to Onyx, hope to execute such a strategy? Lin Xuanji glanced at the composed Xia Chi, further solidifying her instincts. Yet, confusion followed closely behind. Given the inherent strength of the Pokémon, even Cynthia would struggle to turn the tide in this scenario. Xia Chi, what exactly are you planning? Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Onyx, use Rock Throw. Dream Demon, use Confuse Ray. The scene remained one of relentless pursuit from one side, while the other evaded engagement. Amidst the crashing sounds, columns of rock rose from the ground, striking the Dream Demon, which had lost its ability to float. Yet, it seemed indifferent, firing off the harmless Confuse Ray, which would merely confuse its opponent. As he observed the Dream Demon, increasingly battered under Onyx's tempestuous assault, Wang Limping's smile widened ever so slightly. Is this all you have? Even if I were to harm myself, what of it? What is the physical defense of my Onyx compared to your Dream Demon? It was merely a delay. Proceed, Stone Spike Attack. Even while in a state of burn, the formidable assault of Golem could still pose a significant threat to the defensively fragile Phantom. If this Stone Spike Attack lands, the pain will be shared. The Phantom, which had been evading for quite some time, suddenly halted. Then, its deep purple, ghostly form erupted with an intense wave of vengeful energy. This energy embodied all the suffering and damage it had endured throughout the match. Now, it would return the pain to Golem in the same manner. With a thunderous roar, the accumulated vengeful energy surged forth, causing even the resilient Golem to emit a cry of anguish. Simultaneously, waves of life energy flowed from Golem back into the Phantom, instantly revitalizing it, akin to a miraculous resurrection. Chapter 68. Who's playing with you? Just declare you the winner. The password. Wang Limping's expression darkened. It was so close. Had that Stone Spike Attack landed, or if the sharing of pain had been delayed just a moment longer, the Phantom would have undoubtedly perished. Fortunately, the advantage still lay with me. Wang Limping quickly shifted from his momentary regret to a more determined mindset, commanding, use Thunderbolt to charge in. The successive Stone Spike attacks had drained Golem's energy reserves, prompting him to switch to Thunderbolt for a brief respite. The blue-white arcs of electricity propelled the heavy Golem swiftly toward the Phantom. At this moment, the battlefield was obscured by towering rock pillars, and the Phantom's floating ability had become ineffective in the previous skirmish, leaving it with scarcely any room to evade. Both the onlooking team members and Lin Kun, who was deep in thought, felt a tightening in their chests. Should Golem close the distance, the Phantom would undoubtedly face a relentless barrage of thunder punches. Finding the opportune moment to activate sharing pain amidst this chaos would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Is it about to end? At this moment, Xia Chi, who had been silently counting in her mind, slowly exhaled. The time is nearly upon us. 6 minutes, 6 layers of fear mark, 30 in special attack, speed, and most crucially, life drain. That should suffice. Phantom, unleash Shadow Balls. As the words left her lips, the beads around the Phantom's neck radiated a brilliant crimson light, and numerous shadow balls, each the size of a pebble, materialized in an instant. The hastily formed spheres of ghostly purple energy collided with the incoming Golem enveloped in swirling electricity. The clash of light and dark energies caused the stone pillars to erupt violently, sending debris raining down like a shower. In the chaos, the Phantom barely managed to emerge. Wang Limping's expression shifted dramatically. The Phantom, though its ethereal, elongated hair had been partially severed by the explosive rocks, appeared to be in a state even more favorable than after using sharing pain. How is this possible? It was using shadow balls, not ultimate drain. This is utterly unscientific and hardly resembles anything related to Pokémon. The astonishing scene before them plunged everyone present into profound shock. Even the erudite Lin Kunji found himself utterly perplexed by the inexplicable increase in the Dream Demon's state. Naturally, Xia Chi could not elucidate the matter to them. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, he commanded, another Shadow Ball. Executing finishing moves is a hallmark of every exemplary trainer. For the already faltering Alolan Golem, a single Shadow Ball sufficed. The Dream Demon needed to conserve energy for the subsequent 3 Pokémon. Alolan Golem, Explosion. Wang Limping, regaining his wits, attempted a final struggle. However, in his utterly disoriented state, he completely forgot that the Dream Demon, being a ghost type, was impervious to ordinary moves. Alolan Golem's desperate attempt to drag the Dream Demon down with it proved utterly futile. Xia Chi chose to disregard it, allowing the thunderous explosion to resonate. The cloud of dust enveloping the arena left the Dream Demon unscathed. Meanwhile, Alolan Golem lay defeated on the ground, having completely lost its fighting capability. Suddenly, Xia Chi's expression darkened as a thought struck him. If Alolan Golem had fallen due to the explosion, didn't that mean the Dream Demon had lost less energy? Could it be that this was part of your grand design, Senior? Wang Limping, if he knew Xia Chi's thoughts, would have rushed over to deliver a surprise high five. You are truly something. If there were any semblance of a plan, who would resort to a self-destructive move like explosion? The outcome of the first battle was already apparent. Wang Limpeng remained ensnared in confusion, failing to recall his unconscious Alolan golem. Xia Chi, however, did not rush him. Allowing the Dream Demon to remain on the field a little longer would enable it to accumulate a higher layer of fear marks, thereby increasing the odds of victory later. The pressing matter was to participate in next year's World Pokémon Academy Championship. One cannot expect a practitioner of underhanded tactics to adhere to any sense of battling ethics. As long as I lack morals, you cannot morally bind me. Eventually, it was Lin Kunji, acting as an impromptu referee, who jolted Wang Limpeng back to reality, prompting him to recall Alolan golem. He then sent forth his second Pokémon, his starter, the Lycanroc. Another Alolan specialty Pokémon. Have you been studying Pokémon in Alola all summer? Xia Chi couldn't help but internally scoff at the sight of this creature, slightly hunched with fierce red eyes gleaming with excitement. Fortunately, it was the night form, posing little threat to the Dream Demon. Now, let us continue our torment. Dream Demon Will-O-Wisp. The attack began once more with the same move. The Dream Demon had only been on the field for just over 7 minutes, still far from the maximum limit of 20 layers of fear marks. Xia Chi was not in a hurry. However, someone else was. Lycanroc, Rock Slide. Wang Limpeng's slightly anxious command had barely left his lips when Lycanroc's powerful hind legs propelled it forward with tremendous force. The red and white beastly shadows sliced through the air, swiftly advancing towards the Dream Demon. Xia Chi immediately shouted, "Do not release the ghost fire. Keep it close." The rock-type energy surged like a flash of lightning. Carelessly unleashing the ghost fire would likely miss. Better to keep it nearby and wait for the opportunity to strike. At this moment, Wang Limpeng found himself at a loss. The mysterious countermeasure of the Dream Demon was too enigmatic, and he could only attempt to break through with a rapid assault. The wind, infused with rock blades, carved a deep mark across the battlefield as the rock wolf lunged towards the Dream Demon. As its claws, imbued with fierce rock-type energy, descended, the swirling ghost fire surrounding the Dream Demon quietly enveloped it. The rock wolf let out a muffled grunt, its eyes shining with a clearer red light. Shadow Ball. There was no need to select a specifically countering move. Simply unleashing the Shadow Ball would suffice. Each small, deep purple energy sphere, containing immense power, silently exploded upon contact with the rock wolf. Visibly, strands of luminous green life energy surged back into the body of the Dream Demon. Wow! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, who had witnessed the scene unfold with clarity. What kind of creature is this Dream Demon? Wait, should we be asking if this is even legal? Which Shadow Ball can restore health? What is even going on? Just declare the victory already. I have a strategy that could revive the Han Dynasty. If I send out a Pokémon of the same type, wouldn't it just get obliterated? Someone remarked. Recalling Li Fei's initial Pokémon was indeed the bear. Some spectators seemed to have already resigned themselves to the idea that the Rock Wolf had no hope of defeating the Dream Demon. And indeed, the reality was as such. Once the Dream Demon's fear mark reached 8 layers, combined with the 25 lifesteal from the technological weapon, it could easily withstand a turn-based confrontation with the Rock Wolf. However, Xia Chi would not resort to such tactics. Facing the nighttime form of the Rock Wolf, which was akin to a colossal battery, the Dream Demon chose to meticulously torment and tease it. Finally, after 15 minutes of battle, the Rock Wolf, exhausted and depleted of all its energy and status, was easily defeated. Gazing at the battlefield, where the Dream Demon appeared even more vigorous and resolute than at the outset, everyone fell into silence. It grew fiercer as the battle progressed, with not a drop of its own blood left. Who would want to continue playing? Just declare the victory already. Chapter 69. Is this Dream Demon even legal? The atmosphere within the battlefield was exceedingly peculiar. Wang Limpeng silently stared at the fallen Rock Wolf, lost in his thoughts. The onlookers, eager to express their opinions, felt at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Fei, awaiting his turn, furrowed his brow, perhaps contemplating a strategy. Ultimately, it was Xia Chi, the only one maintaining composure, who broke the silence. Should we continue? The absence of sarcasm allowed for a direct entry into the battle phase. And naturally, he was reluctant to take any further risks in combat. Although for the Dream Demon, which was on the verge of accumulating a full stack of the Abyssal Mark, the probability of risk was nearly non-existent. The battle continued. It was not Li Fei who responded, but Lin Xuanji. She turned to Xia Chi and inquired, "Do you need to switch Pokémon?" Xia Chi quickly shook his head and replied, "No, I still want the Dream Demon. After all, I've worked hard to build up such high stacks. You can't deny me the satisfaction." Lin Xuanji nodded. Her interest piqued as she observed the Dream Demon, seemingly eager to discover the limits of this entity. There was no time to mourn for Wang Limpeng. Li Fei was soon to arrive on the battlefield. Before throwing her Pokeball, her expression turned serious as she stated, "Please show me your guidance, Junior." This single sentence clearly conveyed her current stance and intention. "I am the challenger." Xia Chi nodded in response. "Likewise, Senior." The audience erupted with cheers. Faye, quickly use your invincible circle bear to defeat it. Go, senior. You can win. Amidst the clamor, the bright light from the opening Pokeball illuminated the arena. A robust and imposing bear-like Pokémon, adorned with a yellow circular stripe of fur on its chest, made its entrance. It was none other than Circle Bear. Xia Chi's expression slightly tightened. The nearly maxed-out Dream Demon was not invincible. There were numerous methods to counter it, such as using a Pokémon that could outlast the Dream Demon, or even a one-hit knockout. This Circle Bear, which was at least level 30, could very well be the latter. After all, the Abyssal Mark stacked special attack, speed, and lifesteal, without adding any durability or health. The Dream Demon was not particularly known for its defensive prowess either. Should Circle Bear execute a Swords Dance, a powerful punch could indeed occur. Dream Demon, provoke. Circle Bear, Swords Dance. The commands rang out almost simultaneously on the battlefield. In an instant, a wave of dark, peculiar energy surged forth from the Dream Demon, striking the Circle Bear, which was poised in its battle dance, attempting to enhance its physical attack. The effect of provoke took hold, forcibly interrupting the latter's Swords Dance. Do you understand the worth of the speed attack synergy? With the gamble successful, Xia Chi continued to command, Dream Demon, use Will-O-Wisp, against a physically offensive opponent. There was little to say. As long as the Will-O-Wisp landed, its threat would be halved. Although Circle Bear had a move that doubled its power under negative status conditions, it was a normal-type move, and the Ghost-type Dream Demon had no need to concern itself with it. Circle Bear, dig. Li Fei swiftly responded. The robust and fierce Circle Bear slammed its muscular arm onto the ground, creating a massive crack in the already battered rocky terrain. The bear swiftly burrowed into the fissure, evading the incoming Will-O-Wisp as the ground trembled. A distinctly visible tunnel formed amidst the rumbling sounds of digging, rapidly approaching the location of the Dream Demon. Though the Spectre Pokémon, Dream Demon, possesses the trait of levitation, it had been rendered ineffective by the earlier strike from the rock slide, leaving it vulnerable to the ground-type dig attack. Calmly, Xia Chi commanded, be cautious and prepare to unleash Will-O-Wisp. Dream Demon was no longer airborne, but it was far from immobile. On the contrary, the nearly 20 layers of the Mark of the Underworld, in addition to its special attack and lifesteal capabilities, granted it a remarkable speed boost of 100. The shadowy, deep gray-purple figure remained close to the ground, maneuvering the chilling flames of the Will-O-Wisp around its form while keeping a vigilant eye on the encroaching dig trail. With a thunderous crack, the ground erupted, and Dream Demon swiftly darted to the side with astonishing speed, narrowly evading the imposing figure that burst forth from the earth. The ethereal flame shot out, and the freshly unearthed bear Pokémon, Circle Bear, found itself with no room to evade, suffering a direct hit. Li Fei gritted her teeth and swiftly commanded, Shadow Claw. Regardless of the circumstances, they had finally achieved their objective of close combat. Circle Bear had no alternative but to engage in a fierce struggle. Fortunately, the typical attributes of Circle Bear rendered it immune to the peculiar life-stealing Shadow Ball, as long as they could maintain relentless offensive pressure. Even with the burn status afflicting it, Circle Bear still held a greater chance of victory. With blood-red eyes glaring, Circle Bear swung its massive arm, its sharp claws shimmering with a chilling, purplish-black shadowy light. Xia Chi countered fiercely, Dream Demon, unleash Dark Pulse. Dream Demon stood firm, gathering energy without flinching. In an instant, a deep black energy sphere, radiating a formidable malice reminiscent of a dragon's head, formed before it. With a resounding explosion, the clash of Dark Claw and Dark Pulse erupted, enveloping the arena in thick mist. Although the scene was obscured, the muffled groan that emerged unmistakably belonged to Circle Bear. Continued Dark Pulse. Under Xia Chi's command, Dream Demon no longer feared direct confrontation with Circle Bear, enduring the relentless assaults of Shadow Claw while unleashing wave after wave of Dark Pulse. The battle had escalated to an intensely heated climax. However, to everyone's astonishment, as threads of deep green life energy flowed, it became evident that Dream Demon maintained the upper hand throughout this confrontation. It was revealed that not only the Shadow Ball but all of Dream Demon's abilities possessed the capacity to siphon life energy for its own use. No. Is this Dream Demon even legal? Li Fei fell into utter despair. Am I merely playing a game here? Disheartened, she temporarily lost her drive to command. Even if she wished to issue commands, she found herself at a loss for what to do in that moment. Without her trainer's guidance, Circle Bear flailed about the arena like a headless fly, swinging its Shadow Claw in a fit of rage, though it could inflict considerable damage upon Dream Demon. In the next moment, the life energy lost by Dream Demon was swiftly reclaimed in multiples from Circle Bear's own essence. With the trick enhancement and the fully stacked special attack boost from the Sovereign of the Underworld, the lifesteal had evidently surpassed 100. One could say that the blood coursing through Dream Demon's veins had undergone several transformations by now, despite the formidable strength of Li Fei's Circle Bear. As long as it cannot deliver a decisive blow, it will forever remain incapable of vanquishing the Dream Demon. Meanwhile, the fully stacked Xia Chi chose not to hold back, accelerating and commanding the Dream Demon to unleash waves of malevolent energy, targeting its foes with voracious intent. In less than half a minute, the majestic and powerful Circle Bear collapsed with a resounding crash, never to rise again. The ultimate objective of a 4-for-1 was now merely one step away, hinging on Li Fei's last remaining speed dog. Observing the Dream Demon, its condition seemingly intact yet slightly fatigued from the intense battle, everyone understood that no one could impede its relentless advance. Xia Chi's Dream Demon had successfully achieved the remarkable feat of 4-for-1, a conclusion now inevitable. Chapter 70, 4-for-1, as easy as breathing. At this juncture in the contest, the onlookers from the school team had grown indifferent to the outcome of the match. In truth, any concern would be futile, for the result was practically predetermined. Tomorrow's campus newspaper headlines were already written. The narrative would proclaim how the Dream Demon, a formidable beast, triumphed over first-year students from non-combat disciplines, with team members Wang Linping and Li Fei exerting their utmost, yet unable to prevail. Thus, the remaining time was best spent quietly relishing the spectacle of the Dream Demon's slaughter. And indeed, the course of the match unfolded as expected. Although the Fire-type speed dog was unaffected by the earlier exploits of the Will-o'-the-Wisp, it too found itself unable to retaliate against the relentless barrage of shadow balls from the Dream Demon. If this were a game, the speed dog's health bar would plummet, while the Dream Demon's health would fluctuate dramatically in exaggerated waves. However, a minor twist occurred as the battle drew to a close. The Dream Demon, nearly depleted of energy, managed to conjure one final shadow ball, which, due to insufficient power, failed to unleash its intended potency to eliminate the speed dog. Fortunately, Li Fei's speed dog lacked any restorative abilities akin to Morning Sun. Otherwise, the Dream Demon might have faltered in completing its 4-for-1 endeavor. After a brief delay of half a minute, the speed dog ultimately succumbed to the minuscule shadow ball, no larger than a raindrop, conjured from the Dream Demon's last vestiges of energy. With a thud, the speed dog fell, marking the conclusion of Xia Chi's transmutation examination, punctuated by the unanticipated achievement of the Dream Demon's 4-for-1. Was it nearly a disaster? Xia Chi murmured softly, observing the Dream Demon completely drained of energy, not a single drop remaining. Unbeknownst to him, in the palpable silence of the surrounding atmosphere, his words resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The crowd's expressions darkened. Had the Dream Demon completed its task, and yet he still uttered such sentiments? Shrimp meat, still craving pork heart? Xia Chi had no intention of boasting, despite the battle showcasing the formidable strengths of the Phantom Lord Bond. The Dream Demon's final misstep revealed a third vulnerability: insufficient blue energy. The notion of a weakness is somewhat tenuous, regardless of which Pokémon reaches that stage. Their energy will inevitably dwindle. Nevertheless, this remains an issue that must be addressed. In a realistic approach, one could only gradually enhance their strength, thereby elevating the energy ceiling through leveling up. However, Xia Chi has the presence of the esteemed Zhongzi. It remains uncertain whether the equipment synthesized from the tears of the goddess will possess attributes that increase energy capacity. Next time, attention should be paid to the tears of the goddess when selecting fundamental gear. In an ideal scenario, a technological firearm could provide lifesteal sustain. An archangel could offer energy regeneration, and a robust armor could help endure the early struggles against the Dream Demon. This constitutes the ultimate equipment strategy Xia Chi has devised for the Dream Demon at present. Of course, should a divine artifact emerge, the situation would differ entirely. Now, Li Fei and Wang Linpeng, please take your Pokémon for treatment. Lin Xuanji beckoned the disheartened duo to tend to their Pokémon, waving away the onlookers who lingered. What are you doing here? Have you completed your physical training? Are your moves proficient? Have you refined your tactics? Have you engaged in sufficient battles? Lin Xuanji exuded an aura of authority akin to that of a dean, successfully dispersing the crowd eager to approach Xia Chi in the desolate battlefield, which resembled a mere ruin. Only Xia Chi and Lin Xuanji remained. Lin Xuanji did not engage Xia Chi in conversation, but instead scrutinized the Dream Demon with a curious gaze. The ghostly Pokémon, feeling the intensity of the stare, scurried behind Xia Chi and made a face at Lin Xuanji. Concerned that Lin Xuanji might delve deeper, Xia Chi retrieved the Dream Demon into its Pokeball. You've done well. Take a good rest. Lin Xuanji regarded Xia Chi with a meaningful glance and remarked, "It seems you are aware of the peculiarities of your Dream Demon." Xia Chi thought to himself, "Of course I know. I'm the one who activated the cheat." He shook his head and replied, "It seemed this way when I captured the Dream Demon, and it hasn't undergone any special training." I'm unsure of the precise reason. None of his statements were entirely truthful, yet none were entirely false either. Although he was aware of Zhongzi's existence, he truly did not know whence Zhongzi came. Lin Xuanji naturally accepted Xia Chi's explanation. Unless it was a genetic experiment, how could a creature of such nature be cultivated by human hands? I understand. This is a marvel of nature, Lin Xuanji nodded. The former crystallonics. The colossal toxic spikes jellyfish and the legendary giant dragonite are all examples of this. She turned to Xia Chi, raising an eyebrow. Do you know what ultimately became of those Pokémon? Xia Chi, sensing Lin Xuanji's insinuation, tentatively inquired. Were they captured by a renowned collector? Lin Xuanji scoffed lightly, stating, the term captured is far too flattering for their fate. Xia Chi nodded, recalling the episode from the animation The Birth of Ligia, where the antagonist was a collector attempting to capture the legendary birds. In the relentless pursuit of collecting rare Pokémon, one would go to great lengths. Even if it means causing glaciers to melt, tempestuous storms to rage, and frigid gales to sweep across the globe. Collectors, in general, are somewhat understandable. They revel in gathering Pokémon that possess unique appearances or are exceedingly scarce. The collector depicted in the cinematic adaptation is merely an anomaly among them. Most collectors possess only moderate abilities, relying predominantly on their financial prowess to acquire these elusive creatures. However, organizations like Team Rocket and Team Galactic, which seek to seize formidable Pokémon and attempt to dominate the world, pose a significant threat. The likelihood of my unique Dream Eater attracting their attention increases considerably. It seems you grasp my concern. Lin Kunji regarded Xia Chi with a knowing look and remarked, even in Donghuang, the tranquility is not as it appears. So, what are your plans? Xia Chi pondered for a moment before responding, I understand. Until I become more powerful, I should minimize Dream Eater's displays. At least conceal its ability to drain life force. Indeed, the initial manifestations of Dream Eater were relatively normal and did not draw undue attention. However, the terrifying performance that emerged with the accumulation of the Nethermark was alarming. The output increased exponentially, the speed quickened, and its capacity to absorb energy was increasingly evident. It is clear that the future of this little Dream Eater is boundless. Upon returning, I must provide several Pokémon with a fundamental course. Actor's Self-Cultivation by Pikachu. Regardless of the circumstances on stage, Tilly Meow and Dream Eater must present a facade of parity against their opponents. As for why Dream Eater, appearing like a flickering candle in the wind, consistently manages to turn the tide as if endowed with infinite stamina, that is easily explained. Dream Eater has met the expectations of its trainer and has not succumbed. Reality, unlike the rigid confines of a game, allows Dream Eater to repeatedly create miracles. What can one do about it? Of course, these measures are merely superficial. To eradicate others' covetousness towards Pokémon, the most fundamental approach is undoubtedly to enhance one's own strength. Cynthia S. Garchomp and Lance S. Charizard are both exceptionally powerful entities that evoke envy. Who would dare to cast their eyes upon them? Lin Kunji observed the contemplative Xia Chi and nodded. As long as you are aware, it will be better next year in Paldea. The societal atmosphere there is significantly more favorable than that of Kanto's Chengdu. Indeed, the region's most notorious villain, Team Star, is merely a band of delinquent students from Orange Academy. Xia Chi mentally scoffed and suddenly recalled something. By the way, when is the World Pokémon Academy tournament held? This pertains to when the second round of battles will commence, so Xia Chi was naturally concerned. Lin Kunji replied, in February of next year. Hosted in the northern region. The top Pokémon academies from each area will participate in this tournament. Due to its uniqueness, this event is also referred to as the Little World Championship, so make sure to prepare diligently during this period. Lin Kunji patted Xia Chi on the shoulder. Not merely for the sake of reward, but rather for the honor of the region. Chapter 71. With a single utterance, I made a woman spend 200,000. The overall level of trainers in the Donghuang Alliance is not particularly high. To compare it to the football team of Dongda in a parallel world would be an insult. Yet, it cannot be deemed as entirely unremarkable. It is merely stable, surpassing the recently established Alola region, and a few years ago. It could be compared to the level of Carlos, Galar, and Zhao sitting at the same table. In recent years, with the rise of the Dan Emperor and Du, only Donghuang and Carlos remain at this table as unfortunate brothers. The crux of the matter is that Donghuang boasts the largest population and area among the top 10 regions. In a world where Pokémon battles intertwine with politics, military affairs, and daily life, the awkwardness of the Donghuang people is palpable. To echo the words of Lin Kun before his departure, Donghuang has lost its face in battles. One must ponder how many presidents of the Trainer Association have changed with each term in the functional departments without any real reform. It's merely changing the soup without altering the medicine. After losing to Zhao, then Carlos, and subsequently Alola, there's no one left to lose to. Let us be pragmatic and clarify the concept of battling first. Xia Chi does not hold a strong sentiment regarding regional honor, yet he is in dire need of high-scoring outcomes from battle rounds. Thus, he responded with fervor before his departure. To restore the glory of Donghuang is our undeniable duty. Lin Kun was elated upon hearing this and expressed his intent to assist Xia Chi in applying for a high-quality dark stone valued at over 200,000 for the evolution of his dream demon. With a single phrase, I made a woman spend 200,000. However, while Xia Chi felt a sense of pride in securing a dark stone from the school, he was not overly eager for his dream demon to evolve prematurely. Modern Pokémon scientific research indicates that the closer a Pokémon is to the final stage of its evolutionary chain, the less malleable it becomes. Extensive comparative studies of Eevee's evolution data reveal that Eevee evolving later with an elemental stone achieves a higher potential and strength. In other words, the initial form is the most suitable stage for laying a foundation. The prevailing academic consensus in this world posits that the formidable nature of quasi-divine Pokémon is not solely due to their superior lineage. Rather, their prolonged existence in the initial form contributes significantly to their eventual prowess. Having captured the Dream Demon for less than a month, and with its level still at 21, Xia Chi had no thoughts of evolution whatsoever. Nevertheless, possessing a premium Darkstone is never a disadvantage, so he decided to acquire it regardless. Successfully entering the second round of battle, he obtained a high-value breeding item effortlessly. Xia Chi concluded this school team excursion splendidly and returned home. Following this, he no longer needed to attend classes at the History Academy, and he could even forego attending school altogether. After all, which trainer becomes stronger solely through academia? Once he treated the injuries of his Dream Demon, it was already dark when he returned home. The house was eerily quiet. On his way back, Xia Chi had been somewhat concerned that Ujara would cause a ruckus upon waking and finding him missing. Yet now, the complete lack of noise was even more unsettling. Do not leap from the window in search of oneself, nor succumb to hunger-induced faintness. Xia Chi hurried to check on Ujara in his room. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of the little creature quietly sprawled on the floor, lost in thought while clutching the Kingler plush toy that Xia Chi had given him for amusement. This is not right. Are you Ujara or merely a dazed creature? Xia Chi found himself both amused and bewildered by the scene before him. Wasn't it said that Ujara was mischievous and prone to destruction? Why then did his own little one seem so lethargic? Alarmed, Xia Chi quickly glanced at the system's Pokémon information to verify whether Ujira's ability was either grit or laziness. Gah! Hearing the commotion, Ujira discerned that Xia Chi had returned and rushed over, careening about and knocking over various items in his path. Yet undeterred, Ujira charged ahead with reckless abandon, reminiscent of a tauro's rushing towards Ash. Xia Chi's heart warmed as he opened his arms to welcome the approaching Ujira. Then bam! That was the sound of Xia Chi hitting the ground. Fortunately, Meow was quick-witted enough to cushion his fall with her vines. Otherwise, should his head have struck the ground, they might have ended up with a Psyduck-like trainer. When did you become so strong? Xia Chi winced, rubbing his most injured posterior, grinning through the pain as he questioned Ujira. At merely a dozen levels, this was quite alarming. What would happen when he evolved into a Banquilus? Would that be akin to a massive truck barreling toward him? Gah! The little one lowered his head in self-reproach, expressing his own confusion. It's all right. I didn't mean to blame you. Xia Chi gently patted Ujira's head as he contemplated the likely cause. It must be the physical enhancement agent he had fed him earlier that afternoon, resulting in increased vitality and strength. However, one must wonder, would this also augment his physical attack? With Ujira leaning against him, Xia Chi took a moment to glance at Ujira's data. To his delight, he discovered that all 6 of his attributes had indeed improved. Among them, physical attack and vitality had risen by 8 points, while the others varied between 3 and 6 points. Though modest, it was certainly a pleasant surprise. This also implied something significant. The system's assessment of Pokémon capabilities was multifaceted. Factors such as species, individual talent, physical changes, and acquired enhancements all contributed to a complex dimensionality. It was only reasonable if, like in games, everything were solely based on individual values. What would be the purpose of a trainer's efforts? Moreover, Xia Chi could not fathom that the powerful legendary Pokémon were merely a slight upgrade from ordinary ones, as depicted in games. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chi suddenly found himself curious about the data pertaining to the legendary Rayquaza within the system. However, to uncover that knowledge, it seemed the only path would be to capture it, the series of opportunities within one's lifetime. Until the days leading up to the new year, Xia Chi's life had followed a rather regular rhythm. Caring for children, training, immersing oneself in videos, live streaming, engaging in games and conversations with affluent individuals, and competing against others, all while maintaining a sense of dread during school team practices. Interspersed within the fabric of daily life are fleeting moments spent indulging in the delightful pastime of cat appreciation. Despite having reached out to the elusive Cynthia days prior, she regrettably remains unresponsive. Xia Chi speculates that she might still be atop the signal-deprived Tian Crown Mountain, searching for the lost relics of the Gun Pillar. However, such matters lie beyond his control. The rookie trainer's concern for the safety of Cynthia, recognized as one of the strongest champions, is somewhat amusing. In contrast, Xia Chi is far more preoccupied with the progress and growth of his Pokémon. The training assistant provided by the esteemed Brother Tong has proven invaluable. In merely a few days, the recently upgraded Dream Demon and Meow have ascended to levels 22 and 18, respectively, with their dread value soaring due to daily battles with team members. For instance, during their initial encounter with Wang Limpeng and Li Fei, The 4 Pokémon collectively contributed over 30 points to their dread value, as the weakest among them was already at level 30, showcasing the Dream Demon's formidable performance that day. Nevertheless, after deciding to adopt a more discreet approach, Xia Chi refrained from letting Dream Demon and Teary Meow engage in excessive battles. Even with a more restrained strategy, a week later, the elite monster hunting team had helped their dread value surpass 200. The second dread treasure chest has been unlocked. Chapter 72. The second tier of the Dark Attribute Bond is activated. The treasures emerging from the 200 tier dread chest are no different from those of the 100 tier. A small lucky lantern and a basic equipment forging device were revealed. Although the effect of the Dark Attribute Bond suggests that higher dread values yield better rewards, it seems that only at 500 or 1000 tiers does the quality of the treasure improve, rather than every 100 tiers. Uncertain of this, Xia Chi decided to proceed with opening the items since they were not particularly rare. The small lucky lantern yielded champion-level breeding data for Bangilas, which struck a chord with Xia Chi given Bangilas' current physical prowess. It was indeed an opportune time for breeding data. While direct application is hindered by the instability of its internal energy, having a reference remains invaluable. As for the basic equipment, Xia Chi chose the previously uncrafted tier of the goddess, totaling 10 energy. This was primarily to explore the possibility of synthesizing it with the golden shovel into a dark attribute bond emblem. If unsuccessful, it could still be used in the future for preparing the staff of the Archangel for Dream Demon. After painstakingly eliminating 3 incorrect options, at last, success was attained. The synthesis pathway for the golden shovel and tier of the goddess yields the dark super energy attribute bond emblem. Brother Tong's voice resonated in Xia Chi's ears like celestial music. After more than a month of activating the system, he finally managed to acquire a second-tier bond. Eagerly anticipating the synthesis of the malevolent attribute bond emblem, Xia Chi was poised to equip it onto the Dream Demon when a sudden thought struck him. Brother Tongzi, does the bond emblem occupy an equipment slot? He recalled that in both the Cloud Summit and Golden Shovel, emblems indeed occupied an equipment slot. Yes, it does. A sigh escaped him. This was troublesome. With only 3 equipment slots available, the technology gun and the bond emblem would consume 2, leaving the final one reserved for the staff of the Archangel. What then of the plans for a tanky build akin to the Berserker? Reluctantly, Xia Chi inquired. Are there any items that increase the number of equipment slots? Currently, no permissions. A sense of relief washed over him. If there truly were none, Brother Tongzi would have unequivocally denied it rather than providing such an ambiguous response. Alright, let us equip the bond emblem onto the Dream Demon. Equipping successful. Thus, all 3 of his existing sprites now possessed the malevolent attribute bond. Bond, malevolent attribute. 4. Defeating opponents allows for the collection of greater fear value. Every 100 layers of fear value grants an additional 10 damage, along with a fear treasure chest. Opening the fear treasure chest rewards you. The fear treasure chest will evolve with the increase in layers. Current fear value, 2035, providing the sprites with an additional 20 damage. The enhancement of the second tier bond did not disappoint Xia Chi. The additional damage per 100 layers of fear value had indeed doubled to 10, and the efficiency of collecting fear value had also improved. Previously, it was merely about gathering fear value. Now, an additional descriptor had been introduced. However, this terminology was rather ambiguous, given Brother Tongzi's usual tendencies. It could perhaps only add 5. Xia Chi inwardly lamented, Brother Tongzi is such a miser. More means 50. Wait, did it just add a 0? Brother Tongzi's system was truly remarkable. Xia Chi rejoiced inwardly. Long live Brother Tongzi. Try cursing me again, will you? Xia Chi. It seemed indeed that for Brother Tongzi, 100 years would be considered an untimely demise. Can you hear me? The classic language of the 4 alliances emerged rarely, and the screen flickered to life within the blacked-out livestream. Much like a trainer encountering Pokémon upon entering the grass, Xia Chi's handsome visage appeared on camera, instantly igniting excitement among the lively audience. Have I traversed to another world? ISNT at only 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Did Lao Shui start streaming today? PS actually turn on the camera. Has the room changed? Did he move? Fake fan. Lao Shui has been relocated for a week now. His new place is quite upscale. Speaking of upscale, Teacher Shui, there was a major game update yesterday, introducing numerous items. Could you enlighten us? You still insist on streaming with us on the last day of the year. Haji Shui, you truly touched the heart. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Xia Chi suddenly realized that today was indeed December 31st. Recently, my days have been overwhelmingly fulfilling, to the point where I have lost track of the world around me. The past couple of years were relatively tranquil. As the Batman of the East, Xia Chi had no family and was indifferent to holidays, allowing them to pass without much thought. At most, he would engage in some special activity during the final moments of the year to evoke a sense of New Year's ceremony. Now, with 3 additional mouths to feed at home, he has transformed into a familial hero. Such significant moments cannot be taken lightly. Fortunately, The Dongwang region of this world also embraces the tradition of celebrating the Spring Festival, which gives him ample opportunity to prepare earnestly. Recollecting his thoughts, Xia Chi smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it's the last day of the year, and that's why I'm starting the broadcast earlier." This was a fib. The truth was that he had so much to do this month that he needed to extend his streaming hours. The audience in the live stream understood this, and a flurry of teasing comments flooded the chat. With a composure akin to that of a seasoned performer, Xia Chi pretended not to notice, cleared his throat, and continued. "Some viewers have asked me to discuss the items updated in Champion's Path yesterday. I must say, these items will revolutionize the entire competitive landscape of the game. Perhaps due to a correction in the timeline, the newly released game, Pokémon, Champion's Path, introduced items from the previous Pokémon battles. Classic items like the Focus Sash, Life Orb, Leftovers, and Evolution Stones have all made a return, albeit with effects modified according to the overall durability of the Pokémon." Xia Chi welcomed this change wholeheartedly. Items signify unpredictability, and unpredictability expands his stage as a dynamic battling streamer. Thus, for the entire afternoon, Xia Chi elaborated on the effects of each item in the game's update interface. From 1 to 7 o'clock, what should have been a tedious explanation transformed into an engaging solo performance. The viewership soared, peaking at 200,000 at 7 o'clock, setting a new record since Xia Chi began streaming. "Your ability to prolong discussions is truly remarkable. Over 100 items, and you managed to speak for 5 hours. Hats off to the legendary master of endurance." One comment read, "I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom. Could you please demonstrate each item in practical battles before you end the stream? Thank you." The chat burst with laughter. Is he going to stream until he drops? Overfishing is not advisable. It's better to extract just enough for enjoyment. To put it plainly, most items are rather useless, much like certain Pokémon that serve merely to fill the Pokédex. Chapter 73, Sakamoto. Teacher Shuei, I'm your fan. While taking a sip of water during a break, Xia Chi keenly noticed one comment in the chat and retorted, "This student is mistaken. Every Pokémon is unique, and there is no such thing as merely filling the Pokédex. The same applies to items. There are no useless items, only inept trainers." Oh, that phrase sounds oddly familiar. I wonder why. Regardless of this inexplicable notion, Xia Chi continued, stating that each item could prove advantageous against specific sprites or in particular matchups. The barrage, unsurprisingly, began to rebel. Is it truly so? Leftovers can restore 5 health points every 10 seconds. What purpose does the red card serve? Does it merely send the opponent off the field with a single strike? Clearly, the commenter above has never experienced the wrath of the Spike team, wielding a red card. They are undeniably formidable. If we are to speak of uselessness, the Black Iron Ball is the epitome of ineffectiveness. Indeed, having 1s speed and losing the ability to fly or float transcends the question of utility. It's purely a negative side effect. While the side effect may seem somewhat exaggerated, the Black Iron Ball can slow down opponents for the spatial team, yet its practicality remains questionable. The escape button, however, is truly worthless. Being knocked out with a single hit serves no purpose other than to hinder teammates. Can we perhaps engage in a match with the escape button? It's not that I doubt the streamer, but my comrades wish to broaden their horizons. Having spoken enough, Xia Chi observed the influx of newcomers in the live stream, questioning the utility of certain items, and smoothly transitioned. Now, let us enter the practical segment to explore how these commonly deemed useless items can actually be employed. With that, Xia Chi began forming a team comprising the Mosquito Frog King, the Spiked Dragon, the Blazing Roar Tiger, the Spore Mushroom, Miss Gothitelle, and the Steel Aluminum Dragon. Most spectators remained utterly perplexed. It was not a matter of the sprites themselves. The Tiger God and the Shield Maiden had long been staples in Xia Chi's live streams and were jestingly regarded as the most reliable silhouettes in the world. The Mosquito Frog King and the Spiked Dragon were also classic partners in rainy weather. One could call it a rain team. Yet aside from the Mosquito Frog King and the Spiked Dragon, there were no other water types, not even the fire-type Tiger God. The emergence of Miss Gothitelle seemed somewhat enigmatic. Is she here to open a spatial rift? But does this team possess any potent spatial attackers? The Spore Mushroom indeed brought along the highly contentious escape button, yet its utility remained unclear. Amidst the fervent questioning and discussions from the audience, Xia Chi pressed the matchmaking button for double battles. His rank was within the top 10 of the super elite tier, typically requiring several minutes to find a match. However, perhaps due to a recent significant update, a plethora of skilled players were online. Before long, Xia Chi found himself matched against a rival of equal prowess. Satoshi of the Tokiwa Gym. Xia Chi thought, wait, you, the illustrious leader of Team Rocket, the underground emperor of Kanto, are playing games? Oh. Such a sentiment may seem somewhat stereotypical, yet one would expect such prominent figures to be exceedingly busy. Just as Xia Chi pondered this perplexity, a line of text appeared on the screen, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. Satoshi of the Tokiwa Gym, water teacher? I'm your fan. Xia Chi, did I just hear that correctly? Did Satoshi just call me water teacher and profess to be my fan? How could I possibly be dreaming this? Meanwhile, in the Kanto region, in the city of Tokiwa, within a luxurious estate, a youth, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, with rebellious crimson locks, sat upon the sofa, his countenance alight with excitement as he beheld the images flickering upon the screen. Miraculously, he found himself in the presence of his most cherished streamer, Xiai. Unlike the storyline of the special episode, in this world, Sakaki had not lost his son. However, the relationship between father and son was far from harmonious. While it did not reach the extremes of the special episode's depiction of fatherly affection and filial piety, Jin had always felt distant from Sakaki. The reasons were manifold, chiefly Sakaki's domineering and cold disposition, coupled with his incessant busyness that rendered his presence scarce during Jin's formative years. Children who are not deprived of wealth but are starved for affection often gravitate towards unconventional figures. After initially discovering Shuai's live streams, Jin was captivated by Natsuki's distinctive gaming style, which drew him deeper into the realm. The underage Jin registered a gaming account under his father Sakaki's name. Thus, he ventured forth in this game, bearing the illustrious title of Sakaki from the Tokiwa Gym. Although Sakaki was aware of this, he was indifferent to the matter. For one, the game indeed possessed educational value, fostering strategic abilities. His son, destined to be the future leader of Team Rocket, must emerge as a formidable trainer. Furthermore, the ostensibly aloof Sakaki, who secretly cared for his son, could leverage this situation to alleviate tensions between them. It is worth noting that Jin, having grown up amidst Pokémon, exhibited a remarkable tactical aptitude. Within mere months, he ascended to the top 100 in the Master Ball rankings. Besides his innate talent, Shuai's tactical videos undoubtedly played a significant role in his success. Thus, when he encountered his mentor today, Jin resolved to make a splendid impression and subsequently request to add Xiai as a friend. Meanwhile, Natsuki was unaware that the formidable Sakaki before him was, in fact, his son Jin. After deliberating, he graciously replied, expressing gratitude for the esteemed recognition, and began selecting his Pokémon. After all, behaving too unusually might arouse Sakaki's suspicion. He was, after all, still the powerful gym leader, with no ties to the nefarious Team Rocket. Natsuki had no desire to invite trouble from Team Rocket, at least not until he had matured. In an unexpected turn, Sakaki did not employ his usual lineup of Beedrill, Tyranitar, Nidoking, or Nidoqueen. Instead, he chose to battle with Charizard, Gengar, Garchomp, Blaziken, Torterra, and Whimsicott, a team that balanced flair, strength, and a hint of sophistication, which was rather uncharacteristic of Sakaki. Without hesitation, Natsuki selected his Pokémon, Kingambit, Dragapult, Gardevoir, and Breloom. As the battle commenced, Natsuki's initial Pokémon were Dragapult and Gardevoir, while Sakaki led with Torterra and Charizard. Torterra's ability, Chlorophyll, activated first, instantly bathing the arena in brilliant sunlight. Natsuki chuckled to himself, remarking, a simple weather read. Have you all learned this, classmates? The characteristics of the Frogadier and the Coalossal can respectively summon sunny and rainy weather. Swift Pokémon take precedence in initiating these conditions, and the typically sluggish Coalossal finds an unexpected advantage in weather control. Anticipating this, Xia Chi decisively placed Frogadier in the back row, ready to seize the weather advantage. Return. Miss Goat. Go. Frogadier and Kingdra. Use Muddy Water. With a flurry of commands, the game scene transformed in an instant. The arrival of Frogadier caused the previously clear sky to be engulfed in torrential rain. Meanwhile, the agile Kingdra, endowed with the ability to swim freely, sprang into action. In an instant, a tumultuous wave of muddy water surged towards the Coalossal and Charizard, shrouded under the rain. Chapter 74, The Rainy Day Demise Team. The swirling muddy water rushed towards the two fire-type Pokémon. In rainy weather, coupled with a life orb, if the opponent was unprepared at the onset, this muddy water could nearly seal the fate of the match. However, a high-stakes battle is never so simple. The red light of recalling Pokémon and the transparent shield of Protect illuminated almost simultaneously. In the next moment, Coalossal was withdrawn into its Pokeball, replaced by the water-resistant Flapple. Charizard, having just entered the fray, executed Protect flawlessly, absorbing the muddy water with ease. The crisis dissipated in an instant. Such tactical acumen is indeed the hallmark of Boss Sakaki, Xia Chi mused. But what will you do next? Frogadier, use another attack on Charizard. Kingdra, prepare to unleash muddy water. Under this command, Frogadier clapped its hands at Charizard. The move Another Attack restricts the affected Pokémon to using only its last move. Charizard's most recent action was, notably, Protect. It is widely known that Protect has a diminishing success rate when used consecutively. Thus, Sakaki found himself in a quandary. Should he gamble on Charizard's ability to use Protect again, or switch to a backup Pokémon to withstand the muddy water that Kingdra had intentionally delayed? The nature of real-time command left Sakaki little time for contemplation. Without hesitation, he swapped out the offensive powerhouse Charizard for Coalossal to regain sunny weather. The muddy water immediately engulfed Flapple and the newly summoned Colossal. However, the weather had shifted. Even with the life orb, the muddy water under sunny conditions failed to inflict significant damage. Meanwhile, Flapple unleashed its core control move, Sleep Powder, towards the output powerhouse Kingdra. The deep green powder floated languidly towards Kingdra under the now clear sky. Kingdra evade. Xia Chi shouted, not without reason. In the game, Sleep Powder has only a 75 accuracy. Coupled with this technique, luck might reduce its hit rate to a mere 50. Regrettably, the ability of the Tidal Dragon King to glide effortlessly under sunny skies has ceased to function. Just after unleashing its murky tide, the Tidal Dragon King fell victim to hypnosis and succumbed to a sweet slumber. The barrage of comments erupted in jubilation. How hilarious. It has put others to sleep for a lifetime, and now it faces its own fate. Ha ha ha. On the back end, how could such a reliable Pokémon exist? On the front, how could such a despicable Pokémon be present? Quickly, unleash your invincible Spore Mushroom and send it into slumber. The leader of the Tokiwa Gym is indeed impressive. The effects of the sunny weather on Coal Turtle are substantial, not only nullifying the Tidal Dragon King's ability, but also activating the chlorophyll ability of the Cotton Fluff Pokémon, causing a swift gap in speed. It seems that the Water Lily Frog King will soon be swapped in to seize control of the weather. Alas, the tedious weather battle is about to commence. The Tidal Dragon King is asleep, yet Xia Chi feels little emotional turmoil. For all along, his team was never a mere rain team. Swapping in the Water Lily Frog King to claim the weather? Absolutely not. Return, Tidal Dragon King. Water Lily Frog King, Song of Doom. Xia Chi's commanding voice thundered across the battlefield. Under the sunny sky, the curly-haired, green-blue Frog King danced and leaped, resonating with the melody of demise. Once again, a rather obscure move in real battles, the Song of Doom. Upon its performance, any Pokémon that hears this song will enter a near-death state after 1 minute, rendering them incapable of battle. The reason for its rarity in reality lies in its formidable effects, yet numerous restrictions. Weaker Pokémon cannot be compared to its powerful counterparts, and the effect vanishes upon recalling the Pokeball. These two almost fatal conditions naturally contribute to the obscurity of the Song of Doom. However, this is not a concern in the game. All Pokémon are set at a fair level of 50, eliminating the possibility of the Song of Doom failing to take effect. Moreover, in double battles, there exists another less prominent ability, Shadow Tread. When a Pokémon with this ability is on the field, all non-ghost type opposing Pokémon cannot flee or switch out. This is yet another reason why the Song of Doom strategy is not prevalent in the game. The Song of Doom is already an obscure move. Adding an even more obscure ability like Shadow Tread? After all, it is merely a game that has been launched for a year. Which little genius could have conceived such a strategy? Thus, until today, this classic underworld tactic has made its debut in this world. Xia Chi has even evolved it into a masterful rain-based Song of Doom team. Meanwhile, in the Kanto region, in the city of Tokiwa, Little Silver gazed at the battle log on the television, lost in thought. The Song of Doom, what sort of move is this? Being merely a 13-year-old boy, no matter how talented, his understanding of Pokémon and moves is limited by experience and not comprehensive. However, he can comprehend the effects after 1 minute. All Pokémon affected by the Song of Doom will be on the brink of death unless recalled. Xiao decisively commanded, Coal Turtle, return. Cotton Fluff, use Hypnosis Powder on the Mosquito Frog King. However, only Cotton Fluff sprang into action, while Coal Turtle remained immobile. Come back, Coal Turtle, Xiao called anxiously. But the turtle seemed to possess a characteristic of sluggish initiation, remaining unresponsive. It's futile that Miss Gothitelle possesses the ability Shadow Tag. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind. Startled, Xiao turned to find Sakamichi, who had returned unbeknownst to him. Father? He exclaimed in surprise. Sakamichi, with his cold demeanor softened by a hint of warmth, nodded and urged, continue the assault. Focus your fire on Miss Gothitelle, or she will escape. Understood. Xiao replied firmly, then commanded, Coal Turtle, use Heat Wave. Cotton Fluff, unleash Weather Ball on Miss Gothitelle. Meanwhile, while Xiao conversed with Sakamichi, Xia Chi had substituted the Mosquito Frog King with the Kingdra, who succumbed to the Hypnosis Powder, sinking deeper into slumber. Xiao disregarded it. Even if Kingdra awoke the next second, it would hardly deal significant damage under clear skies. Eliminating Miss Gothitelle was paramount. Xiao Coal Turtle was not merely a weather assistant, but bore the dual responsibility of offense. This was why he was so intent on preserving Coal Turtle. Nevertheless, the heat wave, which should have inflicted considerable damage under clear skies, was thwarted by a transparent barrier. Similarly, the weather ball launched by Cotton Fluff met the same fate. How disgusting. The countdown at the bottom of the screen loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead. For the first time, Xiao experienced the vexation of wanting to strike someone through the screen while battling an idol. Behind him, the man spoke again. Do not allow anger to cloud your judgment. Xiao Sakamichi intoned gravely. Remember, the ability to conceal your emotions is a hallmark of a mature man. Leave this battle to me. Chapter 75, Sakamichi, watch closely. This is how Pokémon battles are fought. Recently troubled by how to rebuild a good relationship with Xiao. Sakamichi felt elated. Finally, he could showcase his expertise in a domain that piqued his son's interest. His keen gaze fixed on the virtual figure of the trainer, named Xiai on the screen, he scoffed inwardly. To stand against me, Sakamichi, is your honor. Moreover, improving my rapport with Xiao makes your defeat worthwhile. At that moment, the countdown for the Song of Ruin dwindled to a mere 40 seconds. Continue, Heatwave. Weather Ball focused on Miss Gothitelle. Given the current circumstances, even Sakamichi found himself without a solid strategy. He could only hope to defeat the shadow tag-imbued Miss Gothitelle and flee the battlefield. Otherwise, once the Mosquito Frog King re-entered the fray and unleashed another Song of Ruin, it would not even require the aid of Shadow Tag. It was highly likely that it would accomplish the feat of obliterating 4 Pokémon in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Miss Gothitelle unleashed Psyshock against Cotton Fluff. Not for the sake of dealing damage, but primarily due to the lack of engaging activities. Idleness yields its own form of entertainment. In the midst of adhering to the protective strategy, any technique would suffice. The Scorching Wind and Weather Ball failed to inflict significant harm upon Miss Gothitelle. Most Psychic-type Pokémon possess an absurdly high special defense, and Miss Gothitelle is certainly one of them. What can an auxiliary support and a semi-offensive weather specialist achieve? At the very least, Miss Gothitelle's health remains comfortably above half. Meanwhile, the countdown for the Song of Demise dwindles to a mere 30 seconds. Sakaki stated coldly, target the Sceptile with Solar Beam and use Weather Ball on Miss Gothitelle. It was inevitable that Miss Gothitelle would employ Protect, rather than squander our output. It would be wiser to diminish the health of the slumbering Sceptile. The Psychic Shock unleashed by Miss Gothitelle caused Sakaki to frown. Had he anticipated my anticipation? This individual possesses a certain intrigue. Nevertheless, it matters not. The Sceptile remains dormant, and the Solar Beam unleashed under clear skies swiftly reduces its health by more than half. Meanwhile, the Weather Ball further diminishes Miss Gothitelle's vitality to approximately 1/3. After all, it is a Weather Ball under sunny conditions, and its power is quite considerable. The countdown for the Song of Demise now stands at 20 seconds. There are still at least 2 opportunities to strike. Sakaki's mind was resolute. One assault to force out the Protect, and another to vanquish Miss Gothitelle. Time is ample. Without hesitation, Sakaki commanded, continue with Scorching Wind and Weather Ball, target Miss Gothitelle. The sudden emergence of the Protect barrier did not surprise Sakaki. He had already revealed his intent to concentrate fire on Miss Gothitelle, leaving the opponent with no room for strategic maneuvering. It appears that the previously conserved Protect has ultimately worked against him. If he had adhered strictly to the Protect protocol, Miss Gothitelle would have still been able to utilize Protect in the final 10 seconds before the Song of Demise took effect. There remained a slim chance to survive with a sliver of health, potentially dragging the other Pokémon down with her. However, it was too late. With only 1/3 of her health remaining, Miss Gothitelle could not possibly withstand the final Weather Ball under clear skies. Sakaki's gaze sharpened, and he stated with gravity, watch closely. Shiro, this is how Pokémon battles are conducted. Whimsicott, Weather Ball, Coalossal, and Earth Power, target Miss Gothitelle. To thwart the possibility of Summerpool substituting in the Frogadier to alter the weather, Sakaki meticulously replaced Scorching Wind with Earth Power, which remains unaffected by the weather. This ensures that Miss Gothitelle cannot survive. Subsequently, he can recall Whimsicott and Coalossal at the last second before the Song of Demise falls, thereby reversing the situation. The radiant light, signifying the return of the Pokémon to their balls, ignited before the 2 moves were unleashed. Sakaki's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Did he think to shroud the sunny weather with rain, significantly mitigating the damage from Scorching Wind to preserve Miss Gothitelle? A commendable thought, yet alas. Everything lies within my calculations. However, the scene displayed on the screen caused Sakaki's pupils to constrict. To his surprise, it was Miss Gothitelle who made her appearance. The move-in song should have had a 5-second delay before taking effect. How could Xiai make such a fundamental error? Sakaki felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, that did not deter him from seizing the opportunity. Return, Cold Turtle, and Jumpluff. His commands resonated through the microphone, following the directives of 2 preceding moves. As soon as those moves were unleashed, the 2 Pokémon would be recalled into their Pokeballs in the final second before the explosion. Replacing Miss Gothitelle on the battlefield was the Pokémon Amoonguss. The Fire-type Weather Ball and the Ground-type Earth Power were perfectly suited to counter it. In truth, nothing else mattered. Having Miss Gothitelle exit the stage before the end song took effect signified that the entire strategy would ultimately falter. The Weather Ball had already descended upon Amoonguss, and Sakaki turned his attention away from the game to gaze at SH Jin. With a tranquil tone, he remarked, the more daunting the situation, the more one must remain composed. You see, the tide has turned, has it not? However, SH Jin merely stared wide-eyed at the screen, exclaiming, no way. Sakaki frowned and retorted, where did you learn that slang? Did I not say to keep calm in the face of adversity? It's merely evaded the end song. What is there to be astonished about? Yet, as he shifted his gaze back to the screen, Sakaki suddenly fell silent. There. On the battlefield, Miss Gothitelle stood defiantly with the last sliver of her health intact, while both Jumpluff and Cold Turtle lay incapacitated, their fighting spirit extinguished. How could this be? Wasn't it just moments ago that Xiai had exchanged Pokémon, rendering him unable to do so again within 10 seconds? Sakaki found himself enveloped in profound bewilderment. Beside him, SH Jin pointed enthusiastically at the television, proclaiming, "It's the escape button." Among Us had the escape button. Following his gesture, Sakaki examined the battle log displayed on the screen. Weather Ball hit Among Us. Among Us used escape button and returned to its Pokeball, summoning Miss Gothitelle. Earth Power struck Miss Gothitelle. Miss Gothitelle's ability Shadow Tag activated, preventing Cold Turtle and Jumpluff from switching out. A contemplative expression crossed Sakaki's face. The escape button, you say? At this juncture, the battle was effectively concluded. Xia Chi's 4 Pokémon remained on the field, having summoned the Rain Dance with his Masquerain to lay down the end song. Even with formidable allies like Charizard and Garchomp in the backline, Sakaki found himself bereft of strategies. Should he take another look? Perhaps a spore from the mushroom? How could he possibly hold his ground? As another minute passed, Charizard and Garchomp, fully intact, succumbed under the weight of the end song. Sakaki, no longer struggling, nonchalantly set down the game controller and stood, stating, "This game is indeed quite intriguing." SH Jin, grinning widely, inquired, "And what about the opposing trainer?" Sakaki, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Equally intriguing. What was his name again?" SH Jin enthusiastically suggested, "Xiai, a renowned Pokémon battle game streamer, has created a fascinating historical video." Suddenly, a thought crossed Sakamoto's mind. With a composed expression, he subtly inquired, "Is it the individual who claimed that the resurrection of the 3 sacred beasts originated from a certain dark organization's artificial deity experiment?" Chapter 76, Cynthia's Letter. Xiaoyin was taken aback that his busy father had even heard of his idol. He nodded vigorously. Yes, but the truth is, Master Xiai occasionally fabricates stories to attract attention." Sakamoto fell into a brief silence. Fabrication? Perhaps not. Recalling his thoughts, he said, "Continue with your game. I have some matters to attend to." Xiao Yin's expression dimmed as he asked, "Haven't you largely ceased to oversee the gym? Why are you still so busy?" Sakamoto was somewhat surprised. It had been a long time since he had heard his son express such concern for him. His resolute gaze softened, and he patted Xiao Yin on the shoulder, saying, "You will understand when you grow up. Your father is engaged in a truly magnificent endeavor to earn money, collect legendary Pokémon, and dominate the world. This venture is indeed grand, albeit perhaps a tad misguided." Xiaoyin nodded, somewhat understanding, and declared, "All right, when I grow up, I will also strive to become a powerful trainer like Dad." Sakamoto smiled gently, and the scene was one of paternal affection. It seemed that today's gaming session held significant meaning, as at least his son acknowledged him. "Xiai, you are indeed invaluable," Sakamoto thought to himself. Xiaoyin continued, "Once I become stronger, I will eliminate those wicked members of Team Rocket." Sakamoto's expression stiffened. Misfortune at home. This cannot continue. I must not let Xiaoyin stray further down the wrong path. It is time to pay closer attention to that individual named Xiai. In Dongwang, Shanghai, unaware that he had caught Sakamoto's attention, Xia Chi was still boasting with his viewers in the live stream. "Have you learned the usage of the escape button? It's not the items that are useless, but rather the players." In the 30-person live stream, the barrage of comments was dense, yet at this moment, few were debating the usefulness of the escape button. Instead, they were all discussing the stunning Rainy Day Death Song strategy that debuted. Oh no, brothers. This strategy seems not merely for entertainment. It can genuinely be employed. To be fair, indeed. The quality and applicability of this strategy are comparable to space tactics and nail strategies. The combination of the Song of Endings and Shadow Step. The inventor is truly a genius. However, will this strategy be effective in real battles? Not particularly. Formal competitions are all singles. And if your opponent switches in a Pokémon, won't you be doomed? Unless one of your Pokémon possesses the Shadow Step ability and can utilize the Death Song. What about combining it with the Nail strategy? If you don't switch out, you'll endure the Death Song, and if you do switch, you'll be hit by nails. Perfect. Do they really think the opponents are fools, assuming no Pokémon will use Taunt? Observing the fervent discussions in the comments, Xia Chi elaborated, "In truth, this match was not as stable as it appeared. Had the esteemed Sakamoto's Pokémon possessed a slightly greater attacking prowess, it could have potentially breached our defenses. The team most adept at handling this situation is, in fact, one that employs defensive strategies, utilizing Pokémon like Toxapex, Skarmory, and Celesteela, which are guaranteed to deliver a decisive blow. This rain-based strategy for the Disruption team is an optimized choice for speed when faced with formidable opponents. The Rain Brothers and the Alolan Golem can also hold their ground. Naturally, if one encounters a defensive team, one can relish the prospect of easy points flowing in effortlessly." Xia Chi's eloquence further intensified the comments section of the livestream. Due to the relentless promotion by a certain initial saint, the entire ladder environment has long been plagued by defensive teams. To his surprise, This initial saint has now developed a strategy specifically targeting defensive teams, effectively establishing a tactical countercycle. Just as Xia Chi was being encouraged by the audience to proceed with the next match, a dazzling gift effect suddenly appeared in the livestream. Earth Sakamoto has sent a gift, Master Ball X10. Xia Chi remarked. Had it not been for the sight of Earth Sakamoto, his spirits would have been considerably uplifted. 10 Master Balls equate to 100,000 league coins. Yet at this moment, Xia Chi's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Why, dear sir, are you bestowing gifts upon me? I am quite apprehensive. Suppressing his unease, Xia Chi cleared his throat and said, Thank you, esteemed Sakamoto, for the 10 Master Balls. Do you have a specific team you wish to customize? The comments overlooked Xia Chi's odd demeanor, instead inundating the chat with expressions of confusion regarding the owner. Xia Chi secretly hoped for a response from the owner indicating a mistake had been made. However, Earth's Sakamoto tossed out a payment message worth 1,000 league coins. Are you interested in accepting a training session? Just as Xia Chi was sipping water to alleviate his tension, he nearly choked. Training with Sakamoto? Are you looking to practice battling or to refine my skills? I hope this doesn't mean you intend to transform me in an instant. Reluctant to associate with Team Rocket, Xia Chi decisively declined. I'm afraid I cannot accept the training project, esteemed gym leader Sakamoto. I am rather occupied at the moment. Sakamoto did not press the matter further, leaving behind a message indicating, all right, do come challenge the Ilex gym when you have the time. After that, he did not reappear for the remainder of the livestream. Although somewhat puzzled, Xia Chi refrained from concocting any bizarre scenarios to frighten himself. After all, he was not the only prominent figure to grace his livestream. Let things unfold naturally, no matter how influential Sakamoto may be. Can he truly extend his reach into my university? After conducting several more sessions with the rain-based disruption team, Xia Chi, having streamed for a staggering 10 hours, could no longer endure. It was not a matter of mental fatigue, but rather the pressing need to relieve himself. Amidst the barrage of curious questions from over 300,000 viewers, Xia Chi hastily ended the stream and made a swift retreat to the restroom. After a brief interlude of nearly 2 minutes, he emerged, feeling rejuvenated. One can only imagine the inhumane treatment this intelligent toilet has endured. It was not just the bladder that suffered through a grueling 8-hour live stream, but also the stomach, which had long been in desperate need of sustenance. While Tilly and her companions had their fill earlier in the day, Xia Chi was left to feast on the noodles prepared by the culinary spirit, Meow, as he had missed his mealtime. Nevertheless, even the simplest dish crafted by the now masterful chef Meow, whose culinary skills had reached level 10, was remarkably delicious. After devouring an entire bowl of noodles accompanied by the remnants of the evening's meal, Xia Chi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Was it the satisfaction of a full belly that made him so sleepy? Perhaps it was. After a moment of self-reflection, he decided to abandon his restraint and retreated to his room to prepare for slumber. Before drifting off, he made sure to remind Tilly. Please remember to close the window when you go out. The winter in Shanghai was already frigid, and given the high elevation of their apartment, leaving the window open would invite a chilling draft. Meow, Tilly responded, before leaping out of the window alongside Meow. As Xia Chi nestled into the warm, fragrant embrace of the bedding warmed by Tilly, another thought crossed his mind. Oh, right, he needed to schedule his video update. January 1st marked the release of the next installment of Arceus Genesis, Part 2. Initially, he felt that a monthly update was a bit excessive, and he feared that missing another deadline would provoke the ire of some powerful fans. After setting the time, he inhaled the lingering scent of leaf and grass left by Tilly and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Unbeknownst to him, his phone, now in silent mode, was inundated with messages on Pokémon, the sender being none other than the long-absent Cynthia. Chapter 77, The Pillar of Guns Unearthed. Perhaps the previous night's 10-hour live stream had truly drained his energy, for Xia Chi did not awaken naturally until 11 o'clock the following morning. As he emerged from his cocoon of warmth, he found Tilly still nestled beside him, her cheeks adorned with an inexplicable blush. He gently shifted her fluffy paw aside before rising to wash up and prepare for the day. Naturally, his time spent on the toilet was accompanied by an intimate engagement with his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he was greeted by a flurry of notifications. What was happening? Had Groudon collapsed? Was it flying? This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he encountered such a phenomenon, and he could only speculate wildly. However, as he delved deeper into the messages, he was astonished to discover that the news was indeed more sensational than Groudon soaring through the skies. Discovery of divine relics. Sinnoh champion Cynthia has discovered an immense scale of divine ruins atop Mount Coronet. Cynthia confirms the existence of the creator deity. Statues of Giratina and multiple legendary Pokémon have emerged at Mount Coronet. Arceus creation ruins revealed. Numerous precious murals and artifacts unearthed within Mount Coronet. Regardless of the title, the key information distilled remains consistent. The creator deity, Cynthia, and the spear pillar at Mount Coronet. The situation is abundantly clear. Through Cynthia's relentless pursuit, the long-buried spear pillar ruins have finally resurfaced. Since December 1st, when the first half of Pokémon Legends Arceus was released, Cynthia began to take notice. By January 1st, when the second half was unveiled, the spear pillar emerged into the light of day. These two temporal milestones align perfectly, imbued with an almost mystical sense of destiny. With a hint of nostalgia, I clicked on the notification from the Pokémon community, where a classic voiceover stirred unnamed emotions within me. The people of Sinnoh awoke to a cataclysmic revelation. The creator deity indeed exists and is associated with the creation completed at Mount Coronet. In essence, it was merely an elaboration of the title. Apart from the majestic spear pillar ruins visible against the snowy backdrop, there was no substantive information. Towards the video's conclusion, I was taken aback by a surprising revelation. According to reliable sources, Cynthia's quest to explore this ruin was inspired by a video posted by an obscure streamer, from which she gained the insight that ultimately led her to discover the creator deity's remains. Which obscure streamer are you talking about? I exclaimed in frustration. It wasn't indignation at having her contributions overlooked, but rather sorrow over the potential loss of a vast audience. One can only imagine how my fame would have skyrocketed had the headlines mentioned my name alongside water. Yet, there are no what-ifs. Just as I lamented, I noticed that the streamer I particularly followed had unexpectedly updated their content. My special follows are limited to two, Qishu and Cynthia, who could be releasing a video at this moment. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on the notification, only to find it was Cynthia herself. Since registering her account, she had only posted 3 videos: her post-championship reflections after the Sinnoh League victory, and her remarks following the triumph at last year's World Championships. However, such insubstantial content in no way detracted from Cynthia's astonishing popularity, as she boasts the highest follower count on the platform. At this critical juncture, the newly released video was undoubtedly related to the recently uncovered spear pillar ruins. Consequently, as soon as the video was published, a torrent of comments flooded the screen, completely obscuring the content. I disabled the comments and continued watching. In the video, Cynthia appeared to still be at Mount Coronet. Her serene visage, captured from a death-defying angle, remained impeccably flawless. I am delighted to share this wonderful news with everyone. We have discovered an important historical site related to the creation of Arceus. Her delivery was so official that it resembled a robotic recital. Were it not for the fact that this content was indeed published on Cynthia's private account, one might have suspected it was artificially generated. However, the phrasing of Sharona was somewhat peculiar. We? With whom did she discover the Pillar of Guns? Not only Xia Chi, but the entire barrage was filled with confusion. Yet, Sharona did not keep them in suspense and promptly provided an answer. This significant discovery undoubtedly owes much to the unwavering assistance of the fierce biting land shark. But what I truly wish to express my gratitude for is the guidance and plentiful support I received during this exploration from Izumi-sensei. I will elaborate on the details later. But prior to that, Sharona paused, a hint of inexplicable tension crossing her features. She then recited, "Please pay attention to Mizumi. Thank you everyone." Following this, the video concluded. Xia Chi felt a shiver run down his spine. "Julian, what are you doing?" It was one thing to release a video specifically thanking him, but to express such embarrassing sentiments in such a robotic manner was utterly mortifying. Xia Chi could already foresee the tempest that awaited him in tonight's livestream. Sharona's trending topic had ignited curiosity. Who was Mizumi? Perhaps it would be best to forego the broadcast tonight. Just a minute ago, he had been lamenting the fleeting traffic, and now he was gripped by fear. This surge of attention was something his 10,000 lives could scarcely endure. He had truly not anticipated that Sharona would place such importance on the information he provided, even going so far as to utter such shameful words of gratitude towards him. In all honesty, Xia Chi did not believe he had made any substantial contribution to the matter. The data was sourced by Sharona herself from the Watervein Library, and the relics were discovered by her after a relentless search on Tianguan Mountain for over half a month. He merely tapped at his keyboard and offered a few words. For her to so brazenly claim credit was rather shameless. Thus, possessing a sense of self-awareness, Xia Chi did not feel elated upon hearing the news. Instead, he contemplated whether he could seize an opportunity to ride on Sharona's coattails. Little did he know, Sharona was not merely allowing him to tag along. It was as if she was thrusting him into the spotlight. "Hakaran, you truly are remarkable," Xia Chi thought, moved. With a heart full of emotion, he opened the Pokémon chat that had been dormant for a night, only to discover that unread messages were nearly overwhelming his phone. "Big brother Chinjinza, the students are going crazy. In the class on Sinnoh history, they mentioned your name at least 800 times. They even said, 'I knew that kid could do it. It feels like if you were still in the history department, you could be promoted to dean.'" Xia Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Who was it that referred to Giratina as mere folklore? "Adorable Qishu. When did you become so close with Sharona? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing here?" Xia Chi replied, "I don't know, I just woke up. Perhaps she is intrigued by my mythological studies?" As he scrolled down the message list, he saw, "Giratina. Julian, are you there? Mizumi-sensei? I believe I have discovered a relic that resembles the Pillar of Guns," with accompanying images. Chapter 78, Meeting Sharona? Giratina, Sister Zhulan, I have summoned the staff from the Divine and Historical Research Institute, and news will be released tomorrow. Giratina, Sister Zhulan, as an important member of the Relic Discovery team, I wish to share this momentous occasion with you. If possible, I would even hope for your presence. Giratina, Sister Zhulan, has Teacher Xiai fallen asleep? Giratina, Sister Zhulan, see you tomorrow. The messages from Cynthia numbered over 20. A testament to her exhilaration upon discovering the Pillar of the Gun ruins the previous night. She even sent a rare emoticon at the end. Xia Chi couldn't help but smile as he replied, Congratulations, Sister Zhulan. This marks a significant advancement in mythological history. Unfortunately, I cannot venture to Sinnoh recently, as I must prepare for the World Pokémon Academy tournament in March. I will certainly visit the Pillar of the Gun in the future. This is not mere politeness. When one visits the Pokémon world, one must check in at the major sacred sites, right? But for now, my utmost priority is to enhance my strength. Even the temptation of meeting Cynthia must be postponed. With no thoughts of romance, I shall focus on battling the divine. I aspire to become a Pokémon battle master. Emotions are truly a hindrance. Just as Xia Chi resolved himself with the Sigma Oath, the next moment, Cynthia's Pokémon voice call rang through. Xia Chi, no? Who can withstand this? Who in this world could refuse Cynthia's morning greeting? No one. Alas, I have merely succumbed to the folly that all men inevitably fall prey to. Xia Chi sighed and pressed the answer button, and on the other end, a slightly husky yet magnetic voice resonated, unmistakably that of a captivating woman. Teacher Xiai, I hope I am not disturbing you. Self-proclaimed as a master in matters of the heart, yet truly resembling a mere Xia Chunan, Xia Chi's heart raced uncontrollably. He cleared his throat and replied, No, Sister Zhulan, I have just awakened. Is there something you need? After a brief pause, she said, I would like to meet with you, not only to express my gratitude in person, but also to discuss certain matters regarding that mythological history. Would it be convenient for me to come over? Xia Chi honestly replied, It is convenient, but I only know what I have shared regarding Arceus. Cynthia playfully responded, That's all right. You will surely manage to glean a bit more information. It's settled then. I will rest and come over tomorrow. Farewell. Beep. The call ended, leaving Xia Chi somewhat bewildered. Cynthia is coming to see me tomorrow? Such an absurdity that it might invite ridicule online. Yet, the glaring call log on his phone confirmed the reality of the situation. Xia Chi pondered for a moment and decided to maintain a calm mindset. He would treat this as a casual meeting with a prominent figure, thanks to the escalating interest in the Pillar of the Gun ruins. The video he uploaded at dawn had surpassed 2 million views by noon. Last month, Arceus Genesis, Part 1, achieved an astonishing viewership of over 10 million. As time progresses and events unfold, the rate of this growth is bound to become increasingly remarkable. Not only that, but Xia Chi's follower count has also experienced a dramatic surge. Just a few days ago, his account was languishing at a mere 800,000. But following Cynthia's video release, it skyrocketed past 1 million in just a few hours. It can only be said that the promotional prowess of a world-class idol trainer is truly formidable. However, at this moment, Xia Chi was not preoccupied with such matters. He had preparations to make for Cynthia's imminent visit. In truth, there was little to prepare. He simply stocked the refrigerator with more vegetables. After all, accommodating an additional person along with several Pokémon, including a voracious Mega Garchomp, required ample provisions. Were it not for his recent financial gains, Xia Chi would have felt overwhelmed by the mere thought of the food expenses. The most burdened among them was Miss Magius, the little chef, who had to handle ingredients several dozen times larger than her own body, an exasperating sight indeed. Xia Chi felt a pang of sympathy and thus enlisted the help of Tilly and Yuki in the kitchen. However, the trio, lacking any culinary skills, only served to vex Miss Magius further. While Xia Chi and Tilly managed not to add to the chaos, Yuki's behavior was the most egregious. Under the guise of lending a hand, he pilfered ingredients. Miss Magius, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly retaliated with a shadow ball. Thankfully, Xia Chi acted swiftly, dragging Yuki, who had his mouth stuffed with tomatoes, out of the kitchen, leaving Tilly to soothe the irate Miss Magius. Thus, the first day of the new year passed amidst a cacophony of noise. After careful consideration, Xia Chi ultimately decided to take a break from streaming for a few days to temper the excessive heat and rhythm of his newfound popularity. His future career aspirations centered around becoming a trainer, and he realized that making quick money through the internet would not substantively benefit his growth. Moreover, with Cynthia arriving in East Huang the following day, a temporary cessation of his broadcast would allow him to focus on hosting this special guest. The rare opportunity for an early night resulted in a refreshing sleep for Xia Chi. The next morning, he received a message from Cynthia. I'm about to board the plane. I should arrive in about 8 hours. The message had been sent 7 hours prior, just as he had drifted into slumber. Sleepy-eyed, Xia Chi instantly perked up, hastily getting out of bed to prepare for her arrival. As is well known, airports are typically situated far from city centers, so Xia Chi naturally ended up running late. When he finally reached Cynthia, she had already been waiting at a CAF outside the airport for quite some time. To express his apologies, Xia Chi made a detour to purchase a small gift. Welcome to the Otter CAF. He heard the cheerful voice of the CAF's mascot, the adorable water otter. As he pushed open the door, in a discreet manner, Cynthia donned a pair of oversized sunglasses that nearly obscured half her face. Seated in a corner with only a Glacian for company, this was quite reasonable. If she were to reveal her Garchomp or Milotic, it would broadcast her identity to all. However, keeping them concealed alleviated the pressure of her formidable Pokémon, allowing Xia Chi to maintain a sense of composure. Approaching Cynthia, he softly spoke, Sister Zhulan? Cynthia lifted her gaze, her lips parting slightly. Teacher Shuei? Xia Chi cleared his throat awkwardly, settling into his seat opposite Cynthia under the watchful, frosty gaze of Glacian. He felt somewhat embarrassed by his online moniker. Cynthia smiled gently, acknowledging, you appear younger than I had imagined. Xia Chi expressed his surprise, is that so? I thought you might have seen me before, given that I occasionally show my face during live streams. I don't often watch live streams, Cynthia replied, taking a sip of her coffee. However, I am a devoted fan of your videos. That is evident, Xia Chi quipped. You're the only one who watched my video and then rushed to the pillar of guns at 10 Crown Mountain to excavate it. Their eyes met, and the initial awkwardness of their first encounter dissipated, replaced by shared laughter. Chapter 79. Cynthia, I came for you. By the way, this is an apology gift. Xia Chi signaled to the Mismagius behind him to bring forth the items. The Mismagius placed a bag with curled hair on the table, curiously eyeing Glacian. It had never encountered such a Pokémon and was intrigued by its aura of fear. Glacian, perceiving the malevolent gaze, returned the stare with intensity. The terrifying pressure emanating from Glacian momentarily left Mismagius breathless, as if the very air around it had thickened. Cynthia frowned and called out, Glacian, at her command. Glacian retracted its menacing presence and resumed its position on the chair beside her. My apologies for startling it, Cynthia said gently, looking at the clearly shaken Mismagius. What an adorable little creature. Xia Chi replied nonchalantly, it's fine, a little fright is good for it, preventing it from becoming too arrogant. Following its recent string of victories, Mismagius had indeed become somewhat conceited. Xia Chi had noted in a recent battle log that it had ventured alongside Tortuga to confront level 40 Pokémon. A firm reminder from Glacian would serve it well, illustrating that there existed opponents it could never hope to conquer, even with 1,000 layers of its ghostly marks. Having retrieved Mismagius back into its Pokeball, Xia Chi opened the bag and placed a box of ice cream before Cynthia. Would you care to try? This is a belated gift. Although the sunglasses obscured Cynthia's eyes, her fidgeting hands on the table indicated that the gesture was well received. It's not your fault. I failed to consider the time difference and informed you of the schedule only before boarding the plane. Cynthia's slender finger tapped rhythmically on the table, her eyes beneath the sunglasses darting towards the ice cream. Master of action language, Xia Chi instantly comprehended the situation. Although he yearned for a taste, he felt that such a desire was insufficiently justified. With amusement, he proceeded to extract every ice cream from the bag. Deliberately, he asked, do you not fancy vanilla? I have other flavors as well. Strawberry, United States dark chocolate, rum raisin, and Alolan nut. Cynthia's fingers drummed increasingly rapidly against the table, her right hand unconsciously propping up her chin in contemplation. Which one to choose? Cynthia's hidden trait was activated, the ice cream selection disorder. The instigator, Xia Chi, struggled to suppress a grin, only to feel a sudden chill, as if a dangerous presence were scrutinizing him. Turning discreetly, he discovered that Glacian was narrowing its eyes, casting a warning glare in his direction. You, no more teasing my trainer, it seemed to say with an air of defiance. Xia Chi, undeterred, turned to Cynthia and coughed lightly, declaring, Sister Zhulan, why not sample a little of each, and let Glacian have the leftovers? Phui, Glacian glared. When did I say I wanted ice cream? Feigning confusion, Xia Chi replied, oh, you don't? I thought, given your intense gaze just now, that you might want some too. Phui, Glacian was further incensed. You're misinterpreting my intentions. Cynthia interjected sternly, don't be so rude. Glacian lowered its head in a disgruntled manner. Phui, it was that human who provoked me first. Xia Chi chuckled. Ah, trying to outsmart me, are you? Have you ever heard of the mealy long tactic, the feign to eat, roar to dominate strategy? After a hiatus of several years, the changes in Shanghai were substantial. In the back seat of the taxi, Cynthia savored the rum-flavored ice cream while gazing out at the scenery, reflecting on her sentiments. Xia Chi inquired curiously, Sister Zhulan, have you visited Dongguan before? Cynthia nodded. Yes, 5 years ago, I spent a year traveling and studying in Dongguan. I captured my Milotic here in Shanghai. Such a connection. Xia Chi remarked with a smile. It must feel like going home for Milotic. Whenever the topic of Pokémon arose, a smile inevitably graced Cynthia's lips. Indeed. That's why I specifically brought it along this time. She then asked, by the way, are Pokémon still prohibited from flying in Shanghai's airspace? I remember that was allowed when I came. Xia Chi replied, not at all. Pokémon can fly. Why do you ask? Cynthia queried. Then why didn't you ride a flying Pokémon to the airport? That would surely be faster. Struck by the pointed question, Xia Chi fell silent for a moment before responding, because I don't have one. Cynthia realized, Oh, so you can't fly? Xia Chi retorted. Who are you calling unable to fly? Once I capture Groudon, I'll be riding it to your doorstep every day. The driver in the front seat, overhearing their conversation, couldn't he help but glance in the rearview mirror. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Are you Cynthia? Cynthia, accustomed to such situations, replied with practiced ease, Indeed. It is I. It truly is you. The driver exclaimed excitedly, I am your fan, oh goddess. I have been following you since the Lily of the Valley conference. May I have your autograph? Cynthia responded calmly, Certainly, but please refrain from disclosing my information, and do ensure that you keep your eyes on the road. Oh, of course. The driver's spirits lifted. He drove with utmost attentiveness. What a bragging right it would be to have driven Cynthia. They returned to the summer home without incident. The overjoyed driver carefully tucked the signed piece away and, before parting, leaned in closer to whisper to Summer, Good luck, my friend. Let's strive to make Cynthia our bride in Shanghai. Summer was taken aback. Is it customary for drivers to be so animated? The last one from Mingchong Island was the same, and you too. And as for a Shanghai bride, I might as well be her Shanghai aunt. Silently ridiculing. Summer assisted with the luggage and escorted Cynthia upstairs. By the way, how long do you plan to stay in Dongwon? He asked in the elevator. Cynthia pondered for a moment before answering. I primarily came here for you, so it depends on the situation, but I shouldn't be here for too long. Why is your face so flushed? Let me see, she said, noticing the inexplicable redness on Summer's face. Are you unwell? Summer waved his hands. No. The elevator is just a bit warm. This was a fib. He would never admit that it was the thought of Cynthia's arrival that had caused his cheeks to flush. I'm back, Summer announced as he entered the hall. In his rush to leave, he hadn't taken the sleeping Tilly with him, which turned out to be wise, allowing it to keep an eye on Ujira. Upon his return, they were indeed awake. Meow, Tilly. Initially anxious from waking without seeing Summer, Tilly happily rushed towards him. However, upon noticing Cynthia following him, alarm bells rang in her mind. Who is she? Chapter 80. Cynthia's welcome gift. Is this your Tilly? Cynthia, either oblivious or unconcerned with Tilly's alertness, complimented, What a remarkably adorable creature. Wait a moment, didn't you just say the same thing about Duskull? Summer thought, feeling somewhat skeptical about whether her praise was sincere or merely a formulaic expression. Tilly, this is a very important guest who may be staying with us for a while. He introduced, intending to say a few days, but realizing that Cynthia likely wouldn't be sleeping here, he deemed it wiser to keep that thought to himself. Hello, Tilly. It is a pleasure to meet you. Here is a small gift for you. Cynthia, though typically aloof with strangers, displayed warmth towards unfamiliar Pokémon. She retrieved several vibrant green fruits from her pocket and slightly leaned forward to present them to Tiri Meow. Initially, Tiri Meow had no intention of acknowledging Sharona's bribe. Yet the allure of the fruits before her was simply irresistible. She couldn't help but glance back at her trainer. Xia Chi understood that Tiri Meow was awaiting her cue and inquired, Sister Zhulan, what are these? Sharona replied with a smile, These are miracle seeds. Harvested from the summit of Tianguan Mountain. Though they lack notoriety, their efficacy surpasses that of those from the Evergreen Forest. The Evergreen Forest is widely recognized as the premier source of miracle seeds. Xia Chi felt a jolt of surprise. A single wild miracle seed from the Evergreen Forest, roughly the size of a grape, could fetch upwards of 10,000 alliance coins. By that reckoning, the few miracle seeds in Sharona's possession, akin to the size of a standard apple, were worth an unfathomable sum. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xia Chi resolutely declined. Who bestows gifts worth over 100,000 upon a mere acquaintance? Sharona frowned. This is not for you, but for Tiri Meow. Tiri Meow retracted her longing gaze and shook her head. Xia Chi's words were indeed the truth. Sharona, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, It is truly not that valuable. I merely stumbled upon these while searching for the Pillar of Gun's ruins. Initially, I intended them as snacks for Roserade, but it has grown weary of them. Xia Chi mused, reflecting on the stark disparity of wealth among Pokémon. What was a coveted resource for ordinary Pokémon was merely a trivial treat for the powerful. One they had grown tired of. The nature of capital. Recognizing that further refusal might seem petty, she resolved to repay Sharona in another manner later. Xia Chi nodded. Then I shall express my gratitude to Sister Zhulan. Tiri Meow also sincerely thanked her, Meow Tea. In light of the miracle seeds, she declared, I shall share half of my blanket with you today. Unaware of Tiri Meow's innermost thoughts, Sharona pondered, by the way, regarding the welcome gift for Dream Eater. She produced a Pokeball and tossed it. A radiant white light illuminated the area, revealing a plant-like Pokémon adorned with a ghostly visage atop its head. It was none other than her champion-level Pokémon, Cradily. Having brought Cradily along, it should be able to impart some ghost-type moves to your Dream Eater. Xia Chi felt a surge of excitement. Sharona's statement was an understatement. One-on-one guidance from a champion-level Pokémon would be invaluable, greatly benefiting Dream Eater's future. While Zhongzi could enhance Dream Eater's aesthetic attributes, the nuances of move experience and battle strategies needed to be unraveled through Xia Chi's and Dream Eater's gradual exploration. The timing of Cradily's appearance was impeccable. Though the two Pokémon belong to different types, one being a stationary turret and the other a ghost flitting across the battlefield, there existed connections in certain aspects. After all, Cynthia has never resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Even her Garchomp embodies a fierce and cunning approach with its shadowy moves. One might think that a single fluffy lamb is manageable, but 3 Wooloo would indeed pose a challenge. Summer, with a bold face, remarked, Sister Julan, by the way, I still have a Yveltal at home. Cynthia, realizing the audacity of this individual, thought to herself, indeed, I should never underestimate his boldness. Once Cynthia released her Pokémon, the previously spacious room began to feel somewhat cramped, primarily due to the presence of Garchomp and Milotic, both of which occupy considerable space. The others, such as Glacian, Roserade, and Lucario, seemed to fit in well enough. Lunch was prepared by Summer's little chef, Miss Smagius, in collaboration with Roserade from Cynthia's team, creating a delightful fusion of culinary cultures from the East and Sinnoh. At the dining table, aside from Glacian glaring at Summer with evident displeasure, which prompted a huffy reaction from Tortuga, the atmosphere among the Pokémon was quite harmonious. Notably, Miss Smagius and Milotic appeared to be enjoying each other's company. Initially, Summer was puzzled by how these two distinctly different Pokémon struck up a conversation, but later learned from Cynthia that she had captured Milotic on the very same island where they both hailed from. After lunch, Yveltal expressed a desire to go out and play with Garchomp, to which Summer gladly agreed. This unfortunate child, plagued by congenital ailments since birth, had never experienced the joys of nature, let alone stepped outside the confines of the breeding facility. Even after recovering, certain circumstances made outings inconvenient. Now, with Garchomp accompanying it, it was the perfect opportunity for Yveltal to explore the outside world. There was no need to worry about safety. If Cynthia's Garchomp couldn't protect Yveltal, it would have to be a legendary Pokémon that posed a threat. Meanwhile, Miss Magius and Tortuga accompanied Roserade and the Rockruff into the training room for lessons. One could only wonder how many of the training room's belongings would survive until their return. Milotic and Lucario, on the other hand, were busy seeking out comfortable spots in Summer's home, relishing the final moments of their leisurely vacation. At the same time, within the room, the sound of intense discussion between Cynthia and Summer filled the air, with Cynthia taking a more assertive stance. So, is the column of the gun truly an artifact bestowed by Arceus to quell the conflict between the two deities? And what of the elemental tablets you mentioned, or have they been lost? The contrast between the inquisitive golden-haired beauty and Cynthia's typically composed demeanor was striking. Summer, with a slight rueful smile, replied, Slow down, Sister Julan. You're asking me so many questions at once that I hardly know where to begin. Let us take our time. I'm not going anywhere. Cynthia, feeling a tad flustered, brushed a few golden strands of hair from her flushed cheeks, and said, Well then, let us first discuss the column of the gun. Xia Chi withdrew his gaze, clearing his throat as he spoke. Let us put it this way. If Tianguan Mountain is the crown of the entire Sinnoh mythology, then the Pillar of Gun is undoubtedly the most resplendent gem adorning that crown. Its significance may far exceed our imagination. Xia Chi did not exaggerate. The Pillar of Gun indeed held a uniquely special status. Within the game, it serves as a conduit to the realm of the dual deities of time and space, allowing for the summoning of these deities, and even Arceus, through various artifacts. Although subsequent patches of the game clarified that this was merely a projection of an avatar, the unique standing of this location within the Sinnoh mythology is indisputable. After refining the information he possessed, Xia Chi conveyed it to Cynthia. Beyond satisfying her curiosity, it was imperative to heighten the awareness of this Sinnoh champion. Should the evil organization acquire the Diamond and Pearl Orbs, the Sinnoh region could very well find itself in peril. What is the most effective solution to the legendary beast crisis? Naturally, it is to extinguish those villains at their nascent stage. Xia Chi cherished this tranquil and warm Pokémon world, wishing for those deranged individuals intent on reshaping it to be as far removed as possible. Thus, while discussing the Sinnoh mythology with Cynthia, he subtly interwove his personal concerns, whispering in her ear. With the existence of that video, Xia Chi had solidified his identity as a prophet. Such grave matters carried a semblance of credibility. Upon hearing this, Cynthia nodded earnestly, committing the matter to memory. Xia Chi felt a slight sense of relief. Although rumors had circulated about this prominent figure wishing to step down as the champion of Sinnoh, overall, she remained responsible. Thus, the Galactic team and that foolish jester from Team Flare would likely stir no significant turmoil. Chapter 81. The overbearing champion has fallen for me? Listening to the intermittent sounds emanating from the room, the Ice EV and Tortuga, eavesdropping at the door, both flushed with embarrassment. What are these shameless individuals doing to my trainer? The two Pokémon, who had always been at odds, exchanged a determined glance, feigning a playful tussle as they unleashed their moves at the door. Boom. As the ice beam shot forth, the sound of shattering ice energy echoed, leading to the untimely demise of Xia Chi's door. No, it would be more fitting to say it met a gruesome end. It lasted a mere 10 days. The two individuals seated in the room, engrossed in a discussion on Pokémon mythology, turned in astonishment to meet the awkward gazes of the Ice EV and Tortuga. Oh, they were merely engaged in a discussion about learning, it seems. A voice colder than the ice beam resonated, as Cynthia, with a stern countenance, directed her gaze toward Ice EV. Apologized to Xia Chi. Fully aware of Cynthia's temperament, Ice EV recognized that her trainer was genuinely upset. It obediently bowed its head. Uttering an apology, Fui. Cynthia also expressed her regret, saying, I apologize, Xia Chi. My Ice EV has caused you trouble. I will compensate you for the door, or perhaps I could offer you a whole house instead. Xia Chi hurriedly waved his hand, saying, No, just fix the door. I believe that Glacian didn't mean to do it, right? Glacian looked at Xia Chi in surprise, not expecting this annoying fellow to come to its defense. However, every misdeed must bear a consequence, right? Xia Chi gently guided. Helping me repair the door is the price your trainer must pay for you. Don't you think you should bear some responsibility? Glacian solemnly nodded. Fui, indeed. I, Glacian, am a Pokémon who stands by my actions. Xia Chi chuckled, seizing the moment. How about this? If you teach new Leaf Meow the move triple axle, I will forgive you. It had been quite some time since Tilly Meow's arsenal had seen an update, making this an opportune moment to learn an Ice-type move to supplement its attacking repertoire. In truth, he had wished for Tilly Meow to learn the Fairy-type move Play Rough, but regrettably, Glacian did not know it. So he had to settle for triple axle. It was not often that a champion-level Pokémon took on the role of a teacher. Moreover, molding a pure and proud Glacian to fit his desires was immensely gratifying. Fui. Glacian, feeling somewhat uneasy under Xia Chi's gaze, nodded in agreement. Is it just triple axle? Although I'm not particularly adept at physical moves, teaching a little kitty is a breeze. Fui. Glacian beckoned Tilly Meow to follow it to the training room. After sending off the two Pokémon, Cynthia once again apologized. I'm truly sorry for breaking your door. Xia Chi waved it off. It's nothing. I can just have the Macoke repair service come by tomorrow. Cynthia still frowned. But tonight, you might have trouble sleeping. As this thought crossed her mind, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. How about we have a long talk throughout the night? Xia Chi replied, Sister Zhulan, is your ability insomnia? He shook his head in refusal. Staying up late is unhealthy. Cynthia continued, so let's just pull an all-nighter. Xia Chi questioned, who taught you such abstract ideas? Cynthia burst into laughter. I was just joking. Tonight, let us get you a hotel. We can discuss the history of the ancient Kalos kingdom. In essence, wasn't this just another attempt to extract knowledge from my Pokémon lore? Xia Chi internally grumbled. Earlier, Tilly Meow and the others had received so many benefits from Cynthia, and now the tables had turned. At this moment, Xia Chi felt it would be rude to refuse. Alas, for the sake of the growth of the children at home, he had to endure humiliation and please the wealthy lady. Xia Chi silently sighed. Although he decided to stay at a hotel, dinner was still enjoyed at home. As night fell, the temporary teacher-student pairs in the training room concluded their half-day of instruction. The fierce Garchomp returned, wearing an expression of excitement and reluctance, accompanied by its student, Yuki. Observing the Dream Demon, who had just completed training and was bustling about in the kitchen, Xia Chi felt a pang of sympathy and decided to assist. It was not long before Rosa and Lucario also entered to lend a hand, welcomed by the Dream Demon. Meanwhile, the culinary inept Cynthia could only sit in the living room, watching the unique ancient puppet show of the Dongwang region. Surprisingly, having never encountered anything like it before, Cynthia quickly became engrossed, accompanied by the female Garchomp and Milotic, who joined her in the living room to watch. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Cynthia glanced at Xia Chi, who was busy in the kitchen, contemplated briefly, and resolved to open the door herself. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a striking young girl clad in training attire. A battle? Lin Lango instinctively uttered. But as she beheld the figure before her, she was momentarily stunned. Cynthia noticed the Servine at Lin Lango's feet and quizzically remarked, a battle? Are you certain? The Servine, eyeing the fierce Garchomp that stood behind Cynthia, gulped nervously. Me, Servine, battling Garchomp? Lin Lango, recognizing that the person before her was her idol, became overwhelmed with excitement. Failing to ponder why Cynthia had answered the door instead of Xia Chi, Cynthia raised an eyebrow and inquired, Are you Xia Chi's girlfriend? I'm not. Lin Lango instinctively replied, only to suddenly realize a pressing question. Wait, how has Xia Chi's household managed to refresh with Cynthia? Friends, visiting, don't overthink it. Cynthia remained indifferent, showing no favor simply because the other was her fan, maintaining her usual cold demeanor. Do you need me to call Xia Chi for you? Lin Lango perceptively shook her head. No, I will seek him out tomorrow. Cynthia replied calmly. He likely won't have time tomorrow either. Though her words suggested a possibility, the resolute implication was unmistakable. Under the pressure of the champion's authority, the second-generation gym leader Lin Lango could only acquiesce. All right then. The door closed. Lin Lango stared blankly at the now-closed door, lost in thought. The aloof and domineering champion of Sinnoh had fallen for a fledgling trainer from Dongwang with a tragic past? How could I be dreaming such a thing? Chapter 8. Days living with Cynthia who just knocked? Xia Chi emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and inquired of Cynthia. After a brief silence, she replied, I forgot to ask her name, but she was quite a beautiful girl. Oh, that must be Lin Lango. Xia Chi deduced upon hearing the expected description. That battle enthusiast must be looking for me to practice. It's fine. I'll reach out to her in a few days. The implication was clear. He intended to devote his time to Cynthia in the meantime. Cynthia's lips, slightly curved, parted as she nodded. Rest assured, it won't take too much of your time. My holiday is coming to an end. Xia Chi lamented. Ah, what a pity. I wish Julian could stay a bit longer. Xirona maintained her composure, yet her index finger involuntarily tapped lightly on the tabletop as she murmured, Returning a few days later isn't an issue. However, she soon heard Xia Chi add, if we stay a bit longer, Tylee and Meow could learn so much more. Xirona subtly raised her gaze to glance at Xia Chi. Pursing her lips, she replied, staying late will inevitably lead to a pile of matters awaiting us. Xia Chi interjected, wait, did I just say something wrong? After spending half a day together, the atmosphere during dinner was noticeably warmer than at lunch. Aside from the two trainers, Xia Chi, sensing the awkwardness, shared several humorous legends about mythical Pokémon to restore the mood. Why is it that you always say Groudon can't fly? Xirona, feeling more cheerful, could not resist asking. Xia Chi pondered for a moment before responding. Imagine, after a brawl among a group of legendary Pokémon, they prepare to return to their respective habitats. Rayquaza soars gracefully in the sky. Dialga and Palkia glide back through the time-space rift. And even Kyogre unfurls its grand fins to soar above. Yet, Groudon is left trudging slowly through the sea, making its way back to Hoenn. Xirona chuckled at Xia Chi's vivid depiction, as if she were witnessing the scene firsthand. So, you see, Xia Chi concluded, as a legendary Pokémon second only to Arceus. Not being able to fly is indeed a significant flaw that cannot be overlooked in a lifetime, much like how Garchomp cannot learn Dragon Dance. Feeling a sharp gaze upon him, Xia Chi abruptly fell silent and slowly turned to meet the piercing stare of Garchomp. Sis Shark, please don't be angry. That wasn't my intention, he stammered. Garchomp growled coldly, you better mean it. Xirona observed the friendly interaction between Xia Chi and Garchomp with growing curiosity. She pondered where Xia Chi had acquired such vivid and seemingly first-hand knowledge about legendary Pokémon. Her desire to uncover the truth intensified. The dinner concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, a bashful Xia Chi followed Xirona to the hotel. To facilitate an intimate evening of discussion, Xirona had reserved a champion suite. It sounded ambiguous, yet in reality, the suite was larger than Xia Chi's home. Xirona's Pokémon continued to train Tylee and Meow in the hotel's equipped training area. Meanwhile, Xia Chi guided Xirona within the room. In truth, Arceus had meticulously designed the Pokémon world with remarkable balance. We are aware of the two legendary Pokémon in Kalos, Xerneas, who governs life, and Yveltal, who embodies death. However, when the ecosystem of a region teeters on the brink of collapse, the legendary third deity known as Zygarde, the god of order, will emerge. In ancient Kalos, thousands of years ago, the last monarch created the ultimate weapon to revive his beloved Pokémon, Florges. The entire evening passed in a blend of Xia Chi's narrative and their expansive discussions. Despite saying she wouldn't stay up all night, ultimately, Cynthia and Xia Chi conversed until dawn before succumbing to sleep. When Xia Chi finally opened his eyes again, twilight was approaching once more. Teary Meow appeared to have also been kept up late by Rose Rayquaza and Ice Eevee, peacefully lying beside him, with the faint sound of snoring betraying its exhaustion from the night before. Dream Eater, on the other hand, floated on the ceiling in slumber. It had previously preferred the confines of spaces like beneath the bed or within the wardrobe for its naps. However, after Xia Chi recounted the terrifying tale of the ghost under the bed, it had lost the courage to venture there again, nor would it dare to enter the wardrobe. Xia Chi feared that if he continued with such stories, Dream Eater might soon refuse to ride elevators or even watch television. Stepping softly out of the room, Xia Chi found Cynthia already awake in the suite's living area, seated on the sofa watching a documentary on the history of the East Huang region. Qin Shi Huang, an eminent trainer from East Huang, was also the first in world history to propose strategies for battling in rainy weather. With a formidable army comprised of numerous Wingulls and Electivires, he accomplished the unification of the 6 states in 2028, prior to the League's establishment. Yawning, Xia Chi entered the living room, surprised to inquire, Sister Zhulan, you're up so early? After all, Cynthia had not gone to bed any earlier than he had the previous night. I just woke up not long ago, the golden-haired beauty replied, casting a glance back at him, the subtle curve of her lips rendering Xia Chi momentarily entranced. Feeling slightly awkward, he asked, have you had breakfast, or rather, dinner? Outside, the dusk lingered, and the lights of the Eastern Pearl Battle Tower shimmered in the distance, signaling that it was indeed dinner time. Cynthia looked at Xia Chi and replied, no, I was waiting for you to wake up. His heart raced as if struck by electricity, missing a few beats. That's against the rules, Sister Zhulan. While it wasn't that Xia Chi felt repressed, The sight of the unadorned yet charmingly casual Cynthia made it hard for him to maintain composure. Regardless, he felt his reaction was not embarrassing. He imagined that his junior, Wang Hua, was probably already calling for his mother. Meow? Teary Meow's drowsy voice drifted from behind, having followed Xia Chi out after seeing him rise. The timely appearance of Teary Meow snapped Xia Chi back to reality. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, let us have dinner first." Since they were staying here, there was no need for Dream Eater and the others to cook. The suite had its own dedicated male butler to prepare their meals. As he watched the butler gracefully maneuvering through the suite's dining area with plates in hand, Xia Chi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of wealth. How was it that every trainer he knew seemed to be so affluent? Was it that one became wealthy by being a trainer, or was it that wealth provided the means to become a trainer? Perhaps it was a bit of both. After all, this was the finest hotel in Shanghai, and the dinner was exquisite, rivaling even the meals prepared by Dream Eater. It might seem absurd to say, but the truth remained. Your Tilly and Dream Demon have been nurtured exceptionally well, perhaps even excessively so. Yet, why does your Ujira seem so peculiar? During the gathering, Sharona expressed her perplexity regarding her observations of Xia Chi's Pokémon over the past few days. Judging by its age, its constitution should suffice. Yet why are its size, energy intensity, and even its offensive and defensive capabilities so lacking? Chapter 83. Am I competing against the Sinnoh champion? Is this for real? Sharona's assessment of Xia Chi's 3 Pokémon was so precise that it left Xia Chi himself somewhat astonished. Is this the weighty presence of a champion trainer? Before Sharona, he had little to conceal, save for his Team Z brother. Xia Chi explained, due to a congenital ailment, Ujira was indeed quite feeble before I captured it. Curiously, Sharona inquired, what kind of congenital ailment? To which Xia Chi candidly replied, it suffers from congenital energy mania syndrome. Is it truly this malady? Sharona's expression was one of rare astonishment. I take back what I said earlier. To maintain such a condition with this affliction is remarkable. You have nurtured Ujira exceptionally well. However, how did you manage to heal it? Noticing Xia Chi's hesitation, Sharona added, if you prefer not to share, that is entirely acceptable. My point is, if you have developed a treatment plan for this highly lethal congenital condition, it could be a lucrative opportunity. She elaborated, a substantial sum. Considering those afflicted are typically Pokémon of considerable lineage. Xia Chi sighed, I understand. But the truth is, Ujira's condition has not been fully cured. I merely found ways to repair and strengthen its body. The energy mania gene remains unchanged. The universal healing capsule is a product of the system and cannot be mass-produced. Moreover, even if there were surplus, it would be prudent to reserve it for exceptional circumstances. Thus, even if Xia Chi entertained thoughts of profiting from his Teen Z brother, selling such rare illicit items would not be an option. Such a situation is unprecedented, Sharona remarked, her brow furrowing. It is truly a marvel of Pokémon medicine. Xia Chi, too, felt a measure of astonishment. If even the well-versed Sharona expressed such sentiments, it underscored how uniquely exceptional Ujira's condition was. Teen Z brother, you are incredibly formidable. Xia Chi lamented, I cannot offer much in terms of advice regarding Ujira's condition. Sharona sincerely stated, however, if there are any resources you require, I believe I can provide some assistance. That is too generous, Zhulan. Even one as thick-skinned as I would have to decline, Xia Chi responded, Ujira is my Pokémon. Caring for it is my responsibility, and there is no need to involve you. Sharona gazed at Xia Chi, puzzled. I thought we were friends. Of course we are, Xia Chi affirmed. But, then that settles it. As friends, why can't I lend a hand? Sharona paused before earnestly stating, Xia Chi, I have few friends. Which makes you significant to me. A complex emotion flickered in Xia Chi's eyes before he smiled, nodding, I understand. Thank you, Zhulan. Sharona beamed, alright. Let's have Roserade and Tilly engage in a practice battle shortly. Sounds great. In the guiding battle with the champion Pokémon, Xia Chi could hardly contain his excitement. An hour after dinner, within the private training facility on the top floor of the hotel, Xia Chi and Cynthia stood at opposite ends of the battlefield. For every trainer, facing Cynthia was a thrilling experience, particularly for Xia Chi, a loyal fan of Tula Lan, who bore the added charm of nostalgia from a past life. Although this was merely a guiding battle, it held significance beyond mere victory or defeat. A guiding battle occurs between two trainers with a significant disparity in strength, focusing on instruction rather than outcomes. Gym challenges exemplify this. Most challengers lack the prowess of the gym leaders, even when the leaders do not utilize their strongest Pokémon. The criterion for earning a gym badge is not simply victory, but rather the ability to showcase capabilities that satisfy the gym leader. This guiding battle with Cynthia followed the same principle. Winning was out of the question. The gap in strength between Tilly Meow and Roserade was vast, to put it bluntly. Even a seed bomb left standing would not yield as much damage as Roserade could inflict in return. Of course, Cynthia would not allow Roserade to unleash its full power. What guidance could come from a swift knockout? Cynthia released Roserade from its Pokeball, instructing, control your energy, Roserade. The elegant gentleman, clutching roses in both hands, nodded gently. Roserade, on Xia Chi's side. He earnestly urged, "Tilly Meow, we must give it our all." Tilly Meow's eyes sparkled with determination. "Meow Tilly." In this secluded training arena, devoid of judges or spectators, the clash between the novice trainer and the strongest champion commenced. Tilly Meow, acrobatics. The privilege of taking the first move belonged to the guided participant, and Xia Chi issued his command without hesitation. The energy of flight erupted instantaneously, and Tilly Meow, under the influence of this transformation, became extraordinarily light. With its toes barely grazing the ground, the evolved Tilly Meow exhibited agility surpassing even its previous form. Like a flash of azure lightning, its speed blurred, and its gleaming claws, enveloped by the rushing wind, struck toward Roserade. Cynthia's eyes glimmered with appreciation. The speed and explosive power displayed by Tilly Meow were hardly indicative of a Pokémon that had only recently evolved. In fact, one could argue that most typically trained illusions of Mimikyu could not match its performance. Yet, this was not the time for distractions in battle. Cynthia swiftly countered, "Sleep powder." Xia Chi's expression darkened. Was this truly Cynthia's doing? Sleep powder is notoriously challenging to land in actual combat, especially when the distance between opponents is considerable. Yet, with Tilly Meow closing in, how could it possibly miss? Xia Chi, however, believed otherwise. Fly behind it. During the acrobatics, Tilly Meow briefly gained the ability to glide and shifted its target away from Roserade, descending toward the ground behind it. Roserade anticipated the trajectory of Tilly Meow, but the pale green powder it released upward failed to find its mark. "Detonate," Sharona commanded with a calm demeanor. A sudden chill ran down Xia Chi's spine, prompting an immediate response. "Draft." As the words left his lips, a seed bomb shot forth rapidly from the crimson rose in Roserade's left hand. The target was not Tilly Meow, but the hypnotic powder lingering in the air. The energy bomb erupted, its brilliant azure light igniting the faint powder yet to dissipate. A thunderous boom resounded as the dust exploded, enveloping the arena in the fine particles imbued with hypnotic power, including Tilly Meow, who had been sheltering behind Roserade. However, it was too late. The white glimmer representing the flying-type energy surrounding Tilly Meow was swiftly cloaked in grassy hues. With an effortless transformation into the grass type, Tilly Meow became immune to the hypnotic powder. Such quick reflexes. Sharona's admiration morphed into astonishment, not only at Tilly Meow's rapid execution of moves, but also at Xia Chi's adept command. Just from the phrase detonate, he discerned her intent and instantaneously devised the most flawless countermeasure. He possessed remarkable nurturing skills as well. A sudden thought blossomed in Sharona's mind. Perhaps, in the near future, this young boy could truly compete alongside me on the grandest stage. Chapter 84. Sharona, is your Tilly Meow legal? Sharona was thoroughly impressed. Meanwhile, Xia Chi was drenched in sweat. It was not merely the raw strength of the Pokémon. With just 2 commands, he nearly seized control of the match's tempo. Was this the pressure exerted by the strongest champion? Truly monstrous in strength. Yet even if victory was unattainable, one must strive with all their might. Tilly Meow triple axle. The acceleration effect of draft manifested. A deep indigo icy glow appeared between its claws, and Tilly Meow unleashed this ice-type move with even greater speed than before. The frostbitten claws once more slashed against Roserade's shoulder, but the latter remained unresponsive. While attacks could be manipulated, defense was a different matter altogether. One couldn't merely display exaggerated expressions of pain when struck by a super-effective move, could they? Roserade's acting skills were not on par with those of its counterpart. The fairy type, magical shine. Though it was a training battle, one could not simply absorb blows without retaliation. Sharona was curious about Tilly Meow's defensive capabilities, given its demonstrated offensive prowess. In an instant, the rosebud erupted in a dazzling spectrum of colors. The enchanting yet lethal lavender energy bursting forth in a display akin to fireworks above the battlefield. Tilly Meow, positioned closest to the blast, had no time to change its type for defense and bore the brunt of the impact. Meow T, despite not being at a type disadvantage, and Roserade intentionally holding back, the overwhelming and ferocious fairy-type energy still compelled Tilly Meow to emit a low, painful whine. Yet Sharona's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The magical radiance, suppressed to an amateur level of energy intensity, turns out to be merely this? Do not underestimate the amateur rank. For instance, a starter Pokémon that has just evolved into its 3rd form, like Charizard, may not necessarily possess energy intensity of an amateur level. The term amateur is a relative comparison against seasoned rangers or even gym leaders, rather than against newcomers like Xia Chi. Indeed, this Tilly Meow's abilities are remarkably comprehensive. Cynthia's competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. She commanded swiftly, Mud Bomb. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, a twinge of regret washed over her. Would such intensity and pace not be too overwhelming for Xia Chi? Yet, the voice emanating from the battlefield startled her. Shift gears. Cynthia, I cannot comprehend. Yet I am profoundly astonished. Are you shifting gears? If shifting has commenced, can your Tilly Meow handle it? Cynthia found herself uncharacteristically flustered. Nearby, the Sharpedo also expressed its confusion with a metaphorical question mark hovering above its head. I cannot even perform Dragon Dance. Can your Tilly Meow execute a superior version of gear shifting? What are you trying to achieve? On the battlefield, Tilly Meow was suddenly enveloped in a silver glow. The reflections of the light revealed a dazzling metallic sheen. This was unmistakably the external manifestation of its ability transforming into steel type. Accompanying this radiant display was a brilliant golden light, signifying an enhancement in its capabilities. While steel-type enhancement moves are not limited to gear shifting, such as iron defense, it seemed that none of these moves were entirely legal for your Tilly Meow. As she observed Tilly Meow successfully transform into a steel type, rendering it immune to poison-type moves, Cynthia found herself momentarily entranced. The battle-hardened Roserade also gazed at Tilly Meow in astonishment. This Pokémon, it turns out, possesses steel-type moves? Xia Chi, unfazed by the unfolding events, seized the moment as the anticipated gear shift finally yielded optimal results. He continued to command with fervor, attack. Triple Axle. Tilly Meow's move release speed was already several tiers above that of its peers. Coupled with the momentum from gear shifting, Tilly Meow had become as swift as a Regieleki. The deep, chilling aura of ice-type energy coiled around its toes, muscles tensed, and with a sudden burst of power, Tilly Meow launched its icy blades at Roserade with remarkable velocity. The latter instinctively raised its rose to conjure an energy vine whip for defense. The icy blades shattered instantaneously, sending shards of ice sparkling in a kaleidoscope of colors under the lights. Cynthia's pupils constricted. She had been so taken aback by the gear shift that she hadn't had the time to give commands. Yet Roserade instinctively treated Tilly Meow as a worthy adversary in retaliation. This could be regarded as the highest commendation a guiding Pokémon could bestow during a training battle. As a sudden spark ignited within her, Cynthia exclaimed, "Raise your attack and speed to their utmost limits. Let me witness the full extent of your prowess alongside Tilly." Xia Chi raised an eyebrow in astonishment, realizing this venture had transcended the realm of a mere practice battle. Yet, it aligned perfectly with her intentions. Tilly shift gears. In reality, the maximum potential of momentarily enhancing abilities through moves was capped at 6 layers of 300. Any further would surpass the physical limits of a Pokémon's body. Thus, after 5 comprehensive enhancements, Tilly's physical attack and speed capabilities surged to their zenith. Although she was still a mere level 20, the amalgamation of the Triad Force and the Chosen Badge endowed Tilly with an energy that was far beyond what one would expect at this stage. Her azure form, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, left shimmering afterimages in its wake, as whirling ice blades traced chilling arcs through the air. Rose Rayquaza, adorned with intricate ice patterns, sparkled from the rose in her hand to her chest bow tie. Cynthia felt a shiver run down her spine. Had this been a magical mask Meow instead of Tilly, empowered by the full use of her enhanced moves, perhaps she could have posed a genuine threat to Rose Rayquaza? This was not a diminishment, but rather the highest form of praise. The heights that most ordinary trainers could only dream of achieving throughout their lifetimes, Xia Chi had reached in a mere 2 years. This reflected the meticulously nurtured evolution speed of the starter Pokémon, and Tilly might even surpass that. As Cynthia pondered this, the battlefield revealed Tilly, now utterly exhausted and collapsed. Much like the previous battle against the Dream Demon, this was not merely a matter of health points, but rather a depletion of energy. While the moves enhanced by her maximum physical attack had indeed escalated in power, the energy required for such feats had also multiplied exponentially. Following a rapid succession of attacks, Tilly swiftly found herself devoid of energy. On the battlefield, Rose Rayquaza discreetly concealed the faint scars from the ice blades, then gracefully bowed towards Tilly. "Thank you for your efforts, Tilly." Xia Chi hurried forward to assist her, offering encouragement. "You did splendidly." "Meow, Tilly," she replied, shaking her head in self-reproach. Even with all her might, she had been unable to secure victory. She truly felt inadequate. Xia Chi, somewhat speechless, realized that even a fledgling Pokémon could ignite the competitive spirit within Cynthia, who sought to prevail over the champion, Rose Rayquaza. His Tilly was indeed ambitious beyond measure. Yet, at this moment, what Tilly needed was encouragement rather than discouragement. Xia Chi affectionately ruffled her head, saying, "This is merely the first month of our journey together. A year from now, you will transform into a form beyond your wildest imagination. Do you believe that?" "Meow, Tilly." Tilly met Xia Chi's earnest gaze with a determined nod. "Wait until I evolve into the magical mask Meow." Chapter 85. White Shark, do you wish to dance as well? There was no time to mourn Tilly's defeat. For the next arrival on the battlefield was the Dream Demon. Due to the ever-increasing strength of the Lord of the Underworld, the early performance of Dream Eater, which concluded battle swiftly, did not leave as profound an impression as that of Tilly Meow. However, it still garnered the approval of its master, Hawaiian Monster, and the high praise of Cynthia. Following the battle, a debriefing was, of course, in order. Cynthia did not inquire about the source of Tilly Meow's ability to shift gears. In truth, while such occurrences are rare, they are not entirely absent from the annals of a millennium of Pokémon battle history. There have been instances where certain Pokémon learned moves that seemingly did not belong to their skill set. The world is vast and full of wonders. Why should genetic mutations be forbidden? The move shift is exceedingly rare and particularly well suited for Meow. It not only fills the void of steel-type moves, but also significantly enhances its proud offensive and speed capabilities. This is why Cynthia was so astonished during the battle. Asking about this would serve little purpose, as other Pokémon could not replicate it. Even if they could, it would remain a trainer's secret, seldom shared. Thus, Cynthia bypassed the question and instead analyzed the strengths and weaknesses exhibited by Meow and Dream Eater during the contest, providing her insights for their future training processes. What struck me most about Meow was its unparalleled speed, both in the execution of moves and in its agility. Therefore, I recommend keeping its weight below 40 before evolution to ensure its flexibility and nimbleness, while its diet should primarily consist of energy cubes made from sand scales, dragon eyes, and garnet fruits. Naturally, Xia Chi listened attentively to the champion Cynthia's targeted advice. Simultaneously, he became aware of Cynthia's deliberate avoidance of the topic regarding illegal gear shifting. Xia Chi quietly pondered her reasons for not asking. A thought took root in his mind, since Sister Zhulan had been so kind to him. Perhaps he could procure a dragon dance move tutor from Tongzi to present to her, as a way to compensate for the regret regarding the fierce shark. Yes, Old Ban could learn dragon dance on his own. There was no need for Dream Eater to possess it. If it could be obtained, it would indeed be a delightful gift for Sister Zhulan's fierce shark to acquire such a move. With this thought lodged in his mind, Xia Chi continued to engage earnestly with Cynthia regarding the future training strategies for both Pokémon. Thus, another winter night passed slowly amid their intellectual exchange. Cynthia's departure was abrupt. On the evening of the third day after arriving at the hotel, Xia Chi awoke to find Cynthia preparing to leave. They had originally planned to delve deeper into the myths and history of the ancient unified kingdom, but a sudden phone call disrupted all their arrangements. Xia Chi was unaware of the specifics of the call, but from the hurried remarks Cynthia made before her departure, it seemed that a group of unidentified trainers had breached the League's blockade, infiltrating the Pillar of Gun's ruins and stealing something. Team Galaxy. Those intrigued by the Pillar of Gun and possessing the capability to act upon such interests undoubtedly belong to the most formidable dark organization in the Sinnoh region. Although Xia Chi is aware of this reality, he finds himself powerless to alter it. His current strength remains insufficient. Accompanying Sharona to Sinnoh would only serve to distract her as she endeavored to protect him, ultimately proving to be a mere hindrance. Therefore, with a clear understanding of his limitations, he wisely chose to remain in Shanghai. Fortunately, the cadre of Team Galactic is not particularly formidable, providing some assurance regarding Sharona's safety. Before parting ways, Sharona made a promise to Xia Chi. Once the events concluded, she would arrange for her companions to conduct remote video lessons for Tilly and Dream Eater. She also mentioned having contacted a renovation company for him and ordered the latest indoor comprehensive training equipment from the Silver Company, assuring him that everything was meticulously arranged. Faced with the meticulous care of his sister Baikai, Xia Chi found himself at a loss for words. Loyalty, fidelity. Sharona's sudden arrival and departure felt like an interlude. Upon returning home, Xia Chi's life resumed its former rhythm, though the newly replaced door and the added training facility served as evidence of the Sinnoh champion's visit. The discovery of the Pillar of Gun continued to generate considerable speculation, particularly after Team Galactic pilfered 2 precious gems from the ruins, escalating the situation further. Some claimed these gems were invaluable tools for Pokémon breeding, while others insisted they were merely mythical artifacts. However, Xia Chi understood that the 2 stolen gems were likely the Diamond and Pearl, capable of summoning the temporal dragons. It was at this moment that Xia Chi first grasped the profound impact he had on the entire Pokémon world. Had he not posted that video, would Sharona have ventured to investigate the Pillar of Gun? Would the pillar and the 2 gems have remained hidden atop Mount Crown? Delving deeper, he pondered the possibility that if Team Galactic were to truly create the Red Chain, it could incite a cataclysm similar to that in the games. Would he be the one to blame for such calamity? This notion lingered briefly in his mind before he dismissed it. While he could influence the discovery of the pillar's ruins, could he truly alter the lofty ideals of Team Galactic? As long as that madman Shiri aimed to harness the power of legendary Pokémon to forge a new world, the pillar and the 2 gems would inevitably be uncovered. It was merely a matter of time. To burden himself with such hypothetical concerns was an exercise in futility. Instead of becoming entangled in these thoughts, he resolved to focus on enhancing his strength. When the time came, he would confront Shiri and his deranged cohorts in one fell swoop. With Dialga and Palkia at his side, he would strike down Giratina should it dare emerge from the destruction. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his brother, the monarch. Armed with unwavering faith in the future, Xia Chi quickly adjusted his mindset and continued with his daily life. Accompanying the children, I ventured to the school team to cultivate a sense of courage, assisting Tilly and her companions during their training. On the 4th day following the return to Sinnoh, Sharona promptly sent over the promised video lectures. The content encompassed various techniques regarding the training of Roserade, Garchomp, and Glacian, alongside invaluable battle experience. Online course, Pokémon Edition. Xia Chi found himself perplexed by the cries of the Pokémon such as Florges in the video, feeling utterly bewildered. However, judging by the feedback from Tilly and Mismagius, the quality of this online course was exceptionally high. Tilly's mastery and application of the move Tri-Attack became increasingly refined. Mismagius also successfully grasped the advanced usage of Shadow Ball, now capable of executing a more potent and agile Spiral Shadow Ball with greater energy density and speed. Consequently, Xia Chi naturally enrolled Tilly in another online course focusing on the move Play Rough. Mother will no longer worry about my inability to contend with Dragon-type trainers. Except for the Dodrio, of course.